Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. A single sneeze. In the Hall of Origin. 5 days before Ash leaves for Sinnoh. A babble of voices could be heard, almost down to NThe coronet. Lucky they didn't, or someone might have wondered why they could hear screams of fury and pain. And anger, but mostly fury or pain. DMN Kyogre, why did you have to send Manaphy into Kanto? The bugger was in MY territory. I have rights. You were in Sinnoh. And? What do you think happens if Manaphy lands in a place like? I don't know. Saffron? That might be a bit confusing to the people there. Did you think this through? Always think twice before you do something rash, I said. Don't go nuts randomly, I said. But did you listen? No. Shut up. The sound of an angry titan of ice can be heard approaching. What's Articuno doing here? How can you tell that it's her? It's flapping wings. Lugia glides, we'd hear thunder if it was Zapdos. I don't hear a fire, so Moltres is out, no rainbow equals no Ho-Oh, Giratina's here, so's Res Hiram, and that rounds up everybody who can fly with flapping wings. Not to mention that the air temps dropped by about 30 degrees. Yeah, that helps. What? Exactly. Helps. Oh Articuno. What were you doing here? I'm trying to figure out why I just had Manaphy, screaming for his life, fall out of the sky and hit me. Funny story. Kyogre? You gonna man up or what? Shut up. Kyogre. Oh Arceus, Articuno, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry. You're gonna be. Arceus, not the face, not the face. That's gonna leave a mark. Who knew that ice was strong against water? That I envy. Groudon. You want to get beat up? I don't envy Kyogre, who does? No, I want to be like Articuno and be able to beat up Kyogre with ease. A whimper. Is it over? Still alive? Die. I can't believe how badly I want to give Kyogre a mercy kill. I'm gonna need bleach. You don't wear clothes and you don't have that much blood on you. For my eyes. Ah. A pause in which more violence can be heard. No. Agh. How does that fit? I pity Kyogre. No man deserves that. That can happen to a girl too. Right. Nobody deserves that. Why do you hate Odysseus? What? Nothing. A little while longer. What the hell? My lord. Kyogre hit Articuno with Manaphy. Why? Accident. How? Never mind, I'll ask him. A crack. Nice shot. Should I stop this or should I keep watching and not miss this? Rayquaza's been taping. Ray. Any chance of showing me that tape? Sure, Lord Arceus. Thanks. Okay. What in my name is going on here? The assorted violence stops. Lord Arceus. This isn't what it looks like. H.L.P. So this isn't SXL tension. Laughter. WW what? NN no. Articuno, you're blushing. Why didn't you tell me you had a girlfriend, Kyogre? Shu.T. Up. Okay, jokes aside, what's going on? Well, Lord Arceus, I was doing my normal runs over Kanto, making sure that it didn't overheat, and while I was over NThe Silver I heard a scream before Manaphy plunged out of the sky and slammed into my face. I came here to find out what happened, and found out that Kyogre had punted him from western Sinnoh to Kanto. I was showing Kyogre what I felt about his action. In my territory. Didn't mean. Sorry. Why is this so bad, Articuno, that Kyogre deserved? This? As I said, Lord Arceus, I was working. I think there's an out-of-control whiteout occurring over NThe and nearby. Who lives on NThe that this will affect? Red. Oh. Yes. Kyogre, you're grounded. DMN. On NThe. Next day. Red stood near his Venusaur, watching the big Pokemon shiver. The storm was so bad that it was hurting the starter, who he had trained to be just as resistant to his weaknesses as to water. This was not a good sign. Truth be told, Red was feeling chilled too. Storms were common on this peak, but never this bad for this long. Yes, it had only been 2 days, but this one was bad. Had he gotten any legendaries angry lately? None came to mind. If this kept up, Red planned to leave the mountain and go back to his hometown. That wouldn't be too bad. Better than the time he used a weak team to fight that kid, Gold. Never getting drunk again. Hey, big guy. Go back into your ball. I think we're going to visit Professor Oak. A new color. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. So. Why have we been called together? A storm has arisen on NThe. Hardly a good reason to call us all here. I was on a mission when I got the call. Had to terminate the contact. You mean contract, right? I said what I mean. Enough. The storm is a violent one. A storm with temperatures reaching below -40 degrees. And we have no personnel on the mountain. With good reason, remember who lives there. That is why I have called you here. He's gone. What? No. He hasn't left for almost 5 years now. Arceus. That's enough. First we hear of that boy who stopped Rocket's return to power, and defeated Maxie's and Archie's plans, traveling to Sinnoh. Now we lose track of Red. We cannot allow them to join forces. Why not? The boy is untrained, yet is still strong enough to win the first frontier. With training, he could fight the battle eye. And that must not be allowed. We will warn our sister. Jay will capture the boy. Then we depart. To help Light. To help Light indeed. In Pallet Town. 2 days after Chapter 1. Ash, wake up. Breakfast. Delia called from downstairs. Ash snored on, but drowsily murmured that he had won 1,000 badges. Pie. Ash's loyal companion and first Pokemon poked Ash, since he was also starving. This too had no effect. Pika. A weak thunderbolt turned out to be the best way to get Ash awake, always had been. Other than food, but Pikachu had none, so. Ah. Pikachu, what is it? You know how late it was last night. Pikachu refused to respond, instead pushing open the door and bolting downstairs. That wasn't an answer. Ash slowly got dressed, threatening to start snoring at any minute, but was eventually successful in pulling on his pants and shirt. As he walked down the stairs he noted groggily. Clothes weird feel. Well, I did say he was groggy. Ash, what took you so long to get downstairs? Normally I don't even get to see any part of you but the end of your jacket, Delia said as she put a pancake on Ash's plate. Did you put on clean underwear? Yes, Mom, Ash yawned, tearing off a piece of his pancake for Pikachu, who eagerly snatched it. Then can you try to put on your clothes the right way? Huh? Ash looked down and saw pockets on his thighs. He considered this for a few seconds before the old gears started to turn and he jumped up to unsuccessfully try to turn his pants around without taking them off. This wasn't made any easier by the half-eaten pancake in his mouth. Ash, what's gotten into you today? Said Delia as she sat down with a mug of something. Ash had never been sure if it was tea, coffee, or something a bit stronger. The last time you slept in like this was the first day of your journey. Ash blinked, abandoning his task and staring at his mother as if she were an alien. I was out in the woods training until midnight, don't you remember? Me and Pikachu have a lot of work to do before we have to go to Sinnoh. Delia frowned, wondering why she hadn't noticed. But you leave for Sinnoh tomorrow, don't you? When does the boat leave anyways? Vermilion at 3, I don't have to leave until about 10 tomorrow, Ash replied, bending over to scratch Pikachu's head. Well, what do you plan to do today? Probably see Professor Oak about keeping my Pokemon, then go train some more. Well, have a good day. Ash quickly finished off his food, starting to feel remotely human. He ran to the door, grabbed his jacket, and sprinted out, Pikachu hot on his heels. Delia glowered, he didn't even put away his plate. Ash ran about halfway to Oak's lab, deciding to walk when he was close enough to see it. Hey, Pikachu, wonder where everybody is? It's almost 11, and only a couple people are out. Pika Pie. Why would they all oversleep? I don't think so, Pikachu. There's no festival today, and I don't remember there being anything else. Ash looked up at the sky thoughtfully. Pikachu shrugged and the duo continued on to the lab, where there was once again nobody near. Usually there was at least one person there, come to ask the Elder Oak for advice or to see Gary about something, but there was no crowd at the gates or at the doors. It was starting to unnerve Ash, who was used to seeing a few people he knew in the morning. Still can't believe that you were chased off your mountain. Absolutely no visibility, you said? Ash heard Professor Oak question. Finally, somebody does something normal. Ash thought, relieved, but froze as he heard a calm and utterly controlled voice answer the professor's question. Yes, even Lapras was feeling the cold. That was no normal storm, somebody or something made that storm. But your Lapras has an incredible stand against ice power. Who could or would make a blizzard like that? We can safely rule out Team Rocket, they're still weaker than they used to be. They used to be able to take over large cities like Saffron, now they are beaten on their own terms. There are no major projects regarding development of powerful attack simulations, the closest is with Hunter J in Sinnoh. Of the legendary Pokemon, I don't think I angered any, but it would most likely be Articuno, since it is native to Kanto and the surrounding regions. The same cannot be said for Kyurem. I suppose that it could be Regice, but there are no wild ones in Kanto and Brandon knows enough not to try me. Honestly? I have only guesses. Your guesses are more often right than my research papers, my boy. But why did you come to me and not just go down the mountain a bit until the storm subsided? Professor Oak said. This storm was large, as I said. I wouldn't be surprised if Silver Town was buried. Although I do have another reason for coming home. I received a request to travel to Sinnoh and check the recent outbreak of crime from the international police. I was going to ignore it, but since I had to leave the peak, I decided that I might as well travel again. So you plan to go to Sinnoh? Indeed. That works out well then. The current standard holder of Palette is actually traveling to Sinnoh tomorrow, maybe you've heard of him. In fact, Ash thought that Professor Oak must have looked at a clock. I expected him here a little while ago. Ash couldn't just keep eavesdropping, and so decided to say hello to the professor and this person who was being praised. A good battle would be a great way to train before he left. Here I am, Professor. Ash shouted as he burst in. He took a good look at the other person in the room as he entered. The stranger appeared to be slightly older than Ash, possibly in his early 20s. He wore a red jacket with a white collar and sleeves over a plain black t-shirt. A small necklace was partly visible below his shirt, but it was not very noticeable. On his legs were a pair of dark blue jeans, held up by a black belt. He wore a red and white hat that seemed older than the jacket, but was still in good condition, similar to the ones Ash wore. Below the hat and his mop of jet black hair that went to a length below his ears was a tanned face with a slight smirk, but the most noticeable feature were his eyes. Brilliantly they shone out from the shadow of his hat, a similar color to his clothes, but more vibrant. The eyes shone with life, but had the look of somebody who had done it all and more. They were the eyes of somebody who pushed themselves to their breaking point and wanted to keep going. The Elder Oak started, jumping slightly. Ash. You're rather late this morning. No knock. But Ash didn't pay attention to the professor's words, instead focused on the stranger. "Oh, Ash, I see you noticed my guest. This is Red, an old friend and protege of mine. He has recently come back from some time on NThe, and was asking me for a favor." Said Red, unblinkingly, studying Ash. "I heard a bit of what you said to him, and he's a really great trainer, isn't he?" exclaimed Ash excitedly. "Can I battle you, Red?" "No. You do not seem to be worth a battle," said Red coolly, turning away from Ash. "Hey, I'll have you know that I'm a good trainer. I beat the battle frontier." Ash shouted at Red, a vein twitching in his temple as he gritted his teeth and clenched his hands. Red turned towards Ash and gave a glare for a few seconds before turning away. "I remember. I was like that too once, with Green." Red thought, lost in memories. Inner flashback. Red looked down on the girl and her wartortle from Snorlax. She looked so small, not at all the girl who had tricked him and attacked him a few seconds earlier. "You're gonna have to try harder if you want to outsmart a trainer with 2 badges. He called down mockingly. "Foo!" yelled the girl as she darted away. "Not so fast. Snorlax, Mega Punch!" Red cried quickly. Snorlax moved with unbelievable swiftness, knocking her out immediately. End flashback. "Then of course she stole my badges and my line. But still, I did grow up. Maybe, just maybe, this kid has potential. Fine. 1 battle, 3 on 3. Ash was thunderstruck. 1 second this guy was putting him down and the next was agreeing to Ash's demand. "All right. Outside on the battlefield. This is a 3 on 3 battle between Red of Pallet Town and Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Each trainer may substitute at any time and the winner of 2 battles is the victor." Professor Oak called for the benefit of the few people who were watching, including Tracy. The professor brought down the flags. "Begin. Let's go, Charizard." "Charizard, I choose you." Both trainers released their draconic fire types at the same time, deciding to start off big, Ash, or medium, Red, to test their opponent. As Ash had the first move, he called, "Use Flamethrower." The fire lizard released a stream of flames from his mouth, aiming towards the upper part of his foe's body, knowing to do so from his time fighting other Charizard in Cherisific Valley. After all, the flying type would most likely go up rather than try to duck. "You have free reign, Charizard. Try not to hurt your opponent too badly," Red murmured, not at all worried at the approaching attack. His Pokémon roared loudly, before flapping one of his wings violently at the attack, sending it off to one side. The Pokémon then opened its own mouth and shot a flamethrower that was much smaller at his foe. "Don't worry, Charizard, it's too small to hurt you. Use Steel Wing." At that, Ash's Charizard charged forward with its wings glowing, straight into the fire stream. Upon connection, the blast grew much larger, completely enveloping Charizard in fire, seriously damaging him. Red's Pokémon had already moved to grab his foe before the fire had connected, and doing so slammed Ash's Charizard into the ground with his tail. The swirls on Ash's Pokémon's eyes were enough of an indication of who had won. "No. Charizard!" Ash yelled as he stared in disbelief at Red, who had barely moved, his hat covering his eyes and putting his face into shadow. Ash drew Charizard back into his Pokeball, worried about how this might end. After all, the only damage was the exertion that Red's Charizard had done moving his wing, using Flamethrower, and slamming Charizard into the ground. "Okay, Pikachu, you're up," shouted Ash, hoping to win with his best Pokémon. "Well then. Shall I use my best as well?" "Come back, Charizard, we're switching to Pika," were Red's words as he withdrew his Charizard, grabbing another Pokeball. The Pokeball released his Pikachu, Pika, just as Pikachu ran onto the field, his cheeks sparking with electricity. "Pika Pi Pikachu. Pi. Thunderbolt, Pika." Red's voice was cold as he commanded his strongest Pokémon to overwhelm Pikachu. Do not miss and this will end. Ash watched as a massive blast of electricity blasted from Pika towards Pikachu, cracking the ground with the sheer power. Cracking the ground. That's it. Ash exclaimed, getting an idea that was reckless and pure Ash, like using thunder as armor. Pikachu, use Iron Tail to throw up some boulders to block the attack. Unseen to all, Red smirked. This was a trainer that interested him, not trying to run or do something else futile but new and unusual. This was somebody who caught the attention of the trainer who had won the Pokémon League by creating a thunderstorm inside and tying up his opponent's Charizard with a vine to create a lightning rod. The rocks blocked all of the attack, but were shattered into dust and sand by the effort, creating a trap of sand that would slow down anybody who ran on it. Pikachu was panting from the effort of breaking enough rocks to stop the massive attack, while Pika wasn't at all tired. Ash knew that he would only have one chance, that trick wouldn't work twice. Pikachu, use quick attack to get as high as you can into the air. Pikachu launched from the ground, rapidly ascending to about 100 feet. Now come down on Pika with Volt Tackle. Lightning surrounded Pikachu as he fell from the sky on a course that would collide with Pika. Red was confused briefly before he understood. Good, using the speed of his fall to increase power, he muttered before calling to Pika, meet him with your own Volt Tackle. Pika nodded, before jumping up to meet Pikachu, but with a sharper corona of lightning around him, instead of the larger, spread-out power of Pikachu. The two met in a very large explosion. Spark. In Sinnoh, exact location unknown. Unspecified time. Sir, communication from, for you. Then leave so I can talk to her. Yes sir. Right away sir. Hello sis. J. What is it? I have a job at the moment. If you want me to get something for you then don't call me on a personal line. No. I was ordered to contact you by leader. Dot. He wants me to warn you about a storm on NThe, it's deadly. I haven't been in Kanto or Johto for almost 7 years. What does he think he's playing at, warning me about Dash? Red has left the mountain. Dot. Yeah. Bad. I assume you mean the Red who turned Team Rocket into a gang instead of an organized group of criminals. Why do I personally need to know this? I'll be careful, if that's all you want, but I don't see this as a major problem for me. You know we have people everywhere. And? The international police sent a request to Red, asking him to come to Sinnoh and deal with the increasing crime. So you think I'm the target? You've been at large for what, over 20 years? I would find it unusual if they didn't ask him to deal with you, even if they originally have him deal with Cyrus. Him? Isn't he a part of your organization? You used to be a part of it too, sis. Just as good as us, but too focused on profit. Cyrus actually betrayed us a few years back, snatching old documents on Arceus, Spirit, and Spacetime. We want him gone. He contacted me a few weeks ago. Asked if I went after legendary Pokémon. Traitorous little. I presume that you aren't going to take a contract with him. Only if he wants help committing suicide. Heh. Only you J. In Pallet Town. The explosion was quite impressive, sending a bolt of lightning several feet thick into the sky and causing a crater in the ground. It was worth noting that the epicenter of the explosion was about 20 feet up in the air and the crater was near 30 feet deep. Ash and the spectators were all blown back. Professor Oak managed to stay standing, and Red just stood there, his jacket flapping behind him. It proved the age-old idea that if one is epic, they will always win against their foe. Pikachu! Ash shouted as he drew himself to his feet, wobbling slightly. When Ash received no answer, he gritted his teeth and ran into the still fading dust cloud, still calling for Pikachu, not heeding the grime that entered his mouth. He came upon two shadows, one standing over the other, and ran towards the defeated one as Pika headed off the ruined field. Pikachu! Ash kept talking to Pikachu as the dust cloud settled, fearing the worst. Pikachu was unnaturally still. Ash bowed his head as tears started to fall on his partner's face. Red looked on, slightly stunned at how badly Pika had hurt Ash's Pokemon. Pie. Ash whipped up his head. Pikachu had spoken, opening one eye, gritting his teeth. He looked like he was in immense pain, but wanted to reassure his trainer that he was fine. A bit of the tension drained from Ash's face, but the tears still fell at the actions and pain of his brave starter. Red turned to Pika and gave him a disapproving look, before calling him back and walking a short distance away. "I need time to think," Red told Professor Oak as the man came up behind him. "I hope that Pikachu ends up okay. I would hate to have Ash go through the same pain that I did, with Yellow. Charizard, let's fly." Ash watched as Red flew off in the corner of his eye, but didn't care despite his anger. Pikachu was more important, but luckily all professors have to own at least a basic healing device to help injured Pokemon. "Professor Oak, can I use your healing center to help Pikachu and Charizard?" Oak shot him a look that gave him all the answer he needed. "Thanks," Ash muttered as he sprinted inside with Pikachu in his arms. "This is all my fault." Ash thought guiltily, fearing that Pikachu or Charizard might be permanently injured. And to think that Charizard was going to go back to the valley later today. If only I hadn't asked him to stay for a while so we could see each other before I left. Caught up in his thoughts, Ash didn't notice as Professor Oak came in and looked at him sadly. The man soon left, and so missed the visible signs of Ash's thoughts turning darker, clenched fists and tensed muscles. Ash was repeating all the ways that he could make Red pay for hurting Pikachu and then running when he felt a hand grip his shoulder and say, "Ash." The boy looked up. Red was standing above him with Pikachu on his head, fast asleep. The older man had a look of deep sorrow and compassion on his face that seemed totally out of place considering what he had done earlier, but seemed to fit him well. "Thought you might want to carry Pikachu." Ash reached up and took Pikachu from Red, noting that his injuries were gone. Looking up at Red questioningly, he got an answer, "I decided to help Pikachu get better." Ash's anger subsided at that. Now he didn't want to kill him and his family, just put him into a compromising position after he fell asleep. Ash could only say one word, confused at Red's actions. "Why?" Red turned away, not meeting his gaze. "I felt I owed it to you." "Why did you even accept my challenge then, if you knew that I couldn't win? I mean, you must know how strong you are. If you hadn't then maybe Pikachu would be fine. You reminded me of who I was and still am a bit. The difference is that when I made a boast like you, my badges were stolen." "What?" Red didn't answer the question. Instead he moved to a completely different subject. "The old man has nothing but praise for you. I think you just finished showing me that I wasn't a very good trainer." "That was almost 4 hours ago. And not a good trainer? Don't make me laugh. How many others do you think could figure out a way to stop Pika from winning at Attack 1? Still, that was just luck. Oak also mentioned that you've saved the world a few times. Impressive. It was all luck, anybody else would have done just as well. And sometimes people died. Did you really just say that anybody could save the world? I thought I asked you not to make me laugh." "Yeah, suppose it is pretty ridiculous when you put it like that," Ash chuckled at himself, while Red shook his head. "Anyways, where did you go after the battle was over?" Red grimaced. "I went away to think. I had to consider a request that Professor Oak asked me. Inner flashback, and inner flashbacks are private, only the person having them know what happens in them, nobody else." Red felt extraordinarily guilty as he flew away, knowing how this must look. The defender severely injures the other guy's Pokemon and shows how little heart he has by leaving. It's like a plot from a bad story. "Charizard, do you think I should have stayed?" Red asked his Pokemon. Charizard roared once in response, also feeling slightly guilty at what he had done. There was no need to beat on Ash's Pokemon like that. The flamethrower had probably already finished it. "I know, buddy. But still, looking at Ash. Ash's face would have killed me inside. The two flew on until they reached a suitably tall cliff, Red signaling for a stop. I think this is far enough, Red said, jumping down and returning Charizard in one motion. He sat on the edge of the cliff, considering Ash. The kid was good, but young and naive. But there was potential there. He's like me that we use a lot of the same Pokemon. We both use unusual strategies. And to think that this is because of that storm. Red continued to watch the sky and flocks of Pidgey and Pidgeotto flying over Viridian Forest. At last, after staying for almost 2 hours, Red made his decision. He wanted to just stay at NThe, after all he had gone up there for a reason. He sighed, before releasing Charizard and flying back to Oak's lab. There was some things he needed to ask and do. He hoped that Ash would approve. In some ways he reminds me of you, Yellow. Flashback end. I thought it through and made my decision. First I spoke to Oak, wanted to ask him a few questions, before I looked in and saw Pikachu. Helped him heal a bit, and that brings us to now. Red finished, still looking sorry. Ash slowly gave Red a small smile. So. What did you want to ask me? I mean, if you just wanted to heal Pikachu you could have and not told me. I could have wanted to make you not think I was heartless. Red snapped back, smirking. Could have. I think that answers your question. Ash bantered back, giving a larger smile. Red sighed. Never did have good word choice. Well, yes, I have a very important question to ask. You. But I have to tell you, how you answer will define what I think of you as a person. Are you sure you want me to ask? Red said. Dot. Yes. Ask your question. Ash resolved that not answering the question would be just as bad as answering wrong. Red shot a steely gaze at Ash and asked the question that would define life for all beings, the question that would result in an international crisis, the question that there was no wrong answer to. Ash. Ember. Rowan Island, between Hoenn and Sinnoh. Unspecified time. Well, I'm back. Artie. Good to see you. Come over and give me a hug. Pervert. Thanks Molt. He's got some nerve though. Asking me for a hug. After that. What happened that got your feathers in a ruffle? I told you about Manaphy hitting me. So much air no water cold evil whale dash. Yeah. Anyways, there's a strong storm going on over NThe. Peak's covered by almost 20 feet now, and it's only getting deeper. So. Who lives on NThe? I do. Other than you molters. Red. Darkrai. When did you get here? Cresselia invited me. Dot. Okay. But yeah, Red's gone. Last I heard, he was headed for Viridian. Course Giratina thinks that it's a trap and Red's really just trying to trick us and capture us one at a time. Paranoid much? Always. Who was at the meeting that you crashed? Weather, Tempest Spatium Umbra, Yin Yang, Shalebi, and Arceus. So. You have a tape of the beating? Ray gave me one. Jirachi, could you be a dear and get us a TV? Pallet Town. Ash. Red started, turning away from the boy next to him. Would you be willing to dash? A low growl interrupted him. Ash sweat dropped and laughed sheepishly as Red almost face-faulted, turning crimson. Red shook his head, deciding to procrastinate for a while longer, instead saying, well, I guess that can wait. How about lunch? Red exited the room, headed to Oak's kitchen to make a bit of food, having become rather skilled after living on top of a mountain for years. Ash stayed behind for a few minutes, looking at Pikachu, who was now sleeping, barely a scratch on him. But how? Pikachu was hurt really bad earlier, so how did Red heal him so quickly? It would have been dangerous to use a potion or something else on Pikachu when he was hurt so badly, so what did Red do? Ash, still holding Pikachu, stood up shakily, feeling pins and needles in his legs after sitting for so long. After a quick glance around the room, Ash left, starting to smell food. Red looked fairly disgusted, or at least that was what the expression on his face most likely was, caught between amusement and horror. He had never seen anything eat like that before, and he owned a Snorlax and a couple other Pokemon that ate like one. But this monstrosity, was beyond belief. Ash had just eaten his body weight in less than a half hour. Do you always eat like this?" the unshakable Red stammered, mentally tallying up the cost of the meal. "Carry the one. Then add in the cost of the berries. 25% more for restaurant. Plus tip. Over $500. Holy Arceus." "Nah," Ash replied with a smile on his face, while Red visibly relaxed, realizing that he wouldn't go broke. He twitched a bit when Ash continued, "I only eat this much when the food's this good. You could give my mom and Brock a good run for their money." Red internally broke down in sobs, Chibi Red opening his wallet and seeing flies. The blow was made all the worse when he realized that he had just been told that he was almost as good at cooking as a gym leader and a housewife. He had made food for a trope of Pokemon every day for 5 years. Where did he go wrong? "I'm honored to be counted in their ranks," Red said diplomatically. "Is this Brock the Pewter City gym leader?" Ash sat up, surprised. "Yeah. He's a really good friend of mine, and a great cook. He says that it comes from having to feed his younger brothers and sisters for a long time, though." Red felt his shattered pride be slightly repaired. After all, both of them had quite a task to cook for, Brock for many hungry siblings and Delia for that. Red stood up, watching the Pokemon run across the professor's fields. He had always enjoyed being in Pallet, but there were serious matters to attend to. He beckoned to Ash and left the room, going to next room, the library. Ash followed, his smile shrinking a bit. "Ash. I want to ask you a question." "Yeah. Has anybody?" Red gulped. "Has anybody ever trained you?" "Well, not really. I mean, some people tell me how I can get better and give me tips, but nobody ever taught me for a long time. Let me tell you a story." Red shifted, his eyes boring into Ash, subtly unnerving him. The red eyes were empty of all emotion, but were deeper and more scarred than any others Ash had ever seen. Ash mutely nodded. "Once, there was a boy who caught a young Pokemon. He trained that Pokemon for a while and eventually grew stronger. One day he met something that completely overpowered him, making him seek a way to improve. He made a mistake as he did so, but fixed it and gained a friend and a mission. On his travels with his friends he caught many more Pokemon, becoming stronger and stronger. He made enemies of a group that was trying to take over and was extremely powerful. But he also made 2 friends, who had both come from his hometown and were also on their own journeys. Their paths clashed a few times, but they became friends and rivals." Red paused, his eyes changing slightly. Was that sadness Ash saw? The boy grew and so did his rivals, until they met again at the Pokemon League. All 3 made the semi-finals, and one of them achieved her dream there. The other 2, who had known each other longer, fought in the finals. The battle was hard fought, but with teamwork, the boy beat his rival and won the league. Red closed his eyes. He seemed to be about half over. The boy was overjoyed, and continued to become stronger with his friends. He made new friends, including... Well, that doesn't matter. The boy continued on his dream, until he had reached the top. He was indisputably the best, with his rival friends as some of the best as well. The boy defeated the group that threatened the world and made them weak, with another preventing them from rising later. His 2 rivals had grown strong, and they took their own apprentices, teaching them all that they knew, and they became outstanding trainers. The boy, however, did not find anyone who he felt would learn best from him. However, there was more for him and his friends. He had a traumatic event occur and he withdrew. He held his title, but did not want to see others. One of his rivals died, and the other he did not see again, but he wanted to. The boy grew up with his Pokemon, training himself and them to exhaustion. He very rarely left his place of seclusion, and he unlocked his own potential. He eventually left his home, however, and met somebody who he wanted to teach. Red looked up and opened his eyes, a fire burning in them that had not burned for almost 5 years. This was the time for Red to ask Ash a question. So what does this have to do with anything? Ash asked, clueless. Red fell onto his face. I am that boy, Ash. I want to ask you a question. Red stood, once again with fire burning in his eyes. Will you be my apprentice and let me journey with you, teaching you what I know and bringing out your potential? Ash sat, unable to speak. He remembered the man who had fought him earlier that day, the master trainer who had effortlessly beaten him. Was Red really asking to teach him? But, he said that lots of people wanted to be his apprentice. Why me? Because you have something that nobody else has. You have a spark that shines brightly, a spark of creativity and a will to do whatever you have to. Not to mention that you actually care for your Pokemon. That was something that all 3 of us decided was a prerequisite to become our apprentice. You wouldn't believe how many people don't care for their Pokemon, but are strong, Red replied. Ash looked up, startled. He hadn't meant to say the last part aloud. Heh. Don't faint on me, now. I still have a few things to say, but it looks like you have a few questions for me. Ask away. Red sat down and leaned back, waiting. Well, who are your friends? Ash stumbled over the words. Red frowned. Well, that's not really something that I like to talk about, since I haven't seen them for a long time. But my rivals were named Blue and Green. You said that one of them died. Who was it? Red looked down, wincing. What's with the questions all being ones I don't want to answer? The was Blue. Oh. Sorry. You didn't know. Keep going. You said you held a position. Could you tell me what it is? Red smiled slightly, happier with this question. My full title is Champion Red. I'm the champion of Kanto. Ash's jaw dropped comically, and his eyes bulged. He stammered nonsense for a few seconds before he interjected with, but Lance is the Kanto champion. Johto, and holds it for me while I'm on empty silver. Boo how? I'm sorry, I couldn't understand that, Red said, smiling under his breath. How many Pokemon do you have then? About 70. Okay. One last question, Ash said, calming down. He swallowed and said, how did you heal Pikachu? You could have heard a pin drop in the silence that followed. Red stood up and went to the window. He spoke without turning around. That's the question, isn't it? How did I heal Pikachu without any items and very little time? The answer is simple, although it may confuse you. Aura. Aura. I know about that. Ash choked out, shocked. Red whirled around, his eyes narrowing. How do you know about aura? And if you do, why aren't you surprised that I, a human, can use it? Red said, making Ash flinch. I know because I can use it too. Red was once again silent as the grave. Ash stared Red right in his red eyes, seeing nothing. What? Red shouted, making Ash fall backwards in his chair. Red continued, not noticing that Ash was on the floor. He already has similar Pokemon, now he has oral abilities too. So more we have in common, I suppose. Ash weakly called from the floor, help me. Red continued without paying attention, muttering to himself, becoming less and less intelligible as he went. Ash managed to pull himself off the floor, limping and holding one arm. Red span towards Ash without warning, inciting another fall. Where were you the night of April 26th? Red shouted, pointing a finger at Ash accusingly. It would have made a strange picture had anybody come into the room, a man in red, black, and white pointing at a guy on the ground who was lying on the ground. Alas, nobody did, so Red grabbed Ash by the shoulders and shook him back and forth. Or forth and back, which makes more sense when you think about it. Then Gary Oak entered the room, finding a strange man shaking his rival, who was foaming at the mouth. Unseen, Gary backed out of the room, vowing to never eat mushrooms again. It wasn't worth it. Red calmed down and let go of Ash, who, once again, fell to the floor. After waiting for Ash to regain his senses, stand up, and not look like a drunken sailor when he walked, Red asked Ash in a controlled voice, "Does this have anything to do with you saving the world?" Ash nodded dumbly, not trusting himself to be able to open his mouth and not release his lunch. "Sorry about shaking you. I sometimes break a bit when the universe throws bricks at my sanity." Ash had no response. "Oh make." Red opened his mouth to speak, asking Ash an important question. "Ash." Ash's stomach growled, interrupting him. Nevertheless, Red doggedly tried again. "Ash." Professor Oak popped in and told Ash that he was going out shopping. "Ash." A large explosion was heard outside. "Ash." The smoke detector went off. "Ash." A train rushed by. "Ash." A wall collapsed. "Ash." Delia poked her head in and reminded Ash to put on clean underwear. "Ash." Gary ran by screaming about evil mutant cyborgs. "Ash." A low-flying Articuno destroyed half the house. "Ash." Pikachu woke up and said, "Remember kids, what Murphy said, if something can go wrong it will. I add the Ash part, and it will go wrong spectacularly." "Ash." Hunter J came in and kidnapped Pikachu. "Ash." Charizard suddenly. "No. No more. I quit trying to do this." Red then received a painful iron tail to his groin, while Ash laughed. "Oh make two. Where all the people went. Citizens of Pallet Town. We have suffered for too long at the hands of the man in Kanto." A man shouted from atop a soapbox. The crowd roared. "We have been spit on. We have no attractions other than the lab, and since you can talk to Professor Oak on a phone, nobody comes here any longer." The crowd booed. "We don't have a gym. We don't have a Pokemart. We don't even have a Pokemon Center for Arceus' sake. But no more. Today we march on Indigo Plateau. Are you with me?" The crowd screamed. "Then let's go." The man was then crushed by a giant Snorlax. "You know what?" A random man said, prompting all to look at him, "Why do we need to have a lot of people come to Pallet?" Nobody had an answer. Preparations. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. Grab the girl. Yes, sir. We're at her cell. Keys. Here. Get up. We have some people who want to see you. What do you really want? Now, so mistrustful. But enough. No time for banter. Get up. Sir, I can't see anything. There are no lights in my cell. She's right. There was no need. Understood. Did I ask you if you understood? No, you should have just remained silent. Responding when it is not needed is wasteful of time, and you know how they respond to delays. Heh. Your 3 sentences took more time than his 1 word. Quiet. You're bringing me to the chair, aren't you? Dot. Thanks for the heads up. But why do they want me? I've been left alone for these past 2 years, why now? I would imagine that it's about the recent high alert that we've all been on. Shut up, you fool. Sorry, sir. What could I know about Red? Pallet Town. Red sat and watched Ash shake his head slowly, still disoriented from the event, if you will. But how does he know how to use aura? He doesn't have a teacher. And to just focus aura into the visible spectrum takes an incredible amount of energy. Even after training for a few years, I'm still not able to use aura constantly for more than about 30 minutes. Ash stopped shaking his head and focused his eyes on Red, who was still looking at him blankly. Ash opened his mouth to ask what Red was thinking about, but a small movement in his hair distracted him. Pikachu! Ash shouted, but Red didn't flinch, still lost in thought. You're awake. Pikachu yawned as he looked at Red. Pika Pi. Pikachu. Nothing, Pika. I'm just thinking. Red said, still not looking up. Ash looked startled as Pikachu blinked a few times. Apparently thinking that this was a dream, he yawned again and went back to sleep, still on Ash's head. Ash continued to stare at Red for a few more minutes, watching him. Red suddenly came out of his reverie, having decided on an acceptable course of action. Looking up at Ash, his eyes no longer glazed over, he couldn't help himself. He chuckled at the still, stunned look on his prospective apprentice's face. Do I have dirt on my nose? Wah, no. Ash shouted, causing Red to flinch, startled. Bit loud, aren't you? Red asked, digging in his ear, any reason you decided to try to make me deaf? But you. Ash mumbled, never mind. You sure? Yes. Okay, said Red, looking doubtful, but in any case. When are you leaving for Sinnoh? There's some things I want to ask you and I want to be on the same ship as you. Ash looked better, now that there was his journey being discussed. He replied, 10 a.m. tomorrow from Vermilion. What? Well, that makes things a bit trickier. You see, I wanted to see the places that you had your greatest adventures, Red replied, starting to pace. He suddenly brightened, as if he had an answer. I know. Just let me contact the ship's captain. Red ran off, leaving Ash with Pikachu. He's kinda odd, buddy. I mean, he's the champion but he left to go onto a mountain. He can use aura like me, when we were in the tree of beginning. Ash said absently, stroking Pikachu's back, before he suddenly shot up, something having occurred to him. Pikachu. Didn't Lucario say something about how using aura can cause you to become a crystal, like Sir Aaron did? If it does that mean that Red's going to turn into a crystal too? Ash sat there for almost an hour, just thinking about Red and talking to Pikachu, who had woken up again. It was a while before Red came in, looking much calmer than he had before and slightly smug. Ash wasn't sure if it was just his imagination or if it was really there, but there seemed to be a smirk on Red's face. Well, let's go to wherever you first saved the world, Ash, Red said, watching Ash, who stood up slowly. But how are we going to catch the boat, Red? It leaves at 10, and we'd have to travel to Johto, Ash asked, raising an eyebrow. It wasn't his favorite eyebrow, but it would have to do. We're going to fly. You have a Charizard, remember, and the captain said that we could land on the ship when we were nearby. Ash looked sheepish. I was kind of going to just bring Pikachu with me to Sinnoh. To get a new start, you know. Red's face went blank. What could possibly make him decide to do a thing like that? Ash, Red said aloud, his mind starting to get a bit angry, why would you want a new start? I was going to Ma Dash. Are you ashamed of your accomplishments? Well, no, B Dash. Do you want to be called weak, even after all that you've done here, Johto and Hoenn included? Do you enjoy being thought of as weak? I Dash. Do you want to not have your Pokemon go with you? Are you angry with them? Of course not, Bu Dash. Then why in Arceus' name would you go to a new region almost alone? What would you do if Pikachu got kidnapped or was injured? You'd be defenseless, and Pikachu could be badly hurt, if not killed. I don't know, Ash admitted in a very small voice, wondering how Red had come up with a counter-argument that he couldn't find any flaws in. How do you argue so well? Red raised an eyebrow, which resulted in said eyebrow looking like it was trying to escape Red's face. It's a part of being champion. I can explain more later, but to make sure we make the boat and see everything, we need to leave 5 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago. Yes. Now go get ready, bring a couple strong Pokemon with you. Charizard should be better by now. I'll get food and what we need to travel. I assume you're packed to go. Red said calmly, looking out the window. Yes. Then get moving, Ash. Go, go, go. Ash bolted out of the room, Pikachu hanging on to his shoulder for dear life. That's probably never going to get old. Wish I'd recorded it. Less than 20 minutes later, the duo were standing outside, Ash with 2 Pokeballs on his belt and his backpack. Delia and Oak were nearby, having just bidden them farewell and good luck. Ready to go, Ash? Red said from nearby, holding on to a Pokeball, where are we going first? Well, I thought we might want to go in the order that things happened, so we have to head to the Orange Islands first, Shamouti Island, Ash said, looking behind himself at Red. There was a faint feeling that he was missing something, that he was wrong, but it was quickly shaken off. After all, it wasn't likely that he would forget about a life-or-death experience, was it? Not quite, Ash. You've forgotten something, came a voice from behind the 2 trainers. Whirling around, both of them exclaimed at the same time one word, upon seeing a figure in a tattered brown cloak standing on a rooftop. Mewtwo. Mewtwo's tail. Unspecified location. Past. So. This is NThe then. Yes. This is my home. Thank you, Tyros. I would have eventually found this, but you made it much swifter. No problem. Any reason you decided to come here? Mewtwo. Okay, Mewtwo. I came to see a friend. Who? What is left from a forest after molters? Huh. Dot. So. You're leaving? Yes. Farewell. Adios. Ash. I look forward to seeing what you can do, how you have improved. Pallet Town. Mewtwo gave a slight, mocking bow, with a smirk on his cat-like face. Yes. It is I. Ash turned to Red, with a quizzical look on his face. How do you know Mewtwo? He asked, staring with an almost calculating look on his face. Of course, this was Ash, so it wasn't. Red gave a half-smile. Looks like I'm already rubbing off on him. Not sure if that's scary or normal. I met Mewtwo once on NThe. He said that he was there to visit a friend. And that friend was Ash, Mewtwo interrupted. Ash suddenly noticed that Mewtwo was speaking, not using telepathy. He voiced his observation, and Mewtwo smirked while Red raised an eyebrow. Yes. I can in fact speak aloud, Mewtwo said, or I can use telepathy. Okay. Ash said, still puzzled. In any case, I came to see you before you left, and was surprised to see Red with you. After all, how often do you see the only 2 trainers you truly respect, standing next to each other? Of course, I couldn't help overhearing, and when you said that you first saved the world on Shamouti, I remembered that I had not yet returned your memories of New Island. Ash stared at the cloned legendary. New Island? Yes, said Mewtwo, finishing in telepathy, remember. The events of New Island flooded Ash's mind, from his entrance to his death. Stunned, Ash could not speak, and thus listened as Mewtwo spoke, upon Red's request, of his life after Ash had saved him again. I left the lake confused and unsure. I did not know what it was that I wished to do, only that I had so much more to see. I knew that the sight of me would provoke constant attempts to capture me from professors and trainers, seeking to see if I was a true, legendary Pokemon. I am, but that does not matter. I set out across the land, searching for something. I was unsure what, but I knew that I would know once I saw it. On my initial travels, I saw much of Johto and Western Kanto, and in a small village, procured this cloak you see. It helped disguise me, and I enjoyed the feeling of not having to use psychic powers to create an illusion. I traveled through cities in Johto, before I heard a name that I knew. It was your name, Ash. Listening more closely, I saw a female gym leader discussing you with another trainer, saying that you had beaten her a few weeks before, and that you were heading for Blackthorn. I decided that you were worthy of watching, and so left for Blackthorn. When I arrived, I saw your Charizard winning against a dragon, the Pokemon of Clear I believe. You won that battle handily, and mentioned that you would be traveling to Silver Town for the Silver Conference. Thus I knew what my next destination would be. On NThe Silver I watched you compete. Your triumphs were glorious, and your defeat, although devastating, was still inspiring. I watched you leave, and so decided to continue to watch you in your leagues. On NThe Silver I met Red here. I mentioned that Team Rocket had created me, and gave a few details of my life. He reminded me of you, I suppose. From NThe Silver, I traveled to Hoenn, seeing more of the world. I watched your battle in the league there, and saw how you had improved. You were not much like the foolish boy who had come to New Island, but you were still the fool who had run between a high-power attack from you and me. I saw your determination, and how it served you well. I saw your loss, and though less improvement came of it, you still only lost to the one that won the league. I watched you compete in the battle frontier, your victories and defeats both. I was happy for you when you finally beat Brandon. I left, and learned that you would be traveling to Sinnoh next. I decided to go there also. And so I came here, and heard your talk to Red. I wish to offer to help you. I have been to many places, and can help you travel by my teleport. So let me know. Will you accept my help? Can I offer my services to you in your travel? Mewtwo finished and looked at Ash, who was still standing open-mouthed. Turning to Red, Ash seemed to regain his voice. Yeah. I guess you can. So this makes 3 of us. Ash said slowly, still shocked. Pikachu noisily objected, sorry, 4. So, I guess we go to New Island. Yes. Indeed, said Mewtwo, and the party was pulled through space towards New Island. The ruined island was a place that Mewtwo had never come back to, and Ash had only just remembered it. Reminiscence. Mewtwo's story, or the events of the first movie. Core. No time. It's unhealthy, this obsession of yours. You do this every time you enter one of these worlds. And you have never yet found a world where it is true. Shut up. You can't keep doing this. He is right. Core, old friend. Please, just shut up. Look, why not just do this world? I mean, no, he's not alive, but your old position exists. And you have to admit, it is intriguing. I mean, how often did Red come off his mountain in? Quiet. Now. Sorry. I'm just. My lady, you know what I told you. In all worlds where he survived, your friend did not. So all worlds where he survived fell. That's why I only look at newer worlds. That I don't know what happened to you. Where did the woman who fought the war with me go? Where is the lady who slew the force of all evil? Where is the girl who dash? I saw my first friend and brother die, remember? That makes twice that my brother died. If you knew there was a chance to save your parents, wouldn't you take it? My lady, your anger is reacting with. Calm yourself. Remember the exercises you taught me. Better? Yes. So will you go? New Island. Wah! Ash cried as he fell to the ground. Mewtwo smirked as Red turned to him, his face not betraying the emotion he felt. You can teleport others against their will or without consent? Red inquired, his mind racing through the possibilities. If so, a short answer to one problem was found. Indeed. I in fact did so on this very island for the first time, Mewtwo answered, raising what is it, a paw? A hand to cut off Red, who had just opened his mouth to ask another question, and yes, I have used it in combat. It makes it much easier to beat a foe if they suddenly find themselves almost 2 miles underwater. How does placing them in the same space as water not cause a nuclear explosion? Red shot back smoothly, ignoring the groaning Ash. Poor Ash. He had been beaten completely, taken on as an apprentice to the strongest champion, shaken violently, gotten many memories back, and now had been dropped on his face. This had not been one of his best days, that would go to the feast that one year. Red started slightly as Ash's stomach growled, before he hung his head. He's going to make me use all my paycheck to feed him, isn't he? He groaned, already imagining the mortal blow that his poor wallet was going to take. Mewtwo chuckled before answering, no. Teleport is more of a substitution between the object and space that it goes into. For example, usually you teleport into the air, so there is no change in the place where you are, unless you do something like mountain to valley, but if that didn't happen there would be a popping noise that indicated the vacuum being filled. Mewtwo paused for a breath. He idly thought about how that was never necessary when he used telepathy, but discarded the thought. He enjoyed speaking. However, if you were to teleport something into a mountain, the place they teleported from would be filled with rock the same size and shape as the target, the place they teleported to would be empty as they entered. Doesn't stop them from suffocating, but no explosion, which is a plus. Red nodded, as Ash looked blank. Mewtwo sighed mentally, what was originally there is swapped for what you teleport in. Ash had an, oh, moment, as he stood up, Red looking around at the ruins of New Island. He wondered what had caused the massive hole in the battlefield, more of a crater, and why half the building seemed to be missing. He settled down, looking to Ash for the story. It promised to be interesting. Well, I suppose it all started when I got a letter from a Dragonite after I got the Earth badge. Ash starting off on the epic story that was Mewtwo Strikes Back, after I got that, which invited me to New Island for a battle with the world's strongest trainer, Misty, Brock, and me all left to go to the docks that were closest to here. However, I had already started an insane plan that was basically a massive storm to wipe away all life on the planet. Of course I hadn't thought the plan through and realized what would happen when the other legendary Pokémon realized what was going on. Thank Arceus that they had no idea until after the fact, Mewtwo interrupted, before telling Ash, and the correct form would be, Misty, Brock, and I. Ash made a face, showing that he didn't care about grammar, before he continued, yeah, there was a big storm going on and the harbor was closed. The lady there told us some story about the winds of water, and then we decided to go anyways, using water Pokémon to swim across the sea. Wait a second. You swam across the ocean in a hurricane that was blowing around, stirring up the sea, just to go to a battle? Red said. Ash nodded, sheepish looking back on it, wow. We really were the same when I was young. Ash blinked before continuing, so we managed to make it to the island and met this weird lady who was actually Nurse Joy. We were one of the only trainers to come there, but there were 2 others, but I forget their names. But we were waiting, and then the weird lady came back and announced that Mewtwo here was the strongest trainer and the strongest Pokémon ever. We didn't believe him, her. And then he fought one of us. Mewtwo won, obviously, and then he started to capture our Pokémon. I was running with Pikachu and grabbed the Pokeball that he had been caught in. Pikachu shuddered and made a face at hearing about how he had been captured in one of those little spheres of doom. Evil, evil little things. Yes, there was a habitat for Pokémon in there, but his had a hamster wheel. He was not some rat. Mewtwo looked apologetic as Pikachu gave an utterly adorable death glare at him. Ash went on, so I was taken down into the basement and there were these weird machines, and they created clones of everybody's Pokémon. It cloned Pikachu, but I managed to blow up the machines and free everybody. Then we created an exit and I led everybody out. Let me tell you, it was one of the best entrances I have ever seen, Mewtwo said after explaining what had happened while Ash was in the basement, coming out of the dust, with an army of Pokémon. That was a good way to start a battle. Okay. But going on, all the Pokémon fought each other and Mew fought Mewtwo, and they were about even. Oh, and I got thrown up there, Ash said as an afterthought, pointing about 50 feet up the ruined building. Red stared. You were thrown that high up, Ash nodded. You were not injured, another nod. How? A shrug. Ash, after thinking a bit, went on with the story. So Mewtwo and Mew were fighting each other, and all the Pokemon were fighting their clones. I didn't see a reason for it, and I saw that Mewtwo was trying to kill Mew, so I ran between the attacks. Then I don't know what happened. You died, Mewtwo said simply, looking away. Ash opened his eyes wide, his jaw dropping comically. Red was struggling to contain his emotions in shock. So you committed suicide by Legendary? I think that's the most impressive form of self-caused death I've ever heard of, Red said simply, not knowing what to feel. Shock that his apprentice had died. Curiosity as to how he was here. Anger at Mewtwo for killing said apprentice. Fear that he had taken a ghost as an apprentice. Ash had no such dilemma. He just glared at Red for his joke. I was stunned at the fact that Ash, a human, had just killed himself for others. It made me start to leave that darkness. And when all the Pokemon started to cry, clones and originals alike, I had a sudden change. I realized what I had done, and I revulsed myself, more than I hated Giovanni. So I was happy when Ash was revived from the tears. Red raised an eyebrow. Revived from tears? Isn't that a legend in Johto? How everybody died from a disease and they were revived from the tears of a few remaining Pokemon. But Ash came back to life from the tears of Pokemon. Really? WTF? Man. Ash looked confused, wondering what that meant. Ignoring that, Ash woke up and I decided to leave. Since I didn't want them to remember what had happened, to protect myself and their sanity, I erased their memory and set out with all the clones and Mew to find a new life where I could live in peace. Of course, that didn't work out so well. But that can wait. Red, thinking over what Mewtwo and Ash had said, slowly nodded. Well. That was an interesting tale. And how old was Ash? 11. Impressive. Well, you had a happy ending after all. Good for you. Ash saved the world, you got a new chance at life, and Fluff reigned supreme. What next? Ash face faulted. Why you really just say that and want to move on? Mewtwo asked, incredulous. Red nodded, before turning to Ash, who was lying on the ground. Poor abused brain cells. Ash, what Pokemon other than Pikachu did you bring? Huh? Oh. Charizard and Sceptile, 'cause they're strong and I thought we'd need .to. Fly. Oh. Yes. Didn't you say that Charizard wanted to stay in the valley? We can leave him there once we get to Johto, but first we go to Shamouti. Red cried, hit it Mewtwo. Lugia's song. Or the power of one with commentary and a battle. Unknown location, presumed Shamouti. Future. Disturb not the harmony of fire, ice or lightning, lest these titans wreak destruction upon the world in which they clash. Though the water's great guardian shall arise to quell the fighting, alone its song will fail, and thus the earth shall turn to ash. O chosen one, into thine hands bring together all three. Their treasures combined tame the beast of the sea. The Shamouti prophecy, huh? The Shamouti prophecies. What? It refers to two separate events. The first is the one with the really bad pun in it, the second is the world we live in. That I don't get it. You know the events of Lugia's song, correct? Oh. So the pun is that Ash is a name. Dot. Sore spot. Dot. Well. What's the second prophecy? I can only see one. I can translate it. Do not disturb the balance of the water current, or the titans will wreak destruction upon the world that once clashed. Though their guardian shall try to stop them, he shall fail alone, and shadows will rule the earth. To quell the three, one must bring the orbs. Together they shall fight the beast on the sea. That refers to the three titans. Land, sea, and sky. What of the fourth? Shadow has that one. So. Where do you think we are? No idea. Well, we're somewhere in the Orange Islands. Big help. Shamouti. Ash stumbled a bit as they appeared a few feet above the ground, but managed to protect his poor, abused cranium. Then his success turned to failure as a giant bird creature tapped him on the shoulder. Red raised a single eyebrow. Hi. Welcome to Shamouti Island. I'm Carol and I'll be your host today. The thing spoke, grabbing its head. Ash suddenly had a moment of clarity. I remember this. Wasn't it when we last came here? There was. The bird person pulled off its head just as Ash remembered that they were just costumes. Yes, Ash was, still, a little slow. Red, however, was not surprised. Wait, I remember what's going on. Ash exclaimed, a metaphorical light bulb flashing on. Red turned to Ash, his expression somewhere between incredulous and blank. Leaving Ash in the dirt where he had fallen, Red walked off with Carol, Mewtwo sparing Ash one look before following. Hey. Wait for me. Ash caught up to the three people in Carol's house, a smallish building with a, seemingly, thatched roof. Since it had started to rain about halfway to the house, Ash was soaking wet. As he sprinted in, trying to not get wetter than he already was, Carol shot him the look, hey. Dry yourself off before you come in. Grumbling, Ash complied somehow. Meanwhile, Carol made some tea while Mewtwo and Red talked. You didn't seem at all shaken by the odd costumes, Mewtwo remarked, fishing for a topic. Red closed his eyes and sat back before replying, I know all about the Legend Festival. Was invited to take place in it almost 6 years ago, but Green did it instead. Why didn't you compete? I thought you would want to, considering who you are, or were. I didn't want to, but Green did and so did Blue. Had a big fight about it, if I remember correctly. Carol came back, setting down a tray of teacups. Yeah, that was an impressive battle. It was the year before I became the festival maiden, so I remember it pretty well. The girl, Green, used that Blastoise and Blue used a Charizard. Yes. But still, it was a good finish. Hydro cannon against that massive flamethrower. Blue only lost because the flamethrower made it start to rain. He couldn't look at Green for weeks. Red chuckled, letting down his guard a little. Of course, Ash chose this moment to barge in, having made himself drier. Pikachu jumped out from under his jacket and shook himself. Very little water came off his body, and Ash turned slightly green. Red, closing himself off again, beckoned Ash to join the three of them. So, here we are on Shamouti. Could you tell me now about the adventure you had here, which you couldn't do on New Island? Ash flinched, a bit ashamed for causing Mewtwo to have to teleport them all the way from East Kanto here. Mewtwo looked up from the tea he was drinking, staring a hole in Ash. I'm not angry with you, Ash. I feel happy that you were willing to let me come with you here. I know of the call that occurred, if I have the time right, but I too would like to know what exactly happened. Ash looked up, wondering why neither Red nor Carol had reacted, figuring out that Mewtwo had both read his thoughts and used telepathy to communicate. Before answering Red, Ash grabbed his own cup of tea. Taking a sip, he opened his mouth, and slam. Hey, Carol, I'm home. It really pouring out there. Who are you? 3 guesses who that is. And what she just saw. Melody. How many times have I told you not to slam the door? One day, you're going to break it, and Carol started to rant before being cut off by Melody, for that was who had just walked in. Yeah, break the door, pay for a new one, big trouble, cucumbers, but you didn't answer me. Who? Melody pointed to Ash and company, are they? Carol obtained a nice angry vein in her head that started with the interruption, stopped briefly, before coming back full force. Ash looked at the girl, suddenly realizing who she was, and of course had to announce it to everybody. Melody? Is that you? Huh? Do I know you? Ash face faulted, before miming as he again attempted to concuss himself. Melody looked worriedly at Ash, before it hit her. Ash? Correct, Mewtwo put in before taking another long draught of tea. This is really exceptionally good. Maybe I can learn to make it. As Mewtwo schemed, ideas from asking to kidnapping and Grand Theft Auto running through his head, Melody's face slackened, and she dropped the part of Ash that she had helped pick up off the ground. It was his arm. Ash. Oh Arceus, I'm so sorry. She said, grabbing Ash's head and lifting it off the ground, while Ash and Red prayed. One that the head would be dropped, the other that it wouldn't. It wasn't, and Red's face showed slight dejection before going into its normal unreadable expression. After Ash was sitting down, a bandage on his head, Red turned to him, draining his cup. Well, how about you tell me exactly what happened here now, before we get any more unfortunate surprises. Tell me about Lugia, and the other events of Shamouti. Ah. Okay. But how did you know about Lugia? I didn't think I told you about that yet. Ash groaned, looking longingly at his tea. Red pointed to Mewtwo, who was carefully crafting a plan to abduct Carol. Who cared if Melody needed her? He needed his tea, damn it. Speaking of which, Mewtwo poured himself more tea. Ash rolled his eyes, causing him to wince. Note to self, do not roll eyes at Red. He will punish you. Well, okay. See, it all started when we were brought here by the captain of our ship, I think her name was Marul, when the Legend Festival was about to start. Marin. What? Her name is Marin, not Marul. But yeah, it was 4 years, 5 and a week, ago. Okay. Anyways, Tracy, Misty, and me were all going onto the island when we were greeted by all the people wearing those costumes. We got introduced to Carol and Melody was the festival maiden, who's the most important person in the whole festival. She plays the dash. Yes, she plays the flute. I know about the festival, I was here for the one about 6 years ago. 7 I suppose, Red interrupted, not wanting a long explanation, before turning to Carol and Melody, whom he had noticed was wearing the ceremonial garb of the maiden. Is the festival going on now, because I noticed that you have everything ready for it. Melody raised her head from the table, where it had been buried inside her arms, almost. Believe me, if you had come at just the right time it would have been like something from a bad story. Nobody ever comes to a place just as something happens in real life. But no, it's next week. Little Miss Perfect, she jerked her head at Carol, who looked sheepish, insisted on rehearsal. I don't need it, I've been doing it for almost 5 years. Next year I get to stop, she promised. Ash sweat dropped, wondering if he should just continue. In the mind debate, Continue grabbed Stop, smashed his head against the ground, and threw him out the window. Well. After they told me that I was going to be the champion, we had some food before I set out to go get the spheres, the treasures. I started over at Fire Island, got the sphere, and then had Zapdos come down with Team Rocket. Pikachu talked to Zapdos, and told us that Moltres was gone. Then this giant airship of doom came down, captured Zapdos and us, and took us up into it. He stopped as Red whispered something that sounded like, giant airship of doom. After a brief glare, Ash continued, the airship was owned by this weird guy named Lawrence III. He said that he was going to capture all the legendary birds, how he was a collector, and then he put us down with Moltres and Zapdos in cages. We decided to break out after Melody read this prophecy, but I forget how it goes. Disturb not the harmony of fire, ice or lightning, lest these titans wreak destruction upon the world in which they clash. Though the water's great guardian shall arise to quell the fighting, alone its song will fail, and thus the earth shall turn to ash. O chosen one, into thine hands bring together all three. Their treasures combined tame the beast of the sea. Melody quoted, blushing. She quickly shot her head back into her arms, remembering what else had happened on the island when Ash was there, between him and her. Bad melody. Bad thoughts. Yeah. And well, Ash flushed, embarrassed at the next part. We figured out that the world will turn to ash part meant me. There was a few seconds of silence before Red and Mewtwo reacted. Red burst out laughing harder than he had in the past 5 years and Mewtwo did a spit take. He managed to use his psychic powers to stop his Preciouses from falling, though. Why you mean that the prophecy used your name as a pun? Wahahaha. Oh Arceus, make it stop. Red croaked out, laughing under the table. Ash turned bright scarlet, wishing he had a hole to die in. After Red had composed himself, Ash went on, shaken, we broke out Moltres and Zapdos, and made the ship crash on Lightning Island, where I got the next sphere. We got carried by a storm to Shamouti, where we met Slowking, who told me to go get the last sphere to help stop the fighting between Moltres, Zapdos, and Articuno, and then Lugia appeared. We rushed towards Ice Island, Lugia protected us, and then Team Rocket helped us get there. We got the ice sphere, and Lugia started to fly us back to Shamouti. Team Rocket helped us again by letting go of Lugia when the weight was too much, and we kept going. Then Lawrence's ship tried to capture Lugia, but failed, but we both were knocked out. Lugia fell into the sea, but Misty and Tracy helped me get back to Shamouti. The birds were all unconscious, and I put the last sphere in the shrine. Then Melody played the song, waking up Lugia and healing the birds. They were all calm, and Lugia brought me flying on his back with the other birds. We stopped this giant current of water, and then we landed and Lugia left. I met Mom and Professor Oak, we talked, and then, well. Melody kissed me again, Ash blushed and Melody disappeared. Red sat back, idly processing what he had heard. He knew about the unrest among the Pokémon, but this was the cause. Well, Ash, you seem to have a knack for getting into trouble. Heh, well at least life will never be boring again. Red got up, watching the rain outside stop. Mewtwo was drinking tea and contemplating his scheme, Carol was attempting to keep up with Mewtwo's tea obsession, Melody was unconscious. And Ash was watching him, Pikachu asleep on his shoulder. After a while, seeing the darkening sky. Red interrupted Mewtwo, Ash, Carol, would you be opposed to us staying the night? Unless Ash's next stop includes a place with a hotel, I don't think we're going to get better. Mewtwo looked up as Ash and Carol nodded, Melody already asleep. Or was she still unconscious? Will there be more tea? At Red's nod and Carol's mutter of, why don't I just tell him how to make the tea? Mewtwo moved quickly and got down at Carol's feet, begging, oh, divine make of the holy tea, teach your humble servant in your ways. I do swear to pay you back 100, nay 1,000-fold. Carol, Ash, and Red all sweat dropped, before Red went outside to sleep and Ash went to the nearby couch. It was a long night, where Mewtwo could not sleep. Next day. Well, let's go. Ash shouted, ready to start. Red and Mewtwo both nodded, awake for 2 hours and all night, respectively. Tea had much caffeine, and considering the quantity that Mewtwo had consumed it. Yeah, that would be an interesting addition. An insomniac legendary. Far away. The boy sneezed. He had a desire to kill a hot author who wrote extraordinary stories with his sand, and couldn't explain why. Mother. Wants your blood. Shamouti. Wait. The cry interrupted Mewtwo, who thanked all that was good that he hadn't started teleporting. Bad things happen to good people. Ash turned around, seeing Melody with 2 Pokeballs in her hand running at him, wearing jeans and a t-shirt. Her hair was a mess, and she had evidently just woken up. She continued, puffing for breath at Ash's feet, I want to battle you. I decided to become a trainer after you left, and this is a good way to test myself. Ash looked at Red, who shrugged. This will be a double battle, with the first one to knock out one of the other's Pokémon being the winner. Red cried, from the edge of the makeshift Pokémon field, each trainer will only be allowed to use minimal commands, to test their Pokémon skills. 2. Trainers ready. Begin. Sceptile, Pikachu, I choose you. Ash cried, not wanting to use Charizard because he assumed that Melody would own mostly water-type Pokémon. Rhydon. Pelipper. Let's get going. Melody shouted, smirking a bit. He had fallen for her trap, using a grass and an electric type. Now all she had to do was. Okay, Rhydon, fall back. Throw rocks and avoid Sceptile. Pelipper, take on both of them with wing attack and water gun. Rhydon dug underground, reappearing at the far end of the battlefield before pulling up rocks, as Pelipper's wings started to glow and he charged Sceptile. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Sceptile, Bullet Seed. Sceptile opened his mouth, a stream of glowing seed striking Pelipper, who continued on, but Thunderbolt was a different story. It suddenly shot over to Rhydon, causing no damage to either Pokémon. Melody smirked, seeing an opening. Rhydon hurled a plethora of small, sharp stones at Sceptile while Pelipper struck hard with wing attack. Sceptile flinched back, feeling the hits while Pikachu grit his teeth at his uselessness. Both Pokémon got up close to Pelipper, using quick attack and leaf blade to strike as both were constantly hit by the rocks from Rhydon. The battle was harsh, but Sceptile was starting to weaken, having more hits that were more powerful than Pelipper. Now. Rhydon, Earthquake and Pelipper, Hurricane. The shaking of the ground caused a large amount of damage to Pikachu and Sceptile, while the hurricane brought Sceptile to the brink of fainting. Suddenly, as Pikachu protected Sceptile, per Ash's orders, Ash snapped his eyes open, having closed them after the Hurricane-Earthquake combo. Watching Pikachu and Sceptile, Ash realized that it was unlikely that Lightning Rod would work if Rhydon was underground and using his horn, but that would only leave enough time for one Thunderbolt, not nearly enough to beat Pelipper. It would have to be some sort of combo. Remembering the events of his battle against Trico, he remembered one part, how electricity doesn't affect grass types as much. Sceptile, Bullet Seed at Rhydon. Pikachu, charge up a Thunderbolt. Sceptile sent his wrath in the form of Bullet Seed at Rhydon, but was disappointed when it missed as Rhydon fled underground. He suddenly realized what Ash's plan was as he heard a shout for Leaf Blade. Charging his strongest attack, he touched it to Pikachu, watching the glowing blade turn a golden-green color, with sparks of green and yellow electricity dancing over it. He charged at Pelipper, who was as shocked as Melody, and leapt into the air, feeling the Thunderbolt start to hurt him. He slashed downwards, quickly as he could, and Ash watched, elated that his plan had worked. A giant bolt of green and gold lightning erupted from the site of the collision, and Sceptile was hurled back into Ash's arms, who watched as Sceptile gave a weak thumbs up. Mission accomplished. Sceptile said, before going slack but not fainting. Melody watched as Rhydon emerged from the ground, having felt the force of the explosion, and Pelipper fell to the ground with swirls for eyes. She winced, realizing that she had just been badly beaten, but still amazed at the concept of using moves like that, not just as a combo but as a single move. She whispered softly, inspired by the attack, Shikugo Baruto. Condensed Bolt. Hey, they are Japanese. Red shot her a look, realizing that she had just named the attack. Red smiled, not smirked, not sneered, but grinned in happiness at his apprentice's attack. He had been in a tough situation, but had pulled through. He was looking forward to teaching the kid how to create combined attacks. He remembered his first, and most powerful, Thunderfall. He whispered, going back to his tournament. That was a great move. Good work, Ash. After both Ash and Melody had gotten their Pokémon healed, using a few of the berries found on the island, it was time for Ash to depart with Mewtwo and Red. Saying their farewells, the trio departed in a burst of white light. Just as they finished leaving, Carol ran out of the house, a vein twitching in her forehead. That Mewtwo stole all my tea. She shouted, startling Melody. Sheesh, sis, you need to calm down. It's just tea, right? Oh make. GTT, Grand Theft T. The T. It shall be mine. Mewtwo cackled as lightning flashed behind him. First I shall grab her, and sail on the boat to the nearest island. We will be hunted, but I shall not stop, for to stop is to die. There, on the island, I shall carry her, going through the jungle to lose them. We will then have to get to the chopper that I placed on top of the mountain. Along our quest, she shall learn that she loves me, although I am but a Pokemon clone, and as we get to the top of the mountain, I shall be shot. I will tell her to get to the chopper, while our followers' leader will tell her to come back and that they will kill me. Instead, she will grab me, and fly the chopper with skills she doesn't have, getting us far away from the madness. We will live a life alone, marry, have 2 children, and have tea every day for the rest of our lives. Our story will unfold into a full television drama, and after years of living alone, the government will find me, and convince me to help them catch a terrorist, or else they will take away my family. I will succeed in capturing the terrorist, and learn that he was really Carol's ex, and is trying to kill everyone to get her back. I reason with him, before giving it up and shooting him, sending his cold body to the bottom of the Arctic. Then I shall retire, watch my kids and wife grow old, and die happily with my wife after having tea one last time with her and my large family. My son shall have a harem of everyone who is female whom he meets. Mewtwo was interrupted by Ash, who looked a bit freaked out. Bro? You would really go that far to get TA? I mean, wow. You really thought that out? Yes. Where is my sweet? I can hardly wait to start our new life. She ran away when you said she fell in love with you. Melody. When you said you were a clone. Red. He lasted most of the way, actually. He fled when you said you would kill Carol's ex. So you are the only one who stayed. Dude, Arceus came down and left when you got to the part about the government. Illusions of the Unknown. Or. The events of Pokemon, the 3rd movie. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. Tell us what you know. Now. What else is there? Heh, it's not like you can do anything else to me. Where is she facing? Finn. Sir, I believe that she is suffering from being kept in near total darkness with a reduced amount of human contact for the past 2 years. Can we just kill her? Sis, it wouldn't be a challenge. Why bother? We can test her. Or we could do that on somebody competent. Quiet. Now. Sir, but Dash. One can hide, but you can be found if you speak. Do you remember? Sir. Ah, so honeymoon's over. How old Sai doing? Or girls? How's Jay? Heard that she's been doing well, and going for legendary Pokemon now. You know what happened to the last person to do Dash? Shut up, girl. You have no idea what you're talking about. I'll kill her. Impudent little brat. Why did we call for her anyways? Silence. So then. Explain why Red would leave and Silver, number 152. Number 152. Who's number 151? He died, little girl. So unless you want the same fate. So I'm the 152nd prisoner. I suppose I should feel lucky. Imagine if I were number 69. Answer the question. Well, I haven't seen Red in the past 5 years. Maybe he wanted a burrito? I imagine that they don't grow very well on empty silver. I'll say. They only seem to grow in that part of Unova, where. Do you need to be gagged? Shutting up now. Good. Answer seriously, or else. Fine. Red always did like tacos, maybe he invented a new kind and wanted to tell the world. Rhyperior. Well. Answer me. Sir. I think she's unconscious. Either that or dead. She's alive. I can see her heart beating. Those goggles of yours are creepy. Why do you need to see vital organs? They don't really move much. I'm an assassin. We have stuff like that. Greenfield. Ash collapsed in a heap, after, you guessed it, landing on his head. Again. Oddly enough, he didn't lay on the ground miming this time, instead sitting up and saying, "Hey, where are we? I would guess that we're near that castle place, but I never learned the name." Red turned to him, shook his head, and turned to Mewtwo. After exchanging a brief glance, Red sighed and turned to Ash, saying, "I believe that the name is Greenfield." Ash sat up, rubbing his head and glaring at Pikachu, who was rolling on the ground, seemingly laughing. The mouse had escaped the fate of falling on his head that Ash had suffered, and would again. Ash started suddenly, starting to actually hear laughter, but after turning to Red, who was conversing with Mewtwo, Ash looked at Pikachu. He asked Red, Red? You know how I had that battle with Melody? Well, after it, I thought I heard Sceptile say something. And? I would be surprised if he hadn't, Red retorted, barely looking away from Mewtwo. I mean, I thought I could understand what he said. Normally, all movement of Red stopped. The gears appeared to be broken, and Ash was not the person to fix them. Considering the damage to his own gears, it was likely that any and all attempts would result in Murphy's Law. With the Ash Amendment, when it does go wrong, it will blow up. It will also blow up if things go right. After Mewtwo got tired of watching Red become a statue, he sighed and smacked Red upside the head, floating away as fast as he could, not wanting to die. Red shot a massive pulse of aura in Mewtwo's general direction, or where it used to be, and created a little trench. About 10 feet deep. And 20 feet long. Okay, he created a medium-sized trench, gash, in the Earth's surface. Any and all plants in that area dies. After recovering, and getting Mewtwo to agree that he would never touch him again, to which Mewtwo replied that he would not dream of approaching that sacred personage that is Master Red, champion of all mortal beings, equal of Arceus. Ash learned a new trick that could be used with aura that day. Red approached Ash, who backed away, not wanting a repeat of the events in Oak's lab. Why didn't you tell me earlier, and what makes you remember now? Ash gulped, not wanting another overload. Well, I kinda. Why see? I didn't. Think of it. Yeah. I didn't know. And well. Pikachu. Kinda. Laughed right now. And I understood him, Ash said hesitantly, backing away from Red as one would back away from a wildebeest that had rabies. Red's mouth hung open in a rare display of emotion. I've been showing more emotion in the past 3 days than I have in the past 3 years. What the hell? Red noted, with some anxiety. To Ash he said, well, yes. It would seem that hanging around me has started to really activate your aura, so you can understand certain Pokemon. The best Pokemon would be powerful ones that you have a strong emotional bond with. In fact, Red looked at Pikachu, who was slowly starting to recover from not having oxygen for a few minutes. I was surprised that you didn't understand Pikachu before now. I don't understand. Why does having another person who has aura help yours? Why doesn't everybody have aura then? It's a requirement that all champions have at least a basic understand of aura, which is why Wallace is considered a provisional champion, since he can neither use, nor sense, aura. But to answer your question, aura can only be awakened if you encounter one who can use aura fairly well. For example, you awoke your aura when you encountered a Lucario in the Kingdom of Rhoda. Yes, we'll have to go there. But still, that was the first time you used your aura. From that, you managed to use aura a small amount, which is incredible considering that you only encountered it once. That, theoretically, Red paused, looking pained, means that you have a massive aura potential and aura reserves. That is typically a sign of the chosen in considering that you've saved the world a few times. Well, it's not always a good thing to be a chosen one. They typically die, in fact not one has ever not died, although some could have lived forever. Ash's jaw dropped somewhere around finding out that he was a chosen one, and he turned a purplish color and fell backwards at hearing that he would probably die. Yes, he did hit his head again. Mewtwo, Red called, as the trio and Pikachu trudged up the hill that lead to the small town, can you try to sense tight bundles of aura out in the fields and nearby? I would do it, but they're probably very small and I can't focus and walk. In addition, I want to talk to Ash. Mewtwo nodded, closing his eyes as Ash furrowed his brow. What are you looking for, Red? Since I've been here before, I could tell you if it's here. Red shook his head, watching Mewtwo out of the corner of his eye, saying, they are called time flowers. A common misunderstanding is that they only exist around the tree of beginning in Rhoda, but that's false. They actually only grow when two powerful auras clash, which is why they only record significant events. He was cut off by Mewtwo opening his eyes and tapping Red's shoulder. I found one such aura signature very close to here, just outside the town. Red nodded, hurrying over with Mewtwo, leaving Ash behind to catch up. Time flowers. I know I've heard that term before. But where? Ash mused, not noticing that he was being abandoned. Well, Pikachu, looks like we've got a mystery. Great. Arceus knows that our mysteries never end in death, pain and horror. Pai. Pikachu muttered as he ran alongside Ash, who had finally noticed that he was being left behind. Starting, Ash paused an instant, and fell down the hill, passing Red and Mewtwo. Do you understand? Yes. Only truth can reveal what is worthy. Only ideals can lead one to search. Only limits can. Not limits. Absence. Yes. Absence can lead to quiet. We're being observed. By whom? Them, that accursed last fa, as. Sir, I belage, out leaven. Y101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010101010 0010111101. Ash wasn't tired, oddly, when the group had reached the abandoned shop. Of course, all the parts of the town had been abandoned, with a notice that said that the town was closed, as was the manor on the hill, along with an explanation of why. Apparently the town had been haunted by the ghost of an old fat lady, who had a shopping cart. Weird. Ash had taken the opportunity to explain the events that led him and his friends to go here, namely the flowers, by the time they reached their destination. Ash froze. He recognized this place. It was one of his worst memories, when he had been helpless. And worse, there were other complications. He turned to Red and asked, Red? When can we leave? I mean, I don't want to be here. Red glanced at Ash, who was shaking in place and clenching his fists. His face was screwed up, and he looked to be in almost visible pain. Just a few minutes. After all, there's the time flower, Red said, pointing to said object that was a few feet away. The group, Ash hesitantly so, his subconscious having already figured out what was going on, worried about the flower. The crystalline object seemed to fill him with dread, as if all experiences with it had been and would be painful. Ash had no idea how right he was. Red looked askance at the remainder of the trio, before speaking as he bent down to the flower, here we go. A azure glow lit up Red's hand, and the flower responded. Opening, the world changed. NThe came bounding up, leaping at the group. Delia got up. A conversation. What do you want? You will come with me. Ash watched as the dog's eyes lit up with an unholy light. The present Ash started to shake. There was nothing. Nothing. You are Mama. The woman fell onto the dog's back and he rose, facing the tower. Ash ran at NThe, shouting to let his mother go. He was knocked down. A single bound and Ash's mother was gone, kidnapped by a girl with a dangerous ambition. The real Ash broke. Screaming, he started to glow. His only wish. His wish. His ideal. His reality. It was not this. He refused to accept this. No. I will not. Cannot. Won't tell. Danger. Hurt. Pain. Fear. Legamus. A flash. Ash shouting that he was going after Delia. Flash. Climbing a crystal waterfall. He fell and an old friend grabbed him to pull him up. Nearby, Team Rocket was blasted away. Did they? Were they helping Ash go? Flash. Entering the castle. Covered in crystal, Ash and his companions saw a globe of unknown. How did they get here? Flash. Molly, sitting alone, manipulating tiles with unknown on them. A wish, made real by a disturbance. Flash. Molly, older than she should be, fighting Brock. Ash left, told to do so. He saw the result that he had never seen before. In an overwhelming display of power, she won. She followed the group, confronting Ash. Misty, his friend, fought her to help Ash. My friend. So she won again, destroying the leader. Flash. Delia and Ash. Flash. Charizard fighting NThe, the dragon losing to the falsified legendary. With blasts of sheer power, Ash understood. He knew. Why? Why he always felt that the trainer had to believe and help their Pokémon. Molly believed in NThe, and although the legendary was weaker than a reimage, it would have killed Charizard had Molly not stepped in. Flash. The unknown. Flash. An entrance into the portal. Flash. NThe disappearing. Flash. The unknown. Flash. A dimension, with a single large mass. Flash. The unknown. Flash. A pulse of energy from the unknown, devoid of all creation. Flash. The unknown. Flash. A being of absolute power. Fire and fighting. It stirred. This power. What was this being? Flash. A single eye. Raging against another. Hurt, loyalty. Vengeance. It would regain its strength and get its revenge. Flash. Ash was present. Red was present. It was present. So. Who are you? Ash? What's going on? 1 second we were seeing the NThe attack Delia, but then. I saw all sorts of things. Was that what occurred? Red asked, looking around. Red, where are we? Is this part of the time flower? I don't think this happened. Ash questioned, tears streaming from his eyes from the recollection. Well then. Have you awakened me? I thank you. I can finally act on my justice. But not yet. Red turned towards the being, the thing that was giving a feeling that was wrong. This anger and bloodthirstiness. It wasn't right. The first of the prodigal four started to speak, before being cut off. You remind me of a traitor. I will end him. Burn him, for taking what I. What are you doing here? I feel like I was just awakened, but that happened so long ago. It started those long 3 years past. Red, how do we leave? I don't. You wish to leave? I will help you, after all, you are the one who awakened me, the quadruped said, looking at Ash, analyzing him. The being flashed gold. Flash. The missing father of Molly, leaving the realm. Flash. Ash, Misty, and Brock, overlooking the flower fields, all the crystal gone. It's really beautiful, Misty said. I guess so. You were right, Misty, said the past Ash. Okay, guys. We need to find a place to sleep, Brock, the ever-thinking. The group left, preparing to find a place to stay, not knowing what they had done. Flash. Charizard leaving. Flash. Charizard, listening to Ash being in trouble. Wanting to help, he flew off. Flash. Molly with her mother and father, by a pond. Everything peaceful. Flash. Professor Oak, falling off a chair, hitting his head. Shattered glass. The group fell onto the grass, Red and Ash shaking in terror while Mewtwo was puzzled. He had sensed the time field being corrupted, but he didn't know what. Looking back over the final moments he remembered, he saw Ash begin to glow and then. Nothing. Only, nothing had ever broken through the limits on time flowers. That would be like giving somebody a mirror to the past and present to see everything. That would drive anybody mad. Looking at the two lying on the grass, Mewtwo contemplated whether or not that had happened to those two friends of his. Drinking his tea, which he had learned how to make in midair, he thought about what Red would be like if he had gone mad, and how badly Arceus would punish him. Figuring that it would be safer to be killed than to see inside their heads, Mewtwo waited. And waited, conversing with Pikachu after almost 5 hours had passed, and the duo were still shaking violently on the ground. In the end, the exploding time flower woke the two back up to reality. The flower, having been pushed beyond its limit, decided that enough was enough and blew up, creating a crater about a meter deep. Ash was bodily thrown into Red, having been lying on the time flower when it ceased to exist. Their lips locked. Oh, Arceus, poisoned. Red cried, kicking Ash in the spot where it hurts. Yes, the face. While Ash rolled on the ground, eating and spitting out dirt, Red frantically thought about how much the universe seemed to enjoy forcing yaoi on him, with Blue and now. He didn't enjoy it. After a few minutes of creating blackmail with Pikachu, Mewtwo helped Ash to his feet as Red shakily got up as well. A brief conversation ensued, resulting in a promise never to talk about this. Mewtwo smirked, thinking of his camera. He mentally thanked Rayquaza for giving him access to this Radio Shack. After eating, Red conferred with Mewtwo about the next destination, a small forest in Johto, before heading to NThe. As the group began to teleport, Ash caught sight of a few blurs, a yellow sparking one that left blackened grass behind it, a red blazing one that left dead grass, and a blue crystalline one that left withered grass behind it. The blurs paused for a moment, and Ash saw NThe, Raikou, and Suicune. He tried to call out, but he left, teleported by Mewtwo. So. He's the chosen one. NThe. Yeah. Bit weird if you ask me. Raikou. You have to look at him a bit more. I see him as most decidedly worthy. Suicune. All a matter of opinion. But did you see who was with him? NThe. Yeah. Red. So that's where he went. Guess we have some news for the next meeting. Raikou. Dot. All three dogs were silent. Promotion. Okay, we all know that Ash and Gary have been rivals since they were younger. But why? It was explained that Gary and Ash had a fight over a Pokeball, which they tied in. However, what if Gary was just a little harsher and luckier? What if Gary had flaunted his knowledge a bit more and managed to get the entire Pokeball? What happens? That's what I seek to answer. The story won't be posted for a good while as of writing this, September of 2012, but look for it. Title, Nothing to Everything. Pairing already decided. Challenge FIC. Get ready, Kanto. Ash Ketchum is coming back from working hard to be better than anyone else. Darker Ash, slightly based on Paul, powerful Ash, and throwing aside most of canon for fun. No bashing, at most a severe disapproval of Gary. But Ash doesn't know that, does he? Oh make. Red stared at Ash from the other side of the field. Ash had requested that he be allowed to battle Red again after he went on a journey to seek out something. Red was using Pika, while Ash used Pikachu. Red saw something off. Pikachu seemed to be overflowing with electricity, but Red discarded it. Pika, Thunderbolt. The bolt of lightning raced towards Pikachu, before Ash smirked. Pikachu, Volt Tackle. Pikachu exploded with power, the energy of a legendary Pokémon flowing through his body. Overpowered, the Thunderbolt yielded and Pikachu collided with Pika. Pika was blown back, knocked out. Red had lost. And the universe exploded, because the concept of Ash beating Red was so impossible that the universe could not exist. From above, Arceus watched. Really? How did that happen? We made sure that Ash could never beat Red. His companion shrugged. Well, we have two options. 1. Give up and die. 2. Turn Ash's life into a video game and see how well he does. Arceus ummed, but the first runs will be so boring. What are we gonna do? His companion produced a box of videotapes. I salvaged Ray's tapes of funny legendary Pokémon. And I have enough Buffy to last a lifetime. Buffy didn't go on for that long. I made my own tapes. Now this I have to see. Turn the kid into a video game. And so Ash was made a character in a video game. After Ash died within 5 years every time, the two decided to replace Ash with somebody much better. And that story has been chronicled, by a talented author. Read that story, or join us and watch Ray's tapes. The Twin Lakes. Or The Events of Shalebi, Voice of the Forest and Mewtwo returns. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. Lord Arceus. Everyone appears to be here. Yes. I will be there momentarily, after I gain feeling in my legs again. See? That's why we try to not mess with Giratina. Shut up, Kyurem. Hey. Q. Yes, Rom. How's Articuno? Heard that she was. You know. That devil is still angry at Kyogre. Yeah. Shirem's the same. Since he was going to lie, so she's been more vain than ever. Trouble in paradise? Yeah. You're a corpse, you wouldn't get why I stay. Just let me say that ideals aren't always the best thing to embody. See? Told you that you were getting the short end of the stick. You were a voice in our head. And Shiram said that ideals were better, not all changing like truths were. Lies. Everybody has a different ideal, and having to manage them when they clash. Worst job ever. I need to get something easy, like Ray has. No rival, just looking after two immensely powerful children. No. What, amigo? Where did you learn Spanish? I got Spanish, Shiram has French. But you avoided the question. I have some of our earlier memories. As one of the earliest legendaries, we remember the rebellion, led by him. The most terrifying being ever. Such power. That is my nightmare, the one Cress cannot purge. Darkrai. Hello, Kyurem. Oh, Arceus. Yes, because of his typing he was able to hurt Lord Arceus. Dot. 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 Wah. I'm such a horrible person. What have I done? Shalebi. Calm down. What happened? Jirachi. Shalebi. Why is Shalebi crying? I sent. I can't say it. Anybody have weed? What the hell, Jirachi? When did you start dash? It's for Shalebi. Like a pacifier for a baby, he shuts up. No. I do not have a weed or anything. I'm going to go now. Hey, I think that's Lord Arceus. I'm going to go see what's up. Shiram. Everybody hates me. Why do I have to deal with this? So, does anybody have something unusual to report? Yes, we three saw Ash catch him with get this red. There was a pulse of aura, and we saw a time flower explode, so we came over. It was enlightening. Dumb humans. NTI. What? Enough. Anything else? Yes. I have been traveling with Ash and Red, and wish to continue to do so. May I? Mewtwo. Certainly. Anybody else? I'm such a bad Pokemon. I deserve to die. Shalebi, if you don't tell me what's wrong, I can't help you. I think I know what's wrong. Is this about the incident in the forest yesterday? Don't tell anybody. Lord Arceus. Shalebi. Get back here. Kill you. Gethamof. Off. Ray. Yes. Can you tape this? I have been. I'm going to be so rich. I will kill the satellites. That you're weird, you know that, right? Arbaville. Red was sitting at the edge of the lake, staring at the sky. It was a sunny day, but he felt none of the sun's warmth. Ash was splashing about in the lake, but Red could tell from both his experiences at reading people and from his aura that Ash was worried. Terrified, even. But who wouldn't be? That was Arceus, right? But it was so empty. Not cold, but incomplete. That's what I get. And in a raging fury, Red continued to stare at the clouds, which were so bright and white, not at all like his emotions. Feeling water splashing him, Red turned a baleful eye to Ash, who looked to be reconsidering. Deciding that throwing water at Red may have been a bad idea, Ash fled, with Red reaching for a Pokeball. Blastoise. No. Mewtwo stared at the scene, a boy with a Pikachu on his head fleeing from a giant blue turtle with another boy wearing red and white atop him. Shrugging, Mewtwo attempted to create fire again. After all, one could not create tea with no heat. Unfortunately, he was unable to learn flamethrower. A few minutes later, Red had captured Ash. It was a grand chase, with multiple explosions and much lightning. In the end, it was all the foolishness of youth that failed Ash. One electric swimming pool was fine for him, but 7. Now, Ash. Why did you splash me? Red asked Ash, with his Blastoise glaring at Pikachu. As Ash gulped, Red continued, your answer decides your punishment. Hey, Blastoise. Why don't you put me down? I was told to shock you, you know. Pikachu laughed nervously, being held by the giant turtle. Blast. No. Well, that's fine. I'm just enjoying the view. I thought you were bored. Ash stammered, not meeting Red's cold eyes. Red thought for a moment, before shrugging and dropping Ash. Blastoise did the same, but Pikachu had a much longer distance to drop, being shorter. Mewtwo was still attempting to shoot fire from his hands. He had gotten Solar Beam, twice, but couldn't kill the twig with fire yet. So, Ash? Red said, having been sitting on him for the past few minutes. Ash glared at Red. What? He ground out, earning himself a smack on the head. Lesson number 1, be respectful to your elders. Child abuse laws do not apply for apprentices, so I can do pretty much anything in the name of training, Red told a suddenly white Ash, but I wanted to ask you what happened here. I can see that a few trees are rather damaged. Will you get off of me? Fine. Yeah. Ash hooped, attracting some unwanted attention. Nearby, Shalebi was gathering some berries, being the official food getter for meetings, while NThe cooked. Where are those lum berries? I have the Oran, but it needs lum and pecha. Was it? Shalebi thought, being wary of humans after the incident with Iron Mask. After all, after his image had died, he had gotten the memories, and that was not one of his happy ones. Peering around the tree, he saw Ash make a break for it. Ash! Get back here! Make me! Ash shouted over his shoulder as he ran. Sighing and growling at the same time, Red sent out his Venusaur. Venusaur? Bring up a tree in front of Ash, please, Red commanded, his giant Pokémon complying. Ash, not looking at where he was going, slammed into the tree, which Celebi quickly flitted to, so he could hear them better. Mewtwo came over to Red, looking at Ash briefly before seeing that his friend had done something stupid. How are you going to get him? I wouldn't think that you would be kind enough to just carry him over. Red smirked. Venusaur, Vine Whip. The Saurian Pokémon lashed out with a large vine, grabbing Ash, but also startling Celebi, who suddenly saw them as a threat. Ash groaned as he was dropped to the ground by the large Pokémon, in front of Red, Pikachu, and Mewtwo. Comically shaking his fist at Red, he pulled himself up, before hearing Mewtwo yell out, Arceus. The other three whirled around, seeing Celebi glowing with a yellow light, the light of time travel. Celebi flicked it at the four, intending to send them about 70 years into the future. There was no way for Mewtwo to teleport them away, and they were too stunned to dodge. It looked like they would be taking a vacation, with no return trip. And, yeah, I really wanted to end it here. But I felt two things, fear and pity. After all, I would expect a lynch mob at my door if I did this, and it would be unnecessary torture for all of you. So we continue. Also, this is linked to one of the talks, guess which one? I'm telling you, do it. I will. Just to show you that I'm not depressed. Core, send me to the future timeline. I have a pit stop to make. As the glowing yellow light was about to hit the trio plus Pikachu, two things happened, one after another. First, a lumberry tree appeared in the middle of the light, sending said tree to the future. As Celebi and our heroes blinked, a reddish light blinking into existence around the four, sending them away from the now distraught Celebi, recognizing that he had just nearly sent the chosen one, Red, and another legendary to another time. And worst of all, he had just sent away a lumberry tree. Arceus. Thank you for not letting me die today, Celebi whispered, suddenly realizing that he would have been killed by Lugia and Ho-Oh if he had done that. Outskirts of Cherisific Valley. Red, Ash, Mewtwo, and Pikachu appeared standing outside a large door, near a lake. Red and Mewtwo collapsed to the ground, Mewtwo clutching his heart and Red offering his firstborn to whomever had saved them. Ash, on the other hand, was shocked that he hadn't bumped his head, not really grasping the gravity of what had nearly happened. A small piece of paper drifted down from the sky, along with two smaller slips of parchment. Seeing Red still praying and Mewtwo out of commission, Ash grabbed both objects, waiting for Red and Mewtwo to recover. After what seemed like a long time, during which time Ash had decided to try to converse with his three Pokémon, Charizard getting excited that they were at the place that he had spent so much time at during the past years, Red came over and Mewtwo started to float again. What re those? I know you didn't have those when we were saved, so where? Red asked, still shocked at the fact that they were alive, and in their own time. I don't know. They just floated down from the sky. This one looks like a note, so I decided to wait for you, Ash replied, returning Charizard and Sceptile. Then we should read it, Mewtwo said, joining the duo. Hello. Yeah, I did just save you four from Celebi. Just so you know, he was going to send you about 70 years into the future, so I took the liberty of stopping that, because it did not turn out well. However, you two, Red and Ash, bonded there quite well, so I send back a few things to help. I went there, copied a few of your future selves' memories, and stored them in those slips of paper. When you use them, which I would recommend that you do not until you have finished your tour of Ash's adventures, just place them on your forehead. They will give you a few memories that I feel can help you both bond and give you a warning. Use the information carefully. Now, individual messages. Ash, let Charizard stay here. You forgot, didn't you? Pikachu, you will soon encounter much ketchup. Enjoy. Mewtwo, there is a meeting for all legendary Pokemon today. Teleport your friends to NThe and give them a way to get to Altamari. You three can stay with Lorenzo when you get there. Red, tell your friend student that the boy with 2 badges says hello to your teacher. She will understand. And second, the giver of the right necklace lives, and is active once more. And one last message to all of you. Beware the light. It is not what it seems. The Lady of Realities. There was silence, before several things happened at once. Ash let out Charizard and told him that he could stay at Cherisific Valley for a while. Red grabbed his necklace, insight coming to him. Mewtwo grabbed a stone and started to exert his psychic powers to turn it into a device for teleportation. Pikachu cheered for ketchup. And lastly, the note exploded. About an hour later, Mewtwo was off to the meeting while the other 3 were sitting in the grass near the underground spring at NThe. With the group assembled, and none of them having anything else to do, Red looked at Ash. Well, can we get the story of Celebi and this place, finally? Or do we have to wait even longer? Ash looked sheepish. Before starting, well, after a while in Johto, we decided to go to a place called Arbaville, which is where we were. After hearing a story from an old woman about a Pokemon who captured people and sent them away, we went into the forest. We saw a light, and Celebi, and a boy came out of nowhere. We started to talk to him, and found out that he was from about 40 years ago, and his name was Sammy. Red started at that, realizing who it could have been, before he gestured to Ash to continue. Ash went on, so we started to hang around together, before this giant machine appeared, which had Team Rocket on it, and this other member of Team Rocket, wearing a mask made of metal, driving it. Iron Masked Marauder, Pikachu interjected. Yeah. So he pokenapped Celebi and sent out these weird strong Pokemon. We had to fight them to get to Celebi, and Sammy used these weird Pokeballs that needed to be cranked to open. The older Pokeballs, Red said, receiving a questioning glance from Ash, that generation had a version where the Pokemon were brought in before they were expanded. The generation before that had them being put in basically a sensory deprivation field. My generation had it so that they were just shrinked and the top was see-through. It was more dangerous, because the Pokemon could be hurt through the ball. The newest version turns them into energy and puts them in a virtual habitat, where they can hear outside but not see. That's why some trainers have things that they say before they send out their Pokemon, such as their name, so that the Pokemon knows that they're going out. It is an improvement. But keep going. Where was I? Oh yeah. Iron Mask had captured Celebi in this evil ball, and made it create his giant plant monster. Then Suicune appeared, saving me when I fell off the plant monster. I rode him so that we saved Celebi, who woke up when Sammy helped it. Celebi blew up the plant monster, but was injured. So we brought him to the lake which could help heal, but since it was all polluted Suicune had to fix it, but the water didn't work. Then a bunch of Celebi came down from the sky and healed our Celebi. Then Celebi brought Sammy back to the past, and we left after we told Professor Oak about Sammy. I wonder if we will ever see him again. Red considered the story. There were a few interesting points that he wondered about. So, Oak was there. Interesting. But how did Celebi survive? Might have been replaced by another image. If it were the real one then he wouldn't have died in the first place. Red nodded, and outwardly he replied, good story. Just be glad that the Celebi friend of yours didn't send us into the future. Ash rubbed the back of his head, grinning sheepishly as he chuckled. Red got up, wanting to look around the spring. So, Ash. This is NThe. I thought that the spring was on top of the mountain, but evidently I was wrong. No, you weren't. Right, Ash? Pikachu said, now not even getting a slight jump of surprise from Ash. After all, it had been a day, and Ash had seen stranger things. Pikachu, can we start from the beginning? That would be best, right? Ash responded, gaining a nod from Red, who was wandering around the lake. That was the moment when Pikachu and Mewtwo came running out of the small forest nearby, followed by a mass of Pokémon, a portion of which were the clones. Ash Ketchum. Base. Hello. Pikachu yelled, as he tackled Ash, forcing him back. Mewtwo, on the other hand, stopped short of assaulting Ash and Pikachu, instead settling for waving. The other Pokémon made a loose circle around the three others. I heard that there were intruders at the lake, and we were going to beat them up, like Master Mewtwo told us to, but then we saw that it was you two, so I cancelled the order. It's great to see you too. Pikachu explained, giving a brief hug to his original, before drawing back. Mewtwo stepped forward, showing nothing, as he asked his questions. It is good to see you, but who is the third one of you? And then how did you get here? Oh yeah. Forgot about that. Peachy, you do realize that they can't understand us, right? Yeah, I can. But I don't know. How? Red, how come I can understand those two? Ash yelled, before his realization came, facing Red and answering one of Mewtwo's questions. Quiet. I'm trying to observe this phenomenon. Do you have any idea how rare it is to see two people or Pokémon with the same aura? I need to see this. Red hissed to Ash, his eyes closed. As Mewtwo and Pikachu both blinked, Ash decided to try whatever Red was doing and closed his eyes. To see nothing but black. Hey, Red. How do you see auras? Red gave a glare which Ash did not see before answering. Channel your aura to your eyes and send some of it out. Now be quiet. Ash just stood there, wishing from the bottom of his heart to send his aura to his eyes, before trying to pulse it. He was launched 50 feet into the air by a blast of pure energy from the bottom of his feet. See, no matter how hard you wish for something, that doesn't mean that it will happen. Red flinched, since to him it looked like a nuclear explosion happened about 5 feet away from his body. Wondering how Ash had managed to detonate the aura in his feet when he was using aura sight, he opened his eyes and watched Ash come down, landing on his head atop Venusaurtwo. The large clone, startled, unknowingly used petal dance, sending a large number of powerful petals and Ash forward 20 feet. As Red watched Ash groan, having received a large number of scrapes, bruises, and other abrasions, he noted a strange sight. Ash appeared to have nearly no aura. What did he do? Could he have? He did. Why would he have sent all of his aura into the air? Yes, not only had Ash blown up the ground, leaving a crater 10 feet wide at the site of his launch, he had saturated the air with a massive amount of aura, that was rising up and being absorbed by many of the Pokémon and the plants. Ash moved his one functioning body part, dragging himself closer and closer to the spring with his thumb. The clones, Pikachu, and Red watched as Ash traveled at the astonishing speed of half a kilometer an hour towards the spring. After about 10 minutes, Ash had come to the lake that was 20 feet away from his original position. Falling in, Ash disappeared. After a few seconds, Red wondered idly if he was going to be known as the master who got his student killed after just 3 days. Ash surfaced, gasping for breath. He gave a glare to an impassive Red, vowing to himself that he would never try to do something that he didn't know how to do like that again. Red closed his eyes, focusing on not laughing at Ash, before his aura sight picked up on Ash, who was once again shining with his massive aura. Looking back on how Ash had looked when he had climbed out of the water, Red realized that Ash had been healed. So, can I guess that this spring heals those who fall or get thrown in it? Red said to Pikachu, who blinked. After he shared a short look with his friend, Pikachu responded, well, yes. It also restores our energy by returning your aura to you by draining it from the air and converting it into usable aura. Yes, I figured that out too, Red interrupted, gaining attention from Ash. How'd you know that? Ash shouted from his position on the grass 30 feet away. Red shot him a brief glance. You were almost completely drained of aura. A few more minutes and you would have either turned to stone or started to restore your aura. Ash and Pikachu shared a brief glance before they both screamed at the top of their lungs a very empathetic, "What?" Red looked at them before answering. "You were almost completely drained of aura. A few more minutes and you would have either turned to stone or started to restore your aura." Ash nearly face-faulted, but he was already lying on the grass. Thus he failed. And no. I mean why? As fascinating as aura theory is, we should wait until we actually start your training. Since I want to get to Altamari before night falls, can we start your story about what went on here, and why the spring is underground? Red said, dodging the question. Ash groaned, wanting the same thing and realizing that he hadn't had any lunch, which his stomach seconded. Some of the clones shared a short conversation before going off into the nearby forest and grabbing some berries. Snacks served, Ash began his story. "First off, this is the least known of my adventures. But anyways. We were going to the next gym in a bus around NThe. There was a small glitch in the trip, but it was mostly uneventful. We came to the house of a few people investigating the spring at the top of the mountain. I forget their names, but they had an assistant named Domino. Team Rocket? Thought so. They have an agent who's wanted by that name, throws roses all the time. I get the files on all known members of Team Rocket, in case you were wondering, in exchange for past services." Okay. Well, anyways, we managed to get up the mountain, where we met the clones and Mewtwo. That's when we were captured by Giovanni and Domino revealed that she was part of Team Rocket. I don't know everything, but apparently Giovanni and the rest of Team Rocket captured all of the clones before Mewtwo showed up and started to dominate. Yeah. Basically Master Mewtwo beat up some of Team Rocket before threatening the man in the bad suit. The guy said that Mewtwo might win, but he would keep us and experiment on us. We would die during this, he said, unless Mewtwo surrendered. So Master Mewtwo showed how much he cared and was put into this machine that was going to drain his will and power, Pikachu said, all of the clones growling when he talked about Giovanni. So, we got out and everybody started to fight. Mewtwo broke out of the machines, but was going to die. I still didn't know that we had met before, but I still ran with him to the spring so he could be healed. I threw him in, and the mountain broke. I don't know what happened outside, but Mewtwo saved us all by moving the lake underground, and that's where it is today. We fought Team Rocket, but we're going to lose, before a large number of bug-type Pokemon came over to stop Team Rocket from making another base on NThe. Then the mountain broke, Mewtwo said, answering the unspoken question. So we were all together underground, before Mewtwo said that he would erase everybody's memory, but we convinced him not to, by saying that people and Pokemon had to remember the past to look forward to the future, and that by nobody remembering the event didn't mean that it didn't happen. Mewtwo agreed, and only erased the memories of Team Rocket and the researchers, so that the lake would be safe. Then he brought us away, and decided to travel, apparently stalking me, Ash finished, having summarized the major events. Red had no response, having it all seem reasonable, but inwardly was gnashing his teeth in anger. Team Rocket. Trying to sum back after all this time. Do I have to repeat what I did more than 10 years ago, and Gold did about 7 years ago? To do something like this. Not taking over a city like Saffron or Goldenrod, but still. What next? Will they stir up someone who went out like Plasma or Lige? Hope not. Getting up, the master of Pokemon shot Ash a glance that clearly said to say his goodbyes. What? Red sweat dropped, wondering what it would take to teach Ash. Say farewell. We're leaving for Altamari. Ash jumped up, waving to the clones and grabbing Pikachu in a one-armed grip. Red took out the glowing stone as the two humans stood near each other. Mist purge. The trio was enveloped in a purple glow as they disappeared. Pikachu and Mewtwo stood staring at the spot they had been before Charizardwo stepped forward. Still say that we should have beaten them up. Chizzer. Ash and Red blinked in at the museum that marked one of the highlights of Altamari. Grabbing his head from the headache that had developed, Ash looked around at the city that had gone to sleep for the night, trying to figure out which way led to Bianca's house. This way, Ash decided after a good few minutes, during which time Red had healed his headache with aura. Going off along the canal, the duo plus the sleeping Pikachu proceeded to get completely lost. After almost an hour of searching with no luck, the pair had ended up back at the museum, where Red glared at Ash. What? Before Red could answer, a piece of paper fell out of the sky, with a map of Altamari on the front, one house circled in bright red. On the back was a note. Trainer tips. Do not let Ash lead the way. Red looked from the paper to Ash, before he walked off with the map, Ash in tow. Hey! Let me lead, I've been here, after all. No. You will get us lost. I didn't have a map. The one to whom I promised my firstborn gave me an instruction and so I shall follow it. Why your firstborn? That's so cliché. I don't think she would be interested in money. Why she? The Lady of Realities? You think it's a man? Could be a title, like the king. Female kings are called queens. Shut up. Red laughed slightly as they arrived at a door. After Ash knocked, they heard a shout from inside. I'll get it, Grandpa. The door opened to show a young woman of about 18 with brown hair. After she looked at them, wondering why there were two strangers at the door, she suddenly perked up and said, Ash. A taste of future yet to come. Future. Red, where are we? At a guess, this is Indigo Plateau. Gray, like everything else. This Ash. Yeah. I have returned. Oh. Mewtwo. What did you find out? Empty Silver is gone. What? Empty Silver is just a hill, blasted away. How? One of the Pokemon there said that it was that one. Such power, if it's true. I can't believe. But it doesn't matter what I believe, does it? Not with the damage that's been done to the world by Dagon. That man. If we ever get back to the past, I will hunt him down. Poor Yellow. He killed her in front of me. I will do the same to him, slowly and dash. Calm down, Red. Remember, we have to find Green. HN. Don't go emo on me, Red. I can't take it by myself. Well, it could be worse. How, Mewtwo? We were sent 10 years into the future, and the world was destroyed. What could possibly make this worse? We could have gone 70 years. Into the future. That's what worries me. What, Red? Shalebi clearly intended to send us 70 years forward. The only conclusion I've drawn from the fact that we didn't was that 70 years in the future. Nothing exists, not even time. Is that possible? It's never happened before, but then again, neither has this. Can we continue this at a later date? I am sensing a large number of living signatures. I guess that it's an ambush. Again. Didn't we prove a while ago that we could beat any number they send at us? After those 3 executives, where Mewtwo was almost useless. They had a Shedinja, and multiple dark types. Not to mention that they disabled Miracle Eye. You weren't complaining when I beat the head executive's Pokemon, though. No, talk about what I did wrong. You lousy little. Excuses. You. Stop in the name of Dagon. Dagon couldn't hold us in his prison, what makes you think that you can stop us? Holding somebody is harder than killing, and you 3 are wanted dead or alive. Of course, the bounty is larger for alive, but 100 million Pokedollars ain't a small amount. Venusaur, Razor Leaf. Charizard, set the leaves on fire as they go. Move. Mytiana. Dark Pulse. Magmar, Fire Blast. Barrier. That Mewtwo blocked it. Blastoise, Charizard, come out. Red, what are you doing? I'm going to end this. Triple finish. Boom. That was complete overkill. This coming from Ash, there's no such thing as overkill, Ketchum. So the base blew up in such a way that it could be seen for 50 miles around. That was one time. Yeah, blow up something once, and nobody ever lets you forget it. Shut up, Pikachu. Make me. Make me make you. Make me make you make me. Make me make you ma. Ah, forget it. We need to get moving before that triple finish of yours attracts unwanted attention. We could go that way, but that's a dark ray. Executive. Yes. Yes it is. Photon. Didn't we teach you last time? That was because Mewtwo there had an advantage over Virizion. Unless your friend uses Miracle Eye, he can't do a thing to Dark Dream here. On that note, Shedinja. Disable. Sir. Miracle Eye. Not working. $$and $hashtag and hashtag and $hashtag and $hashtag hashtag and $and hashtag and. Mewtwo. There are children here. Shut up, Red. No, I'm just taking a break. Censored. Censored. Who boy, is this censored? Censored. Censored. You know what? I think you get the idea. Fill in the blanks with knowledge that Mewtwo exponentially expanded Ash's vocabulary. For 6 minutes. You dumb little insect. I'll kill you with Shadow Ball. Red, what does censored mean? That's one of the big words that you shouldn't use. Never say that again. Dark Dream, Dark Void. Move, Ash. Shut up. We need to use Aura Sphere together. Pikachu, Sceptile, buy us some time. On it. I'm gonna cut them up. Mewtwo, help us out. It's already large enough. I'm not going to help you blow yourselves up. Fine. Ash, get ready to shoot it. Yeah. Pikachu, Sceptile, get out of the way. Just let me hit him one more time with Leaf Blade. Do I have to drag you out of there? Dark Dream, Dark Pulse. Aura Sphere. That's a big ball of aura. Forgot they could do that. Dagon. Forgive me. So, where are we? Looks like Viridian. It's a pile of ash. Not our ash, but ash. We can see that. Didn't they have a base here? Why would they burn it? And why isn't the ground flat? It seems like they would spread it out unless they were hiding something. Bingo. So, do we blow it up? Or should we try not to get killed? Let's blow it up before we head to Cerulean. I like the way you think, Red. Even if you are an annoying son of a Mytiana sometimes. Love you too. I can't say I return your feelings. Ash. Do not deny true love. Shut up, Mewtwo. Wow. They spoke at the same time to put you down. Dot. Boom. Overkill. Was not. It was seen in Saffron. It was overkill. Well, if Mewtwo hadn't decided to psychically enhance the explosives and Pikachu hadn't decided to set it off with Thunderbolt. I was right. Electricity does create a bigger boom. I didn't see you try to stop us. That's because I didn't think you were insane. Meh. Sanity is overrated. In the words of Poe, I have become insane, with brief PRDS of horrible sanity. Who? Nobody. Is this the same nobody who stole my pants and left them an empty moon? Yes. Hate you all. The spark of Ultimari. Being the events of Pokemon heroes. Future. Move, Ash. Jumping. Let me handle this. Eat Thunderbolt. Agron. You rat. See how you like this. Stone Edge. Lucario, get up close and detonate Aura Sphere. At once. Rah. Dot. That was easy. Too easy. Yeah. No time to wonder though, we have to get to Mewtwo. No way that they can hold him. He's probably messing with them now, getting them weak. He's the best guy we have for this. After all, with Green and Hoenn, he's the only one who can get us there. Not to mention that I'd miss the guy. He is a friend. No, duh. Heh, always so blunt, Ash. Right back at you, Red. You. Phalex. What are you doing here? Why, waiting for you two so I could see the despair on your faces as I crush you. Magnezone, Porygon Z, Genesect, smash them. Pika. Pikachu. Energetic Blast. Volt Spin. Pikachu, support, Pika, attack. N dash. ER dash. GY. Let's get electric. Volt Tackle. Thunder. CC Crash. Pour more power into it. Pikachu. Maneuver C on Genesect. Right. Thunder Disc. Genesect. No. Boom. That's that. Let's go get Mewtwo. Doors locked. And. Pika, break down the door. I'm a smash. No. 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 Mewtwo. How? How could he? Why? Because you all got in my way. How does it feel, Red, having seen both Yellow's dead body and Mewtwo's? Two friends of yours dead. Not a good track record for your friends, now is it? You. I'll kill you. Mewtwo. And now, I think I'll take a trip to Hoenn. I've heard that it's really green this time of year. You wouldn't dare. Green is more than a match for you. That's why I'm taking the one who made this all possible. I'll send you a present to NThe next week. Goodbye, Ash and Red. Mewtwo. Ash. We need to go. Yeah. Only because you said so. Altamari. Ash yawned, rubbing his eyes. He could have sworn somebody poked him, but there was nobody in the room. Pikachu. Where are you? He yawned, it still being 7 o'clock. He thought he heard a giggle, but after hearing footsteps running down the stairs assumed it was Pikachu. Looking over at the small clock, he saw the time, groaned, and went back to sleep. An hour later, Red had gotten fed up with waiting for Ash. It was 8:30, and Red was used to waking at 6 or earlier. He would have to make sure his apprentice started doing the same, he mused as he climbed to the room where he and Ash had been sleeping. In his slumber, Ash shivered. Red looked in to see the snoring Ash and grew an evil grin, only comfortable showing the emotion because there was nobody around. He spun up a small ball of aura, a very small and weak one, before throwing it and yelling, Ash! Wake up! You missed breakfast. At the cry of missing breakfast, Ash jumped out of the bed, dodging the aura sphere and running through the door. The one Red was standing in. Red hit the wall as Ash fled down the stairs, taking them 9 at a time. There were only 18 stairs. Red ummed and fell to the ground. That was a bad idea. Note to self, Ash can do things for food. Ash was crying in happiness as he devoured breakfast, Bianca was staring in stunned silence, Red was crying silent tears of agony for his wallet and bones, and Lorenzo was trying to keep up with Ash. This was the scene that Mewtwo came upon as he left the meeting to go to Altamari. At first, he wasn't sure if he had come to the right place before he noticed how much Ash was eating. That clued him in. Hungry, Ash? Mewtwo said, alerting the rest of the room to his presence. Red's eye twitched as he thought about how Mewtwo had just left them at the museum instead of outside the house, while Ash didn't bat an eye. Lorenzo had stopped cooking, having run out of raw materials to cook with, and was now watching in a sort of horrified amazement at Ash's attempt to break the world record for eating food, for Snorlax. Bianca, after she had decided that looking at Ash for too much longer would be bad for her, turned to Mewtwo, greeted him softly, and pulled out her sketchbook. Mewtwo pulled up his hood and a cup of tea, wondering if anything ever was normal with Ash. I doubt it. Ash kept eating until he had finished the pile before him, Lorenzo taking a picture. Pikachu sighed, before hitting Ash on the back of the head and saying, "Ash, say thank you and clean up. I can't do it, and you ate it. Now." Ash hustled to the kitchen, shouting over his shoulder, "Thanks Lorenzo. I'll clean up." Lorenzo looked at Pikachu, wondering what had just happened, until he shrugged and sat back. He didn't have to make boats today, so he was going to relax, damn it. Bianca, on the other hand, turned to Red and tried to make conversation, giving up on drawing Mewtwo. "So, you never introduced yourself." "I know who Ash is, and I'm Bianca, but could you tell me who you are?" she said, figuring that he was another companion of Ash's. Red turned to her for a second before looking away. "My name is Red." "Interesting name. So, how do you know Ash? Are you a friend of his?" "I am his teacher." "Really? How did you get to be a teacher? Where do you teach, and why are you traveling with Ash if you're a teacher? Don't you have other students to take care of?" she asked, since she also wanted to teach if she couldn't become an artist. She was also curious about how the cold man beside her was chosen to become a teacher. Red sighed. "Teacher isn't the right term. He is my apprentice. I am not a schoolteacher. He is my first and only apprentice." "Anything else?" he replied, starting to get annoyed. Bianca nodded happily, her mind filled with questions. Red groaned at her enthusiasm. Red, after enduring a few questions, which he answered with 1 or 2 words, was saved by Ash finishing, cleaning, the dishes. "Hey, Bianca. I was wondering about the water race, you know the one that happened when I came here last. When is it, because the square was all decorated?" Bianca looked at Ash, tilting her head. "Why were you in the square?" "It isn't anywhere near the route from the docks to here, although the museum is," she asked. Mewtwo snickered, knowing what had happened. Bianca realized what must have happened from Red's glower and sweat dropped before continuing, "Never mind. But to answer, the Tour de Altamari happened a few months ago, with the winner for the past 3 years taking it again, your friend I think, her name is Misty. The reason the square is decorated is for the music festival, where aspiring musicians from all over Johto and Hoenn come to play. We actually have one. You know, I'll show you. It should have opened by now." Ash looked doubtful for a moment, before Red nodded once and Mewtwo stowed away his cup of tea. Pikachu jumped down from the table, and Ash grudgingly rose too. The quartet departed, but in the shadows a slight shimmer followed. A flute greeted the group and a guitar as well. The man in front rose to the microphone and started to sing. "Alright, yeah. Pokemon. No time to question my moves. I stick to the path that I choose. Me and my friends are gonna do it right. You'll never see us run away from a fight. To be a master is my dream. All I got to do I believe. I believe. I've got a chance to win. I'm on my way to victory. Pokemon. I can be a champion. If I just believe. I'm on a master quest. I want the whole world to see that I believe. I'm gonna be the very best. 'Cause all I got to do is believe in me." A solo on the flute and guitar, broken by a shout of "I believe" and "Pokemon." Then the singer picked back up. "I'm on a master quest. I want the whole world to see. And I believe. Pokemon. I'm on a master quest. I want the whole world to see No time to question my moves. I stick to the path that I choose. Me and my friends are gonna do it right. You'll never see us run away from a fight. I've got a chance to win. I'm on my way to victory. Pokemon. I can be a champion. If I just believe. I'm on a master quest. I want the whole world to see that I believe. I'm gonna be the very best. 'Cause all I got to do is believe in me. Pokemon. The song finished, to thunderous applause. Bianca leaned over to the others as they clapped and pointed to the flutist, a young woman of about 20 with long red hair covering one eye. See her? That's the flutist, she's brilliant on her flute. She can play any song really well, and some of her songs, like this one where she actually wrote the lyrics to fit her flute piece, are worthy of international mention. She's only going to be here for a few days, though. Ash looked at the woman, who had tucked her wooden flute next to a silver one that was kept inside her belt which had a line of pokeballs on it. As if she sensed the eyes on her, she straightened up and looked directly at Red and Ash, before winking with her eye as she left the stage. Ash looked at Red briefly, communicating with his eyes. Bianca, we're going to go now. We'll see you at the garden. Ash called, as both of them left Bianca, who was staring at the next group who was taking the stage. Yeah. See you later. These guys are really good. Bianca shouted the last part to Mewtwo, whose sweat dropped. Why did I get left behind? We're all off to meet our maker. And I know we won't go far. If there's a chance at life, it's not in sight. When you watch the world go dark. When you take a chance and you throw it up. If you watch to see where it falls. Even in the end it'll always end up small. So don't waste your time, just free your mind. Beyond this you can't look behind. Move on forth to a place above it all. Head up high into the sky. Just take a chance and try to fly. Leave it all and we will never fall. The flutist knew Altamari well, having grown up in it, although the two people following her didn't know that. Wonder what the Kanto champion and the boy who saved this city want with little old me? She mused as she jumped from rooftop to rooftop. She came an instant from falling each time she did it, but she didn't even blink, confident in her abilities. Could it be that they suspect? Red did have to be insightful to take down Team Rocket. The flutist came to a dark corner of the city, not worried at all about the dead end. She heard the footsteps catching up, and smiled slightly. Guess that Red's navigating. Ash would have them at the museum. She walked into the shadows, a brief burst of light enveloping her as she disappeared from view. She reappeared inside a garden of lush plants and multiple Pokemon. She looked at the sky, seeing a faint shimmer that signified Latias' location. Don't worry, Latias. I have no desire to capture you, although others might say differently, she spoke to the shimmer, which fled with the message. The flutist then spoke into the air, I'm leaving Altamari. Ready? A minute later, there was no sign that the woman had been there at all. Things were beginning. Ash and Red gasped for breath as they came to a dead end. Red had been leading, and he knew that the flutist had come this way. He looked around for where she could be hiding, when Ash gasped. Red. That's an entrance to the secret garden. She's going after Latias. Ash all but shouted, suddenly terrified. Was this person the second coming of Annie and Oakley? Red's eyes widened too, having not realized that this was an entrance. Let's go. We might be able to catch her. Red said, looking to Ash. Ash ran towards the solid wall, making Red blink before Ash was enveloped in light and disappeared. Following, Red went into the garden to find nothing but Ash and many Pokemon. Red cursed, thinking the same thing that Ash did, having seen the single footprint in the dust. As the two were about to start searching for signs of a struggle, they heard a faint, worried cooing noise from close by. Ash is here. What can I do to tell him about that lady? Ash shot straight up, having heard it as well as Red. They shared a look before Ash tentatively called, "Latias? Is that you?" A small "eek" answered him. Ash started to laugh in relief, as Red's face relaxed. A blast of blue light briefly blinded the two before a small red and white dragon showed herself. "Latias. You're okay?" Ash called to the dragoness, who nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine." "Who's the sad guy?" "He's wearing my colors." "Sad guy? Where?" Ash asked, whirling around. Red's face slackened, suddenly remembering that Latias were empathetic. He had too much to hide for it to be revealed like this. He quickly used aura to block his mind, knowing that as he had admitted to Ash, he could only use aura constantly for about 30 minutes, before it started to require his life's energy. That should be enough time to convince Latias to not tell Ash about his emotions. Latias too grew shocked, suddenly realizing who the person in red was. It was Red, the trainer that was said to be equal to a legendary Pokémon. She squeaked, and hid behind Ash, mentally sending out a distress beacon to all powerful Pokémon nearby that she was in danger, and to use caution. Back at the festival, Mewtwo stiffened before he teleported away. He had sensed a massive psychic signal, one of distress. If Latias was in danger, he was going to do everything he could to save her, since she was quite mortal now. He charged his power for a Psystrike as he moved to her position. Bianca turned to where Mewtwo was, about to comment on the song, before she noticed that he had left. She shrugged, and hugged Pikachu tighter. "Guess it's just you and me, Pikachu." "Oh. This is a good group." Pikachu groaned, wondering why everybody had forgotten him. He was important. Mewtwo was raising his purple enshrouded hand to release the most devastating psychic attack that had no penalties, when he noticed that Latias was hiding behind Ash and that, other than Red, there was nobody in sight. He lowered his hand and stared at Ash questioningly. Ash noticed Mewtwo's arrival as Latias did, but Latias spoke first. "Mewtwo. Help me. It's Red." Mewtwo's sweat dropped, noticing that she hadn't been at the last meeting, so she didn't know that Red was traveling with him. "So that's what this is about." Red muttered, before speaking to Latias, "Look, Latias, I'm not going to hurt or capture you. All I want right now is to know how Ash met you, and why isn't Latios here?" Latias' eyes started to water, before she turned invisible. Ash shot Red a quick, dirty look before he started to pet the invisible dragon. Mewtwo gave a brief glare to Red, who suddenly realized what must have happened. He sat down on the grass as Ash and Mewtwo comforted the red dragon. Back with Bianca, Pikachu ummed in agony as he heard Bianca comment on yet another song. He twitched, slowly going insane. "All right. That's it. Enough is enough. I have had it with these songs in this Arceus forsaken city. Everybody get rubber. I'm going to shock this psycho." Of course, all Bianca heard was low, Pika's coming from the electric mouse, and so did everybody else. Pikachu, seeing nobody heed his warning, unleashed the beast. Thunderbolt. Pikachu looked back at the shuddering crowd, thinking that he may have overdone it. He shrugged, before he started to run towards the garden that was secret. Meanwhile, at said garden, Latias had calmed down enough to become visible, although as she did so she gave a sorrowful, angry look to Red, which was completely out of place on her face. Red winced, knowing that he had brought up a sore subject. I don't know what to say without inadvertently wounding Latias. So can you just stop avoiding the question and tell me what happened here?" he asked, quieter than normal. Ash shared a brief look with Latias before she gave a terse nod. Ash started the story as Latias assumed her Bianca guise, startling Red. "So we had come from Olivine City to Altamari to see the Tour de Altamari. We arrived, signed up, and competed, me with Totodile and Misty with Corsola. There was another competitor, last year's champion, who was competing with his whale mare. We all started out fairly well, until I took a turn too sharply and was about to hit a wall, when I hit a softer thing what stopped me from introducing my head to the stone. I don't know what it was, but I'm thankful that it happened. Latia's face had started to turn red, before she shyly admitted, that was me. I didn't want you to get hurt on the wall, but I thought that I might have delayed you. Ash gave her a surprised look before he grinned and continued, yeah. So I got back on the chariot and we went on, starting to pass multiple others, but we were still near the back while Misty and that other guy were up front. That's when suddenly Totodile started to fly, moving at the speed of about 100 kilometers an hour. About 62 miles an hour, we started to pass everyone, and we came into the home stretch in third, and then Totodile picked up more speed and turned a random corner, making us lose. Totodile never showed that speed again, but it was impressive. I was the one who helped you at the beginning, because I wanted to compete and I felt guilty about what I had done earlier. Then brother came in when you were going to win, because he doesn't like cheating, so he turned us away. Sorry for costing you the race. Latias said. Red flinched, noticing something, but decided to let it go. Ash went on. So Misty barely won the race, and got a special medal. Then that other guy gave us a tour around Altamari, which was nice of him, but the only parts one remember are the two statues of Latios and Latias, and when we went to go get ice cream. You would. But as I recall, you never got it, a voice said from elsewhere. Ash turned around, and saw, with light shining brightly from behind him, Pikachu. Triumphant in his victory, Pikachu slowly strolled down to his trainer and his companions. What? You act like you've never seen me before. Ash blinked a few times while Red raised an eyebrow. Mewtwo just pulled out his tea. After Pikachu was on his shoulder, Ash continued with the story. Yeah, so I took Pikachu on a walk while we waited for the line to get smaller, and Pikachu went to go get a drink. That's when who I assume was Latias helped him get some water. She waved to me, and ran off. I decided to follow her, and we managed to catch up to her when these two Team Rocket agents were trying to capture her with their Pokémon. I helped her out, and beat them, before we ran away. Red couldn't help interrupting, what were their names? Annie and Oakley. You do realize that they were free agents before they became Team Rocket members, right? Red replied, remembering that those two had been put in jail recently. They had tried to break out, but hadn't gotten far because a woman with black hair had captured them with her Electivire. If she hadn't been there though, the two would have escaped. Ash gave a look that stated that he did not, nor did he care. Before he started back up, we ran and got lost in Altamari's alleys, which was good then. Latias helped me get back to a place that was near the place where I had left Brock and Misty. I had missed the ice cream. But later that day, we went to the museum, where Lorenzo gave us a tour. I saw Bianca at the top, painting, but since Latias was disguised as her, I thought that Bianca was the one who had been attacked. I followed her, but she avoided me, saying that she didn't know what I was talking about. I ended up seeing Latias and going after her, and she led me to the garden. I saw her on that swing, and went over towards her, or tried to when Latios who was invisible attacked me. Pikachu hit him with Thunderbolt, and he revealed himself, and was about to attack me again when Latias threw herself in front of me, making him stop short. Latias laughed, smiling sadly. Well, I wasn't going to just let him hurt you after I had led you there, was I? That would have been rude of me. Ash gave her a wry smile as well. That's when Bianca showed up, which was strange since Latias looked the same. I thought that they were twins, and Bianca was going to have Latios attack me again, before Lorenzo stopped her. He told Latias that she could play with me, and I asked her why her name was Latias if that was the name of a Pokémon, before she transformed back, making me fall over. We played for a while, and I was shown the Soul Dew, before I had to leave. On the boat back, I asked Bianca what was going on when she was attacked, but she said that she wasn't attacked, so it must have been Latias. Pikachu yawned and said sarcastically, no, it wasn't Latias, it was the other girl who looks exactly like Bianca. Brilliant deduction, Sherlock. Ash blinked and looked at Pikachu. There's a girl who looks like Bianca. Why were they attacking her, then? I don't think so. Pikachu and everybody else face-faulted, amazed at Ash. Ash shrugged. Well, after that, I went back to my room to sleep. In the middle of the night, Latias came in and woke me and everybody else up. We convinced Brock and Misty that she was Latias, and we jumped out the window just before the window was locked up. Brock and Misty sent out their Pokémon, but couldn't get out. We started to go to the museum, thinking that Latios must be there. We were attacked by the dead Aerodactyl and Kabutops, who I had Pikachu shocked to get rid of, but Latias ran away because it hurt her too. Ash paused there, and looked at Latias, who gave him a brief apologetic look before she looked down again, and her shoulders continued to heave. Ash winced and continued. I was alone except for Pikachu, and Kabutops was about to kill me, when Brock and Misty's Pokémon helped fight Kabutops off. Latias came back, and we took a water chariot to go to the museum. We made it there, and we were going across the stone slab in front. To get in, when a giant tornado of water appeared and grabbed us. Latias got us out by detonating the water with some power, and we went into the museum. We went in and saw Latios in a cage that was hurting him a lot and Bianca and Lorenzo tied up. We had to break the cage where Latios was, and managed to do it. That shut down the machine, but one of the two touched the soul dew and broke it, which made all the water leave the city. We went up the roof and saw a massive wave of water going to destroy the city. Latias and Latios started to glow, and they flew off towards the wave. Latias raised her head, showing red eyes and sniffed once. Let me tell this part. We were forcibly using our aura to empower ourselves with both pure aura, which is blue, and psychic aura, which is white. We slammed into the wave, and the power was great enough to disrupt the power completely, since we were using enough power in that burst to overwhelm Arceus' judgment once. Of course, he can use it many times and that was a costly attack. But we disrupted the wave, and we were covered in our power. That's when I saw my brother who was crystalline and his crystal body was being eroded by the massive amount of power. He told me to take care of myself and that he was going to have to become the new Soul Dew. I asked if there was any other way, but he said there wasn't time. The energy eroded his body more, and I was thrown out, nearly dead myself. There I floated in the water for a while, crying. Latias bowed her head, as did everybody else. After a while, Red stated something to himself, so he gave up all his aura willingly. That's why he became a crystal and not stone. What a brave Pokémon. Ash flinched, Red's statement also bringing up memories of Lucario and Sir Aaron. He waited a bit longer, until most of the others had composed themselves, before he concluded his story. We waited until morning before we went out in a boat and rescued Latias. We got back to land, and Latias' sight shared with Latios and we saw the earth, before we received the soul dew that contained Latios' soul. It's over there, still. So we departed the next day, but at the dock either Latias or Bianca went up to me and kissed me on the cheek and gave me a drawing of Pikachu and me. That's when we left, and that's everything. But Latias, did you kiss me or was it Bianca? Latias nodded slowly, before she transformed into her normal form and gestured the four over to a small shrine. This is my brother. I hope he can see us. Red took a close look at the small orb, subtly reaching out with his aura and feeling it react. His eyes widened. That's impossible. Latias, Ash, if you had 3 legendary grade auras interact with this, then it might be possible to go into the Soul Dew and see Latios. Of course, we don't have that, we have just slightly less than 3, but since Mewtwo has more aura control. Want to try? Latias nearly fell out of the sky before she grabbed Red by the collar of his shirt. If you are lying to me, I will send you out of this life. Mewtwo gave a small nod, before his hand started to glow with the power of aura. He touched the Soul Dew, feeling it absorb his aura. Red's hands also started to glow, as he left down his barriers on his mind, knowing that he would need all of his aura. Ash focused on his hands, feeling a small tingle in his hands as they started to glow, and he resisted the urge to cheer. Latias, too, glowed all over, before touching the soul dew with a single claw, and the four felt a surge and they disappeared. In a tree nearby, the flutist watched in interest. So, they figured it out. This should be an interesting meeting, after all, I could never do that. Inside the soul dew was a large field of blue. Inside the center was a blue and gray-white dragon, who was resigned to living here forever. He just hoped that his sister would be fine, since he could tell nothing that went on outside. That was before the four figures appeared inside his home. Latias shook her head, disoriented, before she noticed a gobsmacked figure. Tears filling her eyes, she rushed the dragon, shouting, "Brother!" Latios was stunned, his sister and others had come into the soul dew. He recognized two of them, Ash and Mewtwo, but the last one. He didn't dwell on it, since he was with his sister. The rest of the conversation has been skipped due to privacy for Latios and Latias, as well as for extreme fluff. Latios waved goodbye to his sister, and her friends, happy that they had visited and promised to visit again. He closed his eyes as a large blue flash announced their disappearance, and reopened his eyes at the flash of red. He looked at the other and started to shake. "No. That's impossible." The other smirked. The group reappeared outside Bianca's house, startling all of them, as they thought that they would stay near the soul dew. Pikachu was waiting for them, and he was, to say the least, not happy. "Ash. How could you leave me behind? I wanted to see Latios too." "Why?" Pikachu shouted at Ash, making the latter fall back to get away from the sparking Pokémon. Red smirked quickly, before pulling Latias aside to convince her not to tell anyone of his emotions. Mewtwo, on the other hand, watched in amusement, sipping his tea. After Pikachu felt that Ash had been punished enough, he helped his trainer to his feet, Mewtwo putting away his tea. "I guess that it's time to go, isn't it? Hoenn, now, correct?" Mewtwo spoke, starting to glow as Latias and Red rejoined. "No. Wait, Mewtwo." Latias shouted, causing Mewtwo to accidentally teleport a nearby tree to a secret house under the ocean. The person who lived there was not overjoyed. "Yes, Latias. I want to battle Ash and give him a chance to catch me." There was silence, as Ash, Pikachu, and Mewtwo were unable to speak. Red was also surprised, but hid it well. After Ash regained his voice, he blinked. "Ah. Sure. Where?" Latias smirked, gesturing to the area around them. "Let's go. One-on-one, and you can't use Pikachu." Ash, recovering, grinned widely and gave a thumbs up, grabbing a Pokeball. Red grabbed Pikachu and Mewtwo, dragging them out of the line of fire. "Sceptile. Let's do this right. Get ready, Ash. I'm coming at you." Latias started with a quick dragon pulse, sending the glowing ball of energy at Sceptile, who jumped away. Leaf Blade. Sceptile ran at the dragon, his leaves extended and glowing a green color. Latias grabbed the ground with Psychic, throwing large stones at Sceptile in an improvised rock throw. "Use the stones to help you by running on them." Sceptile jumped from stone to stone, going higher as he went. He finally reached a distance close enough to hit Latias, although he was a good 50 feet up. He jumped at Latias, who grabbed the largest stone she could and launched it. Cut through it and move faster by combining quick attack. Sceptile swung one of his blades at the stone, slicing it in half while the energy faded from that one, but sped up so Latias couldn't get off any more attacks. He cut at the dragon, wounding her badly. Latias grabbed him with Psychic and slammed him into the ground 10 feet away. Sceptile. Ranged attacks. Sceptile started to shoot Bullet Seed after Bullet Seed at Latias, who took small amounts of damage from each attack, but was charging a mist ball. The red dragon threw it at Sceptile, who didn't have enough time to dodge it. The explosion threw him back several yards, and made him go down to one knee. Sceptile. I'm fine. We need to do. Let me try this. Sceptile shouted back to Ash, who nodded quickly. Sceptile opened his mouth, and a glowing green and other colored ball of energy started to form. Latias, realizing the threat, shot another mist ball at the grass type. It collided, causing damage and forcing the energy ball into Sceptile's throat, who swallowed it. Overgrow activated, just as the energy from the energy ball started to flow into him. An explosion of green light blinded almost everybody there. Sceptile. Are you okay? Ash called into the dust, seeing Latias and his Pokémon emerge from the smoke. Latias looked normal, but Sceptile. Sceptile was glowing green, an astral projection of a tree behind him formed from the green energy. His blades were out in full force, and were the same length as his body. A third blade made of the same energy as the tree was in his right hand, being gripped by the powerful Pokémon. Sceptile's head was sharper, and his eyes were glowing green outside the yellow surrounding the pupil. His back, however, was vastly different. The yellow seeds on his back had sprouted, and covered his back in leafy armor, that seemed as strong as steel, but still waved in the blowing wind. As Sceptile noticed the changes to his body, he closed his eyes, and most of the energy making the tree flowed back into his body, but a smaller amount flowed out of his back, forming a cape that dissipated before hitting the ground. Sceptile focused his gaze on Latias, who flinched as Ash looked on in amazement. Red, too, was shocked, knowing about Energy Ball, but never having it activate with Overgrow. Is this from the Energy Ball? Sceptile, strike at Latias with your blade. Ash called out to his Pokémon, who gave a quick nod, before leaping forward at speeds unseen before. Latias jumped, forming a powerful mist ball and throwing it at Sceptile, who had it collide with his blade, which absorbed it. He slashed downward with his blade, and knocked Latias to the ground. Ash blinked, before he grabbed a Pokeball and tossed it. 1 shake. 2 shakes. 3. And the red light faded. Ash started to laugh, and Sceptile chuckled, before he fell down, the boost fading. All right. I caught a Latias. Ash shouted, overjoyed. Mewtwo looked on with Pikachu, as Red smiled proudly. Yes, his apprentice was going to go far. A wishing eye. Or tentacle boss Groudon. Being the events of Jirachi, Wishmaker. Future. Red. Where are you going? To beat that utter dash. Red, calm down. We aren't a match for him with that Pokémon on his side. Do you think that Yellow or Green would want you to throw away your life for them? That I hate this. Just because he has one Pokémon. That one Pokémon beat Arceus. We don't stand a chance, even with Flash. Do you remember the type of Pokémon he has? Look, Red, what we should do is head to Ore. I heard that they're trying to implant other abilities into Pokémon. At least now we know why they made such an effort to eliminate all those Pokémon with Mold Breaker. Imagine how unstoppable they would be with an army of Wonder Guard Sableye and Spiritomb. That can't happen. That's right. Or worse, no guard on Pokémon with moves like Fissure and Sheer Cold. If they were to do something like take away horrible abilities from Pokémon and replace them with excellent ones. Like Regigigas without slow start. How do we get to Ore, and when do we leave? Abra and right now. Teleporting. Please stand by. We thought that you would come here. Knew what would happen, but you're too late. Boss already has the first 2 Pokémon produced, a Wonder Guard Sableye and Spiritomb. Granted, that's the only Pokémon we have made, but now you can't beat him even if you beat that one. Too late. We can't be. Ash. No time for disbelief, focus on beating the executives. Yeah, Ash. We can't lose focus. You think you can beat all 5 of us? Fools. Dark dream. I must repay you for the aura sphere. Burning steel. I am Heatran. What do you not understand? Shalebi. Let me go. Rain. Ash. I do not wish to fight, but they command my rainbow. And me, the strongest of the executives. Giratina, Dialga, Palkia, crush them. Gia. Are you? Gia. Oh, Arceus. Those three. Well, this makes things harder. Red. You have a plan. I didn't want to use this. I developed it years ago, but found that it was too powerful. Legendary Pokemon. Would you accept death rather than serve this group? Gladly. I remember now. What had they done to me? I'd go out in a blaze of glory instead of dying in the fire. Yes. For what it is worth, I am sorry for what I did to you too. Do what you must. All things must burn. NThe, do it. Pa. Now. Jira. Give me your best shot, Red. Do it now, and avenge us. All of you. What are you saying? No, correct? See, they like doing this. You. Fools. Trainer name Red. Access code XJ917SRE3POKS5R3DI. Full override, full team. What? Red? What are you doing? My ultimate move. This move cannot be stopped, and is a deathblow to all non-legendary Pokemon. It also has the possibility of killing these 7. That is why I do not use it, not to mention that I have to do that. Now. Team, let's do it. Stop him. He can't be allowed to get that off. Red. I'm sorry. Ultimari. Ash spun around, as the heavy blow landed on him. From his position on the ground he saw Bianca's furious face as she wound up for another blow, as one of his Pokeballs burst open, revealing the newest addition to his team. Latias. What are you doing? Let me at him. Bianca cried as she attempted to beat Ash silly. Ash crawled away from her backwards, scared of the aura of power she was showing. No. I'm not going to let you hurt Ash. Latias said, glaring at Bianca. Bianca blinked. Latias, I can't understand what you're saying. Just move aside, so I can hurt him. Ash continued to crawl away, slowly getting closer to a canal. Latias focused for a few seconds, trying to remember what her brother had taught her about projecting memories. It required focusing on the memory and letting it flow. A side effect was that any words spoken would be understood by all parties. How did he describe it? Inner flashback. Latios looked at his sister, having finished talking about everything that they wanted to. Latias realized that they would soon have to leave, and tears were starting to well up in her eyes. Brother. I don't want to leave and forget you. She started to cry. Latios flinched and tried to come up with a solution. Remembering his abilities, he found a useful one. Hey, Latias. How would you like to learn to project memories? It means that you can relive the experiences that we had, so you won't forget, he said. Latias stared at him with hopeful eyes. You can really do that? Of course I can. After all, I am older. By 2 minutes, maybe, Latias laughed at the expense of her brother. Latios pouted. Yeah, laugh sis. But how about we learn about memory projection now, okay? So to project memories, you have to focus on the memory, and use sight sharing. In fact, sight sharing is a form of memory projection on its own, showing what happened a second before for the person sending it. I assume you've learned how to initiate sight sharing? At Latias' nod, Latios continued. So, after focusing on the memory, surround it with psychic power and draw it up. You have to actually draw it out of your body, not just make it clearer, to project it. You will temporarily forget it, but it will be overwritten as it is projected, making the memory stronger. So bad memories are not a good idea to project. How do I show other people's memories? Latias questioned, tilting her head. Latios looked at her seriously. You have to go into their minds and search for their memory by going backwards through all their memories until you find the one you want. This is the most dangerous thing you can do, so do not take it lightly. Latias nodded fiercely, knowing how it worked now. Inner flashback end. Latias focused on the memory of challenging Ash. It was recent, so it came easily, and Bianca watched. Flashback. I guess that it's time to go, isn't it? Hoenn, now, correct? Mewtwo spoke, starting to glow as Latias and Red rejoined. Latias? What's going on? Bianca asked, watching what was going on in confusion. Latias hissed at her. No. Wait, Mewtwo. Latias shouted, causing Mewtwo to accidentally teleport a nearby tree to a secret house under the ocean. The person who lived there was not overjoyed. Latias? Why can I understand you? I think it's because it's a memory, Red said, watching with interest. He hadn't had this happen, and didn't know that Latias could do it, only Latios. Yes, Latias. I want to battle Ash and give him a chance to catch me. Wait. You asked for him to catch you? Bianca stared at her friend, who nodded. What? She said that she didn't ask him to catch her, per se, but that she wanted to battle him, and would not object to being caught, Mewtwo translated, Bianca starting. What? There was silence, as Ash, Pikachu, and Mewtwo were unable to speak. Red was also surprised, but hid it well. After Ash regained his voice, he blinked. Ah. Sure. Where? Latias smirked, gesturing to the area around them. Let's go. 1-on-1, and you can't use Pikachu. Why did you say he couldn't use Pikachu, again? I think that it was because she had already seen Pikachu, and wanted to see what my other Pokemon were like, Ash spoke up, causing Red to look at him oddly. What? Ash asked, seeing the look. When did you get here? Red returned with his own question. After all, Ash had been strangely quiet. Ash face-faulted. Ash, recovering, grinned widely and gave a thumbs up, grabbing a Pokeball. Flashback end. Bianca stumbled and fell backwards as they left the memory. She smiled sheepishly at her friend as she got up off the ground, as the other four who had been in the memory looked around. Sorry, Latias. If it was your choice, it would be wrong to object, wouldn't it? After all, you can't stay here forever. Bianca joked, making Ash laugh a bit. Bianca, in turn, glared at him. That, of course, doesn't mean that I'll be happy. After all, what kind of friend would I be if I just let you go without any objection, no matter who the other person was? Ash winced. That was a low blow. But she is right, I should have explained to her. Does it help if I say sorry? No. But go, I'll explain to Grandpa. He'll probably get his shotgun, if you were still here. Mewtwo nodded, thinking, finally. I don't want to stay here forever, sure it is nice and all, but... The five were surrounded in a purple light, as they left. Red shouted as they left, Bianca, if you see that flutist, tell them that I will find them. Bianca blinked multiple times as the group disappeared. And reappeared over a vast wasteland. Ash fell on his head, Red on his back, and Pikachu on Ash. The other two could float, so they did not fall. Ash, do you know why we're in a wasteland? Don't tell me that you did something here. That would be ridiculous. But I'm serious, don't, Red said, getting to his feet. Ash hummed piteously from the position on the ground. Mewtwo decided to answer for him, yes, this was the site of the Millennium Comet's arrival, the best place to see it. As the adventure was linked to the comet, this is where we are. Red nodded once, and went over to Ash, who was starting to get up. Red kicked him once. And again. Do you have any others like this? Tell me now. Ash groaned as he answered faintly, one other that's in the middle of the ocean. I was trying to think about how to not get caught up in it, but I don't know. Red facebombed at his apprentice's stupidity. How about we talk about that one on the boat to Sinnoh? That might work, Ash said, in deep thought. Look, just tell the story so we aren't in a boiling hot desert this time tomorrow. Okay. Well, it all started when we went to go see the comet, and came to this camp of people. We met this weird person named Butler, who did a bunch of magic tricks, and his assistant. After we saw a bunch of things, Max found this weird crystal that glowed when the comet passed overhead. It turned out to be Jirachi, and we did a bunch of things while we waited with the comet. Jirachi showed that it could create candy and toys from nothing, and dash. Jirachi cannot create things unless it opens its eye, otherwise it just ends up as a form of teleportation. I believe that some shopkeepers were a tad upset when their wares went away. Ash looked pensive for a second, thinking back to his science classes. Wait, he never had science classes. Ash looked pensive, wondering if he should have paid for the candy he ate. He continued, well, on the last day, Jirachi was captured by Butler, and made it create a giant Groudon with blue whip things. Red blinked a few times, wondering if he heard that right. So this Butler, who I guess was probably a member of Team Magma, tried to create Groudon, but failed. So he instead created a tentacle Groudon. Why in Arceus' name would he do something like that? Ash shrugged, not knowing himself, before looking sick as he interpreted what Red meant by tentacle Groudon. He gagged, and finished quickly, long battle short, we fought it, made it go away, saved Jirachi, and had Jirachi turn back into a crystal for 1,000 years. The end. Red stared at Ash. Why did he finish it so quickly? There was probably more to that story, but he skipped it. Probably not important to me or him. Red looked at Mewtwo, who was staring at Latias, who was rolling on the ground, laughing. Mewtwo, can we go? But we just got here. So. I do not want to spend more time in the desert than I have to. Mewtwo sighed, stowing away his tea. Fine, but I want to stay at the next place for the rest of the day. Agreed? Red hastily nodded, watching Pikachu instead of Ash. He didn't trust that mouse, after all mice were nearly rats, and nobody liked a rat. Mewtwo jerked his hand forward, and the group was pulled away from the empty desert, which remained an empty desert. Yeah, nobody wanted to go there, so nothing happened. If you want, we can watch and see if anything happens. Oh. Look at that. It's a rock. How unusual. I'm leaving. You can keep watching if you like. I'm serious. That's it. There's no extra thing at the end. The end. A city of auroras and technology. Or the events of Destiny Deoxys. Future. Ash. Where are you going? I just realized something. We need to head to NThe and Shamouti. Why did you stop? I know what you're going after. It won't work. Dagon has 2 of the orbs already, and the Jade Orb was last seen near Johto Safari Zone. The best bet for that would be the embedded tower, but I went there a little while ago and there was nothing. What did you see? Nothing. Don't lie to me, Red. I need to know. I saw that Pokemon there, along with 2 members of the Circle. 2 members. They never come out now, but how? Do you want to hear which ones? Who? Dark and Aura. Ouch. Those 2. Considering that Mewtwo isn't here anymore, we have a small chance alone, but not much of one. That's why I left, obviously. Don't blame you. You sense them? Yeah. I enjoyed this place though, be ashamed to leave it behind. Which is why you're blowing it up. Bingo. You and explosions. Crazy. How big will this one be? I expect to destroy the island. It's also going to create a tsunami that will devastate the base we mapped a few weeks ago, so that's a bonus for us. Dot. Also, it's going to go off in 4 minutes. Dot. Where is Abra? I don't know. And you still set off the self-destruct? Heh. Moron. Ash ran towards Red, who continued to move away. Although Ash was running, and Red was walking, Red pulled away quite quickly. Ash, his legs giving out, fell on the ground and was sped away by the moving sidewalk. Red sighed, watching Ash shrink into the distance. What did I do in a past life to deserve this? Latias swooped after Ash to find him, but Ash had rolled onto another track. It would be an hour before he was found. An hour later. Ash followed Red to the battle tower, which Red had expressed an interest in seeing before he heard the story. On the screen on the outside of the entrance, the battle that was occurring inside was shown, a boy with dark green hair and a Blissey facing another boy with light blue hair, who was using a Plusle. Ash looked at the screen for a moment before he shouted out in disbelief, Tori. How? Red faced Ash, wondering what his apprentice was talking about. Ash, who is Tori? Red asked, looking at the battle, where the boy with light blue hair had just beaten the one with dark green. Ash didn't look away from the screen as he replied. Tori's a boy that I met when I was last here who was terrified of Pokemon. But now he's using them and seems to be really good. I mean, he changed near the end, but to start actually battling. Ash shook his head. Red nodded once, showing that he understood. So, Ash, do you want to have a battle in the tower? Ash jumped away, looking at Red as if he were insane. What are you, insane? You saw what happened last time we battled. No way am I going to battle you again, until I get a lot stronger. Red hit Ash over the head as Mewtwo facepalmed. Please, do not make a scene. And for Arceus' sake, don't say that I'm the Kanto champion. Red hissed to Ash, seeing a passerby stop to stare at Ash. Mewtwo sighed and gave a glance to Pikachu. He's not going to shut up, is he? Pikachu considered that statement for a second before he responded. Nope. Wouldn't be Ash if he did. Latias giggled, before she spoke, what do you mean? Pikachu chuckled, remembering all the times that defined Ash. Well, for one, there was this Mankey that stole his hat during our first year together. He ended up climbing trees and yelling at it, before he managed to capture it and get his hat. Although he has grown up, when that Apom stole his hat he didn't yell. But still, he isn't going to be meditating anytime soon. Mewtwo and Latias nodded, understanding. Red looked up at the sky. Ash, I meant we do a team battle together. Not against, but together. Do you understand what I mean? Ash brightened, the cloud of doom that was hovering over him disappearing. Yeah. Red started to walk towards the entrance. So, let's register. Ash ran after his mentor, getting to the doors just as they closed. The duo walked up to the registration desk, Mewtwo and Pikachu stuck outside, as Mewtwo and Latias refused to stop floating and Pikachu was too light to make the pressure plate go off. The lady behind the counter smiled at the two, putting down her orange book rather hastily as she talked to them. Hello. How may I help you? Red rolled his eyes at the book, but still answered her, we would like to register for a team battle today. Well, the lady frowned, typing on her computer for a few seconds, all matches today and tomorrow are booked. I would suggest. But what she would suggest they would never find out, as at that moment a girl with red hair came rushing into the lobby, knocking Ash over. Hey! Watch where you're going, Dash. Sorry, the girl shouted, not facing away from the receptionist. Ma'am? My partner quit and decided to leave today, so I can't battle. What should I do? The receptionist blinked, looking at the girl before she turned to the duo. A smile grew on her and Red's faces slowly as she spoke. Well, you two, it seems like we do have an open slot. When was your match today? The girl bit her lip before answering. I think it was the last one today. Sorry, but I really have to go. Bye-bye. The girl bolted out the door, spinning Ash around as he got to his feet. Ash once again fell as Red gave the woman behind the desk the relevant information, before Red grabbed Ash and dragged him outside, where the 3 Pokémon had attracted quite a crowd. Latias had turned herself invisible and Mewtwo had his hood up, but Pikachu had no defense against the fangirls, who were holding him in ways that he was not meant to be held. Pikachu, catching sight of Ash, screamed, "Leave me! Save yourself! I'm a goner! Run!" Upon his uttering of these famous last words, he fell into the swarm and was lost. Until Pikachu remembered that he could throw around massive amounts of electricity. The fangirls were fried and there was much rejoicing. All across Hoenn, the cry went out that fangirls had been beaten, and the same people held parades in Pikachu's honor. The 5 fled, not wanting to stay near the twitching fangirls who were still miming about Pikachu. Creepy. It was only a few hours until their battle. A few hours later, 10 minutes before the battle. "Hey, Ash," Red asked Ash, as the two went towards the battle tower, hoping to start a conversation. Ash looked back from his leading position. Ash had told him about the events earlier, and his only wonder was to why Rayquaza was so angry at Deoxys. Violating his airspace. Yeah, right. Every flying-type Pokémon did that. Yeah. What is it? How do you want to do this? We have a few options, and I'm thinking that we can go for overkill, complete overkill, and kill it with fire overkill. What are you thinking? Mewtwo started as Ash started to drool. Ash answered Red's question with a famous exclamation, "Blasphemy. There is no such thing as overkill." Red rolled his eyes. Of course. But he has a point. If it gets beaten with a small explosion, then it might be able to battle, but if the explosion is big enough. Ash, there is a such thing as overkill with what I'm thinking. Me being on your side makes it overkill automatically. But as for each category, overkill is Sceptile and V, complete overkill is Pika and Pikachu, and kill it with fire overkill is Mewtwo for me and Latias for you. I'd go with option 1, since we don't want to kill them. Pikachu pouted. It wasn't his fault that he was strong, blame Water Wheels. If Ash hadn't made it so that he had the electric potential of a freaking legendary, then he wouldn't own everybody. Except for weak Pokemon and Pika. Yeah, that was embarrassing. Ash thought about it for a good minute before answering. Well, I'd say that we should go with Sceptile and whoever V is. I mean, Pikachu doesn't need another workout, and Sceptile could use a battle. I really don't think that we should announce that we have legendary Pokemon with us, since that would probably get everybody with ambitions to go after us. Yeah. What do you think? Red wasn't too shocked, but Pikachu and Mewtwo stopped dead, unable to move. Latias just kept floating along, invisible. Reasonable. You did leave out that we could beat anybody who tried to capture Latias or Mewtwo, not to mention what they would do, but it is sound. Ash grinned, continuing to lead them away from the battle tower. Ah, well, it wasn't like Mewtwo couldn't use teleport. And they had about 5 minutes before they had to be there. Battle Tower, Central Platform. Hello, and welcome to today's last match. We had a last-minute cancellation by Kelsey of Fortree City and Branbuck of Lavender Town, so they will not be competing. However, we do have a fill-in. What? What do you mean that the referee wasn't told? He left. I'm saying all this out loud. Oh. Aha. Okay, no fear, Poke fanatics. The famous Palmer, the head of the Johto and Sinnoh Battle Frontier, has volunteered to judge this match. Let's all thank him. Moving on, today's battle is expected to be an exciting one. We have our own famous trainer, Tori Lund of LaRue City and Rafe of Lavaridge Town in the blue corner, and in the red corner are Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town and Red of Pallet Town. Each trainer has distinguished themselves in battle before, with Tori Lund being one of the current best trainers in LaRue City, and Rafe being a trainer who always puts on a good show. Ash Ketchum is a talented trainer who has competed here once before with our own Tori and against Rafe. He is also the champion of the Orange League, and has placed well in Pokemon League competitions in the past. Red has no information known, but I'm sure that he'll give a great showing. Now, we are ready. Let's get started. Battle Tower. Red had started twitching as the announcer had demonstrated that he was not going to win the Nobel Prize, while Ash had just furrowed his brow at the mention that he was champion of the Orange League. He hadn't been champion. Had he? Tori, on the other hand, grinned brilliantly when he saw Ash, while Rafe smirked. In the referee box, Palmer watched with mild interest at the competitors, before he saw Red. Then he fell out of the box, shouting, "Red!" Red nodded to Palmer, who had evidently recognized him. Palmer realized that everybody was staring at him, and stuttered out the terms of the battle. This will be a 2-on-2 double battle. Whichever side knocks out both of the other side's Pokemon wins. Trainers, send out your Pokemon. Minun. Blaziken. Sceptile. V. On the blue side, a small blue and yellow Pokemon shot out sparks as it was released, while the other Pokemon ignited fire around its fists. On the red side, a green lizard smirked, chewing on a twig, while a small lavender cat-like Pokemon's eyes glowed faintly. Well, what do we have here? A little bit of fire. Good challenge. Thanks, Ash. Sceptile shouted, spitting out his twig and getting into a stance. Blaziken growled. Hey, Ash. Follow my lead. Just beat one of them, and the rest will go easy, Red whispered to Ash, seeing who they were facing. His Pokemon had an obvious advantage, not being weak to any Pokemon on the field and strong against one, while Sceptile and Blaziken each had an advantage against one. Minun got the short end of the stick. Ash nodded, deferring to his elder. Let's go, then. Palmer took a look at the field, preparing to duck behind the walls to protect himself. Red's battles always seemed to do damage to the spectators, and if what he heard about that Ash kid was true, there would be an explosion. Begin. Tori took the lead. Minun, Thunderbolt. The crackling bolt of electricity shot forward towards its foes, threatening them with severe damage. Before the Espion's eyes glowed and the lightning shot at Blaziken. Rafe gritted his teeth as his Pokemon cried out. Ash realized what Red was telling him. Sceptile, Bullet Seed on Blaziken. The steam of seeds hurt the fire type only slightly, but the goal of showing Red that he understood was accomplished. Red ordered quietly, V, start hurling energy at Blaziken. If either Pokemon attacks, redirect it. Knock out Blaziken. V let out a sharp cry, before large ball of purple energy started to form from the air and be hurled at Blaziken, exploding on impact into large blasts of pure psychic energy. Blaziken had no chance to counterattack, and Ash was having Sceptile shoot energy ball at the Blaziken every time he saw that it was trying to charge an attack. The situation seemed to be declining quickly for his team, but Tori got an idea, and shouted to his Minun, who had been trying to attack, but kept hitting Blaziken, shockwave on all those ball of energy. Knock them away, give us some breathing room. The bolts of homing lightning were helping Blaziken get some energy back, and Red quickly went over options. He could hold this stalemate until Doomsday, although that Minun couldn't, but that would be boring. He trusted his Pokemon to continue while he talked with Ash. Ash, we need to knock them out with one hit. V can do that, but it would also damage the stadium, and I would prefer not to take a 50-foot drop. Sceptile needs to hit them both with a powerful leaf blade, since he is all but immune to Thunderbolt, and can do a large amount of damage with a lot of control. Thoughts? Ash frowned, discarding plans. He would need to have time to charge up enough power. He'd also need that boost from Energy Ball. Have V just start charging a large attack and knock attacks away while Sceptile charges. Provoke them into one large attack which V counters, and Sceptile have free reign. Red nodded. Psychic Tear, then. I can buy time for a few years. Don't worry about me, V's one of my core team. Ash turned back to the battlefield, where the crowd was getting restless, and the foes were getting frustrated. Ian kept the foes from attacking, and that was getting on Rafe's nerves like nothing could. Sceptile. Just charge your Leaf Blade. Don't worry about anything else. Red gave the command to V, charge up for Psychic Tear. Block all attacks that they use. The two Pokémon confirmed, the Espion closing its eyes, however a red glow could clearly be seen. But a few seconds after that it changed to a blue glow, and a rolling wave of sheer power started to exude from him. Tori flinched, seeing the pure power that the Espion was giving off. Sceptile knelt, his blades forming on his arms, continually growing brighter and sharper, more clearly defined. Ash watched as the other Pokémon tried to interrupt, but V did a great job blocking all attacks and redirecting others. Suddenly something occurred to him, and he turned to Red, keeping an eye on the battlefield. Red. I forgot about Energy Ball. Red winced before he answered, well, wait until Sceptile's at about half of the charge you need, and tell him to. Ash nodded, understanding. He watched, waiting. 20%. Minun shot a large number of shock waves at V, who causally blocked them with a wave of pure power. Blaziken tried to take advantage of the distraction, and shot a large fire blast at Sceptile, but the attack was blocked by the Espion, who still had his eyes closed. 30%. Blaziken charged forward, attempting to get a solid hit in, but was flung away by V into Minun. The two Pokémon collapsed. 40%. More attacks. 50%. Ash realized what level Sceptile was at and shouted what Red had told him to. Sceptile. Charge up an Energy Ball. Then catch it in your blades. The lizard gave a short nod, not wanting to lose focus. He charged the ball of energy, and put it between the deep green blades on his forearms. The ball started to glow brightly, and sparks of light green energy danced along the surface. The audience watched in awe. Now eat it. Tori's and Rafe's eyes widened as the Pokémon opened wide and shoved the energy ball in. A blast of green light enveloped the Pokémon, who was now a slightly darker green color, with more feral eyes and larger blades. His tail was more lush, and the seeds on his back were larger. It wasn't Energy Ball plus Overgrow, but it was still epic. Ash smirked, seeing that Sceptile was at almost 80%. Rafe and Tori, nodding, both ordered their Pokémon for a last attempt. Minun, charge up your most powerful thunder. Blaziken, charge Blast Burn. All Pokémon on the field were now glowing a color, Minun yellow, Blaziken red, V light blue, and Sceptile green. That's when disaster struck for Red and Ash. Red's eyes widened. These two charged to do any more blocking. Ash's eyes followed suit before Rafe decided to take advantage. Blaziken. Stop charging and use a quick flamethrower on both of them. Rafe ordered, his Pokémon shooting an immense blast of fire at his foes. Red understood quickly. V, dodge. You know what to do about Sceptile. V jumped away, sending a small portion of power to shove away Sceptile. The fire missed, and Sceptile was nearly charged. Blaziken returned to charging, but wasn't as far as he used to be. Sceptile's eyes shot open, glowing yellow. He was ready, and his blades shone with the force of a star. Ash and Red shared a smile. Red commanded, V understanding and releasing all his power in a massive ball of pure power that glowed purple and blue. The energy sped towards Minun and Blaziken, their trainers panicking. Blaziken, release. Minun, you too. The massive bolt of lightning and the fiery blast of pure energy met the ball of psychic power. And the psychic energy tore into space and made all three attacks detonate, cracking the ground with the sheer force that came from the explosion. Sceptile, upon a command from Ash, shot into the dust. There was a hush, and nobody could see. The dust started to settle, revealing a fainted Minun and an exhausted Blaziken, along with Sceptile, only one of his blades still glowing. "For what it's worth, you were a good opponent," Sceptile commented to Blaziken, before he grinned ferally. He finished as he swung his blade at Blaziken, "I was better." The green streak left by the blade cut across Blaziken's chest, and the fire type fell to the ground, knocked out. Sceptile jumped across the entire field, making it back to Ash's side as V ran to the side of his trainer. The two Pokémon and their trainer stared at their defeated foes, Wraith having collapsed to his knees while Tori smiled peacefully. Palmer poked his head over the sides of the box as the crowd began to cheer. Blaziken and Minun are unable to battle. The winners are Ash and Sceptile, with Red and V. Mewtwo and Latias clapped from the highest point in the stadium, happy for their friends. Pikachu smacked Sceptile as the energy ball boost ran out. "What was that for?" Sceptile complained, as he rubbed where Pikachu had hit him. He might be small, but Iron Tail hurt, and that was what Pikachu had used. "What, you thought he used his fist?" Pikachu glared at Sceptile. "That was for hamming it up. If Blaziken had any energy left, he could have gotten off a point-blank flamethrower. And what's with the 2-minute charge? You should get that down to half the time." Ash rolled his eyes, picking up Pikachu as Sceptile started to growl. He called back his Pokémon as Red did the same. They shared a smile as their platform descended. It had been a good battle. Outside the battle tower, Ash, Red, and company were leaving when Palmer ran after the group. "Hey! Red! Wait!" Red stopped for Palmer, continuing when the man had caught up. "Yes, Palmer." Palmer walked alongside Red as Ash led. Everyone had confidence in his abilities to get them to the right place, since they were on the hunt for food. "I was just wondering what made you come off your mountain. Haven't seen you for almost 3 years, ever since that last meeting. I was forced off by a large storm. It was not natural. Harsh. How bad could it have been to drive you away? Thought you swore not to leave unless you had to. It was 10 feet deep in Silver Town when I left. And since I was on the peak, not the middle." "What about your Pokémon? I know that they remain on the mountain, so what happened to them?" "I left them at an underground lake that we visited recently." Ash stopped, hearing the conversation. "Red? When did you do that? Wasn't I with you the entire time?" Red stared at his apprentice. He did not appreciate being contradicted. "I did it right before we left. How did you not notice me talking to Zam?" Ash shrugged and led on. Palmer leaned over to Red, whispering, "So. What's the deal with Ash? You following him, or he following you?" "He's my apprentice," Red said, not looking at Palmer. Palmer fell over. "What? You took an apprentice?" "Yes. I believe I just said so." "Yeah, but didn't you say that you hadn't found anybody worthy? What makes him special?" "I mean, he hasn't exactly won any leagues, although I did hear that he beat Brandon and obviously is the Orange Island champion, but what made him catch the attention of the Kanto champion and the champion of champions?" Red stared at the sky. "He reminded me of myself. That is all I will say on the subject." Palmer gave up. It was no use talking to the guy, he remembered from last time they met. At least this time Red was using words. The group approached a restaurant which was advertising, "All you can eat for 300 poke dollars." Red cheered internally and several chefs inside the place began to whimper and consider taking the rest of the night off for no reason they could identify. The smart one quit, while the others shook it off. They regretted it, as Ash was hungry. And when Ash was hungry, Ash ate. It would be a few hours before Ash was satisfied. By that time, Red had decided that they would find a hotel for the night, before they set off to Rhoda in the morning. Palmer had long since left, around the time Ash was having 34ths. Drew was passing by when he heard several people miming in an alley behind a restaurant. Knowing that he would regret it, he stopped to ask what was wrong. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "That monster ate us out of food. We have lost several tens of thousands of poke dollars on him. We are ruined." One of the people who he identified as chefs sobbed. Drew gave up and left the group crying in the alley, most of whom decided that all you can eat was a horrible idea. As has been said before, when Ash was hungry, Ash ate. An oral flare. Or the events of Lucario and the mystery of Mew. Future. Red, what's the plan? We are going to take down Dagon. And the circle too. How? I will use all my aura. What does that mean? I will literally use my aura to open a rift between the dimensions. I can imagine it, so, as you know. It will be costly. But it will be worth it. Best case. It fails mid-transit and everybody in it perishes in non-existence. Worst case, they make it through and start to take over wherever they end up. You can do that. I can. You can't. So. What does it mean for you? I willingly give up all my aura, or it takes more aura than I expect and it gets taken without knowledge. So, crystal or stone? Yes. Let's go. We need to gather the rebels for the attack. Yeah. Red, are you sure? Ash. I have never wanted to do something like this more in my life. This is it. Go. Yes sir, Red. Ash? You're with me. Yes. Oh, Arceus, are those hyper beams? Yeah. We need to get rid of them with our own attacks before we launch. Pikachu, charge and megavolt. Sure. 1 second. Ready? Yeah. Target is the giant army. Yes. Okay, Ash. You do know that this hurts like a houndum, right? Dot. Boom. Well, Ash, here we are. Yeah. That's the circle chamber. Hope that their leader is there. I'd hate to leave him with you. Don't worry. I'll make sure. I'll make sure to honor your statue. Then I hope that it is willing, then. Hate to have a regular statue. I'll miss you. Any last words? Yes. But it's something that I have to tell you. Only you, not anybody else. They ask, I said that it was a good fight and that I wanted to give everybody a chance in the Ash. Really? A pun? Couldn't resist. But your message. Your father is, spoiler. No, I am not telling you. Wait for while. What? LaRue City. Ash woke up, staring at the sun rising over the city. It was about 6 o'clock and he was full of energy and ready to face the day. Wait. That's not right. Let's try that again. The sun rose over LaRue City at about 6, waking Red. It also awakened Mewtwo and Latias, who were in another 2 beds. Ash, on the other hand, snored on. It was about 8 before Red finally became tired of waiting and decided to wake Ash up. Ash. Up, Red said, not looking at Ash. Ash made no response. Red tried again. Wake up. Up and at M. Up, up, up. Let's go, champ. Go get M, tiger. You're going to be late. Continue for a good 20 minutes, with Red getting more aggravated and Ash not reacting. Ash. Wake up, Red ground out, holding a hammer. Get up. I'm warny, to Giratina with it. Pika, Thunderbolt. The Pikachu burst out of Red's Pokeball, shocking the sleeping Ash with several hundred volts. Ash tossed and turned, but did not wake up. Red smacked himself on the forehead. Okay. Pika, let's try surf. The large surfboard was used to smack Ash before the large amount of water was dumped on his head. Ash woke up. What's going on? Ash groaned, not realizing that Red was very, very angry. Mewtwo chuckled, sipping his tea. Latias gave him a strange look before she went back to her popcorn. Ash, the first thing that we are going to work on is getting you to rise with the sun. I want you to be awake when I am, or at latest 20 minutes after me. Do you comprehend? Red gritted his teeth, holding Ash up by the collar of his shirt. Ash laughed nervously. Yuh. How are you going to do that? Ash asked, looking apprehensive. Red gave an evil smirk. That is a secret. Just know that it will hurt you a lot more than me. Ash gulped. The quartet and Pikachu got ready. Would that be a quintet? Ash still throwing wary glances at Red, who had calmed down. He wondered, not for the first time, if he was really doing a smart thing by going with the obviously insane trainer. But wait, wasn't there a thing done about how strong trainers are more insane or have a strange quirk? Ash was wondering this as the group left Hoenn, heading to Kanto and Rhoda. He was actually interested enough to ask Red, hey, Red. Is it true that the stronger the trainer or Pokemon, the weirder they are? Red gave a quick nod, looking over the town and castle. Oh, sure. For example, Pika is obsessed with fire, V is silent except when he gets excited, then he'll start yelling all sorts of things. Mewtwo. Well, he tried to destroy the world. For trainers, I think I'm pretty normal, but Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh, has an ice cream addiction. Alder, of Unova, is a wandering hobo. Lance once tried to destroy the world. Steven Stone is obsessed with rare stones, to the point that he gave up his title. Wallace has avoided it, but really isn't that strong. Brandon is obsessed with dangerous artifacts, and the Battle Eye is said to be an old recluse that tests out attacks that are awesome, but impractical. It's also why all the dangerous plots are insane, the people who do them are insane but powerful. Do you want more examples? Pikachu nodded, while Latias covered her mouth. Red gave more examples. For gym leaders, we have Claire, who refuses to believe that she can lose, and has a severe inferiority complex. We have Whitney, who cries when she loses, Tate and Lisa who can't battle without the other but constantly fight, Brawly, who surfs for training, Blaine, obsessed with riddles. Continuing. Sabrina was insane for a good while, Lieutenant Surge has an weird anime complex, Koga runs both his gym and the Elite Four of Johto, and then there's the gym leaders of Viridian. Blue was like me, not weird. But the current leader is Giovanni, who is so strongly suspected as the leader of Team Rocket that there's all but proof. We have Chuck, who trains under a waterfall, Wake, who insists on being called Crasher Wake, Byron, who will randomly shout about defense, Faulkner, who, last I heard, was giving out badges and causing blackouts in Sunnyshorebecause he's bored, Sillin, Chili, and Cress, who work as waiters in their own shop, Clay, who blames others for problems, Drayton, who loves the history of Oplucid City, Winona, who has an inferiority complex due to trainers skipping her, and the Orange Island leaders, who are just strange. We then have the Elite Four. Lorelei loves poke dolls, Bruno fights wild rock types, Agatha is Oak's rival and dislikes him, and that's not mentioning that all three of them, along with Lance, tried to destroy the world. Will goes to Many Ball and Karen is a superstar in Johto who travels around basking in the fame. Sydney lives in a mountain, Phoebe tells everybody about Empire and ghost types, Glacia lives in Shoal Cave, and Drake acts like a pirate sometimes. Aaron of Sinnoh speaks with all bug types and is extremely ambitious, Bertha is really old and dislikes people knowing that she is a member of the Elite Four, Flint makes trainers battle, and Lucian always reads books instead of seeking battles. Chantal writes and makes everything a novel, Marshall worships Alder, the hobo, Grimsley acts creepy to scare people, and Caitlin is a member of the Sinnoh Johto battle frontier and loves to sleep. As you can see, I am one of the more normal, although there are others who can claim it too. Mewtwo stifled a laugh at Red's proclamation of normalcy. Ash, with absolutely no tact, did not. Q beat down. A severely injured Ash and company made their way towards the castle, watching as multiple trainers seemed to be going in dressed in old costumes. At the entrance, the guard stopped them. "Hey, you three entering the competition. You're supposed to be dressed for it, but there is a room full of old clothes that you could use. Why don't you go there?" The dim-witted guard, named Jim, asked out intrepid adventurers. Ash looked at their group, wondering who the third trainer was. Mewtwo sighed, lowering his hood. "I am a Pokemon, not a trainer." Jim screamed like a little girl and fainted. Red blinked at the body, wondering why, before he turned to Ash. "Ash, why don't we enter? This is the last thing that we're doing before the boat, so we have time. Not to mention that it's probably the best way to get to meet the Queen." Ash smirked. "I look forward to meeting you in the final round. Oh. I'm unbeatable. Walking down this endless highway. Nothing but my friends beside me. We'll never give in, we'll never rest. Advanced battle is the ultimate test. From the earth, the land, the sea, and sky. They can never win but they sure can try. Oh, I'm unbeatable. Pokemon. Advanced battle. Oh, I'm undefeatable. From the stars and the ancient past. They come to play but they never last. Oh, I'm unbeatable. Pokemon. Advanced battle. Oh, I'm undefeatable. You think you'll win but soon you'll see. You may beat some, but you can't beat me. I'm undefeatable. There's a feeling deep inside me, and it's always there to guide me. It's in my heart and in my soul, leading me to the ultimate goal. You can try your best, this might be fun, you go down to defeat before you begun. Oh. I'm unbeatable. Pokemon. Advanced battle. Oh. I'm undefeatable. Every move, each attack you choose, you think you can win but you always lose. Ugh. Advanced battle. I'm unbeatable. Ash walked onto the stage, wearing the same costume as the last time he had competed, the actual garment of Sir Aaron. It seemed different, somehow. He had felt a slight weakening sensation when he put it on, but it had suddenly gotten lighter after he had done it. The hat, on the other hand, was continuously pulsing on his head, and a few people seemed to glow when he looked at them, Red among them. On a hunch, Ash attempted to activate his aura sight, and saw a different scene for the glowing people. Red was glowing a blue color, while another person was glowing a sickly purple, which unconsciously made Ash steer away from them. But Ash was in his element, battling. Pikachu vs Arbok. The snake tried to go underground and strike, but Pikachu remembered what he had learned from Team Rocket's Pokemon, and just kept interrupting as it tried to dig. The Arbok tried to throw poison attacks, but Pikachu ran circles around it, and a thunderbolt ended the match. Sceptile vs Golem. It took one move. Quad weakness to grass. Sceptile won, hands down. Sceptile vs Bronzong. The steel type kept taking every attack, giving back good attacks, but Ash persevered. At a suggestion from Sceptile, Ash had Sceptile buffet the Pokemon into the ground and just keep attacking while the Bronzong was stuck. It took a while, but Sceptile won. Semi-finals. Pikachu vs Haxorus. The dragon type startled Ash, who knew nothing about it, and it nearly won with powerful attacks. Pikachu ended up dodging many attacks while Ash came up with a strategy. In the end, Pikachu had used Iron Tail to start deflecting dragon attacks back at Haxorus, whose trainer started to have ideas such as trying to roast Pikachu. Pikachu had to dodge attacks such as a Dragon Pulse that was on fire, and was not having an easy time of it. Ash had Pikachu detonate the attacks with Thunderbolt for a while, before he decided to end it. Pikachu, let's finish this with Volt Tackle, all out. Ash yelled, seeing that neither Pikachu or Haxorus were in good shape. Alright. Let's end this. Pikachu called back, running at the dragon with a yellow corona of lightning surrounding him. The Haxorus trainer saw how powerful the attack was, and decided that it would be best to end it, even if it was a bad long-term move. Draco Meteor. The large orange spheres of pure draconic energy smashed into Pikachu, reducing the Volt Tackle to nothing. But the attack that Pikachu had up stopped all damage from the powerful attack from hurting him. Now Haxorus had a disadvantage. Pikachu, Volt Tackle again. Roger. Pikachu called, charging forward. The Haxorus unleashed another Draco Meteor, which was far weaker. And Pikachu smashed into the dragon's chest, its attack not having done any real damage to the Volt Tackle. Haxorus fell over, knocked out. And we enter the finals. Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town vs Red of Pallet Town. Final match. Begin. The announcer cried, as the two trainers, Master and Apprentice, selected their Pokémon and threw them out. Sceptile. Poly. The two Pokémon face down, the Water type and the Grass type. Sceptile confident, Poly calm and ready. The battle was quite astounding, but can you guess who won? Well, I guess it was an obvious result. In the castle, where the after-tournament was held, Red sat on the chair with the recovered staff of Sir Aaron. Unlike Ash had done the year previous, Red was not squirming, but instead studying the staff. All Aura Adepts had one weapon that they used above all others, and was specifically made to channel their aura. His was a short sword made by a friend of his a long time ago, which he could literally transform with his aura into any shape he desired, similar to his auric abilities. This staff. It seemed to absorb ambient aura and focus it into the gem and through the grasp of the wielder, giving them more aura to use. The gem also seemed capable of shooting out beams of pure aura, which was interesting. But there appeared to be a small room that was inside the gem, one that was an elaborate seal for whoever was put in there. There was something deeper, but the staff rejected his aura as he went. Ash walked over to Red, watching as his mentor was immersed in the staff. The maid was glaring at both Ash and Red for his careless treating of a sacred object, and Ash. She was probably still angry about having to clean up after Lucario. Ash decided to talk to Red, thinking that they could decide on a plan of action. Hey Red. How are we going to talk to the Queen? Also, I wanted to ask you something about these clothes. Red looked up from the priceless artifact, his red eyes staring into Ash's brown ones. I was thinking that we could request an audience of her now and talk to her after this. What was your question? Ash blinked, wondering why he hadn't thought of that. He replied to Red, well, first I should say that these are Aaron's clothes. The real thing. But, as I was going to say, the clothes feel too light, and the hat is giving me weird sight. Red nodded, understanding. Well, the clothes I can explain. What they do, if they are like traditional guardian garb, is make it easier to move your body by reinforcing it with aura. However, it has one major advantage, too. If you count that a potential drawback is averted, it doesn't make your muscles grow weaker. You use them the same amount, they just react more to a simple push, so they can actually get stronger. The possible failing point would be that it required too much aura to function, so you would have to take it off to use aura in life. However, the clothes take small amounts of normal energy from the air, not aura in the air, and convert it into the used aura. Ash smiled, realizing the benefits. He decided to elaborate on what the hat did. Well, with the hat, I see certain people with a glow around them when I look at them. It's not distracting, just noticeable, but when I use aura sight it changes. You, for example, are a blue color that shines, kinda cool. But another person I saw was glowing purple, and it just gave me a bad feeling. I don't know what it is, do you? Red had a small smirk. Jackpot. Well, that is all involved in how the three related types react. There are two known triangles of types, the traditional grass-fire-water triangle. But the other one is related to humans and the three most common types of abilities that humans have. Aura, fighting type. Psychic powers, psychic type, obviously. And then there is the dark trainers, who represent the dark type. Each has an advantage over the others. Psychics has an advantage over aura adepts, we have an advantage over dark trainers, and dark trainers have a massive advantage over psychics. So, the site is giving me a warning to stay away from the person who's a psychic? Ash asked, starting to understand. Red nodded. Seeing that the time was starting to slip away, it was almost 2 in the afternoon, he ordered Ash, go ask for an audience with Queen Eileen. I have to stay here. The maid interjected, yes, do not be like him. Be respectful. Ash gave a small chuckle, rubbing the back of his head. When Ash approached the queen, she looked at him as if he were familiar. Do I know you? She asked. Ash nodded. Yeah, I'm Ash. I won last year. Eileen brightened and sat up. Oh yes. You were the one with Sir Aaron's aura. Yeah. Speaking of which, can you tell me anything about why my aura is the same? And also my teacher wanted to have a talk with you, about something, responded Ash, sheepish. Certainly. After this is over, around 3 o'clock. Sure. Ash said happily, walking back over to where the food was. He had let Sceptile and Pikachu out to play, and all 4 Pokémon had headed up to the attic where Mew had appeared before. When the after-tournament was over, the 2 humans of Ash's group approached the queen. Red spoke first, good afternoon, milady. How are you this fine day? The queen blushed, not having many people act formal in her presence. Please, just Eileen. After what Ash did for us, I think that it's a fair thing. But, if I may ask, who are you? I am Red. He's my master, Ash extrapolated, seeing that Red wasn't going to. Eileen nodded. So, a master. What are your qualifications? As I remember, to be licensed for being a master and taking an apprentice is quite difficult. I am the current champion of Kanto and a member of the Prodigal 3, Red replied. Eileen blinked a few times, her mouth falling open a small amount. The Mime Jr. copied her. So, you tell her right away, but not me? Just spring it on me. Lousy Red. Ash grumbled. Red gave him a look. Eileen recovered her senses and said, so, what brings you here? I doubt that it was for no reason. Well, it was to see this place, mostly. Although, I did want to ask you a few things. Yes, said Eileen, Ash just looking confused. Did you know that the clothes Ash is wearing now are Sir Aaron's true clothes? Or at least the real garment of an aura adept, while the hat is definitely for a guardian. No, I am afraid I did not. Is there a reason you wanted to tell me this? I would like Ash to be able to keep them. What are you offering? 1,000 poke dollars. 1,000,000. They are priceless, if what you say is true. 10,000. Nobody here can use them, and aura users are hard to find now. 200,000. That does not decrease the value. 50,000. Can you convince anybody that they are real? 100,000. Why do you want them then? 60. They have properties that are useful to aura adepts. 90. And Ash is? 65. Yes. 80. 70. 80. 75. Deal, concluded Eileen, Ash dizzy from whipping his head back and forth like he had. Red reached into his wallet and pulled out 75 poke dollars. Here you go. Eileen nearly face-faulted, but managed not to. Not what I meant, but keep your money. I was going to give them to Ash when you said that they were Sir Aaron's. After all, he could claim right of inheritance, Eileen said, handing back the money. When she saw the confused look on Ash's face and dawning understanding on Red's, she expanded, you can only have the same aura as somebody else by chance and if you are descended from them. And since Ash has the same aura, he has to be descended from the legendary guardian, Red said. Ash fainted. So. Would you object to us taking the gloves in the tree of beginning? Red continued. Eileen shook her head, and dismissed them. Tree of beginning. Ash ummed and woke up. Last thing he remembered was learning that he was the ancestor of Sir Aaron. Not ancestor, descendant. Why do some people not get that? Mewtwo said. Ash jumped up from his lying down position in the air. Why am I floating? Ash asked Mewtwo, thinking that Mewtwo might be carrying him. Because you were unconscious and I was told to carry you. Okay. There was a comfortable silence before Ash asked the obvious question. So where are we going? Mewtwo didn't even look at Ash as he answered, the tree of beginning. Red wants to get something from there, and since I have never been inside the tree, I was unable to teleport us there. Ash gave no response as he fell. I assume you can walk. Mewtwo said. Ash hurriedly got to his feet, before he ran to catch up to Red. Good. You're awake, Red stated, Ash falling in beside him. Yeah. So, how about you tell me about what happened? Red said, not taking his eyes off the trail to the tree. Sure. So, you see, it started when I was challenging the battle frontier recently. I had heard about the tournament and wanted to compete. We came up to Cameron Palace to compete, getting costumes, I got the same one I have on now. So I ended up winning the tournament, being crowned Hero of the Year for winning. At the ball afterwards I had to sit in that seat and hold the staff, which I heard ask why. I had to stay in the seat, and noticed that all our Pokémon were gone. We had been led by Mew to a room upstairs. It was a fun place, although we were startled when Mew transformed. Meowth fell into the room, and Mew took her real form to see if he was alright. But then two Weevil charged into the room, trying to capture Mew. We ended up fighting them, and I won against the two, although they kept dodging. I, of course, pretended to be tired to get them to come close to hit them with Iron Tail, but Mew thought that I was really tired and took me and Meowth to the tree. And that's really it for me, until Ash comes, Pikachu said, explaining where he was. Ash winced before he went on. So at the room, I was told by the maid to do the hero's pose with the staff. It glowed and let out Sir Aaron's Lucario, who thought I was him. He was apparently blinded, but he eventually realized that I wasn't Aaron. He fled, and we had to go after him. We learned that he was from a long time ago, and that Aaron wasn't a hero. Then, after Eileen told us about Lucario and Sir Aaron, Max came into the room and explained that Mew was in the palace, was attacked, and abducted Pikachu and Meowth. A woman named Kid something. Summers the First Think, came in and told us that she had seen Mew take them to the Tree of Beginning. Because Eileen asked him to, Lucario said that he would go too. So we left in a jeep of hers, and met a Bonesley on the way. After a while, we came to a part of the road where geysers were spouting, so we had to stop. There was a hot spring nearby, and we stopped to go in while we waited. We had an encounter with a time flower, which Kid said was a normal flower that could be activated and show what happened after it was planted. And I told you that that's not what happens. Otherwise, why wouldn't every flower just show whoever had planted it? It is created from two auras clashing, so I assumed that it was probably you and Lucario. But go on, Red said. Ash continued, so that night, we ended up talking, and I told everybody the story of how Pikachu and I became best friends. Lucario insulted me and Pikachu by saying that people and Pokémon could never become friends, along with calling me weak, so I tackled him and we rolled into a pond. Later that night, I ended up talking to Lucario about how Pikachu and me were friends, but he said that he was just a servant, and didn't know what it was like to be friends with a human. Red interrupted as the group took a side path to avoid a large group of Graveler, Pikachu and I there. I highly doubt that Sir Aaron saw Lucario as anything other than a friend. It would have been very difficult to do that after all that time. Ash, after pondering that, went on, the next day, we came to a small pathway with a time flower, which is right there. Ash pointed to a small time flower at the base of the cliff they were on. Red sighed and jumped down the cliff to see with Ash. Activating the flower, Red saw what Ash had seen. Sir Aaron renouncing his loyalty to Rin. Aaron throwing down his staff and trapping Lucario in it. He flew off on a Pidgeot, taking the scepter. An army coming down the paths, annihilating the place where Lucario had been. Aura spheres being hurled at the army, but doing nothing, passing through them. Wah! Ash cried out, seeing himself and the rest of his group when he had gone by. I assume that you did no see this when you last went here. Mewtwo snarked. Ash gave him a look. Ash. Promise that you will never abandon Pikachu. Lucario shouted at Ash. Of course. The group began to walk back, and suddenly a Regirock burst out of the ground, shooting hyper beams at the group. Lucario pushed Ash away. The group ran into a tunnel, escaping from Regirock, who burrowed back into the ground. The scene ended. Red, thinking it through, looked and saw a rockslide. He released his Charizard, who quickly cleared away the rocks. Let's go. I suppose that's how you got in last time. Ash nodded, and the two ran into the cave. Behind them, a person-shaped object detached itself from the rocks. Pressing its thigh, the suit changed to its normal silvery color, and the woman watched as the two trainers and their Pokémon ran into the cave. Well. Looks like they're traveling north. But then, why did somebody say that they were seen in Johto? But what's north? A voice emanated from her earpiece. The only notable things are the shrine to the far north, honoring all Pokémon. It said that an image of every Pokémon ever is engraved there. Also supposed to be one of the best places for finding Aura Steel. That's most likely, but they could also be heading to the Sinnoh ruins. The woman growled. But why? They're supposed to be heading to Sinnoh. The young brat missed his boat a few days ago, and Red is supposed to go to Sinnoh. I'll ask Leader. Do that. Tell Jay that there might be something interesting in Kanto North, and see if she can find information on it. You think Sis'll have information that we don't? Never hurts to try. Goodbye, sister. The woman's earpiece shut off, and the woman herself leaped over the rocks, releasing her Dragonite as she did. Within a minute, she was gone, and nobody knew that she was there in the first place. Inside the cave system, Ash was continuing his tale. We decided that we had to go up, and Lucario went with me. Kid let off some small robot things before she went too. Along the way, she heard that her things were being destroyed. A Registeel started to hunt us down too. Let me guess, you also met a Regice, Red said, seeing the pattern. Yeah, after I saw Pikachu. Lucario battled it so we could get away. Good matchup. Lucario has a double advantage against Regice, since Steel and Fighting are both effective. Yeah. We got away, but came to a large cave with many hollow crystal rods crossing. Ash said, as the group came to said cave. This one? Mewtwo said. Ash nodded, going over to one of the rods. Yeah. So we started to cross, before we saw Jesse and James, who were being chased by Regirock and Registeel. They came down to us, and we all started to run. Lucario destroyed the bridge behind us, so the Regis couldn't follow. We were a good distance away when two red things grabbed Jesse and James, eating them. James released his Pokémon before it happened, so they were safe, but more red things, most of them shaped like fossil Pokémon, started to chase us. Some of them nearly got us, but when they ate Lucario, it spit him out. After we kept running, the red things attacked once again, and captured everybody except me, Lucario, and Kid. We kept running, and met Pikachu in another large tunnel, with a lot of wind blowing everywhere. We met in the middle, but fell off. Kid saved us and brought us to the place where Lucario was waiting for us. We ran some more, and came to a large crystal room. Lucario was captured by Registeel, and Kid and I were eaten by the red things, and before I knew it, I was back. Pikachu interrupted, as the group came to said cavern, in a apricorn, Mew felt sorry, and got you guys out. That's really it. Ash went on, giving a nod to Pikachu. So we thanked Mew, but Mew had been weakened from the effort of bringing us back out. We learned that the tree was going to die, so we grabbed Mew and sprinted into the core room. There we saw Sir Aaron's body in crystal, and we saw a time flower dash. Red jumped in. You learned that he had given up all his aura to save Rhoda, didn't you? Ash gave him an odd look. Yeah. How'd you know? Because you said that he was crystal. You see, there are two ways of losing your aura, both of which results in death, but the way that it's lost is important. If you give it up willingly, then you turn into a crystal, usually a statue, but sometimes just encased in crystal. On the other hand, if you have your aura drained from you, Red grew serious, or have it knocked out of you by getting involved in a massive amount of power that sends your aura flying into other beings nearby, Mewtwo suddenly winced and looked guilty, then you turn to stone. Ash froze in place. What? If you have your aura knocked out of you, all of your aura, then you will turn into a stone statue. Like you did when you decided to go between Mew and Mewtwo, Red repeated. Ash fell to his knees. So. I lost all my aura at once. I was like Sir Aaron. No. It was knocked out of you, not you forcing your aura out. Mewtwo continued to look guilty. I am sorry, Ash. It's fine. Already done, so nothing to do for it. But, on with the story. I put on Aaron's gloves, which made it easier to use my aura. That's when both Lucario and I went over to Mew and started to use all of our aura to make it possible for Mew to fix the tree. We kept pouring more aura into it, and we both started to feel sparks running up our bodies. At the last minute, though, Lucario shoved me away and finished with the task himself. I was exhausted, but Mew fixed the tree. Lucario stumbled over to the crystal with Sir Aaron in it, and accidentally activated a time flower. It showed Sir Aaron apologizing to Lucario and saying that he was not a servant, but a partner and friend. See? I told you. And I wouldn't be surprised if Sir Aaron managed to create that time flower and knew that Lucario might see it one day. That's why he was speaking to Lucario, Red said. He continued, and the lesson Aaron wanted to teach. The group came into the light of the core chamber. Was that if you keep going you learn what it is to be happy. You have to see your goal. Ash smiled. So, we ended up leaving Lucario and Aaron, who were both crystallized. Kid said that she wasn't going to say anything about the tree, and we continued on to the battle factory. Red smiled calmly, seeing the two crystalline aura wielders. He saw the gloves of Sir Aaron over by the crystal, and threw them to Ash. Here, put these on. I want to scan the crystals. Ash, having put the gloves on, joined Red at the statues. Here. Force your aura out of your hands, and let me fine-tune it, Red said, gesturing to Mewtwo to do the same. Ash focused, and his hands lit up a blue color, bathing Lucario in aura. He saw Mewtwo doing the same, Red holding one hand on the crystal and the other holding his arm, making a bright color, and beyond Red he saw Mew doing the same. Wait, Mew. Wah. Mew. What are you doing? Ash shouted, startling Mewtwo and Red, who hit him. Tee-hee. I just wanted to help you. See? Pretty aura colors. Mew giggled, and pointing to the statue with her free hand. Ash looked and saw that from each person, the aura was changing color slightly. His own aura was red with yellow streams in it, Red's was still blue, Mew's was green, and Mewtwo's was a purple blue-white color. It was bathing the room in light, and seemed to be being absorbed by Lucario. After a few minutes, Red and Ash were both starting to feel the drain, and reluctantly withdrew their hands. What was that? Red panted, having the least aura of all three. The gloves that Ash had made it so that his aura was used more effectively, so he no longer was feeling quite as much of a drain on his reserves. We're helping carry. We're helping carry. Mew shouted with glee, making all four others whip their heads towards the statue. Latias was put back in her Pokeball earlier, and they saw that the crystal was mostly gone. Lucario was stirring, and after a few seconds, the crystal shattered, and Lucario fell to the ground, knocked out. Ash rushed to the fallen Pokemon's side, Pikachu right with him. Red stared. Does this mean that we could bring back Aaron? Red tiredly asked Mew, who shook her head. Mew. Arcee likes Aaron, so nope. I can't bribe Arcee with candy, so we can't make him do it either, Mew said, looking downcast. Then she said, but it's time for you to go bye-bye. Ship poof. I'll tell Carrie about you. Visit sometime. Bye. A light flashed in Ash's, Red's, Mewtwo's, and Pikachu's sights, and then they saw a lot of water. They fell down about 5 feet, and landed on a ship's deck. Well. That was sudden, Mewtwo said, and nobody could disagree, but the four went to go see the captain to make sure that they wouldn't be classified as stowaways. The tale on a ship. Or the events of Pokemon Ranger and the Temple of the Sea told on a ship that is heading for Sinnoh with our protagonists. Future. Red. Yes, Ash. There's nobody there. What? I'm telling you, there isn't anybody here. That would be because we are right behind you. Indeed. Hey, sis, can I kill them for killing Jay? You can have Red, I get Ash. I want their hands. Dibs on the Pikachu. Hey. I ain't something that ends up at an auction. You. Is poor Reddy lost for words? Well, of course he is. Only half the circle's here, and leader isn't. Too bad about your plan. It might have worked. But wait. Leader said that he wanted to talk to you. K, get out the screen. Yeah. Hold on to your lab. Coat. You. Hello, my young friends. I want you to know one thing before I let my loyal subordinates end your existence. What? Oh, Ash. No need to be so hostile. But what I am saying is that I am here. The rebels are done, here and today. I must thank you for getting them in one place. How do you think that you're going to beat them all? Listen carefully. You might hear the impact of a cloud's heaven. No. Oh yes. Heaven beam. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS You monster. I was just defending my property. I believe that it's well within my rights. I'll kill you. I believe that you said that before. Have you done that yet? I believe that my heart is still beating. You have no heart. You wound me. But enough of this. You too. Kill them. Sir. At once. Good. Farewell. Or rather don't. Goodbye, Ash Ketchum and Red. Ash. Run. What? I said run. I'll deal with them. But dash. Go. Ah. No running, pray. Use your teleport, Ash. But. I said go. Yes. Teleport, or rearrange. TCH. He got away. But we still have Red. Not for long. I wanted to get you all with this, but half is better than none. What are you doing? Stop him. To tell us two Cosmo Animesa Stes Diastasius. From outside the space where Red made his sacrifice, Ash watched and pounded the ground with his fist, watching as his mentor used his aura in a way that had never been done. This was his power. But this was too much for any but a god. The black and blue sphere of ripped reality shattered, showing a massive lack of anything. Before the space exploded, sending Ash flying back. He saw, from his position on his back, the beast that destroyed the world circling above. Ash sobbed, mourning his mentor. Inside the space that was not, Red closed his eyes, prepared to lose everything. He looked back, and saw a life of regrets and failure. I couldn't achieve my dream without others. I lost blue. I lost yellow. Mewtwo. Green. Pika. And now, Ash. Ash. My precious student. I am sorry for having to leave you. I might have said that this was for everything, but was it just a form of suicide? And I didn't even get them all. A senseless sacrifice. At least it wasn't a stupid sacrifice. But all those times we had together. I'll miss you, Ash. As their moments together flashed through his mind, Red felt his body start to become rigid. He looked down quickly, and saw his body turning into a gray crystal, a mixture between stone and crystal. He smiled one last time, and prepared for death. Or he was prepared, but suddenly everything stopped. A hole in the nothingness opened up, black but giving out light. A faint song was playing, and a figure stepped out. So, this is how we all go to die. Grim Reaper indeed, Red said weakly. The figure laughed, and came closer. As her face came into focus, Red watched. No, I'm afraid that death is just a part of my job. The real full job of death goes to one of my subordinates. A good friend, but still, below me. Although, he did teach me, said the woman. Red blinked once, wondering if this was hell. But Red. The reason I came to you is that I need something to give to your younger self. Granted, not much younger, but still, young. I need your memories, or more specifically, access to them. Well, I am about to die. Why not? But first, tell me who you are. Me. I am known by many names. The red among them, my title is Master of Gods, I am known as the Lady of Realities too. I prefer my given name, but that cannot be said here. You would not hear it. Have my memories. The figure pressed her hand against Red's face. Drawing it away after a second, she smiled sadly. For what it's worth, I am sorry. Red Kian, this is goodbye. I'll streamline your process and get you to heaven. And with that, Red's vision went black. Ash, still lying in the ash, had a similar meeting, with the same woman. She wished him luck, and departed, leaving him a parting gift. Pikachu. Ash. You're alive. Ship, between Sinnoh and Kanto continent. Red stretched, feeling the morning sun. The group had been on the boat for the last 3 days, and tomorrow would be the day that they docked in Sinnoh. He had started to work with Ash, mostly on theory, but there was a small bit of aura control training in there. If only Ash would wake up at the same time Red did. Morning, Pikachu, Red said to the electric mouse who had joined him. Pikachu nodded, staring at the sea. How are you, Red? You're up early. Yeah. Just contemplating on something that's been bothering me. The Arceus-like thing? Pikachu said, getting a sharp look from Red. Come on. I sleep with Ash, and he talks in his sleep. Red sighed. Yeah, but there's something else. What? Pikachu asked, turning away from the ocean. My necklace. It responded to that thing. Pikachu pet his head. Why does that matter? Red stared back over the ocean, searching for something. I'll tell you when Ash is here and awake. Pikachu sat still for a few moments in harmony, before seeming to come to a decision and darting away back into the ship. Red continued to look out over the ocean, feeling the balance and harmony. A sudden shout interrupted Red. Pikachu! What dash? Chew! Lightning lit up the cabins. Red facepalmed. Pikachu! I didn't mean wake him up. An hour later, after Ash was awake and had finished apologizing to all the fellow passengers for screaming at 5 in the morning, Red was joined at the deck by his apprentice. Red couldn't help himself. Chuckling, he said, "You know, it's rude to shout and wake up people. If you want to get up early, do it without shouting." Ash glared at Red as he started to fall asleep on the railing. He slipped from his position and fell to the deck on his head. Red snickered. "Yeah, laugh. Don't offer to help me, just let me lose my brain." Ash muttered from the deck. "Well, this is the last day on the ship. We have 2 things to do today. First off, you have to tell me about the thing that happened in the middle of the ocean, and then we should use those papers," Red said. Ash just gave him a blank look. Red sighed. "The papers that Lore gave us?" "Lore. Lady of Realities. It's faster. Just go with it." "But you know which papers?" "Oh yeah. Those ones about memories," Ash said, standing straighter. "Yes, Ash. Those ones. But first off, can you tell me about the incident?" Red said, still wondering about Ash's brain's ability. "Sure. It all started a little while ago, when we were going to the battle pyramid for my rematch with Brandon. We were in a hot area, and had run out of water. A little girl, having heard that part, suddenly burst out, 'Oh. You died, didn't you?' Ash stared at the girl in confusion. "No, we didn't." "Yes you did. You just don't want to scare me. But you can't fool me. You're dead." Girl shouted, drawing a crowd. Red glared at the people. "Ash, let's go back to the cabin so we can tell the story." Ash nodded, a bit freaked out by the swarm of people. The 2 and Pikachu went back to the cabin, where Mewtwo was trying to make his flamethrower not burn down his cup of tea in the beds. It was tricky, and the ship already mourned the loss of 2 beds. "So, what legendary Pokemon is involved this time?" Red asked, sitting on his bed. "Manaphy. How did you know that a legendary Pokemon was involved?" Ash answered and asked. "Every adventure of yours has had you meet a legendary Pokemon. By any chance, does this involve a place known as the Temple of the Sea and a group known as the Phantom Troop? Along with a Pokemon Ranger known as Jack?" Red asked, getting confirmation from Ash as his answer. "Then I know this." Ash jumped. "What? How?" Red closed his eyes and fell back. "I did a favor for the leader of the Rangers. In return, he gives me any files I ask for or that seem interesting to him. The whole file was there." Ash blinked dumbly. "So, I don't need to tell you?" "Nope." "So. What does this mean?" "This means that we should use those papers now," Red answered, grabbing the slips. "Ready?" Ash nodded, and the 2 pushed the papers onto their foreheads. A red light lit up the cabin, and both humans fell to the ground, screaming. The Maker of Storms versus. Their end. End of the prologue arc. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. "Sir, I'm back from trailing the 2. You took a while." "I mean, I got back a few days ago." "Well, I didn't nearly get caught." "How was I dash?" "Stop bickering. Report." "Yes sir." The 2 went into the Tree of Beginning and apparently revived a crystallized being. "How was it crystallized?" "What do you care, you sadistic scientist?" "Shut up. You have no idea of the importance of the answer." "Loss of aura. That throws a wrench in our plans." "How so?" "If they can revive another from loss of aura like that, sir, and since the crystals are said to be indestructible, they could be caught and about to be killed, but still escape." That is problematic. Any news from Jay? Sir, she said that she is investigating Cyrus now. Good. How goes the interrogation of the prisoner? She is insane, but it would be easy to make her recover. Reasons? If we restore her sanity, she can help us, but poses a threat if she is restored. Clint. I can hold her here for a while. After all, I am a match for Alder. So am I. And I am his better. Great for you. You never dash. Quiet. Is that all? No, sir. I received a report recently about a massive amount of energy being released around Johto. Analysis. One combatant is Mewtwo. And the other. Ship. As soon as Red and Ash fell to the ground screaming, Latias woke up and Mewtwo dropped his teacup. The two humans rolled on the floor, screaming their lungs out. Latias, Pikachu, and Mewtwo rushed them, Pikachu grabbing Ash by the legs and Mewtwo scanning their minds. Latias turned to her fellow Legendary. This is really bad. Their emotions, they're going haywire. Mewtwo winced, running through possibilities. Then. We have to find a healer. Really? I thought we might need the ice cream man, Latias deadpanned. Nobody laughed. Who would be able to help this? Pikachu cried, holding on to Ash despairingly. A legendary Pokemon. Oh. Mewtwo looked at Latias. I will lock the doors. We don't need any humans here. I want you and Pikachu to help keep them sane for as long as you can. Try to help them get better any way you can. What about you? Pikachu said, still gripping Ash's pants. Mewtwo's hand gained a purple glow and he pulled on his cloak. His eyes glowed as he answered, I'm going to go find a healer. Even if I have to hurt them. Pikachu nodded, and stared bleakly at the dragoness, who was holding a blue, glowing claw over the two miming humans' heads. Mewtwo gave the room one last look before teleporting away, his thoughts a jumble. So, who would be best? Arceus isn't really a healer. I don't think that it's a matter of mind or spirit. That takes out Mew and the Lake Trio. There aren't really any mortal wounds, so those three are out. Balance? No, that's not it. Possibly a dark spirit, but that would require all four of the Musketeer Quartet, so that's hopefully not the case. Worst case, I need fire to cleanse their wounds. Moltres, probably. Shalebi or Shaymin. That would be best for poison. Suicune might work for that too. But they aren't poisoned. Deoxys could heal them with his body, but might also kill them. Actually there's no might about it. Lugia? No, he's no healer. Not to mention that he'd kill me for letting his chosen get hurt. That's it. Ho-oh, I'm coming for you. Let's see how well your eternal flame works for healing. Mewtwo reappeared outside Articuno City, just near the gate. He looked at the bell tower, the mythical resting place of the legend. He, after gathering his cloak around him, strode into the city and to the only accessible path to the tower. At the desk there, a monk tried to stop him, saying, "Hey! You can't go there unless you have the gym badge." Mewtwo paid him no heed, instead rushing past. One monk got in his way, and with a growl, Mewtwo threw him aside. They didn't bother him after that. Bolting along the Belchime trail, Mewtwo stared up at the tower, and heard the faint sound of bells ringing on the wind. Growling, he rushed into the tower, paying no attention to the man who tried to stop his advance. He moved through the floor quickly, able to float across gaps and control where the pads teleported him. He reached the top, where a group of 5 girls wearing kimonos were dancing, the bells ringing. Music, Pokemon HGSS, Heart Gold Soul Silver, Champion Battle Music Remix slowed down. Mewtwo watched as the girls slowed their dance, seeing Mewtwo's cloaked form. The bells rang one final time, and a faint glimmer could be seen on the horizon. It expanded, showing the legend of the storm's end. Ho-Oh flew down to the tower, seeing the girls who all but worshipped him. He smiled slightly, not that it could be seen, before he noticed the other one there. Whoever they were, there was a dangerous aura around him. He landed on the tower, seeing all eyes on him, and he spoke. "Who are you, stranger? I hope you have no intention of trying to capture me. I will fight back and defeat you, if I must." Mewtwo reached up to his obscuring hood, and pulled it down. "Hello Ho-Oh. I want you to come with me." Ho-Oh moved slightly, getting into a ready stance. "Who has compelled you to speak in such a way to me? You know that I am your elder and better. Are you? You may be older, but I have more power than all save Arceus and perhaps the creation trio. I am more powerful than you, certainly." Ho-Oh glared. "You dare speak to me like that, youngling? I can defeat you with ease." Mewtwo smirked, scaring the phoenix. "So, you think that you can beat me? I equaled Mew when I held a storm. I am the end of the storm." Ho-Oh screeched, raising a wing. "Show me, then. Prove that you can end this storm." Mewtwo shouted, his body gaining a purple glow. Ho-Oh took a stance, his body alight with multicolored flames. The kimono girls all fled backwards, scared for their lives. One of them, the second youngest, whispered to her sister. "Sister, who's that Pokemon?" The older sister shook her head. "I do not know. But to challenge Ho-Oh. Whoever it is must be insane." The other four murmured their agreement. To challenge Ho-Oh, one of the third tier. That was all but suicide. "Mewtwo. If I must, I will defeat you. Show me. What is better, power or skill?" The kimono girls scattered and fled down the tower as the two legends burst at each other with all their power and skill. It was a battle that tore at the sky and land, burning the air and rearranging the earth for 1,000 years. Music, greatest battle music of all times, Flame Heart. Ho-Oh started with a massive flamethrower that heated the air to several hundred degrees. Mewtwo blocked it with a psychic shield before he made it expand, throwing Ho-Oh away. As Ho-Oh was thrown, he shot a large star-shaped burst of fire at Mewtwo. The attack made contact, and Mewtwo was thrown down. Mewtwo's eyes glowed, and a blue outline appeared around the phoenix. Mewtwo squeezed his hand, and Ho-Oh cried out as his body was nearly crushed from the immense pressure. Ho-Oh came up with a quick plan, and taking the energy of punishment, he broke free of Psychic, and rushed Mewtwo, who barely dodged. "What?" Mewtwo shouted in disbelief as he continued to move away from the wing of Ho-Oh. "How did you break free?" Ho-Oh tore viciously at Mewtwo. "This is a dark-type attack, your Psychic didn't stand a chance." Mewtwo teleported a distance away, startling the Pokemon of the rainbow. "Good to know. Miracle Eye." Ho-Oh cursed, before he flew up away from Mewtwo's Shadow Ball. Mewtwo continued to spin up the attacks, launching them at Ho-Oh, who could do nothing but dodge. Mewtwo continued to build up attacks, creating a large number of spheres of ghostly energy around him. With a single flick of his hand, the spheres rushed at Ho-Oh at once, making the bird's eyes go wide. He attempted to dodge, but the sheer numbers made many hit him. Ho-Oh started to fall, before a glowing light started to shine around him, and he started to heal. While this occurred, Mewtwo watched in shock and Ho-Oh focused. Soon, the multicolored phoenix was back to most of his strength, and even stronger from the calm mind. "What was that? I know that you didn't use recover, what was that?" Mewtwo all but shouted, creating several aura spheres. Ho-Oh opened his beak and laughed. "That was Regenerator. My hidden ability, which acts like recover, but activates randomly. You don't stand a chance." Mewtwo sneered, punching forward. A large blue ball of energy shot at Ho-Oh, who managed to dodge it. Mewtwo focused, and decided to up his game. Ho-Oh called on the sun, making it much brighter. As the bird Pokemon shot more powerful fire attacks at Mewtwo, who managed to dodge them all, Mewtwo came up with his best plan. Raising one hand to the sky, a glowing yellow-green light formed quickly, and grew even as he held it. His other hand was pulled behind his body, and a large flame started to grow. As Mewtwo made his attacks grow in size and power, Ho-Oh continued to shoot at the cat-like Pokemon. Flames engulfed Mewtwo more than once, but he kept his focus. Having enough, Mewtwo slammed his hands together, and released the beam of bright red energy. The combination attack of overheat and solar beam mostly missed Ho-Oh, who had shot up at the sight, but some of it still hit his wing, causing a large explosion. Ho-Oh screamed in pain. If it hadn't been for the raising of his defense earlier, he would have been in more pain, and since that also came with more attacking power, Ho-Oh's beak filled with flames. The fire that was shot out filled the sky in front of him, making it so that Mewtwo couldn't move out of the way to dodge. Mewtwo teleported right next to Ho-Oh and slammed his hands into the larger bird. A red and orange light came from his right hand, while a blue and purple one shone in his right. Ho-Oh suddenly felt weaker, while Mewtwo glowed with more energy. Switching stats, Humph. An obvious strategy. Ho-Oh buffeted Mewtwo with his wing, sending him tumbling to the ground. A blast of fire followed. Landing in the forest, Mewtwo saw the flames coming for him, and acted quickly. Shielding himself best as he could, he teleported his cloak away. The attack that Ho-Oh shot burst apart and ignited much of the forest. As the flames died down, Mewtwo was revealed still standing, burns covering most of his body. He took the element of surprise that had come upon Ho-Oh, and teleported next to the majestic bird. Psycho cut sword in hand, Mewtwo cut at the phoenix. Ho-Oh gritted his teeth, trying not to cry out. Flying a distance away, both combatants started to recover. Mewtwo broke off partway, and grabbed a flaming tree from the forest below. The thrown tree smacked into Ho-Oh, who winced, before Mewtwo put pressure on the tree. It shattered, sending flaming splinters into Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh flew lower, injured in both wings. Mewtwo, wanting to conserve energy, went towards the ground as well. Near the burning forest, Ho-Oh swung his wing, sending air cutter at Mewtwo, which was easily avoided. Mewtwo smirked and sent a large wave of pure psychic energy at the bird. The attack was dodged, and Ho-Oh continued his assault on Mewtwo. Soon, Ho-Oh started to display his skill, sending waves of fire at Mewtwo, who couldn't get an attack in edgewise. A few heat waves later, Mewtwo was burned and furious. And yet the bird did not tire. Mewtwo crossed his arms, his aura flaring around him. A burst of blue energy hit Ho-Oh out of the sky, and the continuous barrage of energy kept Ho-Oh from continuing his attacks from earlier. Ho-Oh kept feeling the blows, starting to fall. After Mewtwo showed no signs of stopping, Ho-Oh tried to buy time with a light scream. The shield lasted for about 2 seconds before the sound like shattering glass was heard, but Ho-Oh had enough time. Mewtwo juggled Ho-Oh with energy blasts, before he decided to try to finish the battle. Closing his eyes, a blue wave started to pulse around his body. Opening his eyes, Mewtwo shot all the energy at the phoenix, who countered with a blast of blue fire. The attacks were about even, but Mewtwo was pushing through at the exhausted Ho-Oh. Then a massive hunk of psychic energy came from nowhere and slammed into him. The future sight from earlier had worked, and Mewtwo was engulfed in the fire. Ho-Oh didn't watch his handiwork, instead using recover. The flames exploded in every direction, and Mewtwo was shown, hurt but able to battle. Enough. Let me end this. Mewtwo shouted, using a prodigious amount of energy to shove Ho-Oh away. He started to focus his power, and soon the very land was rising with him. Mewtwo, standing, started to throw his hands at the phoenix, sending large streams of rock and plants flying at the bird. The fire type had to use most of his speed and agility to dodge the attacks. Mewtwo continued to box in Ho-Oh, who was starting to slow. It had been a few minutes since Mewtwo had started to be serious, and he felt his power start to decline. He had more power than Ho-Oh, that was for sure, but he only had about 10 minutes at full power. He had just so high a power level. Ho-Oh! How about we take it up a notch? Mewtwo shouted to the other legendary, sending more rocks at the battered bird. Ho-Oh shook his head. No thanks. I'll beat you like this. It wasn't a request. It was a warning, I'm going to use it all. Ho-Oh nearly fell out of the air, feeling Mewtwo start to pulse. The waves of power coming off of the psychic type were creating a crater in the earth, and sending Ho-Oh tumbling. Realizing that he wouldn't stand a chance unless he did, Ho-Oh went to full burn. The two combatants glared at each other. Mewtwo created several large balls of electric energy, hurling them at Ho-Oh, who flashed away in fire. Reappearing next to his foe, Ho-Oh shot a blast of fire at Mewtwo, engulfing the Pokémon. Mewtwo burst from the fire, surrounded in a blue aura, and hit Ho-Oh away, damaging the bird severely. Ho-Oh ummed, smacking into the ground. Mewtwo showed no compassion on his face, sending a wave of psychic energy to end the fight. As if feeling the threat, Ho-Oh's eyes flashed open, and he disappeared in a large explosion of fire. Above Mewtwo, Ho-Oh reformed and sent a fire blast at the suddenly wary cat-like Pokémon. Mewtwo cranked it up to 11. Feeling how nature existed around him, he started to use teleport at almost random intervals. He would appear at Ho-Oh's side, detonate an aura sphere, and be gone before the explosion could reach him. He would go a few feet away, and launch Electro Ball. He would be a half-mile away, and grab Ho-Oh with Psychic. Ho-Oh was feeling every blow, and was not in the best shape he had ever been. As Mewtwo prepared to end it, putting a Shadow Ball and an Electro Ball into one attack, Ho-Oh suddenly glowed, Regenerator activating. No! Mewtwo shouted, throwing his attack, too late. Ho-Oh opened his eyes and put away the attack with a flamethrower before he started to fly rings around Mewtwo, shooting fire all the way. Mewtwo put up various barriers, buying time. Looking over the scenery, he started to get an idea. Ho-Oh had stopped flying circles, having found the weakest point in the shield. Of course, the weak point was stronger than a normal Pokémon's strongest shield by about 5 times, but that was better than going after something that was 20 times stronger. Shooting blasts of fire didn't seem to be working well, so Ho-Oh became enveloped in a red and blue light, charging at the shield in a brave bird attack. The attack shattered the shield, and Mewtwo spun around, startled by the sound like breaking glass. Ho-Oh gave a smile with his beak as he flew a distance off. He started to glow, a harsh light emanating from his body. Mewtwo, recognizing what attack it was, hurried up his work. Ho-Oh cried out, and suddenly was engulfed in a red and white aura as he swooped towards Mewtwo. If the attack hit, Mewtwo would be finished. There was no time for Mewtwo to put up a powerful enough shield, and Ho-Oh was about to hit. A giant blown hand grabbed Ho-Oh, its hand bigger than his body. Ho-Oh looked up, the sky attack fading, and saw a beast made of the elements. It was vaguely humanoid, but also seemed to be a weird cross between a Blaziken and a Blastoise. On its back was a shell made of solid rock, slightly covered by water. Its head was beaked, with short ears on the top. Its face was made of dirt, with rocks scattered through it, and water for eyes. One arm, the one that was holding him, was made of dirt, stone, and was covered in flaming plants. The other arm was made almost completely of water, with a few stones shaped like bones inside. The torso was dirt, but had a shelf of trees that were on fire on the front. The legs were both solid stone, and one of them seemed to be scattered with various gems. Overall, it was a monster, and it screamed at Ho-Oh, who it was gripping with its clawed hand. Do you like him? I call him Forest Fire, if you wanted to know, Mewtwo mocked, panting from the effort of creating the beast. Forest roared. Ho-Oh managed to escape the grasp of the beast, incinerating part of the hand. He was flying around Forest, trying to find a weak spot, but every time he tried to attack, it would block with the massive shell. He had started to shoot flames that could melt the stone, but the water on the shell cooled it enough that it was ineffective. Ho-Oh continued to dodge the swipes of the large forest, who was trying to shoot water from its hand in an improvised hydro pump. Ho-Oh was tiring, while Mewtwo was resting somewhat. Ho-Oh finally came up with a plan, realizing that nature had created forest, and so nature would be its downfall. Crying out, Ho-Oh summoned the sun. As the sun beat down, the water on forest started to evaporate. Mewtwo, having not noticed, didn't realize that forest was about to die. Ho-Oh gathered most of his power and blasted the giant creature with fire, melting the shell and most of the beast into lava. Mewtwo shot up, suddenly realizing that Ho-Oh was attacking him now. Gathering his energy, Mewtwo attacked with his immense power, pushing back Ho-Oh. Mewtwo glared at Ho-Oh. "Why did you kill Forest?" "He was trying to kill me." Ho-Oh shouted back, sending more fire at Mewtwo, which was sent flying wild. Mewtwo clenched his fists, and more blasts of pure psychic aura were launched at Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh blocked, countered, or dodged every strike, but there wasn't much left to do. Mewtwo had a feral grin on his face as he let up and pointed behind Ho-Oh. The phoenix slowly turned around, noticing that the sun appeared to have gone behind a cloud. Or maybe that was the shadow from the lake that Mewtwo had levitated right behind Ho-Oh. Ho-Oh swore once before shooting a blast of lightning at Mewtwo and forming his counter. Mewtwo redirected the attack into the corpse of Forest, and sent all the water flying at Ho-Oh. The water cleared to show Ho-Oh fine. "Shield." Mewtwo snarled. Ho-Oh nodded smugly. "What kind?" "Guess," Ho-Oh said, confident in his abilities. Mewtwo gave a dirty look before he decided to see how strong Ho-Oh really was. Grabbing a mountain with his psychic powers, Mewtwo prepared to attack. The mountain was thrown almost 10 miles up, before it was grabbed again and forced down at the speed of 485 kilometers a minute, over 300 miles per second. It was fast, and due to the friction, was now on fire. So a massive half-mountain that was on fire was thrown at over 18,000 miles per hour. The only thing keeping the mountain from crumbling was the psychic that Mewtwo was using. The mountain plowed through the shield like it was paper. Ho-Oh did not specialize in shields, and even Arceus would be hard-pressed at times to stop that. Sure, 2 plates had stopped a meteor that was larger traveling at 15 miles a second, but he had nearly died. Ho-Oh, too, nearly died, flashing away in fire a millisecond before the mountain contacted the ground. It, as most attacks do, exploded, sending both Pokémon tumbling and giving a terrifying light show to a critique. Both Pokémon were burned, even Ho-Oh. The legendary Pokémon both used recover, needing more energy before they could do anything else. After they had recovered to an acceptable level, they prepared to resume. The two shared a look. "So, Ho-Oh, you want to end this? One last attack, winner take all." Mewtwo shouted. Ho-Oh smirked. Soon, soon. I have a few more tricks, like this." Ho-Oh released a rainbow-colored blast of psychic energy at Mewtwo from his crest, the extrasensory doing much more damage to Mewtwo than expected. Ho-Oh suddenly flapped his wings at his opponent, 2 more larger blasts of the same energy barreling towards Mewtwo. Mewtwo responded in kind, his psychic ripping apart the attack. Ho-Oh closed his eyes. "Okay, now I'm ready." The 2 legendary Pokémon, true legends both, raised their power to the highest levels that they could. They glared at each other, Ho-Oh thinking that Mewtwo was trying to kill him and Mewtwo thinking that Ho-Oh wouldn't help unless he was defeated, and screamed their signature moves. Sacred Fire. Psystrike. The 2 attacks collided, the rose-colored flames burning the very air and surging forward with the wrath of an angry guardian of the skies and the wave of psychic energy blasting the very air aside as it jetted forward with tremendous force. The explosion was quite spectacular. The flames of sacred fire started to spin and grind against the other attack, fire spinning everywhere. Psystrike formed many cubes of purple energy and slammed into the other attack. Both forces were mighty, but only one could win. The tolls of a weakened attack, exhaustion, and just less power took their toll on Ho-Oh, and sacred fire fell apart as the psychic attack hit the phoenix. Ho-Oh fell to the ground, Mewtwo close behind, nearly knocked out himself. End music. Ho-Oh, having been healed by Mewtwo slightly, flinched as he rose. Well? What are you waiting for? Let's go to the ship now. Mewtwo had already been feeling ashamed, as Ho-Oh had told him quite clearly that he should have just told him about what he needed, not to attack, but he now felt his face begin to heat up. I can't. Ho-Oh shot him a dangerous look. What? No, I mean that I'm too tired to make sure that it goes right. There are multiple things that could go wrong, like us ending up on the moon, 5 miles under the sea, inside a volcano, on the other side of the world, in another timeline, in another dimension, so on. The chances of us arriving safely with nothing going wrong are about 0.0007012%. Give or take 0.5%. Ho-Oh attempted to facepalm. Then use recover, moron. Mewtwo did facepalm. A minute later, Mewtwo grabbed Ho-Oh and the two were off to a small cabin aboard a ship. With a giant, 12-foot-tall Pokémon. With a wingspan larger than that. They really weren't thinking it through much, Reed, not at all. The cabin was a bit damaged, but Ash and Red were still on the floor. Ho-Oh laid a wing over each of their heads, feeling what was wrong. Their minds are too full, too soon. What caused this? Ho-Oh muttered from his position. Mewtwo shared a look with Latias and Pikachu. That's complicated. So, can you heal them? Mewtwo replied. Ho-Oh shook his head, lifting his wings. Suddenly, a shimmering light covered the bird, and he was gone in a black flash. On the two humans that were rolling on the floor in agony, a green and red swirl of energy appeared on their foreheads. The energy seemed to be going into their heads, before it came out, and then went back in. It took a few tries, but Ash and Red slowly stopped screaming, and indeed were completely fine. After the two humans had gotten up, had the mess of a room explained to them, and were back to a normal position, a piece of parchment floated down from the ceiling and landed on Ash's face. Ash read it to the other 5, who were staring curiously. Wow! What are the odds that the moment I look away, you decide to put on the papers? Knowing how much luck hates me, pretty good, actually. Here's the rundown. I sent away Ho-Oh, healed you two with my powers, and gave you this. Yeah, I am awesome. But as to why you guys were like that, it was because you had memories that overlapped and some that hadn't even happened. Thus, a mental overload. I had to seal away the memories, if not the feelings associated with them. If you concentrate, you can see the memories, but it won't be safe to leave them floating around. Just. Good luck in Sinnoh. NThe. The Lady of Realities. Red and Ash shared a look before trying to call up the memories. They both brought up a simple memory of the two of them with Mewtwo and Pikachu sitting around a fire, talking and laughing. Red smiled. Well, looks like it worked. Yeah. And soon we'll be in Sinnoh. Ash yelled. Pikachu covered his ears, and the group suddenly heard pounding from outside the door. Open up. We will break down the door if you do not. A voice shouted. Ash and Red gave a look to Mewtwo. What did you do? They asked in unison. Mewtwo gulped. The next day the group was to dock in Sinnoh. There had been no problems, and they all hoped to have a good adventure in Sinnoh. Next things on their list were to go see the local professor, challenge the gyms, and compete in the Sinnoh League. Oh yes, and train Ash. Ah, legal child abuse for their own good. No. Pikachu perked up. Latias, how many exclamation points? Latias looked at her pad of paper that was held loosely in one clawed hand. 2. Oh. That doesn't even make the top 10, Pikachu grumbled as he sat back down, lowering his head. Latias and Mewtwo stared at Pikachu. Okay. What's number 1? Mewtwo asked slowly, not really wanting the answer. 54. Second place had 42. Okay. Ash, you must do better. No. Ash, 1 is worse than 2. You're slipping. Pikachu shouted as he cuffed his trainer on the head. With iron tail. And, one last note. This is unusual, so I'll make it short. The flame that I received from a person calling his or herself M, I wish to respond to. Now, M, note that if you had an account, I would not publicly denounce you, but instead send you a PM. Since you do not have an account, I will be forced to respond to your flame here, so you know that I saw it. So, Pokemon cannot be funny. So there isn't a such thing as funny Pokemon. Does that mean that all animals can't be funny? So when you give something a human personality and let it speak, that all but makes it the equivalent of human. So, basically, you have said that people cannot be funny. Congratulations. There was a reason for the reunion, as you put it. If you can't tell the important piece of information, then you shouldn't read the story. Also, certain events in that chapter will come into play later. As to the talking legendary Pokemon not being funny the first time, that may be true. That doesn't mean that it can't be improved upon, and made funny. I'm not saying that my version is the best, but I can say fairly well that it isn't the worst. At the very least, I have proper spelling and grammar. Lastly, as to the proper story. Do you know what exposition is? If not, here's a definition. A comprehensive description and explanation of an idea or part of a movement, ESP in sonata form, in which the principal themes are first presented. What I wrote applies to the second one. The idea of why red left him silver is told there. I don't want to have a sporadic character, that's not a good story. And as to the insult of saying that I have the humor of, and I quote, a 8-year-old kid, that makes nearly no sense. If you plan to insult me, please try to use proper grammar. And not be a member of the Department of Redundancy Department. To everybody else, I'm sorry for putting this here, but I suspect that people aren't reading the top ANs. So thank you for reading, and here are 2 Omacs as an apology. Omake. Mewtwo and Ho-Oh stared each other down, both ready to begin the duel. One was here to save his friend, the other to save his own life. The Phoenix and the Clone. 2 legendary Pokemon, ready to go all but all out. This is where epic happens. You will feel my fire. Ho-Oh shouted at Mewtwo, who smirked. Well, then. Let's rumble. The 2 rushed at each other, trading blows. At the first separation, Mewtwo had a brainwave, and smacked himself on the face. Ho-Oh blinked. Mewtwo's hands glowed purple, and he muttered his attack. Teleport. Ho-Oh blinked out, water taking his place. After a few seconds, which Mewtwo spent drinking tea, Mewtwo brought the wet and knocked out Phoenix back. That was easy. Imagine having to do a full, difficult battle. Mewtwo said to himself as he teleported back to his cabin. Omake number 2. Page from the Ultimate Guide to Johto. Near Articuno City are 3 major features, among them the Brass Tower, also known as the Burned Tower. It was once said to be a resting place for the legendary bird Lugia, before it was burned down. The main theory for why it burned is that lightning struck it, although some of the ruin does contradict the hypothesis. The Burned Tower now serves as a place to train, due to the large number of Pokemon that have taken residence in the tower, and, although it is normally off-limits to tourists, is said to be a place where the legendary beasts rest. Another notable feature is the companion to the Brass Tower, the Bell Tower, which is unburnt. The Bell Tower is a shrine for the Pokemon Ho-Oh, who was said to once rest there like Lugia did for the Brass Tower. However, when the Brass Tower burned down, Ho-Oh also left. Several years ago, a young trainer was said to have brought Ho-Oh back, and since that date rainbows have occasionally appeared over the tower. However, Ho-Oh's return is unconfirmed. Access to the first floor of the Bell Tower requires the gym badge from Articuno, however that only provides access to the first floor. To go up further, it is required that one have the rainbow wing, a very rare item that is said to be a feather from Ho-Oh. The only known ways of obtaining this item is going on a long hunt to find it, which is unlikely to provide anything, or to prove your worth to one who already has one. Even with the rarity of the wing, it is still not known if it provides a reason for Ho-Oh to return. The only people who have access to the top of the tower without a rainbow wing are the kimono girls, who reside in the dance theater. Near the bell tower is the Belchim Trail, which goes through Belchim Forest, so named for the occasional ringing bells that can be heard. The forest and trail are known for being peaceful, although there is not much else in them. Access to the forest and trail require the badge from Ikrutik's gym. The main notable thing about the forest is that it is in perpetual autumn, with beautiful red and gold leaves. If you wish for a hike, an interesting destination is the place known as Fire Forest, a remarkable geographical wonder. The forest is remarkable for being perpetually on fire, which is attributed to only two legendary Pokemon, Ho-Oh, and to a lesser degree, Moltres. As the land has been torn apart, with large craters and blasts taken out of the rock, along with the heap of rock that was once melted, it is accepted that a battle occurred between Ho-Oh Moltres and another. Whomever they faced was extraordinarily powerful, as what appears to be a large meteor has been found inside the largest crater. With analysis, it was been determined that the meteor is, in fact, what was once a mountain that was nearby. To travel to the site of Fire Forest, go 50 miles. A spark in Sinnoh. Or Pikachu's really bad day. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. So. How are you? Me. I'm fine. Just fine. Master, please don't lie to me. You know that I can tell when you do. Yeah. And I told you, don't call me master. When you got your apprentice, that's when you were supposed to treat me as an equal. Sorry, master. I'll try not to, master. You little. He. Ah, never mind. But why, seriously? Well, you're a much better trainer than I am, and you've accomplished so much more, for one. Another is that now I can have an apprentice. Besides, it's a matter of showing respect. Yeah, I am better than you, but you did beat 4 of my Pokemon. Don't degrade yourself. And I wasn't holding your hand when you completely destroyed the Johto Elite Four. And if you want to show respect, call me by my name. Yes, master. Arg. Why? Why do you insist on tormenting me whenever you visit? It's fun. Of course. So, how's that apprentice of yours? What's his name, Rick? Close enough. But right now we're still on theory. I don't want him to fall into the trap most trainers fall into when they reach the top. He needs to know how to use his Pokemon, not how to have strong ones. After all, a trainer with a Magikarp once beat a Dragonite. There were extenuating circumstances. But yeah, Lance was pretty upset when I did that. So, what are your plans for Robbie? Are you going to keep him in Kanto, or travel to another region? If you are, I suggest Hoenn. Since Magma and Aqua recently lost pretty much everything lately, should be nice. I wasn't really thinking of going to Hoenn. I was thinking along the lines of Sinnoh. Any reason? Yeah, I heard your friend's apprentice is there. I'd like to see who's stronger. Well, don't let me down. I did train you first. Well, didn't you always say that your friend was more powerful than you, master? Hey, I won once. While it was raining and he was using a fire type. Still counts. So you've said. Humph. It's true. But make sure you keep in touch. How? That last thing you gave me exploded, which was most definitely not useful. It was a prototype. Bugs happen. But this one is a good invention of mine. It has a direct link to my device, and links no matter where you are. Master? You sure that it won't blow up? Take it. Call me if anything comes up, or if you see anything interesting, K. Sure, master. Just call me by my name once, please. Fine. Green. Happy now? Sinnoh. Late winter. Ash yawned, seeing Red standing next to his bed. How'd I do? He mumbled groggily. Red looked at his wrist. 6, not bad, considering that I only started this recently. Well, I guess it might come from the memories, Ash groaned, getting out of the bed, disturbing Pikachu. Ash? Was it? Pikachu murmured, still asleep. Ash smiled. Wake up, Pikachu. We're in Sinnoh. Getting dressed, Ash ran out to the deck with Pikachu, Red and Mewtwo following at a more sedate pace. On the deck, Ash watched as multitudes of Pokemon flew overhead. Staraptor and Starly were plentiful, as were Wingull and Pidgey. In the sea, a few schools of Finneon jumped out of the water, along with Mantine and Remoraid. Wow! Look at them all, Pikachu. We're gonna have a great time here. And I'm going to become the Sinnoh champion. Oh, yeah, we should let Sceptile see this. Grabbing a Pokeball, Ash let out the grass type, who also stared at the Pokemon in thinly veiled interest. Red came up behind the three. Become the Sinnoh champion, you say? Easier said than done, since she's one of the best trainers in the world. But Ash, how about you turn on Aura Sight to see with? Sinnoh is known for the vast amounts of aura here. Ash whirled around and slipped, falling to the deck. Mewtwo and Red smirked. Yeah, laugh. One day. Ash muttered darkly as he focused his aura. The group stayed, observing the Pokemon with Aura Sight for a few hours more, seeing Sinnoh approach. When the group was nearly there, Ash saw something out of the corner of his eye with the sight. Hey, Red. What's that pinkish-blue glow? Red looked at where Ash was pointing, a spot near their docking location, and saw the same glow. Shrugging, he answered, no idea, Ash. Since it's so strong, I would guess that it's a legendary Pokemon. Yes. Judging by the intensity, and the fact that it's pink, I'd say that that's Mespirit, Mewtwo interjected, seeing the same thing. Ash looked back out at the location, determination written over his face. From behind the group, 3 familiar faces looked over the stairs. Meowth, Jessie, and James were confused as to the identity of the boy wearing red, but they had dismissed him as an unimportant twerp. Oh, how wrong they were. Suddenly, the hat that Ash was wearing, the hat of Sir Aaron, was grabbed off his head. What? Ash shouted, looking around. Seeing the hat higher up, he reached for it and it started to pull towards him. A cry was heard, and a purple, monkey-like Pokemon fell with it. Apom? What are you doing here? Ash shouted, putting his hat back on his head. Apom sheepishly stood on his tail. Sorry. I friend follow. Not on ship, so wait. Find you time. Apom said, confusing Ash. Could you repeat that? Ash asked, Red not really paying attention. Mewtwo, on the other hand, was intrigued, and stared at Apom, creeping the small Pokemon out. I follow you, because friend. Late, so I saw just in time, grabbed hat. Apom repeated, Ash now getting the general idea of what the Pokemon was saying. Well, does Professor Oak know that you followed me? No. Apom kicked at the deck. Ash smiled, and gestured Apom up to his shoulder. Well, then we have to call him when we get in, won't we? Ash said, as Pikachu hopped up to his other shoulder. Apom nodded happily, and the ship continued in to dock. So, Apom followed you. I couldn't find Apom anywhere, and I originally thought that might be the case, before I realized that you hadn't gone straight to the ship, Professor Oak said through the screen, Tracy at his side as Red was at Ash's. Yeah, but I think Apom might want to stay here with me. Is that okay? Ash replied, Apom giving the old professor a begging look. Of course. I'll be sure to send Apom's Pokeball to Dash. Professor Rowan's lab, please. I wish to speak to him, so that would be a good stop, Red said, startling Ash. Then I'll be sure to send it to Rowan right away, Oak said. Thanks a lot, Professor. Ash said, about to stop the call. Suddenly, a giant robotic pink hand came out from the sky and grabbed Pikachu off Ash's shoulder, startling all there. What in Arceus? Pikachu shouted, all others turning towards him. Pikachu! Ash shouted, looking up into the sky. Who did that? Red deadpanned as they ran towards Pikachu. I would guess that it's the three in the giant hot air balloon. I can't believe they're here, Ash shouted as he, Sceptile, Mewtwo, and Red ran towards the balloon, Apom lagging behind. Jessie spoke from the balloon, James continuing the verse. Prepare for trouble, and your greatest twerpish fear. Direct from the battle frontier. And evils old to the galaxy. Sent here to fulfill our destiny. Seems like a waste of energy for one twerp, Meowth piped up as the group ran after the balloon. Hey! Come back! Ash shouted. Red said to Ash as they ran, who are they? Team Rocket. Mewtwo and Red briefly paused. What? The balloon continued to drift away, none of the people in it noticing that one of the pursuers had suddenly gained a menacing purple aura and another had released a Charizard. James shouted, success! Let's plan a course straight for the boss. Jessie replied, don't we need to avoid the twerp on a Charizard, first? And the other flying twerp, who seems like a Pokemon. Is that Mewtwo? Meowth stared at the followers with wide eyes. Oh. Charizard. Show Team Rocket not to mess with Red with flamethrower. Red shouted, his mount shouting and releasing a corona of flames. Tell your master that Red has returned. You. Let me show you why you should never come back for thirds. Mewtwo shouted, shooting of Shadow Ball. The attacks connected with the balloon, making it explode and hurl Pikachu off into the woods, along with Team Rocket several miles away. Why do we have a new twerp to deal with? Looks like the original twerp can't stop making twerp friends. Who can fly? Waba. Well, I guess that we can fly too. We're blasting off again. A twinkle in the sky signaled their disappearance, but nobody was in any mood for it. Pikachu's down there. We have to go after him. Ash shouted, trying to steer Charizard. Red knocked Ash's hands away. Ash, calm down. We have to be rational about this. We can't use Aura Sight to find him, since there are too many Pokemon like him in terms of aura. We have to search on foot, and the best place would be the road, Red said soothingly. Ash was still frantic, but was no longer trying to control Charizard. Okay. But why a road? Pikachu's pretty smart. He'll go to a road, since it's most likely for us to find him there. Ash nodded, and the three came down to the ground. With Pikachu, he had fallen out of a bush, groaning about stupid overkill to get him back. He saw out of the corner of his eye a trainer stare at him with her Piplup. She pulled out her Pokédex, making him even more. Wow! It's a Pikachu. The Pokédex gave the annoying information on him as he lay there, possibly dying, while her Piplup, obviously smarter than her, looked at him in confusion. So, it's an electric type. Not a great matchup for a water type like Piplup, but hey, she said. Pikachu ummed a bit more for effect as he realized what she wanted to do. He was not in the mood. Oi! He's injured, and you want to battle him? The Piplup shouted, giving a fierce look. The girl, of course, didn't understand. Okay. Take it from the top. Piplup, use Bubble Beam. Piplup shot the bubbles, shouting to Pikachu, hey, I'm sorry. But here's some bubbles. No way, you penguin. I have my pride, so eat some lightning. Pikachu shouted as he shot a bolt of lightning through the bubbles. There was no resistance, and Piplup barely dodged the attack. It was so close too. The girl was speaking again, but she didn't matter. He wanted to find Ash, not fight a newbie. Then he saw the Piplup using a flying type move on him at close range. He was happy to respond. This time, you die. Pikachu shouted as he blasted that water bird back to whence it came. Then he realized that he had just shot the thunderbolt at the girl's bike. Censored. The girl gave a cheesy line like the last girl had. Seriously? My bike's barbecued. My bike's extra crispy. Did they have lines like this in the instruction manual? Now the girl was angry. Sorry, but you did attack me. Well, thanks a lot. I'm definitely going to catch you after that, she said, pulling out a pokeball. She threw it, and he just stared at the girl. Really? He had taken no damage at all, and she throws a pokeball now. Yeah, a newbie. The red light encased him, and then broke. For good measure, Pikachu powered up a thunderbolt and turned the ball black and crispy. Evil little ball of doom. Wait, you belong to somebody else. That girl was speaking again. Pikachu was tempted to give a sarcastic remark, but thought better of it. Instead, he just decided to leave the girl, since she seemed annoying. Then, of course, Team Rocket found him. My life is wonderful. Just fantastic. He thought as the battle commenced. Ash and Red stood at the base of a tree. Ash shouted up, "Hey, Apom, Sceptile, Mewtwo. You see any sign of Team Rocket or Pikachu up there?" All three shook their heads. Ash sighed, depressed. Man, when you want to find them, they disappear. Red looked at Ash. It was the same for me, you know. I see Team Rocket when I least want them, and then when I start hunting them, they're gone. Yeah. Let's keep looking. Here, Latias, come out. The Ian Dragon gave a coo as she was released, before she noticed her trainer's sober face. Ash? What's wrong? Ash gave a sigh. Pikachu's been kidnapped. Can you look for him? Latias nodded, before turning invisible and flying upwards. As Ash and Red walked away from the forest, heading towards the road, Ash said quietly, I sure hope Pikachu's okay. Red and Ash sat on the side of a road, watching as their Pokémon searched for Pikachu. They heard a motorcycle, but neither trainer paid any attention to it, Red starting to see Pikachu as a friend similar to Pika, and Ash worrying about his best friend. They heard a voice call out to them, everything all right over there? Ash turned his head, saying, huh. Hey, it's Jenny. Red didn't look at her, instead calling back Charizard. Ash, call back your Pokémon. Let's go with Jenny, she knows the terrain the best here. The group of two flew alongside the cycle, with Mewtwo floating after them. After they had told the whole story, Jenny returned with, so Team Rocket's in Sinnoh? That can't be good. Ever since they were disbanded about 9 years ago, and 3 years after that, they've been quiet for a while. If they're coming back. Too bad that we can't find the trainer who beat them back then. That's why I'm here. The international police gave me a request to hunt down crime here in Sinnoh, so I brought my apprentice, Red said, startling Jenny. Wait. The IP asked you to come help out? You must be really good, especially if you have a master's license. What's your name? Red. But do you have any ideas for how we can find Ash's Pikachu? Jenny looked thoughtful as she drove. Sinnoh is pretty big. Judging from what you said, I'd say that you should let me search for a while, and you two go to Professor Rowan's lab. You did say that you needed to go there, correct? Okay. Red, let's go, Ash said, as Jenny pulled off. Red gave a gesture to Charizard, who accelerated towards the largest building in sight. Inside the lab, Rowan was speaking to Red and Ash. So, you're Ash from Pallet Town and... Red? Professor Oak said a great deal about you, Ash. Although I don't know much about Red here. But Oak sent Apom's Pokeball for you. Here it is. He tossed the ball to Ash. Thanks. Hey, do you know anything about a Pikachu near here? Ash asked as he caught the ball. Professor Rowan nodded. I wouldn't worry too much about your Pikachu. I heard this morning from one of my trainers that she protected a lost Pikachu from a strange group of thieves who said that they were Team Rocket. Ash burst out, really? That must be Pikachu. On the screen, Joy said apologetically, oh, Dawn. I'm sorry, but she left the Pokemon Center just a little while ago. Did she say where she was heading? Red asked. Not really. She did say that she was going to find Pikachu's trainer fast. Nurse Joy replied, but Ash didn't hear the end of it, as he had already run out. Red stayed a moment to apologize. Sorry about my apprentice. He's a little headstrong, but we really have to find Pikachu. Thank you, Rowan, and we may see you another time, Red said as he walked calmly out. Rowan looked at Nurse Joy, who looked back. So, about that date. No. At a mansion in the middle of the forest, Team Rocket was making a call that would change history completely. Giovanni, sir. You three. What do you want? Giovanni growled over the phone. He was sick and tired of those three. After they started obsessing over that infernal Pikachu, they had gone from near elite, almost executive level, to being cannon fodder. Sir, we're in the Sinnoh region, and we request backup, James said, worried about being overheard. Giovanni started, not expecting this. Why do you require backup? Don't tell me that you need help to capture that Pikachu. No, sir, but that new twerp is pretty powerful. He seemed like he would be able to beat you, boss. Meowth explained. Giovanni's eyes narrowed. Are you doubting me? What was this trainer's name? Giovanni roared. All three members of Team Rocket flinched. We don't know his name, but he had a message for you, sir, Jessie said. What? Giovanni questioned. The three members of Team Rocket shared looks, trying to remember. It went, tell your master, that's you boss, that Red has returned. Yeah, that's how it went, James said. Giovanni's mouth dropped. What? Tell your master dat Red's back. That's what he said. Meowth said happily. Giovanni was still in shock, but pressed a button. Suddenly, the screen shrank, and other screens started to appear all over the monitor. Giovanni, sir. What, you called a full conference, sir? One person on the screen said. Boss? What's going on? What's the emergency? Another member of Team Rocket said. Quiet. When Giovanni calls, we answer. Domino said, her face filling most of her screen. The other two who had spoken rolled their eyes, respectfully of course. More and more faces appeared, until the full executive lineup of Team Rocket was seen, as well as other important members. When almost all the screens had faces in them, Giovanni spoke, still in shock. I want all Team Rocket members to cease all missions and return to HQ. Now. This proclamation was met with a clamor. Each member of Team Rocket was shouting, asking why Giovanni had ordered that and if he knew something. After a few minutes of this, during which time Jessie, James, and Meowth were staring in confusion at the screen, Giovanni spoke again. Shut up. I want all members back here now. We have a level 6 emergency. One of the older members of Team Rocket gasped. A few other older members fainted from shock. The younger members, of course, had no idea what that meant. Sir. What does a level 6 mean? Proton asked. The older member who had gasped answered. It means that Red is back. This announcement was not met with the horror that was obviously expected, but rather many blank looks. Who? Giovanni answered, Red is the original disbander of Team Rocket. Back then, we were powerful, and more dangerous. We decided to make a big move, and were able to take Saffron. But then, Red appeared. He defeated us all quickly, and then we slowly lost power. After that, I disappeared for a few years, which prompted the resurgence that was foiled by Gold. However, Gold is nothing compared to Red. What makes Red so dangerous? A young executive said, not really getting it. Giovanni and several others glared at him. Red is the current Kanto champion and the strongest champion of all. He is not to be trifled with. So, as I said, I want all members of Team Rocket to come back to HQ. Now. Or else we will see you as a betrayer, and we cannot tolerate that. Giovanni said, his voice rising until he was shouting. The 3 members of Team Rocket that had encountered him flinched. As each screen shut off, the 3 idiots stayed on. After they and Giovanni were the only ones left, Giovanni said, "You 3. Good job. If we hadn't learned of this, and we had attracted his attention." Meowth fainted from the praise. Jessie was looking a little faint, so James spoke. "Sir. If we can we continue to attempt to get Pikachu?" "Fine. Your normal paycheck will suffice, we need to build up our forces to face Red, if he decides to purge us," Giovanni said, waving his hand to the side. The screen turned black, and the 3 members of Team Rocket fell back. "We should get out of here. We need to find Pikachu, so that Red doesn't kill us," Jessie said on her back. James nodded. Meowth was still out cold. Back on the road, Red had caught up to Ash. "Hey, Ash. Wait." Ash didn't stop. "Red, I have to find Pikachu. Don't try to stop me." Red sighed, grabbing his apprentice with aura. "Ash. Listen to me. We need to have a plan. Let's assume that Dawn will hear from Professor Rowan, so she'll start heading back this way en route. We need to get there, but we also have to think about her being behind us. Because of that, we need to walk, but you can't just go running off." Ash sighed, struggling with the aura binding. "Let me go. I'll walk, but that doesn't mean I'll like it." After the 2 had been walking for a few minutes, a truck rumbled by. Ash looked at it in passing interest, Red dismissing it until it stopped, and the door opened. "Ash? Is that you?" a man said as he stepped out of the cabin. Ash stared at the man for a moment before he suddenly shouted, "Hey! Brock! I guess great minds think alike. So, who's your friend?" Brock said, gesturing to Red. Ash explained, "Oh, this is Red, my master. He agreed to take me as an apprentice. But that doesn't matter, what are you doing here?" The girl in the cabin spoke, "Either you know this guy, or you're too friendly, Brock." Brock looked up at the driver, "Oh, this is my old friend Ash. He and I have been traveling together for a long time, almost 5 years." The girl smiled at Ash and Red. "The name's Claudina, and in case you hadn't noticed, I'm the proud driver of this big rig." Brock grabbed Ash by the shoulder and looked off into the distance. "Yeah, Claudina and I are on the road. The road to happiness and true love." "In a truck?" Ash said skeptically. Brock looked at Ash, hearts in his eyes. "Ash, it's a long and complicated journey when you want to become the very best. I was hitchhiking from Pewter City when we hooked up." Red interjected, "So you drove this truck across the ocean?" Claudina answered, "Yeah. A ferry took the boat with us." Red nodded. Brock continued, heedless of the interruption. "It was fate. It's been great seeing you, pal, and best of luck in everything you do." Claudina's phone rang. "Hey there, honey. I've been waiting to hear your sweet voice, Aquilin." "Sure, I'll be right there, just as soon as these 18 wheels of mine can carry me." She hung up and turned to Brock, who was now depressed. "I'm sorry for the interruption, Brock, but that was my boyfriend on the horn, and I have to hightail it over to meet him quicker than a volt tackle. But I know you'll be fine. After all, you've got your bud and his friend." Brock's face was now the picture of despair and disbelief, as Claudina closed the door and drove off. He suddenly seemed to recover and, with tears streaming out of his eyes, said, "All right Ash, a man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. And these 3 men are gonna do it with or without a good woman at their side." Red sweat dropped. "I'm not homosexual." Ash quickly seconded that, and Brock fell down in the fetal position, the picture of despair. Brock got up rather quickly and remarked, "Hey, where's Pikachu, Ash? And you never really introduced me to your friend." Ash's face fell, and he said, "I have no idea where Pikachu is." Red extended his hand for Brock to shake. "My name's Red, and as Ash said, I took him as my apprentice." "Wow, a real master. I thought getting a license was really hard to do, since you had to beat the entirety of the Elite Four of a certain region using the same team." Brock exclaimed, shaking Red's hand. Red smirked. "Yeah. I've been registered as a master since I was 12, ever since I received my mastery. Granted, I also received another position too, but—" Red said. Brock's brow furrowed. "You know, I think I've heard the name Red before. When was it?" "It was back during the class for gym leaders, when they told us about the Elite Four." "Wait. You're the Kanto champion!" Brock shouted, causing Red to grab him mouth and shove it to the ground. "That Team Rocket just won't quit, will they?" Brock said as they walked through the forest. He had been introduced to Mewtwo, again, and had his memories of New Island restored. "Yeah. But up ahead is a Pokemon Center. We can see if Dawn came there, and find out which way she went from Nurse Joy," Red said, leading the way from the map. Brock's eyes sparkled. "When it comes to Nurse Joy, leave it to me." Apom, who had come back out of her Pokeball, swung through the trees and slammed into a Starly, who objected noisily. Ash and company came running up. "Apom! Stop that. We have to keep going." Red held Ash back from returning Apom. "Ash, why don't you catch Starly with Apom? It'll give you experience with using Apom, and you should have a flying type." "All right. Apom, let's get to catching Starly." Ash shouted, making Apom nod. "Apom, swift!" Ash commanded. Apom swung her tail, causing many star-shaped attacks come out, which struck Starly. Starly cried out, before flapping its wings, using Whirlwind. Ash looked around, seeing not much to counter it. "Apom, hang in there. Charge up Focus Punch for when it comes in close." Apom's tail glowed, and Starly flew in with quick attack. Apom hit the ground with the punch. The attack hit the ground, throwing up rocks that Starly slammed into. Starly fell to the ground, in pain, but got back up, seeing Apom with another Focus Punch. "Do it!" The attack slammed into Starly's stomach, sending it flying. Starly collapsed, and Ash threw his Pokeball. After Starly had been SCKED into it in a burst of red light, the ball shook a few times before settling down. Ash picked up the Pokeball, a grin on his face. "All right. A Starly!" he shouted, before sobering. Brock noticed the look on Ash's face and commented on it. "What's wrong?" "You know Brock. He's missing Pikachu," Mewtwo commented. Brock winced, seeing that it was a sore subject. Red said, "Well, Starly can help you find Pikachu. Speaking of which, do you want to give him a nickname?" Ash blinked, the thought never crossing his mind. "A nickname?" "Yeah, many of my Pokemon have nicknames. Like Pika, Polly. It's a way to distinguish their individuality. Not to mention that it can help in battles, when you're facing the same species. But always ask if they like the name first," Red answered the question. Ash gave a small smile and released Starly. "Starly, come on out." The starling Pokemon ruffled its feathers a bit before looking at Ash. "Yes. Trainer want something?" Starly said, surprising Ash. Hey, Red. Why can I understand Starly now, even though we just met? Ash asked his master. I would assume that it's because you caught him. But don't you have something to ask? Red said after thinking it over. Brock just looked confused. Oh, right. Hey, Starly. Do you want a nickname? Ash asked his newest Pokemon. Starly nodded after a few seconds. Great. Then how about Birdie? Starly shook his head. Starling. Shake. Gray. Shake. Wings. Shake. Then how about Star? Red, Brock, and Mewtwo all gave him a disbelieving look, but Starly jumped up and down. Yeah. I'll be Star. Good name, trainer. Ash blushed slightly. Can you call me Ash, Star? After all, it is my name. Star nodded, before flying up. Hey, Ash. There's something up ahead. Ash ran forward, yelling, Star spotted something. The other followed Ash, seeing the large amount of electricity. That's some electric attack. Brock said as they ran. Well, it's not Pikachu. That's a level 3 Thunderbolt, far too weak. Pikachu would have at least a 5, Red said as they ran, making Ash slow slightly. They still got there in time to see a boy with purple hair throw a Pokeball at a nearby Starly, catching it handily. He threw another, hitting Star, but the ball failed this time. Star returned to Ash's shoulder, as the boy turned around. Ichem. I'd appreciate it if you didn't have your Starly fly in my way. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, I'm looking for one of my Pokemon. Have you seen a Pikachu anywhere? No. Do you really think that Starly is strong? Said the boy. Ash blinked. I watched you catch it. Don't you think that you'd be better off catching the best one you can? That's not the best way to go about things, Red said, drawing the boy's attention. You should go for the strongest. Look, replied the boy, throwing up 3 Pokeballs, all of which released Starly. You can scan them with your Pokédex to see what moves they have from the beginning. If you choose the strongest, it'll save you a bunch of grief along the way. The Pokédex finished scanning, and the boy returned all 3. Only one of them knows Aerial Ace. I'll keep this one. You two, go. He released the other 2, and they flew off, drawing Ash's ire. Hey! Why did you release them? You could at least try to train them. The boy stared down Ash. If they're weak, they don't deserve to join me. Ash clenched his fist. You know what I think? Any Pokemon can be strong if you train them. The boy smirked. If you really think that, let's have a battle. Sure. The boy said, we'll each use 3 Pokemon. Ash drew back. Well, don't tell me that you only have 2. That's pathetic, the boy said. No, but my last 2 are stronger than almost any other Pokemon. I don't want to sweep your entire team with just 1 Pokemon, Ash replied. The boy raised an eyebrow. Really? You've got to be kidding. I'm not a beginning trainer, I've competed in other regions before. Show me what you've got. Okay. Ash said, bringing back Star. Paul gestured to his Elekid. Let's begin. Elekid, stand by for battle. Apom, let's do this. The first 2 Pokemon went by quickly for Ash, Elekid defeating Apom, but falling to Star, who in turn was defeated by the boy's Starly after a battle. Ash grabbed his Pokeball with Sceptile. Okay, let's finish this. Sceptile, I choose you. The green Pokemon burst out of the ball, standing at attention. He suddenly saw his foe, an exhausted Starly. Really, Ash? Really? A Sinnoh Pidgey? That's what you want me to fight? Sceptile said. Ash nodded. Great. Well, this'll be quick. Quick attack. The ramming sent the small Pokemon flying back 20 feet into a tree, leaving a small crater. The boy's eyebrows raised from this display of power, and he called back the Starly. Hariyama, stand by for battle. The fighting type slammed his hands together, making Seapile smirk. Now this is more like it. Hariyama, focus blast. Energy ball. The two attacks collided, sending dust everywhere. Sceptile leaped into the dust cloud, having come up with a plan. Seapile, do whatever you need to. Just try not to get hit. The boy with purple hair growled. Hariyama, vital throw. Wait for it. Hariyama grunted, his hands starting to glow with orange power. The dust cloud slowly started to glow green, the light coming from two crescent-shaped blades. At once, Sceptile jumped out of the dust, moving faster than anybody would have believed possible, and started to run circles around Hariyama, who couldn't keep up. Sceptile slammed his tail into Hariyama, prompting the vital throw to activate, but Sceptile met the attack with one of his blades. The attacks met, sending the fighting type back, and Sceptile again shot off. He reappeared behind Hariyama, and muttered as he held the remaining leaf blade to his back, "You were too weak to compete with me. Try again later." The green flash died down after a few seconds, showing Sceptile standing next to Ash, not a scratch on him, and Hariyama lying on the ground, swirls in his eyes. The boy grimaced, returning his Pokemon. Too weak. That was a good battle. If I hadn't used those two weak Pokemon, though. The boy said to Ash, extending his hand. You know, that battle proves that any Pokemon can become strong, Ash said as he shook the boy's hand. The boy gave Ash a skeptical look. Ash explained, you see, when I caught Sceptile when he was a Trico, he was considered one of the softest members of the group, although not the weakest. After I caught him, he kept improving as we trained, and now you see where we are, right? The boy snorted. So. Just because they're strong now doesn't mean that they're the strongest. Red raised an eyebrow. So a weak Pokemon will always be weaker than a strong one, if they're put through the same training? Of course. It's been said by almost everybody that each Pokemon is unique, and that some are naturally stronger than others. Using that logic, some Pokemon grow faster and become more powerful in the end, exclaimed the boy. So can a weak Pokemon have a strong growth potential? Red asked. The boy nodded. Yes, but a strong Pokemon, even if it has less potential, requires less time to be spent on it to get it to the same level as the weaker one. And then there are also strong Pokemon with a lot of potential, so they're worth seeking out, since they become some of the most powerful Pokemon around. The champions use that same strategy to build their teams, answered the boy. Red hid a smirk. I personally don't think so, since one of my top 6 Pokemon was caught as a Poliwag. When I had no Pokemon to weaken it with, Red said, and that same Pokemon became stronger and stronger until he helped me win in the Pokemon League. The boy frowned, thinking about strong trainers that had a Poliwhirl or Poliwrath on their team as he shook Red's hand. Interesting story. My name is Paul, you are? Red. This is my apprentice, Ash, and his friend Brock. Paul gave a quick glance to Mewtwo in the back. And your other friend? Oh, that's Mewtwo, Ash answered. Paul furrowed his brow, thinking about the name. Paul asked, so, what were you doing over here when you got in my way? Ash grimaced and answered, well, YC, my first Pokemon, and my best friend, ended up getting lost in the forest. We're trying to find him, and because he's an electric type. Paul slowly nodded. You thought that Elekid was that Pokemon. Well, I haven't seen your Pikachu, but if I do, I'll contact Professor Rowan. Ash grinned, thankful. As Paul started to walk away, he said, hey, Paul. What are you going to do? I'm going to continue on my journey. After that, I hope to battle you again, and next time I'll prove that strong Pokemon will always beat weaker ones. Paul said over his shoulder as he walked away. Ash waved, but was suddenly interrupted by a massive blast of electricity coming out of the forest. That was a Volt tackle. Brock shouted. Ash shot off towards the location, Red following with Mewtwo. Paul looked after Ash and company. What a strange group. Even though he was strong, those were some odd clothes that Ash was wearing. Ash ran into the clearing, seeing Pikachu in the clutches to Team Rocket, whose machine was attacking the girl. Apom, Swift. Star, Whirlwind. Sceptile, Energy Ball. The Swift drove back the arms, the Whirlwind knocked the machine off balance, and the Energy Ball killed an arm. The three idiots in the driver's seats all said at the same time, huh? Pikachu. Don't worry, buddy. Ash shouted as he came into view. Team Rocket growled. Oh. It's the old twerp, said James. I know what he wants. Jessie said, smiling a bit. Well, where's Red? He leave you? Meowth taunted, sending an arm to knock Ash over. Ash focused, remembering what Red had taught him, and lashed out at the finger that tried to knock him over. Force Palm. The blast of blue energy not only destroyed the arm, but also sent the machine off balance from the shockwave. From behind their machine, they heard a cold voice say, I don't think that I would abandon my apprentice. Charizard, Fire Blast. Whirling around, they saw Red, once again flying on Charizard. They also saw the fire coming out of the Charizard's mouth. The attack blew off half of their machine, also melting the solar panels. Swinging an arm, Charizard was knocked out of the air, shocking Red. As Red fell, he brought back Charizard, and landed safely due to Aura. Well, Ash, looks like we need to assault it. Aura ready. Ash nodded, and they ran forward, dodging most of the arms, but one strike broke the hasty shield that Red put up, sending them back. Ash. Red. Brock shouted, Mewtwo charging up a large shadow ball behind him. Jessie, James, and Meowth all rose up on a platform. Well, well, well. You should be honored, because you get to hear the debut of our new motto. Let's go with our performance. James said. Listen, is that a voice I hear? Jessie said, James following. It's speaking to me loud and clear. Floating on the wind. Past the stars. In your ear. Bringing chaos at a breakneck pace. Dashing hope, putting fear in its place. A rose by any other name's just as sweet. When everything's worse, our work is complete. Jessie. And it's James. Meowth, now that's a name. Putting the do-gooders in their place. We're Team Rocket Dash. We're in your face. The team posed, their machine doing the same. It would have been more impressive if it didn't only have 3 arms. Ash ran towards the machine, another arm shooting at him. Ash jumped up to a tree, dodging the arm, while Red ran up the arm to the top. Ash jumped from the tree to the same arm the Red was on, slightly in front of him. The third arm flew at the two, but Red hit it away with Aura Sphere. Ash, go. I'll stop the arms. Red shouted. Ash continued to run up the arm, the cloak billowing behind him. He leaped onto the arm that was holding Pikachu, Red behind him, now fighting off 2 arms. Ash reached Pikachu, and blasted off the finger with Aura. Pikachu on his shoulder, he leaped off with Red. Now let's end this. Eat Shadow Ball. Mewtwo shouted once his friends were clear. The ball of dark energy that was as big as he was flew at the machine, detonating. Poke-proof it may be, but it wasn't equipped to stand up to Mewtwo's anger. As the machine blew and Team Rocket flew off, they couldn't help commenting. What kind of performance was that? Weren't we supposed to leave out audience wanting more? You go tell that to the writer. Wabuff it. We're blasting off again. The twinkle in the sky was seen as the trio, ahem, blasted off. From the ground, the group watched them fly away. Ash grabbed Pikachu off his shoulder. Pikachu! Ash yelled as he hugged his little buddy. Ash! Great to see you! You would not believe the day I've had. Pikachu shouted back as he hugged Ash. Dawn shed a tear at the scene, as did Brock. Red just smiled a bit, as did Mewtwo. Pikachu was back, and all was right again. A group of flares. Or how to form a posse by Ash Ketchum. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. Sir. We have another request. Well. What is it? Sir, it requests that you capture a person named Red. Who? Sent. It. Yes, sir. It was FF from a person named Gigi Giovanni. Send back a message saying that I will kill him if he sends any further messages to me. Why yes, sir. Now get out of my sight. Gone. I want that message traced, and I want a line to my sister. Now. Right away, sir. Show some spine, you fool. Are you or are you not my executive officer? Sir. Well, sis. What do you want? What can you tell me about a certain Giovanni? Oh, him. He's the leader of Team Rocket. Trainer Class 5, not a treat at all, had a bad run-in with Red about 10 years ago that resulted in the first disbanding of Team Rocket, and they've never gotten their previous power back. This is interesting. He's called for all Team Rocket operations to cease, citing a level 6 apparently. And that is? Hold on a second. 666. Level 6 emergencies are only to be called if a previous threat to our organization has shown that they may do the same to our organization again soon. Threats include powerful legendary Pokemon and threatening trainers, i.e. Red. Well, I'd guess that Reddy decided that TR was a problem. Explains why he sent me that request. Now I almost regret sending that assassin after him. Ooh, Big Sis is getting violent. Great. But about that request. The one about north in the Kanto continent. Found 3 things, Sinjo ruins, Orion Shrine, and the ruins of Silence Hall. Silence Hall. I'll send you the file. I have a job to do, so I have to go. By J. Route 202. Ash let go of Pikachu as he reached for his belt. Yeah, Pikachu, while you were gone a few things happened. First off, I caught Star. Ash sent out the Starly, who chirped tiredly, still hurt from his battle. Pikachu gave Star a nod, hello. Hey Ash. Why the sudden nickname? Ash grinned, rubbing the back of his head. Well, Red suggested it, said that it would be a good way to talk to Star. Then Star fell over, knocked out. Yeah, should have thought about that. But we also had a battle with this guy named Paul Dash. Look, tell me later, after I introduce you to the girl over there. We can talk about this any time, Pikachu said as he held his tail over Ash's mouth. Ash hungrily bit at it as he replied. Sure. Just let me dash. Ash was cut off, bit a cuff to the head from Red, whose owner was twitching. You idiot. What did I tell you about using aura yet? Not to, Ash grimaced, holding his head. Red gave a tight nod before breathing in deeply and turning to face the stunned Dawn, hitting Ash again as he did so. He gave a small incline of his head before Ash recovered and walked over to her. You saved Pikachu from those 3, didn't you? Thanks so much, Ash said to Dawn. My name's Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town, and it's really great to meet ya. Brock slid up fast enough for it to be considered a human quick attack. Hi, I'm Brock. Hi guys. My name's Dawn, and this is my partner, Piplup. Dawn said cheerily, but her voice shook a little as she spoke. Piplup gave a chirp in response to his name. As Mewtwo floated over to Red and Ash, Ash pulled out his Pokédex, scanning Piplup. So that's a Piplup, huh? Red and the Pokédex spoke in perfect unison. Piplup, the penguin Pokémon. It's very proud, and its thick down protects it from the cold. Ash put away the Pokédex as Dawn smiled at Piplup and bent down to the penguin Pokémon's level. Wow, you're a tough Pokémon to take those hits and still be fine. Piplup took a proud stance as his eyes shrank and he fell back. Dawn shrieked, "Oh no! Piplup!" Red restrained Brock. "Let me handle this. Ash, we might as well see if you have any talent for healing with aura now." Ash clenched his gloved fist and knelt beside Red. One of Red's hands glowed blue, while Ash focused, and his hand glowed with a similar azure color. Red put his hand directly on Piplup, Ash laying his hand on top of Red's at his master's direction, and energy started to flow into Piplup. An azure glow flowed over Piplup's body, while a bluer one flickered and was absorbed. Red raised his hand, sighing, and Ash did the same. Absolutely no talent as a healer. Although he took a glance at Piplup, who was still enshrouded in azure, it does seem that you can boost their abilities with aura. Dawn silently raised her hand, drawing Red's attention. "Yes. Can I ask a question?" "You already did. But, yes. First, can we deal with Pikachu's injuries and move away from this junk heap, Miss Dawn?" Red replied, already gesturing to Pikachu. "So there were no major problems. I'm glad that you seem to have found your Pikachu, Ash, even after you ran out like that," Professor Rowan said from the screen, an aide getting attacked by a Starly behind him. The screams of pain were ignored by all present. "Yeah, the only things was that robot, and there wasn't too much trouble," Ash answered, sweat dropping after the description of his mad dash to Pikachu. "Very good. Ash, I should tell you that your mother sent me a package for you. I can get it to you, if you wish." Red nodded, and after the group said their farewells, he closed off the connection. He then looked at Dawn as they exited the booth. "Ask your questions as we walk, please." On the road, Dawn started. "So, what's your name and his?" said Dawn, pointing to Red and Mewtwo. "My name is Mewtwo," said the Pokémon. Red. "Okay. So, what was with that weird stuff you did about the robot, the blasting off the arms, the running up it to get to Pikachu, and that strange shield thing? What was that about? And what about what you did to Piplup?" Red sighed. "That is called aura, one of the 3 known human abilities. Both Ash and I have the ability to manipulate it to a certain degree, however I am his better, at the adept level, while he barely qualifies for novice. Hey! I did a force palm well enough. You pulsed out some aura that exploded on contact with the arm. That is not force palm. Well, I managed to walk up the side of the arm. Great, you managed to do one of the most basic tricks taught to aura users. Brilliant, Red deadpanned, gaining a snicker from Mewtwo. Ash puffed up with indignation, and was about to respond with a scathing remark that would teach Red not to mess with him ever again when Brock interrupted. "Did you say aura? I know that Ash has used it before, but you say that you're teaching him?" "Yes. He's currently at a hopeless level, and will remain that way unless he starts to use it more often." Red confirmed, receiving a glare from Ash. "What the hell do you want me to do? You could work on your control by having aura sight activated." "Excuse me. Do it." The fierce glares were white-hot in intensity, and you could have started a fire by putting something between the looks. Slowly a vein started to twitch in Ash's temple, and after a while Ash started to back down. Soon enough Red had brought his apprentice to his knees, and could be declared the winner. One last question. What's with those strange clothes?" Dawn asked after the group was back on the road. "These? They aren't that strange, are they?" Ash said, looking at himself. Red ignored him as he answered. "Those are the clothes of Sir Aaron, one of the last great aura guardians of the past, and as such have the typical tools of a aura adept on them, namely help for channeling aura in the gloves and training for the body in the clothes." Brock nodded, realizing where he had seen the clothes before. Dawn, realizing that he was there and seemed normal, started to ask Brock about his life as they walked, leaving an aura sight using, paranoid about his outfit, dense Ash trying to make the sight stop showing Red as a burning beacon of blue light and Mewtwo as the strange purple-blue thing that made him want to run away screaming. So you're a breeder? Wow, that's so cool. Dawn exclaimed as they continued to walk. This is the first time I've met a real Pokemon breeder ever. Really? Well, as soon as we get back to the lab, I'll make some special Pokemon food that's perfect for water types. Brock said, a hand against his head. Piplup started to jump in excitement, cheering. Dawn laughed at her Pokemon, remembering why he had gotten lost earlier, but was interrupted in her reminiscing by a horn. Hey! I found you, shouted the woman on the motorcycle. How's Pikachu? I heard you found him. Ash grinned and said, fine. Thanks for your help earlier Dash. Brock jumped up, hearts in his eyes, and your beauty. Somehow, Brock managed to grab both of Officer Jenny's hands and go down on one knee. Your thoughtfulness knows no bounds. Thanks for helping my friend Ash in his hour of need. Jenny's sweat dropped with a disturbed look. And now I'm asking you to help out in my hour of need. 'Cause I need you. Suddenly, everyone except for Jenny, Red, and Mewtwo was gone. Red pinched his nose as he apologized to Jenny, I'm sorry about Brock there. It seems that he doesn't understand the concept of moving slowly. But be glad that this isn't Unova, if what I've heard about Alder is correct. Jenny nodded, before heading back to her motorcycle. Oh, before you go. What do you recommend that I do about Team Rocket? Red gave her a hard look. They're my prerogative. I'll deal with them. And with those words, he was off to where Mewtwo had dumped the others, Rowan's lab. Wow, new clothes. Hey, Red, can I dash? Ash said as he opened the package. Red shot him down. No. But Dash. No, and that's final. I'll explain, so call her. Fine. On the phone, Delia was looking at Ash, who was wearing clothes that she knew she hadn't packed for him, and that strange individual that had taken him as an apprentice. Ash? Why aren't you wearing the clothes that I packed for you? Ash looked sheepish. Sorry Mom, but Dash. Red cut him off. I'll tell her. Mrs. Ketchum, Ash needs to wear those clothes until we complete his training. Delia frowned. May I ask why? And after you took him as an apprentice, I decided to look into the laws surrounding getting a mastery. You do know the penalties for pretending to have one? So may I ask what position you have in the Pokemon League? Your son needs to learn to use Aura, and those clothes will do quite well in helping that. They were made to channel Aura, after all, Red answered, as he waved the others away, and moved closer to the phone. And as for my position, I am the Kanto champion, Mrs. Ketchum. I am also a member of the Prodigal 3, as I may have seen you after I won my first league. Delia fainted. Red waited a few minutes, before hanging up, and waving Ash over. Ash? Did you ever tell Oak what happened to Pikachu, and that he's okay? Ash guiltily jumped. Wah! The five left Professors Rowan and Oak to their conversation as they walked further back into the lab. Dawn spoke first. So, what are you three doing in Sinnoh anyway? I'm going to compete in the Sinnoh League. Ash shouted, before wilting under Red's look. And train with Master Red. He hastily added. I came for different reasons, but I'm going to be helping Ash with his challenge, Brock replied, taking out his guidebook. A request from the International Police, Red said, clearly indicating that no more would be spoken. Brock spoke, reading the guide, it looks like the closest gym to Sangem is Orberg City. Jubilife City's right on the way. That's awesome. Can I go too? Dawn all but shouted, drawing confused looks from Ash, Brock, and Red. Mewtwo just sipped his tea in indifference. Dawn kind of explained, I want to be the #1 contest coordinator. And the first contest I want to compete in is in Jubilife City. That's great. Sure, you should come along. Ash said excitedly, Brock nodding too. She has my vote. I was planning to have you do a few things with contests too, Ash, Red said. Before they left, Ash put Apom, Star, Latias, and Sceptile back in their Pokeballs, Dawn doing the same with Piplup. Latias had caused quite a commotion earlier with the two professors, needless to say, and had been quite interesting to Dawn. But that's another story. Dawn gave Ash a quizzical look as he made to head out. Aren't you going to put Pikachu back in his Pokeball too? Nah, Pikachu has a phobia of Pokeballs, and I'm not sure if I even still have his, so I let him stay out. And he says that my shoulder's much more fun. Ash responded. Right. Those little things give me a wheel. I'm not a hamster. Pikachu affirmed. Professor Rowan walked up. You'll find that there are as many Pokemon personalities as there are Pokemon. We should go now, guys. Thank you for your help, Rowan, Red said, subtly grabbing everyone with aura and making them move towards the door. Mewtwo lost his grip on his tea, but grabbed it just in time. Outside the lab, the group had a surprise waiting. Paul was leaning against a tree, arms crossed and a dark look on his face. Yes. Who are you, and what do you want? Rowan said to Paul. My name's Paul. And I'm waiting for him, he said, looking at Ash. Red frowned. Don't be disrespectful, Paul. If you act like that. Reminds me of Silver. Paul rolled his eyes. Sorry. I just wanted to see if he had found Pikachu. Well, I did. See? Ash said as he pointed to Pikachu on his shoulder. Yes. I can see that. I also wanted to offer a challenge to you, Paul said. Ash blinked. Yeah. Paul smirked. As you know, the Sinnoh League happens every year. I want to challenge you to get into the top 16, and fight me there. After all, that is where trainers fight their hardest. Okay, but we can still battle along the way, right? Ash said, grinning at Paul. At his nod, Ash grinned even wider. Well, this so very nice and nostalgistic, but we do have to go, Ash. Paul, good luck, and maybe you'll end up battling me in an official match one day, Red said as he hurried the other three on their way. Paul blinked as they hustled off. I didn't even get to ask about his clothes. It was to be the match of a century. On one side of the field was a Pokemon of an indomitable fighting spirit, a normal type that could be said to be more than meets the eye. It held power, more than one would expect. It deserved the title of, the Wild One, rightly. It was a Buneary. On the other side was a rookie, but still a powerful foe. There was no reason to underestimate this contestant, although it would be easy to. She was full of potential, and would grow if given the chance. She was the clear crowd favorite. Dawn was her name, and Pokemon was her game. Of course, the showdown would not be complete without a soundtrack, so here we go. Pokeball. Go. Dawn shouted as she threw the ball, sending it flying. It flew straight on its course, and hit Ash on the head, causing the tricky bit of aura that he was molding to explode in his face. Red sighed, seeing the coming storm. Dawn, you cannot catch humans. I know that Ash might be useful, but it doesn't work that way, Red deadpanned as the Buneary ran away. Ash pulled himself off the ground, glaring at Dawn. Watch where you throw that. I was doing something kind of difficult. Dawn yelled back, it was an accident. Well, accidents don't happen if you do it right. Don't snap at me if you can't get what you were doing right. It's difficult when Pokeballs fly out of nowhere and hit you in the face. Piplup tried to get Dawn's attention, pointing to the spot where Buneary used to be. Dawn shouted at Ash, Buneary. Well, I hope you're happy now. Don't look at me. Why not? It's your fault. What? I was over there. If you hadn't made that explosion, Buneary wouldn't have run away. And the argument continued, even as the group traveled. I could have had a Buneary, if it wasn't for a certain person. Oh yeah. I could be an aura master if it wasn't for a certain person. Red snorted. Keep dreaming, kid. There's no way that you'll be even an adept for 3 years at least. Ash winced as Dawn laughed. Sorry, master. The argument, although interrupted, continued, although it was stopped by the sudden intensifying of the sun. What's that? Dawn asked, looking to Red and Brock. It's Sunny Day, a fire-type move that fire types use to intensify the power of fire moves for a while, Brock answered. Although grass types and certain other types are not exempt from it, since it has the useful side effect of giving near-instant use of solar beam, Red added. As he finished, a small grass-type Pokemon walked out in front of them. Who's that? Dawn asked, getting an answer from Ash. After Red had gotten tired of Ash's need to scan every new Pokemon they came across, he had started to make Ash read through the Pokemon on his Pokédex so he could recognize them on sight. Mewtwo. It's a grass type that closes its bud in the winter, but becomes active in the spring, Ash said, earning a nod from his master. Probably the source of Sunny Day, Mewtwo said as he drained his tea cup and pulled out his tea leaves, almost traumatizing the Mewtwo. It was indeed, a voice came from the side of the road, as a man holding a harp rose from the ground. It softens the hardest of hearts, let it soften yours. For when your heart is light, your mood is happy and bright. Tell me, don't you feel better now? Dawn and Ash shared a look before they answered. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Not in the slightest. I'm never happy. The man with the harp gave a surprised glance to the two who had answered in the negative. Oh. You do not feel the slightest bit better? Mewtwo grumbled, last time I saw a sunny day it was followed by a solar beam at my face. Doesn't exactly make my mood improve. Red gave no response. It should. The man seemed a bit perturbed. Ash quickly said, well, my name's Ash. Pikachu, glad to meet you. Pikachu said. My name's Dawn. Dawn said. Brock spoke from behind, I'm Brock. And I am the Pokemon Bard, Nando. This is my Mewtwo. After a few more pleasantries, Dawn perked up. I've got it. Ash, I can show you how strong I've gotten. How? Ash asked, eyebrow raised. Red thought to himself, I'm rubbing off on that kid, and I'm not sure if that's going to cause the world to run and hide or to thank Arceus. Nando? Would you mind having a battle with me? Dawn asked. Nando gave a nod. If that pleases you. As the six moved to the clearing up ahead, 3 familiar faces sprang from the bushes. Hey, that's the new twerp. She's the punk that sprang Pikachu and set Red on us, said Meowth. Quietly. Thinking she can win contests takes some nerve, said Jessie, drawing a look from James. Like you. Snap out of it. Meowth said. Hey. I'll snap you. Jessie exclaimed. Quietly. Only one diva wins the next contest. Diva's right, said James and Meowth as one, sighing as Jessie laughed like a madwoman. Quietly. At the clearing where the battle would take place, Dawn took Piplup Pokeball and spoke to herself, first things first, my Pokemon has to make a gorgeous entrance. Piplup, she said as she span around, spotlight. Piplup stood on the field in an open stance. Nando offered the first attack, not standing at the ready. Piplup, use Peck, let's go. Dawn shouted, Red and Ash settling down to watch. Piplup ran at Mewtwo with a glowing beak, but at Nando's command, Mewtwo dodged by jumping, eliciting a startled, what happened, from Dawn. Ash couldn't help commenting, it moved out of the way. Red bonked him over the head. Bullet Seed, if you please, Nando said gracefully. The small Pokemon shot a stream of glowing golden seeds at Piplup, which could cause big problems. Bullet Seed's a grass-type move, so it could give a grass-type like Piplup big problems. Brock shouted helpfully. Yeah. Dawn wasn't stupid, however, and had Piplup jump out of the way of the attack, calling out, "Alright, my turn. Piplup, use Bubble Beam." The water-type shot a stream of glowing bubbles that managed to land a direct hit on Mewtwo, Nando not looking worried in the slightest. Ash frowned. There's something wrong here. Sure, the attack won't do full damage, but... He looked at his master, who nodded, proving Ash's hypothesis correct. The sunny day. It weakens it even more. Exactly, and if I'm right, he'll use the other advantage. That he can too, Red said, Mewtwo wincing. Back on the field, Mewtwo had landed again, nearly no damage having been taken from the bubble beam. Twirling, Mewtwo opened its bud to the sun, and awaited Nando command, which arrived shortly. Solar beam, if you please. The sunlight formed quickly into a glowing ball above Mewtwo's head, but was not fired, Nando waiting. Dawn, still inexperienced, didn't see what was about to happen, and ordered, Piplup. Use Peck, now. Piplup charged forward, his beak glowing, as her trainer's friends facepalmed, knowing what was heading Piplup's way. Piplup got within a few feet, before Nando said quickly and quietly, "Please fire now." The point-blank attack sent Piplup flying, Dawn shouting, "No." Piplup, as he went. He collided with the ground, knocked out. From Mewtwo's side, Nando commented, "It appears our battle is over." Dawn, her face a mask of confusion, said, "But how did they do solar beams so fast?" Red rolled his eyes and answered, "We said earlier, Sunny Day allows the user of solar beam to create it a multitude of different ways, all of which much faster. In fact, a skilled user can use the attack to create a solar beam from anywhere on the field, focusing the sunlight into the attack quickly." "I see. I'm so sorry, Piplup." Dawn murmured to Piplup, held in her arms. "Won't happen again," Piplup replied weakly. Ash had found that he had started to bond with Piplup, so he was able to understand Piplup. Red credited it to the fact that Ash had started to train with Aura. "Dawn," Nando said, approaching. Dawn looked up from her position on her knees, seeing Nando standing there. Nando continued, "I wouldn't have guessed it was your first battle. You were so good." "Wow, that's such a nice thing to say." "Thanks," Dawn said as she rose from the ground, holding Piplup. Nando started to leave, but turned to Ash suddenly. "Forgive me, but I noticed that you seem to wear the garb of an Aura Guardian. Are you one?" Ash rubbed the back of his head. "No, not yet. I'm just training, but I can use Aura." Nando nodded. "So you plan to travel Sinnoh with your friend Dawn, supporting her as you train?" "No. I'm going to compete in the Sinnoh League while I get better." Ash shouted, his eyes filling with determination. "I see. I'm off." "Best of luck," Nando said as he left, Mewtwo at his heels. Later that day, the group was traveling. Ash and Red were working on their training while Dawn and Mewtwo talked. Brock was just reading something, nobody knew what. "So, how would you counter a ghost flying type with Sceptile?" Red said as they walked, Aura over for the day. Ash mulled the question over for a few seconds. "Conditions," he said, knowing that Red sometimes would disrupt what he said by putting in insane rules. Of course, this time was no different. "No energy ball boost, you can't rely on overgrow, you're at 3/4 full strength, rock field, you have to win one more battle with Sceptile, and you have the element of surprise other than the fact that your foe knows that you have Leaf Blade." "What does the Pokemon look like?" "Drifloon." "Okay, give me a little bit," Ash said. Red nodded and snuck a look at Brock's book, his face changing color slightly. About 5 minutes later, Ash said, "Finished." "Let's hear it." "I'll start with quick attack, getting close by jumping off a rock, maybe hitting him dash. You go through him." "Good." From the other side, Sceptile uses Bullet Seed to knock him down into the ground. I have Sceptile follow up with Leaf Blade. Drifloon counters with Ominous Wind. Backflip away, and start to throw rocks of a good size in the air. Shadow Ball on Sceptile. Jump off each rock, heading towards Drifloon, moving faster slowly. Shadow Ball shot at the next rock you're going for. Quick attack to move faster, Leaf Storm as I jump off, and go with the Leaf Storm as Leaf Blade. Inside the attack. Exactly. Okay, Red said, blowing out. He paused for a few seconds before he concluded. So Drifloon counters with Gust, but the attack doesn't stop Leaf Storm, just weakens it. Sceptile makes it with the attack, lands one hit, before Drifloon continues with Destiny Bond. What next? Ash though for a couple seconds before he came up with an idea. Double Team, use the confusion to charge a stronger Leaf Blade behind a rock. 2 Ominous Winds take out the Double Team, and the second one gives him a boost. Shadow Ball. Attack from behind as he fires, hitting him with both blades. Red blinked. Double Team to get behind him. At Ash's nod, Red smirked and finished the mock battle. The attack definitely takes out Drifloon, and you've only lost about an eighth of your energy. And, as the best part, he has a Psychic type as his next Pokemon, so you have X-Scissor to deal with that. Good job. Ash slumped back, relieved. Every time he failed a battle in some way, he had to have a full sparring session the next day. With Red. Using Aura. At that moment, Brock said, "Guys. There's a Pokemon Center up nearby. How about we go there?" Dawn cheered. Really? Hooray. A real bed and a real room? I can join civilization again. Red and Mewtwo glowered at her discreetly, the former having lived on a mountain that was forbidden, while the part he lived on, from having travelers, and the latter having had no contact with civilization before the past month. Dawn, oblivious, didn't notice. Brock got a strange look on his face. He threw a Pokeball up, shouting, "Bonesley! Come out!" He caught the Pokemon, and said in a way too happy tone of voice, "Bonesley, we're going to a Pokemon Center and you're going to get checked out by Nurse Joy." "So that's a Bonesley," Dawn said, pulling out her Pokédex. It said the same thing that Ash said, at the same time. Bonesley, the bonsai Pokemon. Being a rock type, it can get weak if its body contains too much water, so it secretes that water from both sides of its body to regulate it. "So, Brock, did you bring any of your other Pokemon?" Ash asked, just now noticing the absence of Pokeballs. "Nope. I left them with my brothers and sisters back at the Pewter City gym," Brock answered. "Gym?" Ash answered Dawn. "Oh, that's right. You didn't know. Brock's family lives at the Pewter City gym, and Brock was the gym leader." Dawn's face lit up. "You were? Awesome." Red turned to Brock, a stern look on his face as the group continued to the Pokemon Center. "You did leave a gym leader as the new one, correct?" "Of course." "Good. I've been hearing that something's been wrong with gym inspections, and that worries me." Ash said that when he went to Saffron, the situation was so bad that it was dangerous to go to the gym because of Sabrina's insanity. That reflects badly on the champions, even though we don't have to go ourselves and inspect. After a humorous scene at the Pokemon Center, involving a picture, hearts and eyes, a great line from Ash, namely, "Yeah. That's a question." With no answer, and Brock's face meeting the floor, the group was talking to Dawn's mother on the phone. "I certainly appreciate you looking after my Dawn. I realize, of course, that she can sometimes be a handful." "Huh? Oh, no. Come on, Mom, there's nothing to worry about." "When you tell me there's nothing to worry about, that's when I worry the most. Don't forget that I'm counting on your 4, including you, Mr. Red. And Mewtwo. Including you, Red. Yeah. We won't. Then you all have a great time." Ash, lots of luck in all your gym battles and in your apprenticeship. The screen went blank, and before Dawn made a disparaging comment, Nurse Joy came over. Oh, Ash, by the way, have you registered for the Sinnoh League? You'll need to. As Ash's eyes went wide, and he was about to reply no, Red stepped in. I already registered him, Miss Joy. Thank you. Nurse Joy frowned. You do realize that that is a serious crime, correct? I'm his master. I have the authority to do that, here in Sinnoh. Not in or, perhaps, but I can hear. Nurse Joy started, apologized, and walked away. Red gestured to Ash, who had Dawn follow him on his way. Near the front desk, they heard the tail end of a question as Nando walked out. Pondering. I heard that he divides his time between battles and contests. Perhaps he's trying to decide it between the two. Nurse Joy answered. Ash grinned as they walked out of the center. With a strong beauty like that, he should focus more on gym battles, not contests. Dawn glared at Ash. Contests. Gyms. Contests. Gyms. Contests. Gyms. Contests. Gyms. Red hit Ash over the head. Let him decide, Ash. Contests are just as difficult to do, and battling is an important aspect of that too. Ash muttered, sorry, as Red sighed. Dawn smiled in the back, as Red turned to his apprentice again. Ash, I am going to make you compete in contests occasionally, you know. That's where you learn combination attacks better, since a pretty attack doesn't make it to center stage without having some power behind it. Granted, some are passed up because they don't look as good as they could, but you can get ideas from contests. Ash groaned, as Red hit him over the head again. Now, get ready. We're going to spar. Dawn laughed, having seen one such spar before, and headed back inside, as yelps of pain started behind her. Ash would come in a few hours, covered in bruises. At the room, Ash stumbled in, disturbing Pikachu. Hey. So how'd the tour training go? Pikachu said, awake. Ash smiled a wry grin as he rubbed Pikachu's head. It was interesting. We were only training for a few minutes before I accidentally blew myself up, and went flying off into the forest, Ash said, and then groaned as Pikachu started to laugh. Really? I'm not that bad. But anyways, Red found me after a while, and these two weirdos came out of nowhere and offered to let us stay the night in their place. Their Pokemon came out, and offered a case to keep Red's Pokeballs in while we slept. Pikachu rolled his eyes. Let me guess. Team Rocket? At Ash's nod, he groaned. I can see how you were fooled. I mean, we get tricked all the time, and in hindsight it's so obvious. Actually, Red started to shoot aura spheres at them. I joined in after a while, when he had taken off their disguises. Then they sent out their Pokemon, tried to fight, tried to run away, and then got blasted off. Again. That's it? Then you got back to having your butt kicked by Master Red? Pikachu said. Ash growled lowly at his best friend, who laughed. No, we saw Nando. I asked him about gym battles against contests, and he said that he saw no way to really choose between the two. Red said that, although he would be grooming me for battles, he was planning to have me do a few contests, Ash said. Pikachu flinched. Not with me, I hope. Nah. But after that, we decided to have a battle tomorrow. And then you got your butt kicked. If I didn't have bruises everywhere imaginable, I would hurt you, Ash groaned. Pikachu laughed at his trainer. The next day, as the sun shone brilliantly, Ash led the way to the battlefield where Nando had agreed to meet them. Sure enough, Nando was there, waiting. After a few minutes, greetings shared, the battle between Pikachu and Mewtwo began. Bullet Seed. The seeds fired at Pikachu, who showed no fear at the attack. Okay, Pikachu, let's try that maneuver. Lightning equals. Ash shouted. Pikachu smirked, showing some teeth, before he shot a thunderbolt at Mewtwo, narrowly missing both Pokemon and seeds. Dawn was about to shout in disappointment, before suddenly both seeds and Mewtwo caught fire. As Nando shouted in surprise and Mewtwo ran about trying to put itself out, Red explained the principle to Brock and Dawn. Lightning is incredible hot, although it is weak against grass types. So I figured out how to make it so that the attack doesn't focus on power in the attack, just heat around it, so it becomes an improvised heat wave around a thundershock. So it overcomes the weakness of electric attacks. Brock said, getting a nod from Red. Back on the field, Mewtwo was no longer on fire. Nando tried to regain an advantage. Mega Drain. The wave of green-blue energy rushed at Pikachu, who was no longer there, and instead much closer to Mewtwo. At the nod from Ash, Pikachu's tail glowed silver, and he slammed the iron tail into Mewtwo. Mewtwo flew back, and started to glow when he landed. What's this? Nando said, as Red and Ash ground their teeth. Mewtwo's evolving. Brock shouted, as Mewtwo's body reformed into a Rosalia. Ash shouted the instant he saw it. Rosalia. Mewtwo evolves into Rosalia. Nando remained calm, although he was also interested. An interesting development, wouldn't you say? Rosalia, use sunny day. The sunlight became harsh. Now, solar beam. Rosalia charged up the attack incredibly quickly. As soon as Nando ordered it, Rosalia fired, but Ash remained steady. Jump. Pikachu leaped up, using the force of the explosion to go higher. Now come down with Iron Tail. The attack came down with all the force of a steel object that fell from about 50 feet up at high speeds. Rosalia didn't stand a chance. Rosalia. Nando cried. Can't tell because of his voice. Rosalia lay on the ground, clearly knocked out. Good job, Pikachu. We won. Ash shouted, as Pikachu gave his V for victory sign. Nando called back his Rosalia, walking towards Ash and Dawn. Thank you for your battle, Ash. I now know what I will do with my choice. Ash clenched his fist, and Dawn perked up. You're going to compete in the Sinnoh League, right? No, the Grand Festival. I have decided to do both. That got a blink from Dawn, and a slow smile from Ash. I enjoyed both battles so much, that I could not possibly decide between the two. I, however, wish you luck in your individual goals, and to you Ash, that you do not suffer too many bruises. Ash hung his head as Dawn giggled and Pikachu laughed uproariously at him. It had been a good conversation. Ash mused as he ran with Dawn and Brock at his side, and it would have stayed that way if Team Rocket hadn't decided to put Pikachu in a cage. On that note, he took another potshot at the balloon with Aura Sphere. It really was funny to see the balloon try to dodge. Behind him, Red and Mewtwo were working on something, probably dangerous. Ash laughed like a maniac. Up in the sky, Pikachu sighed. It's happened. It was only a matter of time. Ash has gone mad. We're all doomed. Meowth shouted down, quiet wit to prisoners. His reply. Well, maybe if you weren't Dash. The incredibly witty reply was cut short by two things. First, Ash hit the support that held his cage, sending it falling. Second, Red launched a really big aura attack at the balloon, sending it flying. Third, he fell. At a lake. With 3/3 of Team Rocket. This really could have been planned better. Ash heard Pikachu yell as he fell with Team Rocket. Red grabbing his arm, the posse hurried to the place where Team Rocket had landed. There, they saw Team Rocket launched off by a territorial Turtwig, Pikachu no longer confined by his cage, and a nice lake. Pikachu. You're okay. Ash shouted, before he saw Turtwig. Did Turtwig help you? Yeah. Got me out of the cage. And Ash? Next time you shoot, try to open the cage when you send it falling. Pikachu responded. I was going to ask if you were okay, but the way I see it is if you can be sarcastic, you're fine. Ash shouted back, heading towards his friend, stopping when the Turtwig took a defensive stance in front of Pikachu. What? Dawn held her hand in front of Ash. Don't scare it off. This is my chance. Piplup, use Peck. Dawn yelled as she threw her Pokeball. Piplup burst out, his beak glowing white, and ran at Turtwig, hoping for a good hit. Turtwig didn't respond peacefully, instead sending waves of Razor Leaf at Piplup, shouting, "You won't capture this Pikachu." Piplup ducked and rolled, not wanting to be hit by the attack, and it instead flew into a bush, and an Oddish, who wandered out. It stumbled to Ash, and sprayed sleep powder. As Ash crumpled to the ground and Turtwig ran off with Pikachu, Red facepalmed, now remembering that he had to teach Ash how to avoid powder attacks. As Dawn and Brock ran after Turtwig, an old lady walked out of the bush and called them back, saying, "Mercy me, children." She invited the group back to her house, and Brock accepted on their behalf, Red too busy trying to wake Ash up, with various techniques, ranging from aura healing, to wake-up slap. At her house, the old woman offered Red an herbal blend. This can help your friend, if you want. Red looked at the tea for a few seconds. So the tea's bitter, correct? The old woman nodded. So, we have the choice of giving him your bitter tea, or giving him this much better tasting chesto berry. Tea, please. Dawn and Brock face-faulted, giving Red time to pour the drink down Ash's throat. Ash woke with a start, looking into Red's eyes. What? Red, get off of me. Where's Pikachu? Ash shouted, shoving Red away, onto the floor. The old woman commented on the sight, which she certainly didn't see every day, "Looks like my herb tea sure did its job." At Ash's bewildered look, she continued, "Forgive me. My name's Clara. Hi. I'm Ash. Nice to meet you. Okay, does anybody else hear guitars? This is Clara's house." Dawn said from her chair. "I hope you had a nice nap," Brock said, also from a chair. Red groaned on the floor, his pride injured. Mewtwo grabbed him and put him in a chair. Clara said, "You have nothing to fear. Turtwig's a good Pokemon. I'm sure your Pikachu's fine. Not Turtwig that we're worried about. There's a few Team Rocket members who want Pikachu, so they might find him, and then I'd be forced to storm Viridian," Red said from his chair. Everybody ignored him. "I don't get it. You know that Turtwig?" Dawn said. "No, she's just guessing," Red said, once again ignored. "Heavens, yes. Turtwig and I are old friends." Clara exclaimed. "So you can speak to him?" Red said. He was promptly ignored. "Turtwig's quite the little helper, you see. He's always coming to the aid of people and Pokemon, and has been for quite some time," Clara explained. "So he wasn't attacking that Oddish earlier?" "No, he was helping him." Red said. Nobody paid attention. "So is Turtwig your Pokemon, Clara?" Dawn asked. Clara sharply answered, "No, dear. I'm busy enough in my herb garden, and I don't have the time to be a trainer or coordinator. Truth is, he just showed up one day, and since he seemed hungry, I gave him some food and a place to sleep. Turtwig's been here ever since, helping people and Pokemon." After a story about Turtwig being the leader of the forest, and getting carried away, a naive remark from Dawn, and wisdom from Brock, Ash couldn't stand it any longer. "Okay, I need to go find Pikachu." "Thanks, Clara. Although I do wish I knew why Turtwig stopped us from getting Pikachu." Before Clara could answer, Red made his presence known. "Think about what he said. From what he said, I assume he thought we were trying to attack Pikachu, and wanted to protect him." Clara nodded. "Yes, that sounds like him." Ash didn't hear it, already running off. Red sighed. "One day, my apprentice is going to be the death of me. Thank you Clara, but I do have to make sure he doesn't fall in the lake and drown. With that, Red strolled out, Mewtwo at his side. Mewtwo was silent, mostly because he had tried some of her tea, and it was inferior to his tea. Dawn and Brock also thanked Clara, and followed Ash and his master. In the clearing where Pikachu was taken after being kidnapped, Ash and company had arrived. Turtwig, misinterpreting everything, stood in front of Pikachu, ready to defend him to the death. So, by that logic, when Ash walked forward, the protective Turtwig charged. Ash had no time to think, only to react, and so spun to the side and shot a blast of aura that caught Turtwig on the side and sent him flying into a tree. Thought you were going to talk it over. Red shouted, getting a glare from Ash in return. Turtwig got up, and pawed at the ground, ready to charge again. Pikachu rushed to his savior's side, and tried to reason with him. Hey, Turtwig. Look, that's my trainer, and I want to go with him. So can you lay off the tackle? Turtwig shouted back, the translation harsh for Ash, sure. Attack tackle boy funny clothes. Pikachu slapped Turtwig. Listen to me, fool. I'll speak slowly, and simply. Me friend with boy. Yes, boy wear stupid clothes. Me friend. He me friend. You friend. Lay off the tackles before I thunderbolt you. Turtwig's eyes widened. Wah. Ash spoke up from his relaxed position, yeah, Pikachu's my best friend. Turtwig gained a cloud of depression and shock, and jumped backwards, muttering, sorry, sorry, sorry. I mean any. Never, ever do again. Bad Turtwig. Bad. Listen yourself. Talking third person. Bad, very bad. Insane, maybe. Now Turtwig was in the fetal position, crying. Everyone who could understand sweat dropped. Ash walked to Turtwig, a look on his face. He bent down next to the grass type, and said, hey, it's not your fault. I'm really grateful to you for saving Pikachu. Yeah, everyone makes mistakes. Some, like Ash, often. Pikachu added. Turtwig looked up, tears in his eyes. No hate. You're not. Turtwig said. Ash shook his head, and stood up. Of course, at that crowing moment of heartwarming, something had to interrupt it. A Linoon stumbled out of the bushes, bruises everywhere. Great. Sure, Ash, don't even ask. I'll heal him. I have unlimited aura, don't worry. Red said with false cheer. Ash looked to his master with shining eyes. Really, master? You would do that? Yeah, so move. After Linoon had been healed by Red's mystic aura powers, TM, Ash responded to the time in an Ash-like fashion. His stomach growled. After Red had his moment of mourning for his lost wallet, Brock started some stew, making it for the group and for the Pokémon there, namely Linoon, Turtwig, and Pikachu. Seeing that Turtwig had given his food to Linoon, Ash filled another bowl with stew, and brought it over. Here, you need to eat too. Turtwig smiled at Ash, before he jumped, shouting, yup. He latched onto Ash's head, who screamed. Ah! Turtwig, get off of my head! Ash shouted, making Red chuckle. That caused all activity within the camp to stop flat, except for Pikachu and Linoon's eating, Turtwig's attempt to eat Ash, and Ash's expressed desire to stop that. Dawn, Mewtwo, and Brock hadn't heard Red chuckle before, and knew within their very being that it was wrong, like Giovanni adopting a Poochyena or Cyrus falling in love. At that instant, as if the universe, or Arceus, was trying to make Red stop, two pink suction cups snatched Turtwig and Pikachu, sending them flying towards the lake. For the love of... Hold on you two! Red shouted, grabbing Dawn and Brock. Ash nodded, and they manipulated their aura to shoot towards the lake. Ash overshot, and ended up with his head in a tree. From the water, a giant Magikarp appeared, and three familiar people emerged, Pikachu and Turtwig in a bottle. thing. They laughed like the idiots they were, attacking while Red was there. Listen, is that a voice I hear? James, your turn, Jesse said. James took his turn. It speaks to me, loud and clear. On the wind. Past the stars. In your ear. Bringing crisis at a breakneck pace. Dashing hope, putting fear in its place. A rose by any other name's just as sweet. When everything's worse, our work is complete. Sweet. Jesse. James. Meowth, that's a name. Putting the good doers in their place. Team Rocket. In your face. Meowth concluded. Ash growled from his tree. Say, that's some catch. You can't get any fresher than this. James said from his place in the Magikarp. Why don't you just give up? Dawn shouted from the shore. Jesse sighed. That hat of yours is too tight. Otherwise you would remember that we said that we'd get Pikachu. Remember this, what's mine is mine, and what's yours is too. The Magikarp closed, and sank beneath the waves, starting to head off. Ash got his head out of the tree, and jumped onto the water, startling Dawn and Brock. Red took a second to throw out a Pokeball before he followed. The two Aura users shared a brief grin as they ran on the water. It took only a few seconds before they managed to catch up to the bottle thing, and Ash grabbed on, about to break it open with Aura. Red held him back. Master? Wait a few seconds. I have a distraction coming. And what a distraction it was. The Magikarp started to move faster, before it stopped short. It then headed for shore, where it showed that Magikarp was a better flyer than its evolution, which was a flying type. How did it do so, you may ask? It hovered 5 feet in the air, held there by a Blastios. Ah, good job Blasty. Now, could you crush it? Red said as he and his apprentice arrived on shore. The now named Blasty nodded, and squeezed the metal, crushing it like a tin can. It was unable to take the stress, and exploded. Oddly enough, it didn't send Team Rocket blasting off, just flying to the other side of the clearing, where Clara, who had seen what was going on, and the rest of the group joined them. You make me sick. Jesse shouted. Meowth stood up, his paws in fists. If you twerps think that we're gonna let you off easy, then think again. Right. We'll lose when I say so. James shouted. The three stood in battle formation on their side of the field while Clara gasped. Ash gritted his teeth and glared at the three. Enough is enough. Okay, let's do this thing. Pikachu shouted, going down to all fours. More intolerance. Go, Seviper. Jessie shouted, throwing down her snake-like Pokemon. Her partner sent out his Carnivine, which again tried to get at his brains. You forgot Blasty, so. Hydro Cannon, Blasty, Red said. The stream of blue water shot forth with tremendous force, blasting both Pokemon back into their Pokeballs. Blasty. You were supposed to send their trainers flying too. The Blastoise rubbed his head, sweat dropping. Red facepalmed, and waved to Ash, who took the hint. Volt Tackle. Pikachu shot forward, sending the three troublemakers flying. I thought we weren't going to lose until you said so. Jessie spat at James. Well, Red said so. Were you talking out of your mouth again? Meowth shouted as Mimey shrugged. We're blasting off again. On the ground, Dawn cheered as the three went away for a little while Turtwig jumped to bite Ash on the head again. Clara started. Oh. Turtwig only does that if he likes somebody a lot. You must have really earned his respect, young man. Ash rubbed his head, which meant that he rubbed Turtwig. Well. I like you too, Turtwig, but this is nuts. Back at Clara's house, they were saying goodbye to Clara and Turtwig. Thanks for everything, Clara. Dawn said. Thanks Clara, and you take it easy, Turtwig. Ash called, bending down to Turtwig's level. He straightened up, and the posse walked away, leaving Clara and Turtwig behind. They had more adventures to go to, after all. So that's that. That's the end of this chapter. Yeah, you know, I really just don't like Turtwig, so he's staying behind. You believe me, right? Right? I am the author. Fine. You want Turtwig? Here's the rest. Pushy. Cough. As they walked, Turtwig suddenly stood in front of Ash. What? Turtwig? Clara walked up behind them. Turtwig wants to go with you. At Ash's expression of confusion, she went on. You shouldn't be so surprised. Turtwig likes you. Looking at Turtwig, Ash gave a thumbs up. Of course you can come along. Turtwig rose up and pounded his feet. First. You. Me. Battle now. Red held out his hand to Ash, gesturing. Wah. Oh. Ash tossed his master his cape, and flared his aura. Let's go, Turtwig. Where they decided to have their battle, Ash stood on one side, adjusting his gloves and tightening his belt. On the other side, Turtwig pawed the ground, not about to make the same mistake he had before, when he just charged. On red signal, both sides squared off, waiting for an opening. Ash saw one, and charged, firing an aura sphere at Turtwig's left side. Turtwig leaped left, and was met with Ash's fist, which sent him flying back. Turtwig spun in midair, struck the ground, and as he spun to face Ash, he threw a razor leaf. Ash jumped aside, not yet trusting his shields, but Turtwig was there, slamming his head in Ash's gut. Ash went flying towards a tree, and managed to twist so that he was standing in it safely. Seeing Ash standing in the tree, Turtwig charged and slammed into the tree, sending it shaking wildly. Ash flailed, and started to fall, but turned in midair so that he was able to grab the tree with his feet. Turtwig blinked at seeing Ash sideways, but jumped up to use bite. Ash made a move, and it happened so quickly that the spectators could only have one response, except for Mewtwo and Red, blink and ask, what happened, a few times. It was that fast. In slow motion, Ash made a half-turn, so he was sideways when Turtwig came close. When Turtwig was in front of Ash, having missed, Ash shot a palm forward and blasted his aura outwards, having succeeded in using Force Palm at long last. The attack sent Turtwig straight into the ground, creating his own personal crater. Turtwig hesitantly got up, before he moved with blinding speed and latched onto Ash's arm and bite. Ash winced before he walked over to a tree, made aura spin over his arm, and knocked Turtwig into the tree, also causing an azure glow to erupt before exploding. Ash was sent flying, but kept purchase on the ground, reaching into his bag to pull out a pokeball. Seemingly throwing randomly, he tossed it into the dust cloud. One's hopes would either be raised or lowered to dismal heights at seeing Ash's eyes closed, depending on how well they knew about aura. A red flash signified the hit, and after a few seconds, the dust cloud dispersed. On the ground was the shaking pokeball, which, as they watched, stopped shaking and the red light on the front went out. A slow smile spread over Ash's face, before he suddenly jumped up in the air. All right. I just caught a Turtwig. Pikachu jumped up as well, giving his signature V. He reached out for Turtwig's pokeball, his friends running up to him, before he winced in pain and fell to the ground. Red walked over and handed him his cape. Let them heal on their own. That was your first battle, and I have to say that you did well, against a Pokemon that was no pushover. Feel proud, Red said as he helped Ash up. Dawn spoke next, I'm guessing that people don't normally catch Pokemon like that? Ash shook his head. Nah, except for the UG part where you throw the Pokeball. Normally you don't battle yourself. Promise me that you'll take good care of Turtwig now, won't you dear? It's really important to me, Clara said. Ash grinned. You know it. After that bit of excitement, it was time to really leave, Ash leading the way along the lake that reflected the setting sun, or was it his determination that was lighting it red, with his friends and master following? He couldn't wait for the next adventure. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. So, how would you like to join us? You say that you have ambitions. Yes. Ambitions are a part of spirit. It cannot be tolerated. Gee, sigh, it sounds like you're really passionate about killing spirit. No. I have no emotion. It just must be done. Yeah, we can help you if you help us. Join us, Cyrus. I can, if you will help my goals. Blunt, aren't cha. Cyrus. What are you doing? You have failed to help me at all. We need time. Wait a few more years. No. I cannot let spirit stay any longer. I need these papers. You will give those back, or Arceus help me. I will not give these back. I require them to remake the universe. You fool. Do you think you can stand up to us? Tyranitar, deal with that traitor. Weevil. Ice Beam. Stone Edge Shield. Now send it back at him. Dodge. Shadow Claw. Dark Pulse. Blizzard. Earthquake, send it stumbling. Freeze the floor. Break it. Dark Crash. What? Oh, so surprised. Your Weevil was too weak to stand up to Tyranitar. After all, I have won every league I've faced, Cyrus. You're too weak to face me. That I would expect nothing less from a member of the Circle. Saturn, I need you. Who? Sir, do you require assistance to depart? That would be useful, Commander Saturn. We shall go. Metagross. Tyranitar. Don't let them get away. Bring down the roof. Forest between Jubilife and San Gem. It was fairly peaceful, with lunch being prepared by Foodmaster Brock, and ingredients being collected by people and Pokemon alike. Hey, Master. How many apples have you found? Ash called from the trees. 17. Yes, I know, that's not many, but the trees are lacking, Red called back, making Ash fall from the tree. The 4 apples he had collected scattered in all directions, one grabbed by Apom, who taunted Piplup with it. Things went wrong quickly, and Tor was sent into a tree, a battle was started by Apom and Piplup, and Mewtwo had run out of tea. It was a disaster. Apom shot a swift attack at Piplup, who countered with Bubble Beam. The attacks met, and a plume of dust and wind shot everywhere, startling the humans who were preparing food. They ran over to see Apom smacking Piplup with her tail, while Piplup did his best to peck Apom's face. Tor jumped back in, just in time to meet a focus punch, courtesy of Apom, right to the face. He flew over to Piplup, who used many pecks. Fed up, Tor used his new move, Leaf Spread, which was basically a razor leaf that spread in many directions, rather than one. It was a direct hit, and Dawn yelled at poor Tor, "Hey! You can't treat my poor Piplup that way." Ash turned to Dawn and raised a single eyebrow. Really? Tor was just trying to make them stop fighting. Thanks Tor. Tor, happy at the praise, leaped to Ash and tried to eat his head. The traditional flail and try to keep my brains before Tor eats them dance was performed, only interrupted by a mutter of, "What the?" Ash spun around, accidentally blasting Tor off with aura. Tor went flying a few dozen feet up, before landing on the ground. Paul. Ash called, seeing the boy he had met twice before. How are you? You sure like showing up at random times. I'm just out here, doing a little training. I do have the Sinnoh League to get ready for, Paul replied, making Ash grin. Where are you going, Paul? I'm heading for Orbug first. Ash called from the other side of the clearing. Paul ignored the question. Is that Turtwig one of your new Pokemon? Ash nodded. Yeah. This is Tor. He might not look it, but he's really strong. Why would you catch another grass type? You already have a strong Sceptile, why bother with a weaker Turtwig? Paul asked as he closed his eyes. Well, Tor wanted to go with me, so I agreed. And besides, he's really strong. I still have a few bruises from when I caught him. Ash replied, shrugging. Paul's eyes flashed open. Wait, you battled and caught him by yourself? You fought yourself? That must be a really pathetic Turtwig. Really, Paul? I thought we had a conversation about assumptions, Red said as he jumped down from a tree, dumping his apples on the ground. Paul flinched. Sorry, Red. But still, if he was able to catch it by himself. I'm not going to be underestimated. Try battling Tor. Ash shouted over to Paul, who smirked. Of course. Our last battle didn't let me show what I could do. And I want to see how you'll deal with this. Paul shouted as he threw his Pokeball and released a Chimchar. Do this. Chimchar shouted as he was released onto the field. Tor, how do you feel about battling right now? Ash said as he looked down at Tor, who nodded. Sure. We'll do this real good. Dawn called from behind Ash, Ash, a fire type like Chimchar has a real advantage over a grass type like Tor. Of course. That's what I want to see. Paul shouted over to Dawn. Ash smiled at Dawn. Don't worry, this is just a test. And we're gonna pass with flying colors, right Tor? Red raised his hand. Can we please move away from my apples? I spent a while getting them, and I don't want them ruined. Ash rolled his eyes as he said, Sure, Master. Sure. They decided to relocate to an open spot on the edge of a waterfall. Paul smirked. You can take the first attack. Sure, Paul, but don't expect me to go easy on ya. Tor, tackle. Ash shouted from his side. Tor charged forward, the wind almost seeming to surround him. Dodge it. Chimchar jumped to the sky, neatly avoiding the attack. Ember. The monkey-like Pokemon shot out a stream of sparks that sped towards Tor, threatening the grass type. Move, Tor. Ash shouted, but his Pokemon didn't dodge as he hoped, instead taking the attack. Paul pressed the advantage. Scratch now. The fire type launched forward, bringing his claws up for the attack. Ash assessed the situation like Red had taught him, and assuming that Tor wouldn't dodge again, acted accordingly. Throw him back with Razor Leaf. The leaves slammed into Chimchar, sending the small Pokemon flying backwards. Chimchar hit the ground hard, and cried out. Try it again. This time, when the leaves flew at Chimchar, the Pokemon displayed his acrobatic skill and leapt around the attack, dodging it completely. Chimchar sure can move, Dawn commented. And it's fast too, Brock added, his arms folded. Red smirked. Do you know something, Red? Red closed his eyes, focusing his aura sight. Of course I do. When we were training Tor yesterday, I decided to test his speed. When I found out that he wasn't particularly fast, Ash and I came up with a plan. Ash and Tor were still taking a beating, partly because Tor refused to dodge, but also in part because Ash was waiting. Paul asked from his side, What's wrong, Ash? Is your Turtwig too weak? Ash growled at Paul, still looking for an opening. When an ember blasted Tor back to Ash's feet, he made a decision. Tor, synthesis, now. The leaves on Tor's head glowed, and his body was encased in healing light. Paul saw this and smirked. Well, Ash, it's been real fun, but I should end this now. Flame wheel. Chimchar spun, surrounding its body in flames, and started to roll forward. Ash grinned. Perfect. Tor, use that combo that we worked on. Paul's eyes widened. What? Tor nodded. Right away. The tiny leaf Pokemon, in one smooth move, shot Razor Leaf underneath Chimchar's spinning body, sending it flying into the air, which had the side effect of extinguishing the flames. When Chimchar was starting to come down, Tor leaped up and slammed into Chimchar in a tackle, before he came back down, just to jump back up. This time, he bit Chimchar and hurled him at the ground. Chimchar crash-landed hard. Paul's face contorted into a snarl. Chimchar, get out of there. The fire type limped out of the dust cloud, clearly exhausted. But Tor was nowhere near good condition himself, burns covering his body. Ash and Paul shared a look. One final move. Ash offered. Yeah. Chimchar, flame wheel. Paul shouted, Ash following. Tor, let's try facade. Chimchar once again covered itself in flames and shot towards Tor, rolling on the ground, as Tor glowed orange and charged too. They collided in the middle of the field, creating a large explosion. Tor! Are you okay? Ash shouted at the dust cloud, Paul standing stoic. As the cloud cleared, both Pokémon were shown lying on the ground, unable to move, let alone battle. Paul called back his Pokémon, shaking his head, as Ash picked up Tor. Pathetic. Tying with a grass type. Sure, he's good, but still. Ash walked over to Paul, Tor still in his arm, and extended his hand. Paul looked at it for a second, before he shook it. Good battle, Paul, Ash said. Paul's face was serious. You too. But I will win against you, mark my words. But that is a strong Turtwig if you just got it and it performed that well. Make sure you keep a good eye on it. The universe decided to prove that it had a sense of irony. At Ash's nod, as if giving a signal, a cage burst out, covered Tor, and carted him away into the sky. What the? Ash shouted. From the sky, and a Meowth-shaped balloon, voices came down. Listen, is that a voice I hear? It's speaking to me loud and clear. On the wind. Past the stars. In your ear. Bringing chaos at a breakneck pace. Dashing hope, putting fear in its place. A rose by any other name's just as sweet. When everything's worse, our work is complete. Ember. 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 Jesse and James shouted, noticing that something wasn't right. Then they noticed that they were on fire. Dah! Ash grinned at Paul, who had sent his tired Chimchar back out again. Thanks. No problem. They interrupted us, so. Paul said, get lost. James poked his head over the side of the balloon. There's a twerp of a different color. Team Rocket, give me back Tor. Ash shouted. James' brow furrowed. Tor. Meowth poked his head over with Jesse. Pikachu's in here. All three noticed that they had a smaller, greener, and all-around not Pikachu Pokemon in their net. What? Pikachu's out there. And so am I. The idiot three slowly turned around to look into the gaping maw of a large Pokemon. And there was fire in it. Oh. Master are red. How G good to see you. Fire blast. The balloon exploded, sending Tor flying into Ash's arms, the three Team Rocketeers blasting off, and a blast of wind to Paul and Ash's face. Said gust of wind sent Ash and Paul flying too. Over the cliff. Paul, look out. Ash called, before he started to focus his aura to save himself. Paul just gave him a brief nod, not taking his eyes off the cliff. He landed on a tree growing out the side of the cliff, and made his way down, jumping from surface to surface. Ash twisted his body so that he was touching the cliff, and slowed himself with aura enough that he could grip onto the side. To promptly run down after Tor, who had fallen out of his grasp. He grabbed him, and kept on running, over the water and onto the land, where he slowed himself enough to see Paul jump to where he was. Nice. May I ask how you did that? Paul said, looking to Ash. Let's just say that these clothes serve more purposes than one, Ash answered holding Tor, who was starting to come around. You okay, Tor? Tor groaned. I feel like that time I fought that horde of Zangoose. Never better. Ash face-faulted and let go of Tor, who happily shook himself. From above, Dawn called down, "Hey you two." Pikachu chimed in, "Ash, she's talking to you. Are you alright?" Brock shouted, the only one concerned about the fact that they had fallen off a cliff. Ash waved back at them. "Yeah. Don't worry. How are we gonna get back up?" Brock looked pensive. "Well, we could meet up on the other side of the forest, or Red could get you with Charizard, or Mewtwo could teleport you up." Red shook his head. "Mewtwo's having a crisis. For all I know, they could end up in Hoenn. What about you bringing them up?" Too lazy. And also I want them to have a bonding experience." A vein throbbed in Ash's temple. "I can hear you." Paul sighed. Ash continued, "Well, I'll just walk up the cliff." "Did you think about that?" Red stopped for a second before waving his hand. "I just sealed your aura for the next 5 hours. See you on the other side of the forest." Ash growled up at his master, before he heard the sound of a Pokemon being called back. Seeing Paul starting to walk off, Ash called, "Wait up, Paul." After a brief glare in Red's direction, Ash ran into the forest after Paul. On top of the cliff, Red sat down in front of the cooking lunch. "Well, let's eat," he said, making Brock and Dawn face-fault. "Really? Don't we have to get to the other side of the forest?" Brock asked. Red laughed. "Charizard can take us there in less than 10 minutes. Now let's get eating." After a few minutes, Ash caught up with Paul, walking through the dark forest. "So, what's your plan, Paul?" "First I'm going to get out of this forest, then I'm going to search for strong Pokemon. Chimchar also needs to be stronger, so he's going to be training," Paul answered, looking up at the trees. "Okay. But Chimchar was really strong in that battle. He had a lot of speed." Ash retorted. Paul snorted. "Speeds isn't as important as power." "What? But if you're faster, then it's going to be hard for the other guy. So, it doesn't matter if you're the fastest around, if you can't do any damage, it's useless." "But you have to hit him." "True. But if you hit them once and do more damage than if you hit them a dozen times. I guess." Ash conceded, looking around again. "So, do you know where we are?" "Of course. Look out for the Stantler," Paul answered, looking around for said Pokemon. Ash blinked. "Stantler? What do you mean?" Paul looked annoyed. "Really? This is Bewilder Forest. The Stantler in here create illusions that are, truthfully, pathetic, but annoying." "Wow. So keep a lookout for Stantler. Like that one?" Ash said. Paul whirled around. "Where?" Ash silently pointed into the bushes, where a pair of antlers attached to a brown Pokemon's head were showing. Paul's eyes widened as the horn sent out a mysterious pulse of energy. All three present started to shiver, and their perception of the world around them changed. They were standing in a grassy field, where all colors were muted. Ash was in his typical aura outfit, although he had no cape, but the hat was different. It was larger, for one, and all black, instead of the normal bluer color. His outfit, upon closer inspection, had also changed slightly, now with a different pattern that included more blue than black. His side bag was also a dirty red now, instead of the normal dirt brown. Tor was the same, but Paul was the real shocker. His hair was a bit longer, and his eyes sharper. Around his forehead, he wore a leather headband, which cut the hair back from his eyes. His blue jacket was now a black overcoat, and underneath he wore a dark gray shirt, with a unique design. His jeans had been replaced by similar ones, although now white, with a dark purple bottom. His coat had 7 pockets, 6 of which were clearly for pokeballs, but the last one was shut tight, and the back of the overcoat had the kanji for dark and light written on it. Paul looked at the clothes and grimaced. Why? Why did I end up in this stupid forest? What the hell? Ash asked, looking at his clothes. He turned to Paul. Where are we, and where did you get those clothes? Actually, where did I get these clothes? Paul closed his eyes and sighed. Stantler caught us in an illusion. What's annoying is that whenever I get caught in this illusion, my clothes change to these stupid things, ever since about 3 weeks ago. Looks like that happens to you too. Ash looked over his clothes, before closing his eyes and tried to activate his aura sight. At what he saw, his eyes snapped open and he jumped. What in Arceus' name? What did you see? Tor asked, making Paul jump. The sights changed. I can see aura all around me and Paul's glowing gray. Ash shouted, making Paul flinch. What are you talking about? Did I understand your Turtwig? Paul said harshly. Ash looked at him. What did Tor say? He said, what did you see, very clearly. Yeah, you heard him. Weird. Ash was thinking about that before Paul started to walk off. Hey! Where are you going? We need to get out of here, and standing around isn't going to help. Ash shrugged, looking at Tor, and followed. After a minute, their clothes and surroundings changed, and they were shown to be back at the waterfall where they started. Paul gave it a glare, and walked back into the forest. After a few minutes, they were once again surrounded by horns of Stantler. However, this time Ash was ready. Latias. Go. Paul's eyes widened. What? The legendary dragoness cooed and flew over to Ash. Grabbing him in a hug, she said, Ash. Yay, I'm back out. Ash chuckled and rubbed the back of his head. You were out only this morning for training. Yeah, but this is fun. What's going on? Latias said, looking around at the assembled Stantler. A party? No. These guys want to put us under an illusion, and it's really annoying. Could you get rid of them for me? Ash asked, sweat dropping. Paul was still standing there with his mouth on the ground. No problem. Missed ball. Latias said happily. She shot her ball of soft death at the herd, and it exploded, sending Stantler flying everywhere. Paul's jaw was still on the ground. It remained that way until Ash had called back Latias and thanked her for her work. After that, he managed to say words. You. Legendary. Missed. Hell. Let me try to translate, Ash muttered. You have a legendary who used missed ball, what the hell? Is that right? Paul composed himself. Close enough. So. How in Arceus' name do you have a freaking Latias? Ash fell to the ground, his ears ringing from the shout. Too loud. Paul ran a hand through his hair and lifted Ash up. Sorry, but I would like to know. Now, please. Yeah. It's a long story, and I really don't have time to tell it, but short story is that she decided to come with me when I came back to see her before I came to Sinnoh, Ash said as he dusted himself off. Paul nodded, his eyes still wider than normal, but calm now. The three continued to walk, Paul opting to remain silent while Ash talked to Tor about dodging. About how they were friends, and that he only asked Tor to dodge because he didn't want him to get hurt. Of course, Paul only heard one end of the conversation, so he thought Ash was more than slightly crazy. But he did find Ash to be a not horrible companion, the closest he would get to friend. Eventually, they found Brock and Dawn, walking, while Red walked too. On his hands. Mewtwo was floating alongside them, but it was a peaceful picture. At least, until the Ursaring showed up. The Ursaring was, as usual, angry, and so tried to attack Ash, who luckily had Tor to jump and try to eat Ursaring's brains. Tor! Look out! Ash called, before both of them were sent flying by the Ursaring's claws. Ash! Brock called, and Red jumped back to his hands, worry slightly visible on his face. Maybe I should give his aura back. Ash managed to get to his feet, Tor tackling Ursaring to give him the opportunity to do so, and shouted out, "Look out!" Tor jumped back, dodging the attack of Ursaring that cracked the ground when it hit. Ursaring flailed about angrily, before firing off a hyper beam. Ash leaped to the side, grabbing Dawn and Paul before running. Red did the same, except he took Brock. Mewtwo had nobody to take him, and sighed. Wish I had my tea. And somebody who cared about me. Paul, running alongside Ash and Dawn now, took the chance to release a Pokemon. Chimchar, use Flame Wheel. The small Pokemon nodded, before covering itself in flames and rushing Ursaring. Slamming into the larger Pokemon, flames enveloped Ursaring, weakening and stopping it. Paul spun on his heel, and threw a Pokeball. After a few seconds, the red light flickered out, and the ball settled. Calmer now that they didn't have an angry Pokemon on their tail, the group stopped to relax. Ursaring just got caught. Dawn joked. Red shoved his sunglasses up higher, the light flashing off them. Don't you mean? He just got burned. Everyone ignored him, and instead Ash walked over to Paul, who was scanning Ursaring. Not bad. He can stay on my team. Hey, nice catch. Ash said. Paul nodded, and gestured to Chimchar. I saw that Tor knows how to dodge now. How about we see how good he is in a battle? Ash grinned and clenched his fist. Sure. On one side, we have the one and only trainer with pure skill and power. The purple-haired beast from the east. Hailing from Veilstone City, Paul. Red announced, waiting to hear the cheers. They didn't come. Red persevered, and on the other side, we have the Pallet Town native, and my apprentice, the champion of the Orange Islands, and all-around good trainer, Ash. And there was silence. Paul gave a gesture to Ash. First move's yours. Thanks. Tor, tackle. Ash shouted. Tor charged forward, moving rather quickly. Paul's eyes flashed. Really? Dodge and scratch. The fire type jumped up and shot down, its claws glowing, and viciously clawed at Tor. Dodge. Who? Was no longer there, having moved with surprising speed away. Now use Razor Leaf. The barrage of leaves shot towards Chimchar, threatening the fire type. Paul commanded the counterattack, Ember. The small flames clashed with the leaves, creating a picture-worthy scene. The two attacks cancelled each other out, making a small cloud of smoke appear. Ash seized the opportunity. Bite. Dig. Tor ran at Chimchar, his mouth open, but was met with nothing, as Chimchar had dodged underground. Tor looked around wildly for the sure attack, waiting. Soon enough, Chimchar came up in a different location, and at Paul's command, scratched Tor, sending him flying back. Ash tried the same thing again, with the same result. Bite failed, and Chimchar went underground, but Ash saw the chance this time. Before Chimchar attacked, he ordered, "Leaf spread." Paul gave a confused look, before leaves went flying in every direction. Chimchar had nowhere to dodge, and was sent flying back by the attack. Paul smirked. Ember. Tor had no way to dodge, since the attack had a wider spread than the other times it had been used, but Ash had a plan. Into the hole. Tor jumped into the further hole, and avoided the attack, but Paul still smirked. Ember into the hole. What? Ash shouted, before Chimchar fired at the hole, pun intended. The attack led to flames shooting out of the other holes, burning Tor severely. Seeing the flames last slightly longer than normal on Tor, Ash flinched before he came up with a crazy plan. Let's wrap this up. Flame Wheel. Paul shouted, seeing Tor out of the hole, but still close to one. His plan was to just lure Tor back into the hole, but if the attack hit, all the better. Ash seemingly took the bait. Tor, back in the hole. Tor gave Ash a disbelieving look. What? But he'll just do the same thing. Tor shouted back. Ash grimaced. Trust me. Just do it. Ash called. Tor's face cleared of hesitation. Sir. Tor shouted as he dived into the hole. Chimchar rolled past the hole, completely missing his target, although if there had been no movement, it would have ended it. That's it. Ember into the hole. Paul yelled to his Pokemon. Chimchar jumped over to the edge of the hole, about to shoot. Ash bizarrely smirked. Red did too when he saw it. That's my apprentice, he thought. Facade. Ash shouted as his faithful Pokemon leaped, slamming into the fire type with the force of a speeding train. At that moment, Tor was using a move that had more base power than Thunder, and also catered to his higher attack stat. Chimchar was sent flying straight up, badly hurt. Paul sneered. Flame Wheel. Ash winced. We have one chance at this, Tor. Give it everything you've got. Tor nodded, before falling to his knees. Above him, Chimchar had covered himself in fire, and was falling quickly at Tor. After a few seconds, Tor's eyes snapped open, and he started to glow with a harsh light. What? Is Tor evolving? Brock asked nobody. Red shook his head. No. If I'm right, he's doing something that impresses even me. Soon, Tor had stopped glowing, and Chimchar was a few feet from his face. Tor shouted, Ash. This is for you, and fired. The beam of golden-yellow light shot point-blank at Chimchar, sending the fire type flying back into the sky. He collided with the ground, making a crater, swirls in his eyes, while Tor's legs buckled, and he too fell, knocked out. A double knockout. I don't think any of us saw that coming. Red announced to several people's annoyance, namely Pikachu, who decided that Thunderbolt would be a good idea. Paul recalled Chimchar, a frown on his face, while Ash did the same, muttering words of praise to Tor. Paul walked over to Ash, his hand outstretched. Hey. Not bad, although I still say that it was shameful for a fire type to tie with a grass type. Ash grabbed Paul's hand and shook it. Hey, it was a good battle. Chimchar did really well. Not really. He could have done a lot better. Ember still needs work, Flame Wheel at the end was weak, and his scratch did nearly no damage. We're going to be training a lot more. Well, good luck then. Maybe we'll see each other again. Ash replied. Paul gave a half salute, before walking away with his hands in his pockets. Ash stared after Paul, grinning, before he felt a heavy hand whack him over the head. Ow. Ash. I expect more from you. If Tor hadn't had Solar Beam or Facade, or if you hadn't been burned earlier, it would have been a loss. You can't rely on luck. Red said as he stared at his apprentice. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Well, what do you want? Magic? Oh, we're going to be doing some intense training today. Ash, get ready to be beaten down repeatedly. Red chuckled evilly. Pikachu paled and started to cry. Dawn and Brock watched the scene, sweat dropping. You know. Red's kinda weird. Yeah, but he is really strong. Ash is lucky to have him as a teacher, Brock replied, looking at the map. Teacher or torturer? Dawn asked. Brock didn't answer. Okay, Ash. I expect a full team to take out at least one Pokemon. Red called in the fading sunlight. Yeah, got it. Ash called back, pulling out all his Pokeballs. Let's go. Sceptile, Tor, Star, Latias, and Apom burst out of the Pokeballs, some stretching, others looking around, but when they saw Polly, V, and Blasty on the other side of the clearing they immediately sobered up. Ash. What did you do? Sceptile ummed, seeing foes that he couldn't beat on the other side. Why does it have to be my fault? Couldn't Red have just decided to do this himself? Ash grumbled. Pikachu shocked him. No. Ash cried anime tears, a cloud over his head, before jumping up to avoid the aura sphere that Red sent his way. Oh, yeah. I'm going to be randomly attacking you while the battle happens. Isn't that fun? Red said cheerily. Ash's sweat dropped. He really isn't normal. In the span of a second, Polly had leaped forward, grabbed Star and Apom, and slammed them into the ground. A second later, Blasty had made a massive puddle around Ash's team's feet, and V had started to shoot Shadow Ball at Latias. So, in other words, there was total chaos. Latias, work with Tor, Star, and Apom to take V. Sceptile, Pikachu, stop the others. Ash shouted, trying to make sense of the mess. Latias nodded, not speaking from dodging, and slowly started to move towards the forest, drawing V slightly that way too. Apom and Star followed, Apom traveling by tree and Star flying high enough to be confident that V couldn't use Psychic on him. Tor, to contrast, charged V. And was thrown back by Psychic. Sceptile rushed to confront Polly, wanting revenge for the match in Rhoda, while a reluctant Pikachu engaged Blasty, knowing that this wouldn't end well for him. Blasty smirked, before starting the battle taunts that were a long tradition, Polly remaining silent and punching at Sceptile, using double team to avoid all hits. With Latias and the others, V had caught Apom in Psychic, and was now using her as a weapon to ram into Latias and Tor, Star still too high up to target. Latias, when Apom was next sent at her, grabbed her in Psychic as well, starting a battle of wills. Latias was only going to last a minute at most, she was a legendary but V was strong. Of course, a few seconds were all that Tor and Star needed, Tor sending waves of Razor Leaf at V while Star flew down in an aerial ace. V jumped away to dodge the attacks, releasing hold of Apom in the process. Star retreated back up, now sending whirlwinds at V to help out the others. Speaking of the others, they had learned that range was their friend when they confronted V, and were now sending barrages of Dragon Pulse, Latias, Swift, Apom, and Razor Leaf, Tor, to damage V. Of course, that plan was shot when V paused in the barrage of psychic energy that were being launched to set up Light Screen. Razor Leaf was soon being reflected at Apom, Swift at Latias, and Dragon Pulse at Tor. Star made sure to stay out of range, knowing that nothing good would come from going close, and just focused Whirlwind on the reflected attacks, making them stray off course. By this time, Red and Ash were in an all-out duel, mostly ignoring the battle in the background, except for what they saw in Aura Sight. Of course, neither of them, except Red maybe, had time to order their Pokémon to do anything. Red decided not to cheat, since it would be unfair. Sceptile and Pikachu were having a rough go of it. Blasty was able to push Pikachu back with Hydro Pump, making Iron Tail and Volt Tackle useless. Quick Attack was a mere annoyance, Agility wasn't helping, and somehow the water resisted electricity. Pikachu was not a happy camper, and he was trying to get a good angle on Blasty, and failing. On the bright side, Blasty was having too much fun to go help out V. Sceptile had a different problem. He could attack, but it was always a DMN double team. Polly would then appear behind him and punch his back, sending him flying. Sometimes Polly would just start to shoot him with blasts of water, then appear in one of the attacks and punch him. Then there were the times that Polly would surround him in double team. Sometimes it would be a way to conceal the real one, who would hit and run, but other times it was a screen to charge up Focus Punch. Sceptile had taken only 2, and didn't ever want to see a glowing fist again. Sure, he had the type advantage, but that didn't matter when he couldn't hit his foe. Latias had come up with the plan that she hoped would save them all. Telepathically sending the message to everybody on her side, she got a variety of responses. To list. You want me to get used as a wrecking ball? Are you insane? Apom. I ain't coming down for nothing. I'm happy where I am. Star. Why doesn't the water conduct lightning? Why? Pikachu. Fine. Just take my place with Polly, please. Sceptile. Charge. Tor, who was already starting. V smirked slightly, seeing the tackle, and reached out with Psychic to grab the small Pokemon. At least, that was the plan, before Apom jumped in the way and took the Psychic, being sent flying up because V hadn't accounted for the different weight. Tor slammed into V, sending him back slightly, into Star, who started to peck and run. V continuously tried to grab the starling Pokemon, but he was fast enough to just get behind a tree. Sure, V could start to throw trees at his foes, but that would be overkill, and Red had said not to destroy the land. Tor, Apom, Star, and Latias, who was shooting Mist Ball to weaken V, managed to maneuver their opponent closer to Sceptile's battle. Sceptile, seeing this, created 3 Energy Ball. 2 were shot at Polly, revealing that it was another double team, but the other was put in front of his mouth, so when Polly hit him, it was eaten. Feeling the boost, and seeing that V was close, Sceptile used Leaf Blade. He leaped at V, and scored 2 direct hits, sending V stumbling back. Polly then hit him over the head with another Focus Punch, sending Sceptile off to La La Land. Blasty, seeing this, decided to wrap it up and shot a Hydro Cannon that sent Pikachu flying into Star, knocking them both out. Latias saw that she had little time, and flew quickly to the recovering V, before using Dragon Breath. Light Screen activated, but since Latias was close before attacking, it was trapped inside instead, making the attack hit 4 times before the attack faded from the light screen, absorbing the power slowly. V cried out before grabbing Latias and slamming her into the ground repeatedly. Latias fainted soon after. However, Apom had gotten behind V with Tor, and the 2 Pokemon attacked with Focus Punch and Facade, right before they were grabbed by Polly, who knocked them out. V fell to the ground, hurt badly, and fainted, unable to battle, but a large part of it was knowing that the battle was over, so it didn't matter. Red, seeing this out of the corner of his eye, decided to end his spar with Ash, and used Aura to get behind his apprentice, tied him up, and called back his Pokemon before squatting next to the tied-up Ash. Not bad. Get up, we need to sleep. We're going to reach Jubilife either in 2 days or the day after, so you need rest. Night-night. Ash and Red watched as Dawn tried to practice her contest appeal. Piplup spun around, but became dizzy before long, and fell to the ground, unable to appeal or perform. Dawn tried again, but again bubbles went flying everywhere. Brock ran over to the table and covered his head with it while Ash managed to block about half of the bubbles with his improvised light screen before it shattered and he was forced to dodge the old-fashioned way. By flailing about and running in circles. After a few more attempts, Brock decided to make some food, to which everyone assembled agreed, Red in particular. Mewtwo was in happy spirits, because he had made a trip to Fire Island and Shamouti to obtain some tea leaves. From Carol's house. While she wasn't there. While the group was eating, Brock noticed that Piplup was missing. Red pushed the matter aside. Saying, I'm pretty sure that Piplup decided to go try to get that contest move you talked about, Dawn. Or he heard somebody in trouble, and decided to help. One or the other. Ash heard a faint cry of, my face, that sounded vaguely like Piplup, but paid no heed, since he was eating. After Dawn had pestered them enough, Red agreed that they could go see what Piplup was doing. They got there just in time to see Piplup leading a group of water types off in a march. I'm afraid to ask, but what's Piplup doing with those Pokemon? Dawn asked. Going on a march? Ash offered. To war. Red cried, before marching off after them. Ash quickly hustled after his master, the others close behind. After a couple minutes, they reached their destination, seeing Piplup talking to some Ludicolo. What are those Pokemon? Dawn questioned. Those are Ludicolo. I have one back at the gym, Brock answered. Wow! Piplup! Dawn shouted. The second part was driven by the fact that Piplup had just been slammed into the water, where he collided with a solid object, which shook him off. Ash and Red shared a look, sighing, before running after her and Brock. After a few seconds Dawn reached the edge of the pond, and after querying about what was happening, a giant Magikarp surfaced. Ash threw a Pokeball. It bounced off, and the crest opened up, sending Piplup flying, as a trio of unwanted miscreants surfaced. Listen closely, is that a voice I hear? Well, it's speaking to me loud and clear. On the wind. Past the stars. And right in your ear. Bringing total chaos at a neck-breaking pace. Dashing hope and putting fear in its place. A rose by any other name's just as sweet. When everything's worse, our work is complete. MWA. Jesse. And James. Meowth, now that's a name. Putting all those do-gooders in their place. Team Rocket. We're in your face. They finished. Red glared and sent out Polly. The 3 members of Team Rocket scurried to try to stop Red. Master Red, sir. We offer you these berries that we painstakingly collected over the course of a few days if you won't hurt us. Red looked at them for a few seconds, before he prepared to send them blasting off. Ash caught his arm. Master. Let us do this. We need to make sure that they know that we're more than our strongest member. Red stared at Ash for a few seconds. He called back Polly, stepping back to let his apprentice and friends try their luck. However, a hand was on his Pokeballs, ready to step in. Piplup swam to shore at that moment. Turning to face Team Rocket, he shouted, "You 3. Although you may have gotten the jump on me this time, I will defeat you for Golduck." Meowth started to laugh as Ash facepalmed. Looks like Piplup's on Golduck's payroll. Dawn looked at Ash, who sighed and translated. Piplup said that he's going to fight Team Rocket for Golduck. Dawn joined Ash in facepalming, sighing. I get it. Golduck needed somebody to fight for him, and Piplup agreed. Really? Piplup jumped at the giant metal Magikarp, pecking at it at high speed. When he tried the tail, it shook and threw him off, making Ash and Dawn sigh. I can't watch this. Pikachu, Thunderbolt now. Ash shouted. His best friend threw a bolt of lightning at the ship that was based on a water type, making the group that was Team Rocket panic and hurry back into the ship. The attack was ineffective, Team Rocket safe inside their Magikarp. Suddenly, the ship turned and fired ropes that shot around Pikachu and the Ludicolo, along with Golduck's crew. The ropes started to haul the Pokemon to the ship, and Red grabbed a Pokeball before he noticed Piplup, who had just come ashore. He stopped to watch the attacks of Piplup, all of which were ineffective, before he reached for his Pokeball again. He was interrupted this time by the next attack of Team Rocket, attacking things in the shape of Remoraid. Piplup was pummeled for a while Red was dodging all the attacks, not using Aura because it would waste energy and the ropes had stopped moving while they attacked Piplup. Soon enough, the things were flying around Piplup, who was struggling to get up, in a circle, and Red prepared to interfere. Dawn, not able to take it, ran towards Piplup. She shouted, Piplup. You have to get up. You promised to help everyone. I believe in you. You can do it. Piplup's eyes hardened. Jumping up, he had regained his determination, and the Remoraid followed, still circling the penguin Pokemon. His eyes flashed, and he started to spin in the contest move that Dawn had been working on with him earlier. And this time, it went off without a hitch. He landed, stumbled a bit, and then took a bow, the smoke clouds from the destroyed Remoraid behind him. Dawn cheered, that's showin' Piplup. Yeah. But you're not done yet, so keep it up. Piplup did the move again, this time creating a whirlpool around the Magikarp that splintered the ropes holding the captured Pokemon. The ship went down quickly, reminding some readers of a fish flushed down the toilet. Sob Fishy-kun. On shore, everyone had been freed from the nets, and Dawn was celebrating with Piplup. After a few seconds, Team Rocket surfaced again, but this time Ash was ready. Thunder. The bolt of lightning from the sky hit, blowing up the Magikarp, and sending berries flying everywhere. Ash caught one. Man, I know Team Rocket had a few to bribe Red, but how'd they get this many? Golduck had also caught one, and to summarize, he recognized it, beat himself up over it, made up with the Ludicolo, and the whole group was waiting when Team Rocket managed to walk out of the pond. Team Rocket made weak excuses, before they were sent blasting off by the water that awaited them. And there was much rejoicing. Ash, Dawn, Brock, Mewtwo, Pikachu, Piplup, and Red all continued on their way to Jubilife City, Dawn leading the way. Hey, Piplup, let's try out that move one more time. Okay. So, it was like this. Piplup replied, before jumping up and starting to spin. The bubbles collected in a circle around the water type, before they started to collide and blow up in sparkles of water that caught the setting sun in a marvelous way. Alright. I think we're ready for our contest in Jubilife. Dawn shouted, ecstatic. Red smirked. Well, you have an appeal move. But are you ready for the rigors of the real contest? He asked. Dawn looked back at Red and stuck out her tongue before starting to race forward. Hey, race you to Jubilife, she shouted. Ash grinned before charging after her, Pikachu on his heels. Red sighed. Looking after his rambunctious apprentice. So energetic. Brock nodded, walking with Red at a more sedate pace towards Jubilife City. It was a beautiful day, the sun was shining, and the group was getting closer to Jubilife City. That mood was reflected in most of the people in Ash's posse. Red was actually cheerful, Brock and Dawn were walking with a little spring in their step, Pikachu and Piplup were talking animatedly, even Mewtwo wasn't sullen and was enjoying his tea. Ash broke the mold, twitching and looking around. Red had decided that as a new part of training, Pika would be trailing Ash and occasionally attack with his substitute. Ash's job was to deflect, dodge, or block every attack, and there would be no warning of the attacks. So when he saw movement, you couldn't really blame him for screaming and firing many aura spheres at the object, right? Sizz. The Pokemon ummed on the ground. Ash, I know that you're enthusiastic, but I did not have my Sizzer tailing you too, Red said cheerfully. Ash twitched. Dawn prepared to take out her Pokédex, when a voice cried out, Sizzer. What happened? A young woman ran out of the woods, a bag on her shoulder, and she knelt beside her injured Pokémon. I knew that I shouldn't have let you get so far ahead. Brock's eyes lit up and changed shape, before he shouted, hello. Teleporting to her side, he said, the only thing that needs to get far ahead is our relationship. Really? Dawn sighed, her hands on her hips, and lamented, oh no, not again. Red smirked evilly, before he walked up behind Brock and hit him on the neck. Brock fell to the ground, heart still in his eyes, but unable to speak, move, or eat. He could breathe, though. Hey, I'm sorry for beating your Sizzer, I was just on the lookout forgh. Ash said, the last part brought on by Pika leaping out from cover and using Thunderbolt. Red popped up behind Ash. You fail. Sparring tonight. He said cheerfully. Ash groaned on the ground. The woman blankly blinked at Ash and Red. How did he beat Sizzer? I don't see any marks of a battle, so. He's been training under me. He has powers, you could say. Oh. Well, this might be a problem. I heard there was a gym close by, and wanted to challenge it with Sizzer, but since he's knocked out, said the woman, making Red reach into his pocket and pull out a full restore, which he tossed to her. The closest one is Orberg, right? Ash said, getting off the ground, a little singed but not much worse for the wear. The woman shook her head. No, I heard that there's a brand new gym that opened up near here. That's what we're looking for, she said, as she used the full restore on her Pokemon. Sizzer jumped up and started scouting about for what had hurt him, before he noticed his trainer and jumped back down to her. Red looked pensive. That's odd. I would have thought that Cynthia would have sent me a notice, but I suppose that they could have gotten set up within 3 weeks. The woman blinked, before continuing. I heard that it's called Power Zone Gym. Ash, Pikachu now on his shoulder, clenched his fist. Hey, what did you say that we go find it too, Master? Red nodded. So we can all look for it. Oh, wait. Minnie's what they call me, the newly named Minnie said. Ash introduced himself. I'm Ash, and this is Pikachu. I'm Dawn, nice to meet you. Red, and that's Mewtwo. Nice to meet you. Come on, let's go. Min said, before running off, Ash, Dawn, Pikachu, and Red following her at the same pace. Brock was left there, having been ignored ever since Red knocked him out, but he had recovered a while ago. Mewtwo slowly floated past him. You might want to get up, he said as he left. Brock's head fell. My name's Brock, whether you break my heart or not. As the group walked, Minnie talked about the gym. To be honest, I'm really not that good of a battler. But I heard that Power Zone Gym takes Pokemon who lose there and train them to become strong. Wow, that's such a nice thing to do. Dawn exclaimed. Red frowned. That's not normally done. Sure is, so I figure they'll want to help me too. Minnie said, hey look. That's gotta be it. In their path was a garish building, with the bottom evidently painted in an attempt to look like a grass-type theme, the middle the same but for water, and the top tower was similar, except for fire. The group walked to the building, Red's doubts growing, but he still wondered if it could be legit. As they walked in, they saw the current battle, a Croagunk and Sandslash fighting. Minnie and Dawn exclaimed in delight, while Ash did what Red had taught him and analyzed the gym leader's Pokemon, Croagunk. On the field, Croagunk had dodged the last attack and hit Sandslash with a poison jab for the win. The gym leader and helpers approached the challenger, and after a minute, he handed over his Pokemon before leaving. Ash and Minnie stepped forward. Excuse me. I'd like to battle too, please. Ash shouted. I would like one as well. The gym leader and her two helpers ducked down, talking among themselves. Red spoke up. I will battle as well. Ash whirled around, looking at his teacher. Master? You're going to battle too? Yes. I've decided that I'll battle the gyms too, maybe even compete in the Sinnoh League. It's been too long since the last time I had an official battle. The gym leader and crew had seized up, before they broke and the gym leader pointed to Minnie. I'm Princess Power Zone, and since you asked first, you battle first. Minnie cheered while Ash sighed and slumped over. Man, I could have sworn that I asked first. The battle was prepared, on one side Princess Power Zone with Croagunk and the other was Minnie with Scizor. I will now familiarize the battlers with the Power Zone rules. All gyms have different rules, Dawn, Brock said from his seat. Ash agreed. I bet that the battle will be 1-on-1, or 3-on-3, since it doesn't look like a double battle. Ash said. Red was silent next to him. The battle will be 1-on-1, the referee said. If you're lucky enough to defeat the gym leader, you win a badge. See, each gym has its own badge, Ash said. Wow, I've gotta see that. Sir. Before the battle, may we see the Power Zone badge? Dawn asked. Red silently agreed. Of course. Right here, the referee said, extending the tray towards them. On it were 3 bottle caps, each with a different design. Original, Ash commented after a few seconds. Sir. Those look like plain old bottle caps to me, Min said. The referee puffed up in anger. How dare! You disrespect the perfection of the princess's royal crowns. The shine. Glamour. The 5-cent return on the deposit. Everyone drew back from the angry official, while Red fingered his pokeballs. Those fools. Whoever they are, they obviously don't know that badges are made of a certain metal, so that they're harder to forge. Not to mention that they each have a different design. This is obviously a fake gym, but I'll take more evidence. Wait a while longer, Red. Just a little more. The battle commenced, everyone ready this time, and the referee called for the start, when Brock was about to shout some smart comment. Before he could say a thing, Red clapped a hand over his mouth and hissed, "Be quiet. I would like to see what they do." Brock nodded, unable to speak. Krogunk, use poison sting, the gym, you know what. I'm tired of typing out, the gym leader or Princess Power Zone. While her identity is unknown, she's PP, got it? Good. Back to the story, PP called out. Her Pokemon shot the many purple needles at Sizer quickly, making Min panic. Sizer, dodge with quick attack, she ordered. Her Pokemon's wings started to glow, and he sped towards Krogunk. Min pressed forward. Use slash. The attack had a direct hit, and Krogunk skidded back. Minnie called for more. Metal Claw. The last attack had Krogunk knocked out flat on its back. The referee delayed calling the match, which gave Krogunk time to get up. Okay Krogunk. Poison Sting. PP called. Krogunk's fist lit up in Brick Break, and it slammed it into Sizer multiple times. Now to wrap this up. Poison Jab. The purple fist hit Sizer in the abdomen, and knocked him out. The referee called the match. Sizer is unable to battle. The winner is Princess Power Zone. Red grabbed Ash and the others before they could walk over to Minnie. I have a bad feeling. Keep an eye on your Pokemon, okay? Sure master, but what's wrong? I don't think that this is a real gym. Keep on your guard, Red answered. Ash nodded, and they walked over, hearing the end of PP's speech. You may be a lost cause, but your Sizer isn't. Minnie closed her eyes, embarrassed. Well, it's awfully nice of you to help my Sizer. PP and her helpers clapped their hands together, but Red wasn't listening, having finally figured out what was going on with the fake gym. His eyes narrowed and he fingered a certain Pokeball more. Minnie handed over Sizer, before she started to walk out. Red had missed something, and he assumed that they were going to have lunch, from catching Brock saying that Minnie could join them. He walked out of the gym, joining his apprentice and friends. Outside, he walked up next to Ash. I'll battle next, got it? Sure, master. After lunch, the battle commenced. PP seemed reluctant to battle, but she agreed anyway, Krogunk being her Pokemon used. Red chose V. The battle took about 20 seconds. Poison type stood no chance, and a Pokemon like Krogunk? Yeah. Well, that was interesting. May I have my badge now? Red said, calling back V. The referee flinched, before PP laughed shrilly. After you win the next battle, of course. The rules state that you must win 2 battles in a row to get a badge. Red sighed, noting the irregularity, before he pulled out Pika's Pokeball. He prepared to throw it against the Dustox that PP had sent out, before he paused when he heard her holler to stop. Yes, he asked. I'm afraid that since you have companions here, one of the rules to test the trainer's strength is that they have to use one other trainer's Pokemon of the leader's choice, said the referee as his attendant pulled out a small book. And there's a footnote that basically states that if you refuse, you lose. PP laughed. That laugh was really getting on Red's nerves. And since the only Pokemon that I've seen is that Pikachu over there, I request that you use him. Red looked at Ash, who sent Pikachu over. On the field, the 2 trainers prepared to fight, Pikachu's cheeks sparking in excitement, before Pikachu was grabbed in a large rubber hand. What? Ash shouted. Red grabbed the Pokeball that he had been fingering and shoved it in the machine in his bag. He knew that it would take a few seconds to work, but he trusted him. Listen, is that a voice I hear? It's speaking to me loud and clear. On the wind. Past the stars. In your ear. The gym leader and her attendants jumped in the familiar balloon, and Ash realized how familiar they looked. Bringing chaos at a breakneck pace. Dashing hope, putting fear in its place. A rose by any other name's just as sweet. When everything's worse, our work is complete. Jesse. James. Meowth, now dear's a name. The three threw off their disguises, putting the do-gooders in their place. Team Rocket. We're in your face. The balloon was lifting off, a net underneath with a bunch of Pokeballs and Pikachu in it. Red felt the machine finally work, and pulled out the Pokeball in it. Lucria, close combat. Red shouted, throwing the Pokeball. The steel and fighting type jumped up to the net, severed the rope, and then burst the balloon in a few quick strikes. It then jumped back down, grabbed the net, and carried it back to Red. The balloon exploded, sending Team Rocket blasting off again. Red opened the bag and threw Minnie a familiar Pokeball. Her eyes wide, she released her sizer. Well, that was quick. Yeah. Hey, Master. When did you get a Lucario? Ash asked. Red smirked. I have a device that a friend made me. One of her few working things, actually. It allows me to switch out Pokemon from anywhere, I just have to have a person at the other end working it. And that duty falls to Zam, one of my Pokemon. Ash blinked. Who's Zam? My Alakazam. He's smart, although he doesn't have as much pure power as V, but he's able to keep the peace. And where are your other Pokemon? Ash asked. Brock silently agreed, that had been bothering him too. Red closed his eyes, a brief cloud of worry falling over his face. They live at my home on empty silver. The snow hasn't let up yet, but there's enough in the way of berries to last for about a month longer. Of course, the trees are gonna be wrecked, but... So who did you switch out for? Brock asked, looking at Krogunk warily. This is Lucria. Okay. Nice to meet you, Lucria. But what are we going to do with all these Pokeballs? Ash asked. Everybody looked at them blankly. We're going to have to wait until their owners come back to pick them up, Brock said. Mewtwo floated forward. Or I could teleport them all back. Teleport. The ball disappeared in a flash of white light, startling everybody. Or we could do that, Brock said, before he zoomed over to Minnie. My sweet Minnie, will you come with us now that we no longer have to wait for the trainers to come back? Minnie laughed nervously. I was going to take a break and train with Sizer some more. The conversation was interrupted by a croaking sound behind Brock. He turned around, and stared into the eyes of Krogunk, neither of them blinking, or Brock constantly blinking. They shared a moment. Hey, Krogunk. You want to come along with me? Brock asked. Krogunk nodded, still not blinking. Red was looking around at the purple colors surrounding the group. Cool psychedelic effect. Brock took out a Pokeball from his jacket and tapped it on Krogunk's head. It sked him up in a flash of red light, and the ball's red light went out quickly. I just caught a Krogunk. Brock exclaimed. Red cheered. And it was anticlimactic. The group said their farewells, however Brock's was interesting. He had once again tried to flirt with Minnie, but as he went down on me, a Pokeball opened and out came Krogunk. His hand lifted, started to glow purple, and slammed into Brock. Red stared at the sight for a second or two, before he fell on the ground and started to roll around laughing. Brock joined Red on the ground, except he was in pain and most certainly not laughing. Krogunk grabbed Brock by the leg and started to drag him with the rest of the group. Red bent down to Krogunk, speaking to it as they walked away. Are you planning to do that every time he flirts with a girl? Indeed. That is my calling, good sir, Krogunk replied. Red smiled. I think that we're going to be very good friends, Krogunk, and that we'll be seeing a lot of each other. The laughter could be heard for a good quarter-mile, scaring many wild Pokemon. They all knew that they shouldn't mess with something that laughed sadistically. Blazing a new trail. Or how to mess with cannon. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. Commander Saturn. We have received a bomb. And why would this interest me? It was addressed to Lord Cyrus, sir. Will it be getting to Cyrus? Well. No. But we lost 3 good men. They were grunts. Who sent it? One of them was my brother. He was a grunt. Who sent the bomb? Thought it was from a Hunter J, Commander. Thank you. I need to go see Cyrus. And you are relieved of duty, on account of me not trusting you to not sabotage us. What? What was I thinking? Don't go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Bring me coffee and anything else from the bomb before you escort yourself out. Lord Cyrus. It appears that you were sent a bomb. Saturn. Will that bomb be reaching me? No. 3 died after inspecting it. Were they important? They were grunts. A simple no would do. Who decided to kill me? Hunter J, sir. That may be problematic. She was the only one I could be sure would complete the job. She also sent a letter. Reading. It says, and I quote, censored, you, Cyrus. You could have, censored, told me that you had left the organization, you, censored. So, the contract is off. Just be glad that I'm not like my sisters, who would have, censored, terminated the contact. Oh yeah. Don't ever contact me, you, censored. She appears to be angry. Yes. Emotions make us so weak. Her attempt failed because she was filled with emotions. If she had no emotions, she would have been able to kill me. Indeed, sir. What do you wish for me to do? Ask Sharon if he knows of anybody else to capture those 3. And tell him that we need to step up our plans. This may be a delay. At once, sir. Somewhere between Jubilife and San Gem. Dawn and Piplup stood facing off against a wild Buniri. Ash, Brock, and Red stood in the back, Red having decided that Ash could do without a day of training after having him fight Lucria. Ash's arm would still be broken, if not for Red's ability to heal. Now, Piplup, use Bubble Beam. Dawn commanded, pointing to Buniri. Piplup flapped his wings as he sprayed bubbles at his foe. Buniri, however, simply dodged with a jump. After a second of nearly hovering, Buniri landed behind Piplup. Once, Dawn might have had Piplup run, but Ash had been teaching her a bit in the evenings, and so she ordered, push yourself away with Bubble Beam. Brock nodded to himself. Although Bubble Beam is a ranged attack, at close range it's impossible for Buniri to dodge. Yeah, but Buniri isn't going to be easy to catch. That was a high jump, and if it can bounce. Ash reminded Brock. Red smiled slightly at his apprentice, showing that he had a brain after all. Buniri was thrown back, right towards Dawn, but recovered and jumped high, landing in front of Piplup. Peck. The attack that Piplup used forced Buniri to jump back to its side of the field, while Piplup took the opportunity to leap back to Dawn. Bubble Beam again. Dawn shouted, her Pokémon sending out the stream of shining bubbles at his foe. Buniri countered with light blue beams of ice, which, when they collided, created an explosion. Red blinked, knowing that that didn't normally happen. Earlier that day, nearby. It's a disaster. Dawn screeched, making Ash stumble in his spar with Red. Only reflexes that had started to develop made him able to bat away the aura sphere that nearly hit his face. Sharing a look with Red, he jumped away, back to the camp, and crouched outside the tent where Dawn was holed up. What's wrong? Ash asked, wondering if something like Piplup being stolen had happened overnight. Dawn shouted back. Stay right there. My hair's a mess, and nobody gets to see it. Ash ran a hand through his own hair, which was slowly getting longer. Come on, Dawn, that's why I wear a hat. Do you think that I keep my hair neat every morning? He doesn't get a chance. He still only wakes up just in time. Red said cheerily, entering the scene at a 90-degree angle. Speaking of which. Duck, Ash. The flying aura sphere was barely dodged, and it went flying off into the woods. Dawn, oblivious to the drama unfolding outside, nearly shouted back at Ash. Well, isn't that typical? Unlike you, I have time and take pride in my look. It's just not worth it to worry about hair. The time you spend on your hair could be used for training. Ash sighed, jumping over another aura sphere that came a bit too close for his liking. That's your opinion. Dawn retorted. And mine. Red added cheerily, as he attempted to make Ash's morning hell. The argument continued, as Brock made food. He started to make small talk with Krogunk to pass the time. See, this is a typical morning for this crazy family. Mewtwo's off meditating, Red and Ash are trying to beat each other up with their aura, and Dawn's going nuclear over her appearance. Just wait until you see Red and Ash do one of their practice battles. Now those. But don't worry. You'll get used to it. Krogunk just stared at nothing. I doubt it. Brock did not understand, as Red had said that he would start to help Dawn and Brock develop aura enough to use the sight and understand Pokemon later. Back at the tent, bubbles were starting to come out of the entrance. Ash blinked while Red stared at the bubbles, wondering what the best way to pop them was. What is she doing in there? Ash wondered. To fix her hair. Brock offered, peeling potatoes. Red snickered. It's all the fashion in Sinnoh. Just get a water type and bubble away. They all laughed, and one potato slipped away from Brock. He asked Krogunk to pass it to him. After a few seconds of noises, Krogunk squinted one eye, and asked, why? Please, just do me a favor. Krogunk grabbed the potato, and flung it over Brock as hard as he could, making Ash stumble to get away and slam into Dawn. Pikachu, seeing the threat that the potato posed to humanity, leaped and caught the potato. The instant his hands made contact, light shimmered around him and a choir sang. He seemed to hang there for a second, before falling into Red's arms in several flips, his tail nearly going into an iron tail as Red had taught. From the grass, a normal type stared, seeing a powerful, athletic Pokemon shine with light. That means he's the chosen one, or he's my chosen one. I pick me. Brock walked over, grabbing the potato from Pikachu's hands. Nice catch, he said, ignoring the pile of Ash and Dawn a bit to the side. Red's mouth twitched. Ash groaned and sat up, getting off of Dawn. Ugh. Dawn, what was with that bubble beam? Red said that it was to give yourself a new hairstyle. Dawn stood, almost twirling as she showed off her hair. Pink glowed in the background. Yeah. I had the worst pillowhead when I woke up this morning, but Piplup and I sure fixed that. Not a bad way to get creative for contests, I'll admit, Red conceded, flaring his aura silently. And it'll work on boys and girls, so you two are next. Dawn exclaimed, pointing at Red and Ash. Red growled and clenched his hat protectively. She or he who dares take the hat from my head must die. Ash grinned and put his hands behind his head. Well, I always wear my hat, so it doesn't really matter. Apom ran by, grabbed Ash's hat in her tail, and ran off, prompting Ash to shout and run after his Pokemon. Apom, I need that hat. It's not funny. Apom ran into the woods, Ash and Pikachu hot on her heels. Pikachu jumped after the hat, grabbing it with quick attack, but stopped in the middle of the road, the hat on his head. Ash saw the motorcycle with aura sight, and used the dash trick, which he still hadn't mastered, to rush AD and grab Pikachu, but he also accidentally got someone else too. Officer Jenny stopped short, the others on the opposite side of the road, and looked at the boy wearing odd clothes who had dashed in front of her, grabbed Pikachu, and rushed into a tree, all faster than she could react. Pikachu and Buniri fell to the ground, not having hit the tree at all, Ash's skull taking all the damage. Oh, sorry Buniri. I was trying to get Pikachu, and accidentally scooped you up too. It was my fault, sorry, Ash apologized, rubbing his head. Buniri shook her head. I trying to save too. Same goal, but you won. Dawn walked up. Hey, Buniri. I saw one of those a while ago. Pikachu smiled at Buniri for saving him, and the rabbit Pokemon covered her face with the fluff, prompting a near squee from Dawn. And you're so cute too. The Buniri continued to cover her face as she hopped away, into a tree. Ash could sympathize with the feeling. Buniri then hopped away into the forest, making Dawn deflate in disappointment. And I wanted to catch it too. Officer Jenny walked over, about to deliver a lecture, before she was stopped by Red. Hey, I know that you're probably angry, but it was a mistake. Nobody important was hurt, and there was no way that my apprentice could be hurt by a motorcycle at this point. Ash shouted out indignantly as Jenny gave Red a stern look. Listen, if I had hit him he would have been hurt, no matter what you say. There's no way dash. He had protect up, like I do now. Hit me. What? Hit me, or rather, try. Do it. Jenny blinked a few times before she gave a light jab in Red's direction. It stopped in midair, an invisible barrier making it lose all force. What? Dawn walked over. Hey, it's so great that you're helping us out again, just like before. Officer Jenny gave Dawn a blank look. Have I met you? Brock came up from behind. She has so much to learn. Dawn, here's the deal. You see, there are many Officer Jennys, see here. He pulled out a picture of 9 identical women. Wow, they're all the same. This was taken at the last regional festival, right? Jenny said, looking at the photo. I wish I could have been there. Brock said, his eyes starting to turn. Red sighed. But now you're here. And I'm here too. The name's Brock, and my goal, other than to be with you, is to become the greatest Pokemon breeder the world has ever known. So, wait. Are they identical? Dawn asked. Brock's face turned red slightly. Of course they're not identical. Talk about rude. It's obvious the length of their hair and eyelashes are not the same. Not to mention that unique fragrance you're wearing. Brock said, his eyes turning lovesick. Then his face became pained. Krogunk stood there, his fist in Brock's stomach in a poison jab, making Brock choke out words before falling over. Of course I could be wrong. Brock fell over, and Krogunk dragged him behind a bush by the foot. Red was laughing hysterically on the inside, but on the outside was only able to shed a tear from laughing so violently. Red then paid attention to the photograph that Jenny was holding out, which had 3 strange people in it. Jenny had asked if any of the 3 knew who they were. Red just stared at the picture, getting a sense of déjà vu from the 3, who he could say that he had never seen before. I don't think so. Dawn said, staring at the picture in confusion. Last night, thieves broke into the factory just up ahead and stole a lot of machine parts, Jenny explained. This picture was taken by the factory's surveillance camera. Nope. They look weird to me, Brock answered, looking at the photo intently. Red was slowly putting the pieces together. But why would somebody steal parts, not the entire machine? Maybe they make it themselves and there was no place to get it. Ash said, slowing down near the end. And they would need to have good disguises, since they seem to be showing off. Red continued. But you can see that one of them is a Pokemon. And that Pokemon is a Meowth. Ash concluded. Red grabbed the picture and focused his aura. Another picture, the same size, appeared next to the first. In it were the 3 members of Team Rocket, in the same pose. Jenny looked between the 2, her eyes widening. Who are they? That's Team Rocket, some dirty Pokemon thieves. Ash exclaimed. Jenny nodded, taking the second picture. Can I keep this? Red shook his head. No. It'll dissolve into nothing in, at most, half an hour. I would prefer to get rid of it now, though. Jenny handed back the picture, which suddenly burst into many particles of blue light. Well, thanks very much for your help. Sure. The group walked back to the campsite, Ash asking if Red could teach him to do that as well. No. At best, you could create weapons from aura, but that would be beyond your skill, possibly forever. Back at the campsite, where breakfast was being served, Ash commented, you know, that Buniri might be a good addition to my team. But Ash, if I see that Buniri again, I want to catch it. Dawn said. I know, but I can't believe that Buniri got there at the same time I did. That means that it's a really fast Pokemon. Ash replied, eating his food. Come on, Ash. I haven't even caught one Pokemon yet. Dawn said pitifully. Red decided to solve the matter. Ash, you already have a full team. I have something that I would like to do that will free up space, but do you have anybody to send back? And Dawn, you'll catch something eventually, although that Buniri might be a good addition. Ash mumbled his agreement, while Dawn's head swelled up. Easy for you to say. You have a lot of Pokemon, so it doesn't matter to you. We're going to be in Jubilife tomorrow, and I need more Pokemon so I can compete in contests. Krogunk suddenly jabbed its fist into a nearby bush, which caused a Pokemon to leap out. Whoa! It's Buniri! Ash shouted. The normal type landed on the ground and, after looking around, hopped away into woods. Piplup! Let's go! Dawn shouted, Ash running after her. What about the dishes? Brock shouted after them. I'll do 'em later. Ash shouted behind him, jumping into the trees. Brock deadpanned, funny how later never comes. In the woods, Dawn was chasing after Buniri, Ash and his team up in the trees shadowing her. Latias was carrying Tor, as the smaller Pokemon wasn't able to fly or swing through the trees like everybody else. Ash, Buniri's mine, okay? Dawn called up. Ash nodded, focused on making sure that Buniri didn't get away. Piplup, Bubble Beam. The stream of bubbles stopped Buniri in its tracks, and so the Pokemon turned around to fight. Nice one, Dawn. Ash called down. Dawn nodded. Nobody's going to stop me from catching Buniri. Piplup, use Peck. The water type rushed at Buniri, attempting to hit it with the glowing beak, but Buniri nimbly dodged it. Bubble Beam. The bubbles shot forward, only to meet Buniri's Bubble Beam. The bubbles froze dead in their tracks, before they shattered into sparkles of ice. Dawn's exclamation of surprise was lost as Buniri headbutt Piplup, who didn't have enough time to dodge. Piplup. Are you okay? Dawn shouted to her Pokemon, who had gotten up and was now spinning dizzily. That was. Ash asked Red, who had come up with Brock. Dizzy Punch. It can cause confusion, which isn't a good thing to be. Frozen is even worse, but confusion still ranks second or third. Piplup was stumbling about, almost dancing. Dawn was frantic, just wondering what she could do. Red went on. However, it's also the easiest to cure. If the Pokemon is put back into its Pokeball, it becomes healed. That's great. Dawn shouted, pulling out Piplup's Pokeball. But before she could call back her Pokemon, Buniri jumped up and landed on Piplup, sending him flying back into Dawn, knocked out. Piplup. That was bounce. Ash exclaimed. Brock added on. And that was a lot of power from Buniri. Dawn sighed, calling back Piplup. It seems like I can't do anything right. Don't worry, Dawn. I'll tell you about Ash's starting out later. Red called, making Ash shout. Yeah, but Ash should get a turn to fight. You said that you'd like to catch Buniri, right? Dawn offered. Ash, after a few seconds, grinned and stepped forward. Alright, Pikachu. Let's do this quickly. Ash yelled. His faithful Pokemon jumped forward, cheeks sparking. Buniri covered her face, Red covering it. What? Hey, Master, what's happening? Red's face showed nothing as he spoke. I would assume that Buniri has a crush on Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu paused for a second, before they had wildly different reactions. Pikachu, out on the field, cringed and shouted, I have a fangirl. Ash, on the other hand, showed disappointment, and muttered, how are we gonna battle with this? Buniri was going closer and closer to Pikachu, before Sceptile swooped down and pushed Buniri away. Do you have permission to touch the Pikachu? Do you? Buniri glared, sending an ice beam at Sceptile. Sceptile stopped it with an energy ball, which froze but kept going. Buniri was blasted back. Maybe Buniri likes electric types. Dawn offered. Flames shot up around Brock. You can't rationalize love. Brock said fervently. Dawn blinked. You think this is love? Red pulled out a Pokeball, which he threw in Brock's general direction. No, hydro pump. Polly came out of the Pokeball, before he blasted Brock with a very large amount of water. Brock's flames were extinguished. Love or not, I'm going to catch Buniri. Ash cried out, pulling a Pokeball out of his bag. Buniri didn't take kindly to that, and sent an ice beam at the group. Everyone shouted, before Red jumped forward and put up a shield. Ash? Yes, Master. You're an idiot. We're sparring tonight. During this exchange, Buniri had grabbed Pikachu and was now twirling down the lane with him. From behind a tree, schemes were hatched. Ash and Red finally noticed that Pikachu had gone missing. Red grabbed Ash. Before he could start running off. Hey, try to use Aura Sight to find them. By now, Pikachu should be obvious to you. Ash gritted his teeth, but did it anyways, surprised by the fact that he could see Pikachu's aura off in the distance. Over there. Ash and the others came upon an interesting scene. A giant purple robot was holding both Pikachu and Buniri in small glass orbs, and Pikachu was yelling at Team Rocket, saying that they were lying fools, and that the glass couldn't hold him. Pikachu. What's going on here? Ash. You're here. Watch me break out. The troublesome trio of thieves tried to tell their motto. Listen, is that an annoying voice I hear? It shrieks to me, loud and clear. On the wind. Past the stars. In your ear. Hey. Bringing chaos at a breakneck pace. Ho. Dashing hope, putting fear in its place. A rose by any other name's just as sweet. When everything's worse, our work is complete. Jesse. And James. Meowth, now dat dash. Sceptile, leaf blade. Quiet, Meowth, now that's a leaf blade. The attack, which Sceptile had managed to nearly perfect, shattered both glass orbs that held the Pokemon captive. He then grabbed Pikachu, launching him into Ash's arms. He also launched Buniri into the ground. A motorcycle came up, with Officer Jenny on it, just as Sceptile returned to Ash's side. It's Team Rocket, right? Team Rocket, although caught, weren't done yet. An arm of the machine reached out, grabbing Buniri and placing it on the top half of the machine. That same half then sprouted rockets and started to lift off. Pikachu groaned, troublesome fangirls, before he jumped up to the top of the machine, back in almost the same position. Dawn and Ash called up to the Pokemon, commanding Buniri and Pikachu respectively. Thunderbolt. Ice Beam. The ice attack froze one rocket, while the electric attack fried the other. Team Rocket shouted from inside. The electricity. James called out. The ice. Meowth returned. That's not nice. Jesse finished. The machine went down quickly. Pikachu, Buniri at his side, called to her, Jump, you fool. The two jumped, Ash trying to grab both of them. Pikachu safely landed in his arms, while Buniri flew out, about to hit the ground again. Dawn messed it up and caught her. Team Rocket, inside the ruins of their machine, fled. Officer Jenny followed, shouting, "Stop thieves!" "There goes a dedicated babe," Brock said, saluting. Red sighed. Dawn looked at Buniri in her arms. "I'm so glad you're safe, Buniri." Buniri happily hugged Dawn's face. "Happy too," said Buniri. "Hey, how would you like to come along with us?" Dawn asked. Pikachu rolled his eyes and agreed. "Pikachu says that he wouldn't mind," Ash translated. Buniri ran up to Dawn's head, like Pikachu had done to Ash. "But we should have a battle first. After all, you're a Pokemon and I'm a trainer." Dawn exclaimed. Buniri nodded, and hopped over to the other side of the small clearing, taking a fighting stance. "Alright Buniri. Let's start. Piplup, I choose you." The water type jumped out, seeing his foe. "I'm ready for our rematch." Piplup shouted. Buniri smirked slightly. "Now, Piplup, use Bubble Beam." Dawn commanded, pointing to Buniri. Piplup flapped his wings as he sprayed bubbles at his foe. Buniri, however, simply dodged with a jump. After a second of nearly hovering, Buniri landed behind Piplup. Once, Dawn might have had Piplup run, but Ash had been teaching her a bit in the evenings, and so she ordered, "Push yourself away with Bubble Beam." Brock nodded to himself. Although Bubble Beam is a ranged attack, at close range it's impossible for Buniri to dodge. Yeah, but Buniri isn't going to be easy to catch. That was a high jump, and if it can bounce. Ash reminded Brock. Red smiled slightly at his apprentice, showing that he had a brain after all. Buniri was thrown back, right towards Dawn, but recovered and jumped high, landing in front of Piplup. Peck. The attack that Piplup used forced Buniri to jump back to its side of the field, while Piplup took the opportunity to leap back to Dawn. Bubble Beam again. Dawn shouted, her Pokemon sending out the stream of shining bubbles at his foe. Buniri countered with light blue beams of ice, which, when they collided, created an explosion. Red blinked, knowing that didn't normally happen. Out of the smoke, Buniri jumped and attempted Dizzy Punch again. Piplup jumped back, avoiding all attempts to make him confused. Piplup, wait for an opening and peck. After a short circle chase, Piplup attacked, making direct contact and sending Buniri flying. Buniri was lying on the ground, weakened greatly. "Okay, Buniri. You're mine." Dawn shouted, throwing her Pokeball. It took a few shakes, to say the least. After the fifth shake, Ash had started to try to amuse himself with Aura. After the 19th, he had started to juggle an Aura Sphere. After many more shakes, Red joined Ash in his juggling attempt. It was getting to be about 3 in the afternoon, an epic battle of Catchy had been played. Catchy was a game where there were two teams, one larger than the other, where one team had a poppable ball. The other team would attempt to pop it, and the person who had last touched it was eliminated. Repeat, with whichever team had more members being the team with the ball. Last one standing won, which Red had come down to the wire against Ash and Mewtwo, before Ash was beaten. Red won. Dawn had been talking contests with Piplup, trying to figure out ways that Buniri could help in the appeal, and the ball had kept shaking. It was sudden, the ball's red light was extinguished and it stopped moving. "What?" Dawn shouted from the tree that she was sitting under before she ran over to the ball. Piplup at her side, she raised the ball high in the air and exclaimed, "I caught a Buniri." After her moment of excitement, it was decided that Buniri would be introduced to the others before they set out again. The introductions went well, except for the official introduction to Pikachu. I'll let you guess what happened. The posse walked into the busy city, marveling at the sights. "Well, it's been a long time since I was in a city like this. Actually, the busiest city that I've been in the last 5 years was Altamari," Red commented, receiving a blank look from Brock. When did you last go to Altamari? Brock asked. Red answered cheerfully. About 3 weeks ago. Brock face-faulted, along with Dawn. Ash just chuckled sheepishly. Red looked around. So where are we going? First. Dawn sprang up, a fire burning in her eyes. We're going to the contest hall, where all the other coordinators are. I need to check out the competition. Red waved a hand lazily. Go ahead. I'm going to look around. Ash, I'd like you to come with me. Ash shared an apologetic look with Dawn. But Master. Okay. But we'll meet up with you guys later, right? Sure. I wanted to see a few things about Jubilife that I've heard from a friend. I've never been here, so this is as new to me as it is to you, Red said as they walked away from Dawn and Brock. Mewtwo had insisted on not being seen, and so was outside the city, waiting to come in at night. So, what did you want to see, Master? There's a fountain that I was told about. Apparently, it contains an unusual amount of aura, despite not being made of aura steel. You've mentioned that before. What is it? Red smirked. It's a very rare metal that can only be created by somebody with a massive amount of aura. If they want to live, that is. Even if I were to give all my aura, it would only create enough raw steel to maybe create a ring. You might be able to create a decent amount without dying, after you learn how to use it without blowing yourself up, that is. Hey. I only did that a few times. Yesterday. And the day before that. You jumped out of nowhere when I was making an aura sphere. You've always told me that I needed to focus. And that was a test to see if you could. You failed, Red snickered as they walked. The two were drawing a lot of attention, as Ash's clothes were a bit out of the ordinary, and Red's clothes were unique. It took a few minutes before they reached the fountain, bantering all the way. So. This is it? Ash asked. Red nodded. Not really that great. Use aura sight, you fool, Red sighed. Ash closed his eyes, before he blinked open, seeing a familiar aura signature. Hey! Paul! Ash shouted. Said person blinked, before turning around. Ash? Ash ran over to Paul. Yeah, who else? What are you doing here? Are you always like this? Do you have to come over and talk to me every time you see me? I should just get a disguise. Paul asked. Sometimes, but what are you doing here? Answer me. Oh yeah, and that disguise wouldn't work, 'cause I don't see you with my eyes. Ash grinned wildly. Paul pinched the bridge of his nose. Wonderful. But I'm just passing through. What about you? Ash grinned even wider. You remember Dawn, right? She has a contest in a few days, so we're all here. But right here. Master wanted me to come over here to check out the fountain. Said that it had something to do with aura. You mentioned that in passing. Is aura the name for your abilities? Paul asked, getting drawn into the conversation in spite of himself. Yeah. Master's really good at using it, so he's teaching me too. Ash would have said more, if he hadn't been punched on the shoulder. Hey, Ash. You owe me a battle, you know, said the person who punched him. Who are you? Ash asked after a few seconds of talking. The person face-faulted. You really don't recognize me? Wow, and I thought we were friends. Over with Red, he was continuing to look at the fountain, keeping an eye on Ash. He was walking around the fountain, before a solid hand clapped him on the shoulder. You're Red, correct? Red whirled around, ready to fight, but just saw an old man backing up. Whoa, there. If you didn't want to be recognized, then you should have worn something different. Red calmed down, his hands dropping to his sides. Who are you, and how do you know me? The old man chuckled. Well, my name's Lawrence. And as fair you, you're the champion of Kanto. His voice had dropped to a whisper near the end. But don't worry. I won't tell a soul. Your secret's safe with me. But you really should disguise yourself. Sure, you've been out of sight completely for the past 6 years. But you're going to run into somebody who knows who you are in this sort of city, and they won't be nearly as thoughtful as I. But what drew you out? Oh. Good idea, I'll have to think about it. I haven't been in a real city for quite a while, after all. But why? Red said, his voice the same whisper as the old man, I've taken an apprentice. He's right over there. Well, good fare you. I'll let you go now, but remember, be careful. Some people did like Team Rocket, not many, mind you, but they'll sure recognize you. And they won't be happy, said the old man, letting go of Red and walking away. Have a good day, now. You too, Lawrence, Red muttered, before seeing Ash with an odd boy about his age. He started to walk over, to see if Ash needed any help and to say hello to Paul too. Back with Ash, the person had brushed aside their longish hair to reveal dark blue eyes. Remember me now? How about this, Lugia? Ash was staring in confusion, before he heard the last word and the pieces clicked into place. Wait, you're Richie. Richie smiled, stepping away from Ash. His clothes had changed quite a bit since the last time Ash had seen him. Although he still wore a cap, it was dark green and blue instead of yellow, and his hair had grown out a bit, so it covered his eyes. His clothes, which were slightly loose, were the same color, but were longer, going down to nearly cover his shoes, and his sleeves covered a part of his hands when not bunched up. His jacket was still there, but was now an even darker green color, which contrasted with his clothes far better. His belt had lost the silver piece, and instead had a small side bag with a symbol on the top. Paul asked, slightly rude, who are you? How do you know Ash? Oh, Paul, this is Richie. Richie, this is Paul. Ash said. Richie extended his hand, which Paul shook after a couple seconds of just looking at it. Paul, Richie and I fought in Indigo Plateau, where I lost. We met again when he helped us find a Lugia in the Whirl Islands. You only lost because they had that rule of sleep, meaning a loss. And there was that little matter of Charizard. Richie said, rubbing the back of his head. So Ash lost because he was in a time when they had that rule. Pathetic, Paul said. Richie shrugged. So what's with your outfit? Bit different, isn't it? Richie asked. Paul nodded to himself, having had the same thoughts before. Ash pulled at his clothes. These? Oh, Master wanted me to wear them to help with my training. Wait, you have a master too? That's great. I have one too, she's really talented. Richie said, making Paul nearly fall over. Ash shouted, wait, like a teacher. Master, or does she have a mastery? Because those are really hard to get. Full mastery. Master's really great, but she trained under her own master, who she says was even better than her. In fact, they both got their mastery in Kanto. Richie enthused. Paul smirked. Ash's is probably much stronger. But does everyone I meet have a master? From behind Paul, Red said happily, ah, Paul. I didn't know you felt like that. I'm so happy. I would take you as an apprentice, but I already have Ashy. As Paul stuttered, Ash grimaced. Really, Master? Ashy? But guess what? I found an old friend. I found you, I'd say, Richie said. Ash waved a hand in Richie's general direction. Details, details. But yeah, this is my master. Red extended a hand to Richie. Pleased to meet you. Ash, we do need to go. I'm done with the fountain, and I learned something startling that I need to address. Before Ash left, Richie said one more thing. I hope that your friend Dawn's okay with losing. Master's going to be in the contest, so it's going to be an obvious victory. Before Ash could retort, Red pulled him along with his speed. Dodging people and buildings, they got to where they planned to meet up with Dawn and Brock within a few seconds. Wow, these coordinators mean business, Brock was saying as they arrived. Yeah, but we're ready to go, right? Dawn asked her two Pokemon. Sure, the two chirped back. Red said from behind Dawn, making her jump, well, there's 3 days yet. Just enough time for me to make a coordinator out of you. Red. Don't do that. Dawn shouted, a few feet away after her impressive jump. Red just smirked. After a minute more of watching other coordinators, Dawn managed to drag everybody else with her on her quest to find an item, which she did not identify. Okay, right about here. Dawn said, looking at her pamphlet. Ash was drawing odd looks as he walked. Okay, I give. What in the world are we looking for? A Poketch shop, Dawn said, as if it were obvious. Poke what? Dawn stopped short, turning to face Ash. What? You've never heard of Poketches? Nope. He's from Kanto, which doesn't really import Poketches. And he's never been to Sinnoh before, which is really the only place you're guaranteed to find one, Red answered. Before Dawn could explain, a commercial for Poketches blared from a screen nearby, briefly explaining what a Poketch was. Ash looked at it, seeing that it was slightly familiar, before Dawn showed him her magazine. Hey, that's Marina. Red claimed. Before Ash could ask, he explained, there was an incident where a few Team Rocket agents tried to capture a Raikou, before being stopped by 3 trainers named Jimmy, Marina, and Vincent. I just recognized her. Dawn shrugged, before explaining why she wanted a Poketch. It's a must-have for any top coordinator, so I have to get one too. At the nearest Poketch store, a voice could be heard shouting, what? There's no more left. Dawn was at the counter, looking around to see what was happening. A representative just came from the Poketch company and took them all back, explained the shopkeeper. Red frowned. Did they say why? No, but I assume it was a manufacturing glitch. Did they prove that they were from the company? Well, no, but I assume that they were. They were wearing the clothes that all employees wear. Red nodded. Well, thank you for your time. Have a good day, he said as he helped push an unresponsive Dawn out of the store. Outside, Dawn was walking with her head down. I really wanted to have a Poketch to wear for my first contest. Here, to make it up, I'll take you 3 out for food. And Ash? If you eat too much, it won't happen again, so calm your stomach, Red offered, with a stern glare at Ash. Ehehe. Sorry, master. Before they could look for a place to eat, they were distracted by a sales pitch from 3 people dressed as clowns. A crowd was gathered around them, and they were apparently giving away Poketches. Hey, you can get a Poketch from those clowns. Ash said. Red nodded. I heard that a while ago, there was another thing like this, where 3 clowns would hide around Jubilife, each with a question. Get all 3 right, and you win a Poketch. Go ahead, Dawn, Red said, not seeing anything strange about the clowns. Pushing her way through the crowd, Dawn asked for a Poketch. Red hung back, not wanting to get trapped in the crowd, and he had a perfectly good device that worked better than the Poketch. After about a minute or so, the 3 emerged from the crowd. So, how was it? Dawn held up her wrist, with a dull red Poketch on it. Brock and Ash also held up their wrists, matching Poketches on them too, except theirs were blue. It was awesome. We got these free, and they got ones too. Dawn exclaimed. Ash looked down at his Poketch. Well, I didn't really want one, and those clowns were kinda weird. Don't worry, Ash. Clowns act differently to be funny, so I'm sure it's nothing to worry about. Although how they reacted to us was strange. Brock said. Dawn led the way into a park, where the 4 sat on a bench to look at their Poketches. Wow. Dreams really do come true. I've just gotta win the Jubilife contest now. Ash shifted on the bench. Dawn, about that dash, he was interrupted by a Shinx running up and barking at them. Hey, master. What's he saying? Ash asked. Red listened. He's saying the word fake over and over again. What? Oh. Of course, nothing is ever easy, is it? As Ash looked at Red, a question on his lips, before Dawn said, what's he barking at? A small boy walked up, dressed in a blue suit. It's that Poketch, he declared, looking at Dawn's. Shinx is trying to let you know that those Poketches are all fakes. All fakes? That can't be. Dawn said, as she and the other two who had received Poketches looked at them. Fryad so. A real Poketch wouldn't be such a dumb color, and soon the paint'll be coming off. Wow, are you sure? Ash asked, looking at his Poketch as he started to take it off. He's not right. How dare you rank on my Poketch? Dawn scolded the boy, who seemed to sigh. Alright. Guess I'll have to show ya, he said as he stepped forward and took Dawn's Poketch. Dawn started to shout. Give it back. What are you doing? The boy gave no sign that he heard her, but just stepped over to the nearby fountain and started to wash it. Dawn shrieked, you ruined my Poketch. The boy held out the Poketch, showing that the paint had started to wash off. See? Still think it's the real deal? Red took a step forward. May I? See that? The boy nodded and handed Red the Poketch. After a few seconds, Red declared, yeah, they're fake. This kind looks like it's from a few years ago, when NThe showed us one as a point of discussion. Wait, but... How did you know? Dawn asked, looking at the boy, who was standing smug. That's easy. 'Cause my daddy would never make anything so cheap. After a few questions, the boy led them to the tower where Poketches were developed and made. Near the top, the inventor of the Poketch sighed when confronted with the group. Oh no, not again. First of all, I want to thank you for our interest in our Poketches. And furthermore, on behalf of the Poketch Company, I apologize for my son's actions. I'm sorry for all the trouble he caused. Dawn held up her hands. No. The ones who made the fake Poketches should apologize. But there's something bothering me, Red commented. The man looked at him. Yes. And, excuse me, but you seem oddly familiar. Do I know you? Red had drawn back at his start to recognize him, before he said, I don't know. What's bothering me is that the fakes were being given away, so money isn't what's going on here. And whoever's doing it must have a prize in mind, since it wasn't free to create those fakes. The man continued to look at Red oddly, before Dawn stepped forward. Excuse me. Since you pulled back all your Poketches, will you be selling them again before the contest? Truth is, since I pulled them back because of the fakes, it's hard to say. The boy looked at Dawn. Are you a Pokemon coordinator? Dawn smiled. Yeah. And the Jubilife contest is going to be my first one. I see. We've got a rookie on our hands, do we? As Dawn puffed up in anger, the man behind the Poketch spoke. As a coordinator, I have something that might interest you right here. This is Prototype, the newest model of a Poketch. It actually measures the friendship of a Pokemon. Dawn tilted her head. What? That's the bond between a trainer and Pokemon. One of the ways to measure it is actually with the move return, since the more the user likes you, the more powerful it is, Red explained. Hey, could you test Pikachu and me? Ash asked. Why not? Of course, the man said. He started to scan them with the Poketch. Now it appears you two get along well. But the question is, how well? After a few seconds, the Poketch dinged, and the screen turned pink. What? These readings. They're off the chart. Wow, that's incredible. Can we zoom out the screen to see how far they go? The boy asked. His father tinkered with the device for a few seconds, before he showed it to them. It's about 130%. That's the highest that I've ever seen. Ash grinned at Pikachu. Well, of course. That's because Pikachu and I have been friends for a really long time. If you don't mind, I'd like a shot. Croagunk, let's go. Brock shouted, before sending out the poison type. Croagunk sat in front of Brock. So how long has Croagunk been with ya? The boy asked curiously. Not long. Honestly, I just caught Croagunk, Brock responded, a hand behind his head. Well, let's go ahead anyway and have a look, the man said, before scanning Croagunk. I don't believe it. Daddy, is something wrong? No, I'm just amazed. You two are extremely close, the man said, showing them the index. Brock looked at Croagunk, while Red looked at the background. Trippy. Alright, now it's my turn. Go, Piplup. Dawn said, sending out her beginner. The man bent down, and began to scan. The results came back, and Piplup and Dawn were at about 20%. The shame. Dawn commented, bending her head as Piplup did the same. Outside the building, in the light of the setting sun, the man spoke before they left. Officer Jenny has agreed to judge our contest this year, and I'm sure she'll do a wonderful job. His son then stepped forward. Good luck, Dawn. I hope you do really good. Wow, thanks a lot. You'll need all the luck you can get, the boy said, tilting his head back. Dawn glared. Inside their room, Dawn paced back and forth. Little, bratty, smart-mouthed kid. I can hardly catch a Pokemon, but he's Mr. Big-Time Expert. I'll show him. I'm gonna go out there, and I'm going to win first prize. Red smirked. Well, do you want my help? Dawn stared at him, so Red continued. I'm not as good at contests as one of my friends was, but I'm still a master of combination moves and unusual strategies. And those are what help in contests. Sure, some of them are more for power than appeal, but that too will be useful if you get past appeal. Dawn nearly squealed from excitement. Really? You do that? Don't expect it to be easy. I'm going to have to break you before I can build, and we only have 2 days, so we're going to be getting started at 5 in the morning. Got it? Dawn sighed, but agreed. Before Red stepped out to go meet Mewtwo, Ash stopped him. Master? Do you know about anybody who has a mastery in Kanto other than you? Red stopped to think. Well, there's the other 2 members of my group, but since Blue's dead it doesn't really count. Other than that, there's Lance, Samuel Oak, Drake who's a member of the Elite Four and Hoenn, and I think that that's it. Except if her apprentice managed to get one. I know she was going for one, but I never found out. Why? Well, Richie said that he had a master now, who had a mastery in Kanto. I was wondering if you could tell me who, Ash answered. Red stepped back from the window. Well, we can narrow it down. It's almost certainly not Oak, and Drake has duties in Hoenn. Obviously it's not me, and Lance would have told me. Green already took an apprentice, and said that she'd never take more than one like me. It might be. Yes, the colors would fit. I think I have an idea, but you should figure it out. Anything else? One more thing, Master. Richie said that his master would be taking part in the contest. Do you think Dawn has any chance? Red looked at Dawn, sleeping soundly. With only 2 days. The odds are against her, but there's a chance. A slim one, yes, but there is one. And with those words, Red swung out the window, landing on the roof to meet Mewtwo. Ash continued to look out the window, before he noticed a flood of Pokemon leaving the building. Pikachu, what do you think's going on? Ash asked his best friend. Pikachu shrugged. Maybe if you use Aura Sight there'll be a clue. Try it, he urged. Ash closed his eyes before snapping them open. Whoa! They're all purple, like they're psychics. Hypnosis? Maybe. Come on, we're going to go. See. Ash swung out the window like his master, landing on his feet in a flare of aura. A single Pokémon that was very close to him shook its head, before looking around, but Ash took no notice, instead running to where the Pokémon were going. Below him, he saw the man behind the Pokéch and his son in the group of Pokémon, but didn't pay attention, instead continuing along the trail with Pikachu. He started to approach a building, which the Pokémon were marching into with empty eyes. What in Arceus' name? Wait, who are they? Ash said to Pikachu before looking at the people standing next to the warehouse. Wait, it's Team Rocket. He jumped down from a building to land next to Team Rocket, who didn't see him. I'm telling ya, we're gonna revolutionize talk radio with this poke ploy. Meowth said, before he called a Psyduck, who was speaking into a microphone, over and gave it a bowl of fruit. Here. You earned every bit of this grub. Psyduck happily waddled away, clutching his fruit. Meowth spoke as they watched the Pokémon march. So now, we just wait for Pikachu to pop in. Well, he's here. Is he your guest of honor at this concert? Ash said from behind Team Rocket, who jumped away and landed face down in the grass. Man, now I see why Master does that all the time. What? It doesn't look like Pikachu's mind is melted like the rest. James said. How did you find us? Jessie said, looking at Ash fiercely. Well, I was out for a walk, and I noticed that all the Pokémon were going somewhere. I decided that wherever they were going must be great, so I tagged along. What do you think? Ash said. The trio of Team Rocket jumped on the roof to avoid Ash, the door to the entrance slamming shut. Nearby, the boy and his father looked on. The boy couldn't take it any more, and jumped at the door. Who are you? Give back Shinx. The trio looked down. Listen, is that a twerp I hear? It shrieks to me loud and clear. On the wind. Past the stars. In your ear. Bringing chaos at a breakneck pace. Dashing hope, putting fear in its place. A rose by any other name's just as sweet. When everything worse, our work's complete. Jessie. And James. Meowth, that's a name. Putting the do-gooders in their place. Team Rocket. We're in you face. They concluded. Ash jumped up to the top with them. Hey, are you three the ones who handed out those fakes? He asked. Jessie mocked him, thinking that one twerp was easy to beat. A gold star. Psyduck was great on the air, wasn't he? From the ground, the man who developed the Pokéch shouted up, but that's not nice. A Meowth-shaped balloon blew up behind them, and rockets extended from the sides of the machine. Then a black sphere with sparks crackling over it hit one, blowing it up, while a large blue sphere hit the other and did the same. Wah! Two familiar people landed on the ground next to Ash, one in a ragged brown cloak, the other dressed in red and white. Ash. I leave for 10 minutes and you get into trouble already. Can't I leave you alone? No. If you leave him alone, he'll start to attack legendary Pokémon with his fists, Mewtwo answered Red, causing Ash to sheepishly grin. It's Red and Mewtwo. Bail. Team Rocket shouted, before the balloon cut free from the warehouse. Ash jumped up and slammed his hand onto the balloon, purposely causing it to detonate inside. The balloon exploded in a flash of azure light, sending Team Rocket to the ground. The door to the warehouse opened up, showing a swarm of Pokémon inside that just stood there blankly. Mewtwo. Think you can unhypnotize all of them? Red asked. Mewtwo shook his head. It would take hours. I have the power, but not the skill. If there was another legendary psychic type, maybe, but... Ash grabbed a Pokeball and sent out Latias. Will this work? Mewtwo smacked his face. Yes, that will work fine. Come, Latias, we have Pokemon to fix. Team Rocket stirred on the ground, looking around dizzily. By the time they recovered, all the Pokemon had been dehypnotized and sent back to their trainers, or Shinx 10 feet away. Hey! Those are our Pokemon! Jesse shouted. We pilfered them fair and square. James added. Seviper, get them. Carnivine, you too. The two Pokemon popped out and started to charge at the group. Ash? Shall we dance? Ash frowned. Well, Master, I'd love to. But first we have to beat Team Rocket. Red nearly face-faulted. Whatever you say. Pika. The Pikachu burst out of the Pokeball, standing next to Pikachu. Red and Ash shared a grin. Thunderbolt. The massive blast of electricity shot forth with tremendous force. It met Team Rocket, and, as all electric attacks that hit them did, sent them blasting off. Red and Ash high-fived, their Pokemon smacking tails together. Before Landis or his father could comment, they were off, Mewtwo teleporting them to the room. Hey, Master. Should we tell the others about what happened? Ash, are you serious? Go to sleep. The next morning, after Red had worked Dawn hard as he could, they took a break to buy Dawn a Poketch. Check it out. Dawn said as she held up her Poketch to the sun. You finally got one. Ash said, smirking a bit from seeing her training session earlier. Yeah. I did it. I finally got a real Poketch. Dawn said happily as she took a victory pose. And that's wonderful, but we still have training. Come on Dawn, torture awaits. Red said, starting to drag Dawn off. Ash gulped. You mean training, right? That's what I said. At the training grounds, Dawn was being worked to the bone. No, you have to hit the bubbles at the same time. Either Piplup needs to move faster or Buniri needs to slow down. But Red. Look, Dawn. If they hit the last bubble at the same time, the Peck and Dizzy Punch collision will only be backset by the shards of ice flying everywhere. If one hits the last one before the other, they'll keep going and slam into each other. Focus. Yes, Master Red. Good. Now, from the top. Before Dawn could try the combination again, something caught their attention. A crowd of people, coordinators all, were swarming another person with their two Pokemon. One, a Pidgeot, was playing with a miniature tornado, sending it flying in any direction that the wings pointed, similar to a yo-yo. The second Pokemon was an Arceus that was throwing around a ball of rock. Or at least that was what it seemed to be, since it was enshrouded in a green-white flame with a sandstorm revolving around it at high speeds. The two Pokemon were doing the same movement with their attack at the same time. If Pidgeot flung the tornado forward, Arceus would throw the ball forward too. After about a minute of both Pokemon performing, they threw their respective attacks to the other, each of whom caught it and continued the routine. Except now they were adding in moves. Pidgeot was sending waves of fire and heat wave at the sandstorm, turning some of it into glass and making it reflect the light, while Arceus was speeding around, leaving afterimages that the tornado would go through before it caught it again and threw it back. Finally, as the grand finale, they threw their attacks back at each other, where they collided. The tornado expanded, as did the sandstorm, to massive heights, where they blended together into a golden twister of wind and sand. Light kept being reflected off of it, and everybody clapped, thinking that it was over. Then the tornado burst into the flames of dragon breath. Over with Dawn, she was in awe of the attack, thinking about how hard it would be to outdo that. Red was thinking about how this would be difficult. If they can create that attack quickly, then they're going to win. From the looks of that, whatever it hits is out. Dawn nodded, her head down. So let's get back to training, okay? Red said, sending out Lucria and Polly. Contest battle, got it? Okay. Piplup, Buniri, let's go. Inside the building, Dawn twirled around in her dress. Wow, that's a new side of you. I haven't seen you wearing a dress, Ash commented. Well, what do you expect from a Pokemon contest? Dawn asked. You mean that you're getting all dressed up because it's your first time? How naive. Coordinators always get dressed up for Pokemon contests. Dawn said. Red shook his head. Haven't I taught you enough about contests that the judges don't judge you, but the Pokemon? Sure, but I can still get dressed up. But I don't know why you had me do all those double contest appeals on the first day. Some contests are actually 2 Pokemon contests, Dawn. I thought you'd know that. Well. Hey, Mom. Thanks for the dress. Dawn called to her mother, who was on the screen. Johanna smiled. Well, I'm glad you like it, but there was a choker too. Take another look in the box. I didn't see anything else. Dawn said, before she noticed a Glamour holding it on her tail. Is that it? Johanna nodded, and Dawn bent down to grab it. As she did, she heard a voice say, "Ah, there you are." Dawn stood up. Are you the one who found this? It was on the floor of the dressing room, and it was easy to match it with the right person. Dawn spun around, putting on the choker as she went. See? I've got it, so there's no need to worry. Johanna spoke sternly. When you tell me not to worry is when I worry the most. Dawn looked around to thank the girl, but she had already left. Huh? Where'd she go? Dawn, the last thing you need to do in your first contest is be absent-minded, so watch out. Johanna scolded. Don't worry, Mom. And what do I do the most when you tell me not to worry? Red stepped up behind Dawn, stifling a yawn. Don't worry. I've been working with her, and I think that there won't be any problems. Other than her, but... Okay. I'm counting on you 3. And Dawn, I'll be watching, so good luck. Dawn nodded, determined to win, before she cancelled the call. Outside, Red had convinced Ash to work with Dawn while he rested. Pikachu and Ash stood on one side, Dawn and Piplup on the other. Quick attack. Pikachu charged at Piplup, who jumped up at Dawn's command, and started to spin. Quickly using 2 moves at once, Blizzard and Bubble Beam combined into a spray of frozen bubbles. After a few seconds though, Piplup was forced to stop or lose control. Now, Peck. The longer beak of Piplup, due to the practice in storing power, nearly hit Pikachu, if Apom hadn't used Focus Punch on Piplup. As both Ash and Dawn shouted out, Apom jumped up and used an interesting variant of Swift. Well, Ash. Looks like Apom wants to go into the contest, Red said as he walked up, a disc and player in his hand. He walked over to Dawn, still talking, so, Ash. I want you to compete in the contest with Apom. And no, I'm not going to help you, this is a test. Dawn took the offered items that Red gave her. What are these for? It's a TM that I went to get. It's going to help you appeal, and it's also helpful for the battle, since Double Team is so overused, Red answered. Brock spoke from the sidelines, well, Ash, you're going to need to register, won't you? Wait, so do I. Dawn shouted. Dawn, you didn't already? Red asked. Dawn and Ash just ran over to the desk to register, leaving Red behind. Red just fell onto a bench and slept. The next day was the day of the contest. Dawn was late at the start, which was a bit of a bump, but made it in time. The appeals started, but only a few really stood out in Dawn's mind, the first one, which was of Zoe, the girl who had helped her twice, with her mischievous. The use of the seal to set the stage was helpful, and the shock wave showed that Zoe was no amateur. Another appeal that stood out was Ash's. He jumped out as soon as the curtain rose, throwing the pokeball that held Apom. Let's start this, Apom, he shouted. Swift. The stars from the seal collided with the swift attack, sending golden dust flying everywhere. Ash then raised his hands and fired 5 aura spheres into the air. Double team, then focus punch. The double teams formed around the aura spheres, and Apom started to spin up, destroying each double team as she went. As she made them disappear, she also hit each aura sphere, making azure sparks fly as she went up. At the end, Apom went flying down, sending Swift, and she landed in the middle of the stars swirling around her. The performance was impressive, especially since Ash used only attacks in his appeal. Of course, few people knew what the aura spheres were, but they were impressed nevertheless. Dawn's performance came directly after Ash's. Although filled with stage fright, she prepared, and sent out her Pokémon for the combo that she had been practicing. Piplup, Spotlight. Piplup shot out of the Pokeball, bubbles swirling around him. Bubble Beam and Peck. Piplup made the seal bubbles fly up with the normal blue bubbles, before leaping upwards and popping each bubble extremely quickly with the glowing beak. As they popped, they sent out sparkles that fell with Piplup, but Dawn was ready with her final part of the appeal. Substitute. Another Piplup appeared on the other side of the stage. Blizzbeam. And Peck. One Piplup shot out the stream of frozen bubbles, each of them reflecting the lights and sending unique patterns across the room. The other Piplup's beam grew and started to shine, before he rushed and popped each bubble, creating an icy effect on his beak. As the last bubble burst, the ground was also covered in ice, which then cracked and shattered into thousands of pieces of sparkling ice. The substitute disappeared to thunderous applause. The rest of the performances went quickly, except for 2. One coordinator, her entire body covered in a dark green robe, sent out a cloud of blackness, and when it cleared there was nothing. After a few seconds, shadow balls started to erupt from the field, flying a certain distance before they blew up. A dark purple haze covered the sky, and suddenly a wave of black and purple energy started to bounce from sky to ground and back, until it blew up in the haze and sent the cloud flying into the audience. At that, the Pokémon used popped out of the ground, a Jengar. Notable for only 2 reasons, the fact that nobody could see her face and her name was name withheld, and that she said absolutely nothing. The last appeal was a real shocker. Red walked out calmly as a fire slowly ignited in the background. The flames continued to grow in intensity as he walked out, and when he reached center stage, they rolled forward, engulfing the entire stage and Red in fire. A shape flew from the inferno, covered in fire as well, but in the sky stopped and spread its wings far apart, sending waves of red-hot energy in all directions. On the stage, the flames were still burning bright, leading some to wonder if Red had been killed. Charizard, for of course it was him, started to send curved blades of air at the ground, which exploded in shaped gusts that blew out the fire. After about 20 seconds, the remaining flames were in the shape of a pokeball, before the middle of what would be the button blew out, revealing Red totally unscathed. Red clicked his fingers, and Charizard landed in front of him, and the instant that he landed, all the fire went out. The lights had been dimmed at Red's request, so the fire had burned brightly, and now it was hard to see the stage. All of a sudden, 2 red eyes glowed, and flames burned below them, before the lights snapped back on. After the appeal, Ash and Dawn confronted Red. "Why didn't you tell me that you were going to compete, Master? I wanted to surprise you." "How was my appeal?" Dawn started to gush over the appeal. "It was amazing. The fire was incredible, and I'm pretty sure that you emerging from the flames will be won everybody's mind. And then the ominous ending, that was brilliant." Red smirked. "Glad you liked it. But Dawn. Don't worry, I have no intention of winning. After all, this is going to be the only contest I plan to compete in." Behind Dawn, Zoe walked up. "Hey, Dawn. Great job. And the same to your friends. But we still have the final round to go." "Why yeah," Dawn said, an embarrassed red on her face. As they were about to continue talking, the MC made the announcement of the results. "So here are the coordinators who will be moving on down the line to the next round. The 8 contestants moving on are 8 faces were shown on screen. Among them was Dawn, Zoe, Ash, Red, Jessalina, the woman who had used Jengar, and 2 other people who wouldn't last a minute because they didn't matter. Dawn nearly fainted from excitement. "All right. I made it." "Yeah, we did too." Ash shouted in excitement. "What a relief." Dawn said quietly, her hands clasped over her heart. Zoe turned to Ash. "Congrats." "Thanks, Zoe. But you made it look so easy." "I can see why you already have a ribbon," Dawn said. Red walked up behind her. "True, but you both made a basic mistake, which can keep you from winning," Red said. Zoe and Dawn both looked at Red, Dawn with a bit more respect than Zoe. "What? You both used too much of your Pokemon's energy. Since you both plan on using them for the second round, that means you're starting with a disadvantage compared to others," Red lectured. "Well, what about you?" "I doubt that setting the stage on fire is easy," Zoe retorted. Red smirked. Actually, even had Charizard made the flames as hot as he could, that would have taken less than 1% of full burn. But full burn would also end up leaving a scorched crater, so. Dawn ran off, prompting Ash to call after her, "What are you doing?" "I have to call my mom right now." On stage, the MC was calling for the second round. The board above her started to randomly choose battles. Ash noticed that Red's eyes were half closed, as if he were sleeping, and that the odd woman seemed tense. The screen finished, and the reveal was shown on screen. Matches, in order. Zoe vs Ash. Dawn vs random person number 1. Name Withheld vs Red. Jessalina vs random person number 2. Ash grinned. "Well, looks like it's me and Zoe. I'm sure you'll be great." Dawn encouraged. "Thanks. Alright, time to start a winning streak. First the Jubilife ribbon, then we'll get the Orberg badge." Ash nearly shouted. Over with Zoe, her friendly gaze turned cold. "Ash, slow down. An appeal battle's different from a gym battle," Dawn said. Ash grinned at her. "Well, I can handle any battle. And I have been in a contest before, you know." "What? How did you do?" "Tied with my friend. We split the ribbon," Ash answered as Zoe walked over. "Zoe, I'll see ya out there. I hope for a great battle." "Hold on," Zoe said, glaring at Ash. "Are you saying that you're going to compete in the Sinnoh League?" "Yeah. That's my main goal," Ash said. Zoe's gaze became even more unfriendly. "Well, what are you competing in contests for?" "Huh. You obviously can't tell the difference between contests and gyms." "I'd remember that, if I were you." Before Zoe walked away, Red stopped her. "What are you talking about?" Zoe glared at him too. "What I'm saying is that people should choose between contests and gyms, not both. If you do that, you'll never become good in either." Red's open look became colder. "Listen to me. You have no idea what you're talking about. A very old friend of mine competed in both, and she won every single contest she competed in. And she also has a mastery." "What are you talking about? What's a mastery?" Zoe said as she started to give Red a heated glare. "A mastery is saying that you're a good enough Pokemon trainer to deserve master status. Just being a great trainer doesn't mean that you have one, even out of the champions only 4 of the 5 have mastery status." Before Zoe could start to shout at Red, the odd woman who had also made it into the contest walked over. "You know, that person you were talking about sounds like a person that I know. And as for you, girl, I am also a trainer and a coordinator." Zoe gave her a dirty look. "And? Since Red just finished explaining what it was to you, I think that I'll explain. I also have a mastery, and I think that I'm at least a fair coordinator, no?" the woman said as she walked away. Zoe turned on a heel, before marching away. Red gave a frozen gaze at the people who were watching the scene. Ash, do try to win. Since I plan to drop out in the second round, I won't have a chance to beat her. Ash nodded. Okay, Master. I'll battle the way I know how to, and show her what it's like. The MC started to announce the start of the second round. This is it. The moment you've all been waiting for. Get ready for the second round battles. The coordinator who can show off their most beautiful moves and strip away the most points from their opponent in 5 minutes wins. So let's get started with our first matchup. It's Ash in one corner, and it's Zoe in the other. We've got a 5-minute time limit on the clock, and we're off. Ash sent out his Pokemon first. Alright. Apom, I choose you. He hurled the ball with his Pokemon in it onto the battlefield, making Apom jump out in a burst of stars. She flipped a few times, before landing in front of Ash. Zoe grabbed her own Pokeball. Alright, Glamour. Curtain. She threw out her own Pokeball, which released her cat-like normal type in a shower of confetti. Glamo spun through the air before landing on its feet daintily. Red closed his eyes. Fool. Dawn turned to him. What do you mean? Red lectured her with his eyes closed. Apom has shown 3 moves, and most Pokemon only learn 4. I haven't had Ash teach Apom any new ones, and so all attack moves that Apom has are normal or fighting type. So Zoe's ghost type, although tired, would have been able to take an easy win. So Ash has a chance. Maybe. Since Zoe sent out her Pokemon second, she either has a plan or she's a fool. On stage, Ash commanded, Apom. Go. His Pokemon charged at Glamo, who sat and waited. From the audience, Brock and Dawn gasped. Focus punch. Ash shouted to Apom, whose tail started to glow blue as she descended on top of Glamo. Zoe uttered her first command. Grab Apom. Glamo jumped forward, tail reaching towards Apom to grab her. And passed right through, causing Zoe to gasp. What? Swift, Apom. Ash shouted. Apom jumped down from the ceiling, sending stars at the unprepared Glamo. A direct hit, and about 1/10 of Zoe's points were removed. Was that double team? Dawn asked, getting a nod from Red. He really did take this seriously. I'm impressed, especially after I saw what he did in the appeal, Red said, looking on with slight pride. Glamo. Strike back with fury swipes. Zoe shouted. Her Pokemon charged at Apom, who had landed back near Ash after the attack. Double team. Ash shouted. Apom suddenly multiplied into a swarm of Apom, confusing Glamo, who stopped the attack and looked around hurriedly. The double team suddenly faded, showing that Apom had managed to get behind Glamo. Now, scratch and focus punch. Apom ran at Glamo, who countered with the fury swipes. Matching Glamo blow for blow, Apom's tail fist slowly started to glow blue as she fought with her hands. Zoe noticed it, being a good trainer, and called out for Glamo to go back. The focus punch barely missed, Glamo dodging just in time. Okay, Apom. Swift again. Apom sent out the stars at Glamo again, but this time Glamo was ready. Fury swipes, Glamo. Zoe shouted. Glamo started to swipe with its claws, sending the Swift back at Apom. Impressive. Ash muttered, before calling for Apom to use the final attack, focus punch. Iron Tail. Zoe called. The 2 Pokemon rushed each other, meeting in the middle. Ash closed his eyes. Whoa, they met at the same. Wait, Apom, get out of there. Ash called, realizing what the tensing of the muscles in Glamo's tail meant. Apom, however, was too slow to move. Not quite. Extend. Zoe called, mentally applauding Ash for seeing what was about to happen, even if it was too late. Glamo's tail suddenly went from a short coil, which was stopping Focus Punch, to a long, straight one that hit Apom back. As Apom slowly got up, Ash looked at the board. The two were about equal, each with half gone, but Zoe had slightly more than Ash did. Alright Zoe. Focus Punch. Shadow Claw. The attacks met in the middle, but the Shadow Claw was just a block of the attack. Glamour jumped up, and at the command from Zoe, returned back down with an intense iron tail that sent Apom flying. More of Ash's points were deducted, before the last 10 seconds were called. Give up. You can't win, Zoe told Ash. Red suddenly perked up, having had his aura sight active. Well, that was the wrong thing to say, was all that Red had to comment. Ash grimaced. Give up. We'll never give up. Focus Punch. Apom rushed at Glamour, gaining a startled gasp from Zoe. Looking at Apom's speed and at the time left, Ash knew that Apom would never make it in time, but still knew that he had to prove Zoe wrong. He suddenly felt exhausted, but put it off to the feeling of losing, before Apom started to shine cobalt. Apom sped up, and the fist started to glow much brighter. At the last second, Apom hit Zoe's Glamour and sent it flying, a blast issuing from the point of contact. The buzzer rang, showing that the last hit hadn't had time to register. The smoke cleared, showing a barely standing Glamour and an energetic Apom. Glamour barely had time to give Zoe a happy glance, before it collapsed, swirls in its eyes. And, since we didn't have time to judge that last hit, Zoe is the winner. Oh, if only there had been 5 more seconds, Glamour would have been knocked out, the MC announced. Zoe took a quick bow before rushing to Glamour. The judges made their comments. That was impressive. The way each trainer used their moves was incredible, and I knew that this would be a good battle from the instant I saw that the first sight of Apom was a double team, Mr. Contesta said. Yes. It was remarkable how each trainer battled. I forgot I was watching a contest, each trainer and their Pokémon were so lively. I have to say that last burst of energy from Apom was truly impressive, Nurse Joy finished. Ash bent down next to Apom. Hey, Apom. You worked really hard. Thanks for being so great. After the battle, Ash was talking to his friends. That was incredible. If only there had been a bit more time, you would have won. Dawn said. Yeah. But if you ask me, don't you think things were a little wild? It seemed like a gym battle, where your gut seemed to pull out a win, like this time, Brock added. Ash answered sheepishly, well, yeah. I kinda forgot that it was a contest battle, and just tried my best to win. Zoe walked up, a hard look still on her face for Ash. Ash extended his hand, wanting to be a good sport, before Zoe spoke. That last focus punch. It was so powerful, I couldn't believe it. Well, yeah. I don't know how it happened like that, I was sure that Apom couldn't make it in time. Ash mused. Zoe looked up. Well, if time hadn't run out you really would have beaten me, Zoe said. She grabbed Ash's hand. Thanks for a great battle. Ash grinned, Red behind him, a content look on his face. Zoe continued, still, if you don't mind me saying, I don't think that a contest battle is where you shine. Well, yeah. Master's been teaching me how to battle, not how to have a contest match. Ash said. Red smirked behind him. Well, contests are an excellent place to try out combos. Although I didn't plan to have you enter this contest, I was going to have you enter at least a few, Red said. Zoe looked at him. Hey, I'm sorry for what I said earlier. I still don't agree with you, but you have a point after that battle with Ash. Red shrugged. No hard feelings. But still, I have an idea that my foe wouldn't say the same. Red pointed at the odd woman, who was walking around. The next battle started soon, Zoe sitting with Ash and the others as they cheered Dawn on. She won her battle with ease, Buniri freezing her foe to get time to set up a time-consuming attack. The gist of it was that Buniri would freeze a large block of ice, before bouncing on it and sending the shards at the other Pokémon. The next battle had Ash and his friends shaking in anticipation. It was Red versus Name Withheld, and it was sure to be a good battle. Red made a dramatic entrance, 1 second there being nothing and the next there was a flash of blue and Red was standing there. On the other side, NW walked in, but she was hovering a foot above the ground. And begin, the MC cried. NW sent out her Pokémon first. Giga, NW called, sending out her large Pokémon, making many in the crowd gasp. Pika. The two Pokémon faced each other from each side of the field. Most would say that Pika was at a disadvantage, since not many people would face this Pokémon even with a type advantage. However, Red always had a card up his sleeve. Red was silent, his preferred style when he fought seriously. NW, on the other hand, was vocal enough. Earthquake. The ground shook, about to send Pikachu flying, before Pika jumped up and started to hover. To explain, Pika was using a difference in voltage between the ground and him to allow himself to levitate. And best of all, he could still move while like this, not as fast, but he wasn't a sitting duck. To put it short, it was a facsimile of Magnet Rise. NW wasn't daunted. Stone Edge. The barrage of stones was easy for Pika to dodge, as he had dropped to the ground. He just hopped around each speeding stone, leaving slight afterimages in his wake. However, this was just Pika's base speed, not being boosted at all. Giga Impact. The large Pokémon charged Pika, trying to score a hit with the powerful move. By this point, NW had gotten that Red was playing with her. The next action only made her more sure of that fact. Pika had leapfrogged over her Pokémon, then was looking around, as if his foe had left the field. Take me seriously. Red said, before Pika sparked and sent a bolt of lightning at NW's larger Pokémon. It fell to the ground, that attack having done a large amount of damage, much to many people's surprise. NW ground her teeth. Drop a rock. After a few seconds, a massive boulder that had been hurled over Pika fell, making it impossible to dodge. Pika and Red had the same bored look on their faces, before Pika hit the boulder with force palm and cracked it in half. Then Pika spun around, Red deciding that it was time to finish before the time limit ran out, and created a surfboard under himself. Everybody stared at what Pika had done, not getting it. Was Pika about to hit NW's Pokémon with the surfboard? Red grabbed a small umbrella and held it in front of him. Suddenly, a wave from nowhere came up, sweeping Pika up and letting him ride the wave. The wall of water continued on its path, before it crashed down on NW's Pokémon. Counter it with Hammer Arm. NW called. Her Pokémon's arms suddenly started to glow white, and it attempted to smash the force of the wave, but to no avail. The water fell on NW's Pokémon with amazing force. Solid rock it may have, but her Rhyperior was still weak to it. And forget abilities, Red had just overwhelmed ground typing that match. NW's Rhyperior fell, knocked out, and her side of the board with no points. That was easy, Red said as he walked off stage to thunderous applause. Behind Ash, a person commented, well, I guess that I won the bet. Yeah. I was so sure that she'd win. The voice took on an annoyed tone. She was pathetic. Red was mocking her. Hey! Don't say that. She just didn't expect that Pikachu to know surf. So. You can't underestimate anybody. And she did have time to counter. Pay up. Ash turned around to see Paul and Richie handing over some money. Hey! You guys! Ash! You just noticed that we were here? Paul asked. But we just got here about a minute ago. Richie said quietly. Paul grabbed the money that Richie was offering. Anyways, Ash, do you see why contest battles are stupid? Any other kind of battle and you would have won. Well, this was a good way to train. After all, some battles do have a time limit. Ash said, sweat dropping. Whatever. Well, that battle was over quickly, Paul said, pointing to the stage where Jesselina and her Carnivine had beaten her opponent's Rhydon. Yeah. But now it's Dawn against Zoe. Ash returned, facing forward. Richie and Paul moved forward to take the seats that Zoe and Dawn had vacated. Brock started when he saw Richie. Richie? Is that you? Sure is. You're Rock. Brock. Brock said, hanging his head. The MC was finishing her speech. And with 5 minutes on the clock, are we ready? Then let's go. On her side of the stage, Dawn threw her pokeball, calling, Buniri, spotlight. Her normal type stood at attention at Dawn's side of the field. Now, Glamour, curtain. Zoe called, sending out her Pokemon. Her Pokemon jumped out of the ball, rolling onto the stage, but winced and nearly fell over. Hey, what's wrong with Glamour? Richie asked. Paul smirked. Looks like Ash's attack wasn't useless. On stage, Dawn took the first move. Buniri, Ice Beam. The beams of light blue energy shot forward at Glamour, who was sitting there. Shadow Claw. Zoe called. Dawn wondered briefly what she was up to, before recalling what she had done in the previous battle. Glamour's Claw of Darkness literally grabbed Ice Beam, sending it to surround the ghost-type attack. The attack shone with brilliant blue-white light, contrasting with the purple-black of Shadow Claw. Some of Dawn's points were deducted, but Dawn didn't flinch, having had Red go after her with worse. Wait for it. Wait for it. Dawn muttered, Zoe noticing that Dawn was waiting. She knew that Buniri had Bounce, Dizzy Punch, and Ice Beam, and she also knew that she had to end it as quickly as possible, since Glamour was exhausted. Glamour kept running at Buniri, hoping to hit with Ice Beam. Now. Splash and Bounce. Dawn called when Glamour was less than a meter away. Buniri nodded, before thrashing about, and going just high enough to dodge the attack. Then, as Buniri came down, she focused and turned it into a bounce attack, ramming Glamour into the ground and going even higher. In doing so, Buniri caused Glamour to slam Ice Beam into the ground and freeze that area. Buniri started to come down, about to land on Glamour again for more damage. Move, Glamour. Zoe called. Glamour tried to jump away, but fell down, since its paw was trapped in the ice. No. Iron Tail to get free. Glamour managed to break free milliseconds before Buniri would have landed. Buniri, hearing Dawn's shout, went back up. Glamour, get above Buniri. Zoe ordered. Glamour managed to use its coiled tail as a spring to jump above Buniri slightly, before Zoe continued her assault. Fury swipes. Glamour hovered in the air for a few seconds, before coming down on the descending Buniri, slashing at her viciously. Buniri slammed into the ground. Now, use Iron Tail. Zoe called, sensing a turnaround. Glamour came down, tail straightening and glowing silver. Dawn thought fast. Grab it. As Glamour was about to make contact, Buniri grabbed the Iron Tail between her ears, causing a stalemate. After a second, Iron Tail faded and Glamour was caught tight. Not bad, Dawn, but let's see how you can counter our follow-up. Spin your tail. Zoe ordered. Glamour got back to its feet, before starting to coil its tail back up. Glamour, however, was still tired and the spin was slow. Now it's time for a little toss. Glamour stopped the spin abruptly, and Buniri went flying off. Dawn called out, straighten up, and use Ice Beam. Her Pokemon managed to stop the spin as she flew, before firing off another Ice Beam, making her fly back faster. Glamour dodged the attack, but ice covered the ground, making Glamour slip and fall when it landed. Dawn called to Buniri, who was still falling, Dizzy Punch when you land. However, by chance, Buniri landed where Glamow had been slammed into the floor earlier. The ice was still there. Buniri landed, and went flying at Glamow upside down. Buniri managed to turn herself over before impact, and still made the attack. After that, Dawn called for bounce, and Buniri again slammed Glamow into the ground. Multiple times, doing a flip each and every time. Now, Buniri. Dizzy punch. Dawn called. Buniri jumped up, about to run Glamow back into the ground with dizzy punch, but Zoe had a counter. Glamow, shadow claw on the ice. Zoe called. Glamow started to pull up chunks of the frozen ground, before throwing them at Buniri. However, Red had done the same thing, and Dawn was ready for it. Ice beam, like we practiced. Buniri started to freeze the spaces between each ice piece, making a spiral of smooth ice down to Glamow. Buniri went down head first, dizzy punch still active, and gained speed. Zoe wasn't done yet. Iron tail on the slide. Glamow drove the attack into the slide, but from the bottom up, sending Buniri flying up instead of meeting the dizzy punch head-on. However, the accumulation of attacks was too much, and Glamow fell down, able to battle but a sitting cat for Buniri, if only that Pokémon hadn't been nearly 100 feet up. Buniri was still in the air when time ran out. Looking at the board, Zoe and Dawn were very, very close. The MC cried, "Well, this was as close as they get, folks." But the winner, who will be moving on to the final stage, is Zoe. Zoe started to laugh in relief, as she bowed to the crowd, and her Pokémon pulled itself up and did the same. Dawn sighed, but gave Zoe a smile. "Well, that's it." She walked over to her Pokémon, who was looking down. "Don't be sad, Buniri. You were wonderful." The judges gave their opinions. Excellent. The way that each trainer countered was a sight to behold, and the last counter of Glamow that gave it the win was ingenious. Right. Remarkable. I can't wait to see what beautiful moves that Glamow will show us on the final stage. I'm sure we'll be seeing lots more from Dawn and Buniri as well. Ash groaned in disappointment. Man, that sure was an amazing battle. And even more amazing was that it was Dawn's first time. Brock added. Ash nodded, as did Red. Dawn had disappeared before Red could start his battle. "Well, this is going to be amusing," Red said as he walked out. Jesselina walked out stiffly, knowing that she stood no chance, but just hoping that she wouldn't get blasted off. The MC was about to announce the battle, before Red raised his hand. "Excuse me, Marion." "Yes?" asked the MC. "I would like to forfeit. I know that I don't stand a chance against this coordinator, and I would like to spare my Pokémon. Is that all right?" Red asked. Everything went completely silent. Same time. Indigo Plateau. Lance was watching the news, and after seeing nothing interesting decided to look at one of those Pokémon contests that Claire had been fangirling about. What channel was it? 94. Lance asked nobody. He switched the channel, just in time to catch somebody that he knew very well on stage. What the? Red? On the screen, Red was saying, "I would like to forfeit. I know that I don't stand a chance against this coordinator, and I would like to spare my Pokémon. Is that all right?" Lance was silent, like everybody else, before he burst out laughing. Arceus. He decided to play a joke on them. It's not just me. After a few seconds, in which he had somehow managed to break the television in his fit of laughter, something occurred to him. Wait, he said that he wanted me to take care of his work as Kanto champion while he went up on Mount Silver. He's leaving me with the work. That. Are you sure? The MC asked. Red nodded, before the screen flashed with Jesselina was the winner. Red walked off past the stunned coordinator, whispering to her, "Good luck, Jessie." He came back to the seats, just in time to see Dawn return. "Hey, Red. Shouldn't you be down there for the finals?" Paul was sitting there with his mouth open. You forfeited? Yeah. I have no need for a ribbon, and it should go to somebody who can use it. Like either of those two. Red said, sitting back. Everybody within earshot face-faulted. It was very strange to see from the stage, as if an entire section except for one person had decided to watch the match upside down. On stage, the battle was easy. Although Glamour was obviously about to fall over, it was able to eliminate all of Jesselina's points with 21 seconds to spare. Zoe and Glamour bowed, Glamour in much better condition than it had been in the past two battles. Jesselina hung her head. For the closing ceremony, all the competitors stood around Zoe, who held the Jubilife ribbon proudly. Red stood between Ash and the odd woman who he had completely defeated in the first part of the second round, while Dawn stood on the other side of Ash. Everybody clapped for the great appeal and tremendous battling skills of Zoe. After the contest was completely over, Zoe stood facing Ash's posse before she left. Good job, Zoe. Dawn said. You deserve your win, Brock said. Red said nothing, instead closing his eyes to seek out a single person. Thanks. To all of you. Dawn, so tell me, how was your first contest? Zoe replied, smiling slightly. It felt like riding the biggest roller coaster ever. Dawn enthused, but it was a lot of fun. Zoe, will I see you at another contest? You'll just have to show up. And we'll see, Zoe answered. Wait, before you go Zoe, I have one thing to say. I may not look like much now, but I'll keep getting better and better, and in the end I'll beat ya. Count on it. Dawn said. Zoe looked at her for a few seconds before smirking. Well, I'll just take that as a sideways compliment. You're sweet, and I'll be looking forward to meeting you at our next contest, or at the Grand Festival, Zoe said before pulling down her sunglasses and walking away. So, you've got a rival now. Ash said, before looking around and seeing that Red was gone. Hey, where'd Master go? Red jumped through the trees and on top of buildings, searching for the signature that he had seen earlier. He also was aware of the other signature following him on the streets, but knew that he could deal with that at another time. He was searching for that woman. He dropped down, seeing that she had gone into a hotel with her apprentice. Now he just had to deal with his stalker. He landed in an alley behind the man who had been following him, who was now looking up at the top of the building that he had just been on. May I ask why you feel the need to follow me? Red asked coldly. The man spun around and tried to hit Red, but Red caught his hand. Answer my question. The man wearing black spat at Red, but it was deflected. Red calmly broke every bone in the man's hand, who started to scream before he noticed that the sound was echoing. What did you do? I enclosed this space in aura. Nobody can see or hear a thing in here, and I can make this last for half an hour. Tell me why you were following me, Red said. The man looked into Red's blank eyes and shuddered. I guess this is why they gave me that message, he muttered. Red continued to look at him with an empty expression. What message? If I was caught, I was told to tell you this, the man said, spitting out each word. Your skill may have improved, but you should keep it low, or else Amarillo del Bosque Verde will pay once there is nothing left. Red's eyes nearly opened wide, but he controlled himself. You are a fool. And you are also going to tell me everything you know about whoever told you this. And then. Red said, his voice which had once been devoid of all emotion now full of cold rage. The man snarled at Red, who started to see how many ways he could use aura. Nobody walking by heard a thing, and it turned out that Red didn't need to keep the barrier up for 30 minutes. He was only there for 28. A battle and a badge. Or the Traveler's Guide to Getting from Jubilife to Orburg. Unspecified location. Unspecified time. Lord Arceus, I have detected rumblings in the sky. What is it, Rayquaza? You know of Sky Tower, I assume. You mean that place that you live in over that place? Where your image blew up a meteor, like an idiot? Shut up, Giratina. But Lord Arceus, both Sky Tower and Sky Stairway are changing, to put it lightly. How so? They are truly becoming sky. What does that mean? It means that the air is now the floor, not clouds. To the Pokémon that live there, it's rather disturbing, to say the least, Giratina. The clouds are leaving? Yes, Lord Arceus. And with that disturbance the unknown told me of. What is going on? Arcee, do you want me to gather up some of us and go there? Show respect to Lord Arceus. Who cares about you, Ray? He exiled me, so I deserve to be allowed to show some disrespect. Giratina. Yes, bring several legends with you to the place within the sky. What about me, Lord Arceus? Rayquaza, you cannot go. If what we fear is happening, then your presence will only speed things up. You're right, but I can't just be sitting around. Enough, Rayquaza. If you really want to do something, then go to Oblivia. Make sure that the sea fortress is still a sea fortress. Yes, Lord Arceus. Arceus? Dialga and Palkia refuse to work together. Thought they're having another argument. As long as nothing agitates them, everything will be fine within a few months. So, go with somebody else, Giratina. Rem, Zek, and Sharam. Why not? But can you also take Landorus with you? If they start fighting with Kyurem, then Landorus should be able to help you stop them. After all, they both share ground weakness. While Kyurem defeats it. You don't think I can handle it on my own? Not without breaking their bodies or minds. Please stop laughing, Rayquaza. Jubilife City. Where's Red? He knows that we're leaving soon, right? Brock asked. Ash nodded, his eyes closed. Yeah, Master knows that we're going. But I don't sense his aura. That would be because I hid it, said Red from behind them. Ash jumped nearly a foot, before Red hit him. Make sure that you always have situational awareness, Ash. You know that. Red scolded him. Ash rubbed his chin. Where were you? We were gonna go, but you weren't here. I was having a conversation. I needed to talk to somebody, as Lore instructed me, Red answered. Dawn's eyes were blank. Lore. Sure. But I had my conversation, and now we're going to go, alright? We need to make it a good distance before we sleep. Ash smiled. Yeah, we have to get to Orberg so I can get my badge. Red was silent, remembering what he had said to her. Flashback. Red jumped through the window, landing silently inside that woman's room. Now, if I'm right, I should feel a sharp impact right about. He was cut off by a blow to his head that sent him into a wall. Red dropped to the floor, unhurt for the most part. Well, that was a way to say hello. Elia, how are you? The woman from the contest took a fighting stance. You sneak into my room at 4 in the morning, after completely embarrassing me yesterday, know my name, and expect me to be courteous? Are you stupid, or just insane? Red frowned. Well, that wasn't very nice. But to answer you, yes, no, and not quite. Okay, now, wait a second, Elia said, before she closed her eyes, moved her hands in a complex pattern, and sent out a pulse of energy. Red levitated off the floor, upside down, and his arms were bound in white energy. So, now that you've decided to hang around, you answer my questions. Red yawned widely. Shoot. Who are you? Red. That's not an answer, you know, Elia said. Red tried to shrug. Well, it's the truth. What were you looking for? Elia ground her teeth. An answer. What do you have to do with Ash Ketchum? I'm traveling with him, challenging gyms as I go. Who do you work for? 2 different groups. Which are? The International Police and the Pokemon League, Red answered calmly, his eyes completely closed. Elia's mouth fell open. Then why did you go into my room? Red smirked, before he broke every single bond slowly and deliberately. I wanted to ask you to pass on a message to your master. Tell her that the trainer with 2 badges has returned, and that he hopes that there won't be another Saffron. Oh, and the yellow wood is alive. With those words, Red leaped out the window again, leaving a shocked Elia to sink to her knees. Richie came in, yawning. Master? What's going on, and why's the window broken? Elia had only one thing to say, no training today. Where's my thingy? End flashback. Well, let's get moving. Ash, tomorrow we resume training, and this time we're going to be working on your Sinnoh Pokemon, namely Star, Tor, and Apom, Red said. Ash sighed, before starting to lead the way out of Jubilife. Okay, Master. Next day. Okay, Ash. We're going to work with Star first, and teach him some new moves. A good one would be Aerial Ace, since it has the speed to make a difference, Red said. Ash nodded, before throwing out his Pokeball. Star, training time. After about an hour of explaining the theory to Star, and breakfast, Red decided that it was time to try to actually use the move. Ash called up to Star, flying high in the sky, Star, now use Aerial Ace. Star flew down towards the ground at high speeds, attempting to learn the speed that he would need by pulling up at the last moment. He plowed into the ground. Try Aerial Ace again. Star plowed into the ground. Try Aerial Ace again. Star plowed into the ground. Try Aerial Ace again. Star plowed into the ground. Try Aerial Ace again. Star plowed into the ground. Okay, Ash. We're going to work with Star by not having him meet the ground, Red said. And so began class for Ash and Star. Red had gotten his EAD out for this, both to demonstrate and also to help Star understand the principles. It was starting to work, and by the next day Ash was ready to try again. Star had gotten down the speed, but now he had to actually use the speed and the air around him to create the attack. Because Star wasn't quite ready to pull that off without gaining speed normally first, they were trying the same thing that they had before. Star, Aerial Ace. Star shot towards the ground, and just before going headfirst into the earth, pulled up so that he was flying straight. A white corona of air surrounded his body as he flew towards the tree, but his speed was too great and Ash called for Star to pull up. Star returned to the sky, before they tried again. This time, Star was controlling his speed, but the corona of air around him destabilized and caused Star to flop to the ground. Star! Are you okay? Ash called as he and Red ran over to the flying type. Red looked him over with Brock. Injured leg, I think, Brock said. Red agreed. The air must have turned into a massive downdraft, sending Star running into the ground. Brock, you have medicine. To answer, Brock pulled out a potion and sprayed it on Star. So, Star's second attempt was a lot better, right? Ash asked Iat, who raised a wing. True, but he needs to have better control. The air gives us the speed, but it can go wrong all too easily. And it's even harder when you're doing it spontaneously, Iat answered. Ash gave a small smile. So we need to keep practicing. Exactly. If you give up, you'll never get it, and Aerial Ace is very useful, Red answered. Ash looked at Star, bandages having been put on his leg. So, Star, are you ready to practice more so we can become awesome? Let's do this, Star chirped. Brock stood up, Star on his arm. Star, you're all set. How's it feel? Brock asked. Star stretched his leg a few times before answering. Not as good as without, but fine. Ash grinned, before he suddenly whirled around to look at a bush. Who's there? A woman, dressed in survival clothes, stumbled out of the bushes. Oh, well hi there, she said with a slight Australian accent. Well, hi to you too. Dawn said, almost asking. Ash had no such qualms about asking his questions. Who are you and what are you doing? They call me Rosebay, and I'm the dash, Rosebay answered, before Brock suddenly appeared. The most beautiful flower that can bloom in this beautiful forest. Turning the landscape into a work of art, Brock said, his eyes almost open, I'm Brock. Now I know why I'm here. Why destiny led me to this forest. My whole life was in preparation for this magic moment, the moment when I would find you by my side. Rosebay stared at him blankly, before a familiar purple fist punched Brock in the side. Course there are two sides to everything. Brock groaned before he fell over. From his spot, Red put away his notebook. Rosebay continued, giving almost no sign that she had just had a crazy person profess his undying love for her. My work is to observe and keep track of the numerous Pokémon that are living in the forest. And that's exactly what I was doing when you came by. Red frowned. And you do this alone? Well, yes. I do send the data I collect to other people, but I am the only one working in this forest, and have been for a good few years, Rosebay answered. Red lost his frown. Well, I'm Ash, this is Pikachu, Dawn, Red, and that guy was Brock, Ash said, pointing to each member of the group. Something occurred to Dawn, and she held up a hand over her face. Oh, I hope that we're not disturbing your research. Not at all. As a matter of fact, you could watch the bird Pokémon with me. Rosebay offered. That sounds great. Dawn exclaimed. Ash shared a glance with Star before reluctantly agreeing. Brock appeared again. I'd love to watch you watching them. Ash and Dawn both face-faulted, before Red stepped forward. On the ground, Dawn asked, how does Brock do that? Don't ask questions that you don't want the answer to, Red said, before he hit Brock in the face with his hand. Brock flew back 50 feet and hit a tree. Krogunk doesn't seem able to keep you in line here, so I'll be your chaperone today, Brock. Brock was unable to answer, and so Krogunk was pressed into the service of dragging Brock. After a few minutes, they reached the spot that Rosebay indicated. There's a large colony of Swablu living in the forest. Their nest is over there, Rosebay said, looking through her binoculars. Ash had his eyes closed. I see the nest, but there's no flying types anywhere near here. What do you mean? Dawn asked, looking through the offered binoculars. Rosebay looked to be deep in thought, so Red asked her a question. What's going on? Rosebay straightened up. Come on. We have to go find some higher ground. She led the way to a high bluff that overlooked the forest. Looking out over the forest, a few flying Pokémon could be seen, but not many. Rosebay frowned and looked at her Pokétch. Rosebay, what's wrong? Red asked again. Okay, recently the number of Pokémon living in this area has dropped by a huge amount. And not just Swablu, it's been the same with many other colonies too. Rosebay said. Red rolled his eyes, before he released Charizard and Eeyore. Ash, send out Star and Latias. They're going to comb the forest to see what's going on, Red said. Ash gave a quick nod, before he released his two flying Pokémon. Okay, Master. Latias, Star. Can you two look for anything that might be causing the flying types to not be here? Ash asked his Pokémon. Star, in way of answer, flew off, while Latias gave him a wink before leaving. Thank you so much. I can really use the help, Rosebay said. Ash grinned, but his heart wasn't in it. Walking through another part of the forest, everyone noticed an absence of flying types. As they were about to look around more, the four who had been sent to look returned. Star, Latias, did you find anything? Nope. And I only saw a few isolated flyers, no colonies, Star answered. Latias' usually cheerful look was gone. I went a different direction, and didn't see any Pokémon, but I sensed that there's a lot of unhappy Pokémon. With Red, his two Pokémon were also giving him a rundown. Nothing outside of the forest. I doubt that anybody's left, Charizard said. It agreed. And using Aura Sight, I noticed that there's a normal number of non-flying types, but only a couple who are. Granted, I could have missed something, but... It said. Red nodded, before he walked over to Ash. Gotcha. So, is your leg feeling any better? Ash asked. Star nodded. Much. I think that it'll only be a day, Star said. Ash grinned. Great. Hey, Master. Should they take another look around? Ash asked. Red shrugged. I'd say that Star and It could go. Latias if she keeps herself invisible, since Charizard might have scared away some of the Pokemon, Red said, returning his fire type. Ash nodded, before his two Pokemon flew off with It. The humans then walked further into the forest, before coming to another high spot. As they looked out over the land, 3 people tried to sneak up on them. They got closer, 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 and closer to Ash, before reaching out their hands. And grabbing a small, glowing blue ball. The 3 looked at it for a second, as it pulsed, before it exploded, sending them flying in many different directions. What do you want, Team Rocket? Ash asked, turning around in a fighting stance. Red joined him, his hands flaring blue. The trio of troublemakers held up their hands. Wait. We want to help you guys. Meowth shouted frantically. Ash and Red shared a glance, before they lowered their hands. How? Red asked. James winced. Well, we know what's happening to the flying types. Before anybody could react, Red was standing in front of James. What are you doing to them? Jesse's eyes were wide. Wait. Get away from him. We're not doing anything. Red slowly backed away. What are you offering as information? Well, we have a condition, Meowth said. Ash glared at him slightly. I don't think that you're in a position to make demands, Red said. James held up his hands and crawled backwards to get away from Red. It's only that we want to help. Please, he stammered as he backed away. Red's brow furrowed. Ash stepped forward. So, what's going on? You see, we were going to capture the flying types in a giant net so that we could make money and have more Pokemon to fight you with. We had everything set up, the net, the cages, the Mecca, the base. But then some weird guys in black and silver clothes with blue hair showed up and beat us away. There was another person with them, a scientist person, but he didn't battle us. We just want our stuff back, and we can't let ourselves suffer such a humiliating defeat. Jesse said. And yet you suffer from that every time you go after Pikachu, Dawn deadpanned. James frowned, but Ash suddenly exclaimed in horror, wait, our Pokemon are gonna get caught too. Red grimaced, before he pulled out 3 Pokeballs. Arrow, Charizard, Sala. We need to fly. The 3 Pokemon burst out in a flash of white light. The Aerodactyl stood tall, smiling in a way that terrified most people there. Charizard snorted when he saw Team Rocket, but settled down when Red gave him a stern look. And the last Pokemon stood tall, before flapping its wings and sending a blast of wind over the ground. The Salamence snarled at nothing, before it lowered its neck. Ash stared at the Salamence. Well, that's unexpected, Master. Didn't I tell you that expectations are for fools? Never underestimate anybody. Red shouted as he climbed onto Charizard's back and gestured for Ash to follow. Ash, you're with me on Charizard. Dawn, Brock, Arrow. Team Rocket and Rosebay are on Sala. Let's go. Everybody scrambled to get onto their Pokemon, before the 3 large flying types took off. As they flew, much attention was attracted from the flying types remaining in the forest, and many followed, wishing to see where the 3 rare and powerful flying types were headed. With the 3 flying types that had been sent out earlier, things were not good. It had started with the 3 following a group of Swellow and Taillow, before they suddenly caught sight of a net. Latias screeched to a halt, but Iat and Star flew into the net and were caught. Latias, knowing that she couldn't leave them alone, also flew into the net. The net slammed them down into a deep pit, and a cage was waiting for them. When they all fell into the cage, the person watching suddenly started to scream for a person named Sharon. Star watched carefully as an old man dressed as a scientist hobbled over, who was then stunned at the sight. Latias? They aren't native to Sinnoh. But at least we know that the trap works for even legendary Pokémon. Assuming that any of the lake Pokémon come this way. Latias bared her teeth. You are an idiot. I followed my friends down here, and I can rip apart these bars with ease. Try to stop me. Sharon chuckled. Well, seeing as our goal is to capture a legendary psychic type, I personally made sure that these cages were made with dark materials. Try as hard as you want, little dragon, but you will be an excellent addition to our team. He walked away, as Latias winced and went over to Iat and Star. Sorry. He's right. I can't feel the bars with psychic. Iat shrugged. Well, that fool didn't even try to scan how much power we have. Since I have more than enough power to bust us out of here, and you have more than psychic attacks, we're only here as long as we want. So why don't we break out now? Star asked. Iat gave a feral grin. So that they know what Red's like when he's unhappy. Star shrugged, before walking over to some of the captured Pokémon to start to talk to them. He found a Swellow that knew Aerial Ace, and tried to learn how it worked from another wild Pokémon while he waited. With Ash and company, the group was approaching the base. Unknown to them, they had a swarm of wild Pokémon following them, as if they were about to go to war, and also unknown was what their arrival was doing to the nerves of Sharon in the base. Sir. We have a Salamence with a rider approaching the base, a random grunt called to Sharon. Sharon started. What? Is it? Hunter J. Impossible to tell, sir. Fine. We have the blueprints for the net, and we know that it works on legendary Pokémon. Evacuate, Sharon ordered, before stopping himself. Wait. You, change your clothes and then use the machine that was here to fight whoever is coming. Said Grunt gulped, before obeying orders. The 3 flying Pokémon flew over the valley, spotting the net quickly. Charizard, burn. Charizard released a blast of flame hot enough to melt the net's metal, and it also melted a portion of the rocks. The base seemed to rumble a bit, before settling down. Land, you 3, Red commanded, and the 3 draconic Pokémon landed, causing a minor earthquake. As the group looked around at the deserted area, an explosion could be heard from underground, and the earth exploded. From the new hole in the ground, dozens of flying types flew. 3 came over to the group. Latias, Star. Ash shouted, embracing his Pokémon. Red smiled slightly. Hello, Iat. Have a good time. Before the Pokémon could respond, the earth shook again, and the base rose up from the ground, just as the sides of the valley fell down. 3 large metal machines rose up and walked forward, each an imposing force on their own, but the 3 were overwhelming. What are those? Rosebay exclaimed, seeing all 3. Red grimaced. Trouble, that's what. You 4. We're going after the one on the right. And all you flying Pokémon, can you take the one on the left? Don't worry, Master. I've got the middle one. Ash exclaimed, pulling his gloves on tighter. Red nodded, before jumping on Iat. Let's fly. Ash jumped forward, an azure aura flaring around his body. Let's go, team. Ash shouted, throwing out his Pokeballs. Sceptile and Tor leaped out, and followed Ash as quickly as they could. Okay, guys. Here's the plan. Latias, keep it from moving as long as you can. Sceptile, charge up Leaf Blade so you can cut through it. Tor, Solar Beam on the legs to get it off balance, and Apom, help him with Swift. Stay back. Star, keep it distracted. Pikachu, you're with me in attacking. The Pokémon all shouted as one, and got to their positions. Tor started off with his solar beams, which did very little except dent the metal of the machine. However, those dents slowly started to limit the mobility of the machine, and swifts into the dent started to cut through the metal. Star was diving around the head of the mecha, trying to break the eyes with wing attack, but it wasn't going too well. The eyes weren't even scratched. Latias was doing all she could to make sure that the arms didn't swat Star out of the sky, and that the legs didn't crush Ash and Pikachu. It was only made more difficult by the fact that it was so large and made of metal. However, she did manage to save Star and Ash a total of 15 times before the person controlling the mecha noticed who was stopping him from smashing, and so the machine started to shoot large blasts of flame at Latias, before bubbles countered some streams and others were redirected back at the machine. Hey, we're not gonna just stand around. Piplup, freeze the legs. Dawn shouted. I will redirect the fire, Mewtwo offered, doing that as he spoke. Latias smiled quickly, before saving Ash yet again. Sceptile stood in the back, readying his leaf blade. I wanna fight too, he complained as he watched his comrades fight for their lives. With Ash and Pikachu, the duo was learning how to approach the robot. A thunderbolt at the machine to distract it, a roll to the right, ignore the giant foot that could make them flat, and dash forward. Slowly, they were making headway, and Ash prepared his aura. Alright, Pikachu. We're gonna hit it at the same time with Volt Tackle and my Aura Strike, okay? Alright. Foot. Pikachu called, before the two tucked and rolled away from the giant metal object. They continued to get closer, before Ash judged the distance to be right. Now. Dash. Ash shouted, before grabbing Pikachu and blurring forward. They got within 20 feet of the foot, and Pikachu started to run at the foot while Ash dashed forward. Lightning surrounded Pikachu's body, and aura flared. They collided with the foot at the same time. An explosion caught everybody's attention, and the mecha tilted to the side, half of one leg gone. Spurred on, Latias attempted to help Tor break the other leg, focusing Psychic to enlarge the rents in the metal from Apom's attacks, while Sceptile focused his power more and more firmly. In the air, Star grimaced as he looked at his failure to damage the eye. I need more power. Everybody else is counting on me. Sceptile can't get close because of the fire, he thought as he again failed to scratch the eyes. Ash looked up to Star, before glancing at Sceptile. Latias was needed to stop the arms from hitting Star, and nobody else could safely get up high enough to attack the eye. Come on, Star. Ash muttered, clenching his fists. Star dived through the air, knowing that it might not work but definitely willing to try. But before he could jet at the eye, a gust of wind from a mouth blew him back. He cried out in pain as he nearly lost control. On the ground, more and more fire was being shot at the group on the ground. There was no time to attack, since Latias was now only able to focus on stopping the arms from hitting Star. Mewtwo was good, but he could only redirect or extinguish about 4 fire attacks at a time, and the machine was sending 10 at a time. Ash countered with Aura Sphere, which blasted the flames apart. Tor shot Razor Leaves and Solar Beams to make the flames disperse. Pikachu countered with powerful Thunderbolts and the occasional Thunder, sending the flames back. Apom made dozens of double teams to slow the fire, before shooting Swift. Piplup countered with Bubble Beam, putting out the flames. Krogunk fought with Buniri to put out one fire attack with Poison Sting and Ice Beam. Sceptile was ready, and was only waiting for an opportunity. Everything seemed to be at a stalemate, with the mecha having a slight advantage maybe. Then the grunt decided to change the rules, and the ground shook in an earthquake attack from the mecha. Ash shouted out as he protected his Pokémon from the fire with a large barrier, but it shattered. Everybody knew that more of those would end it quickly. And more came their way. Fire with fire, or earth with earth. Brox Bonesley shouted, standing tall, before another earthquake bowled it over. It nearly cried, before its leaf-like structures glowed, and he hit back with his own earthquake, sending the Mecca to the ground, its other leg breaking apart. However, the fire shooters were on the hands, and more fire came their way. Far above them, Star's eyes filled with power, and he saw. And he understood. And he learned. Looking down on the universe, he knew what he was, what everything else was. He felt like a legendary Pokemon, as his body climbed into the sky. Outside his mind, his body began to glow and the bandages fell off his leg as he was given the gift of Arceus power, and he changed. A bubble of wind surrounded Star, and the glow faded. The Staravia flew forth and dived at the eye. Winds of power surrounded the Pokemon, and it slammed into the eye and continued onwards, out the other side. The eye cracked, and shattered, and the head shook violently. Sceptile seized his chance. Leaping at the machine, he made 2 quick cuts. As he landed, the arms fell off the machine, and it fell onto the ground, causing the head to completely break. Sceptile and Star came back to Ash, as the ruined Mecca blew up. Ash grinned at his Pokemon, before he started to laugh. Well, that was as close as they get, but we won. The same realization came over everybody else there, and they started to laugh as well, before Ash looked at the other 2 battles. Where Red had been battling, there was nothing but a pile of gray stuff. Over at the site of the other battle, it appeared that Red was having Charizard melt the metal to nearly nothing. After that task was completed, he got on it and flew back over. Dismounting, Rosebay with him, Red looked at Star and said, "Evolution pulling you a win?" Ash nodded, before Red smiled. "Good job, Ash. These were pretty strong for machines. I have to wonder though, did Team Rocket build these? I wouldn't think so. But hey, where are they?" Ash asked, looking around for the troublesome 3. Red smirked. "Well, I decided that it was tradition, so they should be somewhere that way," he said, pointing off in the distance. Ash smirked as well. After a few minutes of recounting their own battles, apparently the flying types and Rosebay, along with Team Rocket, had to deal with one that shot lightning from its fingers, while Red had to fight one that shot freezing water. Rosebay smiled and stood up. "Thank you all so much. Now the Pokemon that live in the forest are safe." Everyone looked at the departing swarm of flying types. "Well, we've got quite a team, don't we?" Ash exclaimed, "A Pikachu, a Turtwig, an Aipom, a Staravia, a Sceptile, and a Latias. Something tells me that we're gonna have a couple of wins." Red hit him over the head for being arrogant. After they got back into the forest, the posse waved Rosebay goodbye, Dawn promising to come back one day. As Ash talked animatedly to Star, Red took a closer look at Ash. "Hey, Ash. You've got a cut on your leg." Ash looked down, seeing the tear in his pants and how the area around them was soaked red. "Really? I didn't notice. Must have been the excitement." "Well, the clothes will fix themselves, and I think the scar'll go well with your other ones. I only have 2. And that's why you need more. I'm sure that Lucaria and I can help you." With that, Ash hung his head. "Why me? You chose to become my apprentice, so blame yourself," Red said, chuckling softly. He was bothered a bit by the fact that he found nobody near the mechas, but he was able to discard it. Something seemed to occur to Ash. "Hey, Master. Why'd Team Rocket help us out? I mean, they didn't get anything from it." "Well, I'd guess that they were hoping to continue their operation later, and probably get closer to Pikachu, but I have no idea," Red shrugged. Ash nodded, and the posse was off for new adventures. "Aipom, dodge and use Shadow Ball." Ash called out to his Pokemon. Aipom didn't reply, focusing on forming the only attack that could harm her foe. Red's face was blank while he watched Aipom attempt to form the Ghost-type attack. His Pokemon, a Dusclops, also seemed bored. And it turned out that it was with good reason, as the Ghost-type attack blew up, although it didn't cause damage to Aipom. Ash facepalmed. Why is this so hard to get for us? Sorry. It's just hard to make it small, Aipom chittered sadly. Ash offered her a comforting smile as Red called back his Dusclops. It's harder because it's an elemental attack that's not Aipom's type. It's also partly that Ghost isn't related to normal, Red said. Ash blinked. What does that mean? Ash asked. Red sat down, gesturing for Ash to do the same. Well, attacks come in several different types, obviously. Some attacks can't be learned, for example Pikachu couldn't learn Flamethrower and neither can Aipom, but Charizard learns the attack easily. That's partly because Charizard can learn the attack without you working on it, but also because Flamethrower is the same type as Charizard. Normal type attacks are mostly exempt, since they're much easier to learn by many Pokémon. However, when you're trying to learn an elemental attack not of your type, it gets much harder unless you have a relationship with that type. For example, water types learn ice-type attacks with relative ease, and bug and grass are similar. Rock and ground are another. However, since Aipom is a normal type and Shadow Ball is a ghost-type attack, it makes it much more difficult than teaching Star Aerial Ace. So we're really gonna have to work on it, huh, Ash said. Red smirked. Yes, but the payoff will be worth it. This gives you a defense to ghost types, and is nice to have for psychics. Ash smirked too. Well, Aipom, we're just gonna have to work on it until we get it, right? Yeah. Aipom shouted. Red got up and started to walk away. Master, where are you going? Do you have some stuff to do? Ash asked. No, I'm going to go get breakfast. Ash face-faulted, but hurriedly followed. After a good meal, and some time, the group set off again, and after about 5 hours had nearly reached the base of a mountain. There we go, Orberg's just over this mountain. Brock said, looking at his book. Great. Let's climb over it quick. Ash cheered, adjusting his hat before wincing from his leg. Dawn ummed, but there's a Pokémon Center right there. Let's stay here tonight, and go tomorrow. What do you mean? That Orberg gym's been waiting for me for a long time now. Ash said. Waiting for us to win. Pikachu added from his shoulder. Well, I think the Orberg gym can wait a bit longer. Dawn said huffily, before Bonesley started to cry. Brock gave the Pokémon a small bit of food. Ash was watching the mountain, before a massive twister spiraled out of the forest. What was that? Ash called out. I don't know. Let's check it out, Brock said, before the group rushed over in that direction. Finding a Nuzleaf attacking Nurse Joy, Brock jumped in front of the woman, shielding her from harm. Just leave this to me. But who are you? Nurse Joy asked, causing Brock to turn and get down on knee in an instant. I'm Brock, gorgeous. I've come to you at the behest of the Finger of Fate. Brock cried out, before a purple Finger of Fate hit him in the side. As Brock was dragged by his Krogunk, he managed to groan, course there are other fingers too. Ash, Red, Dawn, and Mewtwo ran up. Hey, what's going on? Ash called as he ran. Nuzleaf jumped into the air and shot a circular disc of glowing wind at Ash, but Ash nonchalantly blasted it apart. Well, it looks like a Nuzleaf's causing some trouble, Red said. I know that Nuzleaf like to live in groups, Brock said, causing Dawn to cringe back. How Brock does that is beyond me. Nurse Joy explained, this Nuzleaf is injured, and I was trying to do what I could to help. Brock slowly walked towards Nuzleaf, saying, this Nuzleaf is always going to be afraid of people. Let me see what I can do to help. While Brock approached, Nuzleaf recoiled and took a fighting stance. Brock gave some of his own hints as he walked over to Nuzleaf. Red objected to one of his tips, hiding your hands is a really bad move if that Pokémon had contact with humans before, since trainers usually would be reaching for a Pokeball if they did that. Brock slowly soothed the Pokémon, resorting to blowing on a leaf before offering an Oran Berry. Nuzleaf, however, still drew back. Still scared, huh? I've got someone you should meet. Bonesley, come on out, Brock said, before he released his rock type. Brock gave Bonesley some of the oran berry, and the Pokemon happily ate it. Brock then offered the berry to Nuzleaf. The grass type grabbed the berry and started to eat, keeping an eye on Brock as it ate. After it finished, Brock gave it a few dish full of oran berries, which the Nuzleaf happily ate. After Nuzleaf ate, Brock treated the Pokemon's wounds with a super potion, healing the wounds quickly. Man, Brock's the best at everything. Ash said. Pikachu agreed. And a good cook. Red drew Ash aside after that piece of wisdom, so they totally missed the conversation that happened while they talked about the mountain. They were distracted by Dawn saying, "Don't worry, we'll bring Nuzleaf back to its tree." Wait, what? Ash asked. Dawn's eye twitched. Really? You didn't listen to any of that? When Ash shrugged helplessly, Dawn answered, "The only place that Nuzleaf live is in an old tree on the other side of the mountain, so we're going to bring it home." Red's face fell. He loved mountains, so hearing that they had to hurry over it made him sad. The group walked along the path, Nuzleaf talking with Bonesley. Suddenly, a small Pokemon that vaguely looked like a Shiftry jumped down. Wow, a Shifty! Dawn exclaimed. Red's sweat dropped. As two random climbers appeared, and spun a tale of hardship and woe, including saying that Nuzleaf had been missing for 30 years, Ash realized who they were. He was about to attack, before Red caught his hand. Hold off on the attacking. I want to see how they spin Nuzleaf being more than 30. Ash nodded, before they noticed that a Shiftry saying something that roughly translated to, "I have no friends and my hair is spring." It took all of Ash's self-control to not burst out laughing. Dawn then pulled out her Pokédex, having not gotten to the S's yet. A picture of Meowth came up on screen, and the data for it was red. The Shiftry tried to deny it, but gave itself away by speaking. Realizing that their cover was blown, the troublesome three started to speak. Listen, is that a voice that I hear? It's speaking to me loud and clear. Floating on the wind. Past the stars. And in your ear. Bringing chaos at a breakneck pace. Dashing hope, putting fear in its place. A rose by any other name's just as sweet. When everything's worse, our work is complete. Jesse. And James. Meowth, that's a name. Putting the do-gooders in their place. We're Team Rocket. In your face. The three, having learned a bit from their encounters, fired their net, capturing Nuzleaf and Bonesley, before starting to fly away. Rockets emerged from the sides of the balloon, and it started to speed away, but not before Brock grabbed the net and was pulled along. Jessie sent out her Seviper, and they three got away in a haze, the next sight being the balloon fading in the distance. Red sighed, and started walking. Master? Why don't we fly? Red promptly answered, as I've said before, I like mountains, and I'm not going to just fly over it. Also, I have complete faith in Brock's abilities to escape. We just need to rescue him. Ash shrugged, and the group began walking, or in Mewtwo's case floating. After walking for a good hour, in which time Red had started whistling, seriously creeping Ash and Dawn out, they spotted smoke coming from their right. That must be Team Rocket. Ash shouted. What makes you say that? Red asked, stopping the evil whistling. It's a big forest, there was an explosion, that means that it's Team Rocket, Ash explained, running off in that direction. Red followed at a sedate pace. How does that make sense? The four came upon Brock in an epic duel to the death with Team Rocket. On Team Rocket's side was a Carnivine, while Brock had a Sudowoodo. Let me guess, Bonesley evolved just in time to help you get away? Red asked sarcastically. Brock shook his head. No. We had already gotten free, Sudowoodo evolved after we got away. Red nodded. Carry on. Wait, Master, shouldn't we help? Ash asked. No. This is Sudowoodo's battle, and mine too. We're going to win this. Brock said with determination. Twerpish twit. Carnivine, bullet seed now. James called. His grass type bombarded the rock type with dozens of seeds, sending Sudowoodo skidding back. Brock called to his Pokemon, hang in there. Double Edge. His Pokemon charged into the seeds, shielding himself with the leaf-like structures. He slammed into Carnivine, sending the other Pokemon flying. Use Bite with all your might. James called out. His Pokemon charged and bit down on the rock body of Sudowoodo. Brock's mouth tightened. Sudowoodo, flail, let's go. His Pokemon started to thrash about on the ground, and suddenly threw the Pokemon that had attached itself to his head. Bring it on. Sudowoodo called, making Red raise an eyebrow. He knew that Rowan was interested in personality change in Pokemon when they evolved, and considering that Sudowoodo had been a winner when he was a Bonesley, this was pretty good evidence. Of course, Red had always been a firm believer in the fact that it was the new strength that brought on the change, not that evolution actually changed their personality. James growled and spat out, Carnivine. Bullet Seed. His Pokemon shot the super effective attack at Sudowoodo, but Brock had been a gym leader. Dodge it and then mimic. Brock shouted, his Pokemon jumping left with surprising speed for a rock type. After he was out of danger, his head growth glowed and Sudowoodo used Bullet Seed. The attack, although not very effective, still brought down Carnivine. Sudowoodo saluted Brock. No phony trees going to beat us. Go, Dustox. Jessie yelled, throwing her Pokeball. Cacnea. James called, before his Pokemon came back to grab his face. Ash jerked his head to the side, before calling to Pikachu, Pikachu, let's even the odds. Pikachu would have run out there, had it not been for the intensive winds that started to sweep around the battle. In the center of the winds, a Shiftry appeared. Winds! Shiftry called as it landed, sweeping its eyes around the field before it found Nuzleaf. Ash grinned, before Meowth shouted to the Shiftry, hey, Nuzleaf, try to get away from those people. We were only trying to get you back to your pals. Team Rocket then sneaked away while Shiftry turned to confront Ash and Co. Wait. We were trying to help Nuzleaf, they're the bad people. Ash shouted, but Shiftry continued to advance. A red mechanical arm shot from behind Shiftry and tried to grab Nuzleaf, before it exploded in a flash of blue. Red looked up, his eyes oddly bright. Okay, that's it. I could stand you battling, but this is it. Shiftry, cut them out of the sky with razor wind. Shiftry, for reasons unknown, felt compelled to obey, and the crescents of glowing air cut through the Wobbuffet balloon. Red then followed the puncturing with an abnormally large aura sphere, sending the trio blasting off once again. Brock walked over to Sudowoodo while a heartwarming scene greeted the group's eyes. Shiftry was patting Nuzleaf on the back, the two Pokemon seeming to be very happy. Well, Sudowoodo, you sure pulled through. Ash came over too. Yeah, Sudowoodo, you came a long way since you were a baby Bonesley crying all the time. Sudowoodo saluted as Shiftry led the group back to the large tree. There the entire group of C.Evolutions were gathered, waiting to greet the missing Nuzleaf back home. Ash and his fellows waved goodbye to the group, before Red stepped forward. Shiftry, would you be against me catching you? Red asked. Ash's eyes widened. Wait, what? Red said tersely as he stared at Shiftry, I don't own a Shiftry, and I would like to see how far I can train this one. Besides, it seems to have a lot of potential. Shiftry stood unmoving for a few minutes, before it quickly nodded and waved one fan hand at its face. Come. Red smirked. Before throwing out his Pokeball. Soar, let's go. The Venusaur stood facing down the Shiftry, the only sound being the rustling of the leaves. The grass types stared each other down, before Ree made his move. Solar Beam. Shiftry shot forward, attempting to get off a hit with Sucker Punch, but Soar wasn't trying to attack and so was able to knock the smaller Pokémon back. In that shot time of about 2 seconds, Solar Beam charged and shot at Shiftry. Shiftry jumped up and rode the winds to dodge, before flapping his arms to create a windstorm that tried to pick up Soar. It failed. Poison Blast, Soar, Red commanded, and a blast of purple smoke hit Shiftry in the face, before a wave of acid-green sludge washed over it too. After the smog cleared, Shiftry was down for the count, and Red tossed a Pokeball at it. The 3 shakes occurred quickly, and Shiftry was caught, before the Pokeball shrank. Red had his hand in his pocket, and when he drew it out, the Pokeball containing Shiftry expanded. Well, that was that. Let's go. And with that, the group once again said their goodbyes and left, Dawn enthusing over Red's flawless capture of Shiftry. Red just smirked and tried to tune her out, focusing on the fact that he was on a mountain. Ash stared over the city, grinning wildly. All right. We finally made it to Orbug City. Of course we did. It was just over the mountain, after all, Red said, looking at his book. Ash made a face. This is great. Now I can get my first badge in Sinnoh. Ash cheered. Pikachu raised a fist. Let's show em what Kanto can do. Red didn't look away from his reading as he said, and it'll be my first one too, assuming that neither of us lose. Should be fun. Dawn blinked. But why would you guys lose? I mean, Ash has Sceptile and Latias, and you have a bunch of really strong Pokémon. So how could you lose? Red snapped his book shut, making Ash jump slightly. Actually, that brings up what I wanted to talk to Ash about. I'm going to set limits on your battle with Rourke. What? Why would you do that, Master? And who's Rourke? Because gyms aren't just a test of strength, they're a test of character and strategy. And strategy is what I want. So, you can't use Sceptile or Latias, Pikachu will be reduced to 1/3 of full power, and I'm going to seal your aura before the battle, Red said, each condition making Ash visibly flinch. Ash's mouth hung open. But that only leaves me with Star, Tor, and Apom at full power. Very good. You can hear me. Red said, his eyes smiling for him. A dark cloud grew over Ash, and he started to mutter unintelligible words that Red hit him over the head for. Show respect to your betters. Ash sprang up and started to look around, scanning the horizon. Red's eye started to twitch, before he started to blast Ash with aura spheres. Ash ran laughing down the hill with Pikachu, Red in hot pursuit. Dawn and Brock sighed, before following with Mewtwo. When they reached the gym, Ash was panting and covered in various scrapes from falling and rolling down the hill before Red caught up to him. Before the group could enter the gym, however, the doors opened and a familiar face walked out. Paul caught sight of Ash and raised an eyebrow. What happened to you? I tripped, Ash said, well aware that Pikachu was laughing at him. Paul nodded, as if that were perfectly reasonable. A man walked up behind Paul from inside the gym. Paul, these friends of yours? More of a rival, Paul replied. Something occurred to Ash, and he asked, hey, did you just fight your battle? Did you get a badge? I would, but somebody decided that they weren't going to show up, Paul said, grimacing. The man at Paul's side decided to speak. I bet you're here for a battle too. Yeah. My name's Ash, and I'm from Pallet Town. This'll be my first battle in Sinnoh, Ash said, before asking, hey, are you Paul's dad? Nearly everyone face-faulted, except for Mewtwo, who was drinking tea, and Dawn, who thought it was a good question. Paul snarked as he got up, of course he is, can't you see the resemblance? Ash peered at the man. Not really. You don't look anything alike. Various people, who had gotten up, returned to the ground. Red pinched the bridge of his nose. Moving on from Paul's parents, I am also a challenger. Red of Pallet Town. The man had also gotten up, wiping his brow. Well, that's quite a long trip to come all the way from Kanto. Welcome to the temple for rock Pokemon, the Orberg Gym. Well, this should be fun. Battling a rock-type leader. Reminds me of my first gym, Red said, Ash nodding. So, when can we battle? Ash asked. The man furrowed his brow. I'm not the gym leader, you know. That would be Rourke, who isn't here at the moment. I just take care of the Pokemon here. Name's Ian, and it's good to meet you, Ian said. Paul glanced at Ian. So until Rourke gets back, I'll be at the Pokemon Center. Paul started to walk away, before Ash called after him, Hey, Paul. Let's both give it all we've got. Paul smirked, and turned his head. What else? He said, before continuing. After that little interaction, Ian invited the group inside. At the desk, he gave Ash a badge case, and tried to give Red one. Red declined, saying that he would carry them himself. So, good luck Ash. Ian said. Ash gave him a thumbs up as he put away the case. Hey, Ian. Do you mind if I ask where Rourke is? He's coal mining, Ian answered. Red frowned. That's the major export for Orberg City, right? I heard that Orberg has some of the richest coal anywhere, Brock said. Ian nodded. And while Rourke digs for coal, he's also looking for hidden treasure. Ash's eyes widened. Hidden treasure. Red frowned further. The coal mine was a busy place. Various machines were burrowing through the rock and carrying away the rubble. The Pokemon there were also working, doing the fine work where a machine might be too much, and carrying away the rocks from their attacks. For that reason, many Pokemon were fighting or rock types. The workers dug alongside their Pokemon, swinging their picks. A tremor shook the area, but suddenly stopped without warning. Few people paid any heed. And this was the scene that Ash and company came upon, as they searched for Rourke. Walking up to a few workers, Ash called, Excuse me. The three workers started to gape, before spinning around. Red sighed. Yes, we know that you three are here. Those aren't disguises, after all. But we don't plan to fight you, as long as you don't try anything. The three stuttered denials, as Ash rubbed the back of his head. Well, do you know where Rourke, the gym leader, is? No, ask somebody else. Jessie said, before she and the others scrambled away to continue work. Ash was about to take her advice, before a minecart filled with a large stone, possibly coal, was pushed out of the mineshaft. One of the workers, different only by clothes and a red helmet, called, Okay, you can leave it right there. Okay, Rourke, one of the people pushing the cart replied. Red looked at Ash. Think that's Rourke? I don't know, Master. Let's go see. Ash said, before he walked over with his friends. When they got there, Rourke was rubbing a fossil. Ash started to speak, but Rourke said, Just a moment. I'm having a talk with this fossil right now. You talk to fossils? I sure do, and right now it's telling me all about the good old days. I can still feel its warmth, its breath. One day I know you'll come back to life. You can be sure of it, Rourke said. Before anybody could ask, Red answered. There are a few laboratories where scientists work on restoring fossils. There's one in Cinnabar, Pewter, and Rustboro, and apparently one in Orberg. Rourke drew back from the fossil, and yelled to the workers, Let's get this to the museum. Okay. We got it. The cart was pushed away, before Rourke turned to our heroes. What were you saying? Rourke asked. Ash answered him, as Red was frowning, I came here for a battle with Master. But someone's ahead of us, Dawn added. Rourke put a hand to his helmet. Well, what do you know? I've got 3 challengers waiting for me. I have to ask, though, why you were here and not at the gym, Red said. After all, it is your job to be gym leader. Rourke laughed nervously. Well, I'm the foreman of the miners. And also, challengers aren't that frequent, so I have time to work here. Plus, my Pokemon help keep everyone safe from cave-ins and also work in the mine. If I was at the gym all the time, then whenever there was somebody trapped underneath the rocks, I would have to run over, which could cost them their life. As an added bonus, I can find fossils, a treasure to me. Red nodded, conceding the points. Brock suddenly said, so that's the hidden treasure that Ian was talking about, the fossils. Rourke nodded. Rourke then led the way back to the gym, talking to the others while they went. Once they arrived at the gym, Ian greeted them, welcome back, Rourke. How was the treasure hunt? We really discovered something this time. This may just be the best fossil yet. Rourke enthused, before the doors opened and Paul walked in. Ian pointed to Paul. There's Paul. He's your first challenger. Rourke walked over to the purple-haired boy. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'm Rourke, the gym leader. Nice to meet you. The same here, Paul responded. Rourke started to lead the way to the gym. So why don't we get started, then? Paul started to follow, before Dawn said, can't wait to see a gym battle. Rourke stopped short. You've never seen a gym battle? No, and I want to learn everything about them I can. Dawn answered. Well, then, it's fine with me. Paul, how about you? Paul gave Dawn a quick look. No prob. It doesn't matter to me. You can be sure I'll be watching you guys battle. Ash shouted, before Red grabbed his shoulder. No you won't. We're going to wait outside. Paul and Rourke stopped to see what was going on. Ash was stunned. Why can't I go watch and cheer for Paul, Master? Because that would give you an advantage over Rourke, since he'll probably use the same Pokemon for your battle as Paul's. But it's not like I can't guess them. Your guesses won't be as accurate. And by watching, you can figure out some moves and counters for them. In the other leagues, did you know what your opponent would use ahead of time? Well, no, but I can't cheer Paul on if I stay out here. You can wish him luck now. And we can't always get what we want. Obviously, Master, since I can't use 3 Pokemon. Only 2. You can still use Pikachu. But that's one Pokemon that Rourke knows. Why can't I see some of his? Because Pikachu might not be used, but almost any Pokemon Rourke uses will be used against you. And, once again, Rourke doesn't know Pikachu's attacks. Let me watch. No. But Dash. No, Ash. So does that mean that you won't watch my battle? Of course I'll watch your battle. So why doesn't that give you an advantage? Because I already have a team planned, and Rourke should go all out against me, but not against you. Why won't you let me watch? I told you already. Now come with me, Red said as he walked out the doors. Ash gave one more look at Paul, who shrugged, before he followed. Outside the gym, Red waited for Ash. Ash walked out, glaring at Red. Red grabbed a Pokeball and threw it at Ash. This is your test. You and your Pokemon must keep the Pokeball away from me and mine for as long as possible. If you keep it away for the entirety of Paul's battle, I'll let you have your way next time we argue, Red said, before sending out his 6 Pokemon. Ash growled lowly, before he threw out his 5 Pokemon. Pikachu, Star, Tor, Aipom, Sceptile, Latias, and Ash faced off against 7 powerful foes. Polly, Soar, Pika, Snore, V, Arrow, and Red stared at Ash. Red's eyes became cold as the summit of Silver, and they waited. Ash was the first to move, tossing the ball to Latias and charging Red. Latias started to fly high, but started to be harassed by Arrow, forcing evasive maneuvers. Ash attacked Red, sending spheres of aura at his master, who batted them away without blinking. Red waited until Ash was close to him, about to use Force Palm, before appearing behind his apprentice and hitting him as hard as he could away. Several bones broke as Ash flew. Pika and Pikachu were fighting, exchanging thunderbolts and using Iron Tail to fight. At a nod from Red, Pika backed away and flared its aura and power, before a bolt of lightning shot out of its body into the sky. The flash of light blinded everyone looking at it, and when it cleared, Pika was shown to be a golden color, pure electricity sparking over his fur. The two Pikachu rushed back into combat, but this time Pika easily beat Pikachu. Tor and Star fought Sinnoh together, Tor trying to distract the large Pokémon so that it wouldn't continue to try hitting Star with Ice Punch. After a solar beam, Sinnoh decided to try to stop the annoying Turtwig from shooting leaves at his feet, and so stopped using Ice Punch. He started to use both Mega Punch and Mega Kick, forcing Star and Tor to both use all of their skill to avoid the attacks. After a few powerful moves, which drove Tor and Star back, Sinnoh started to curse. Latias was still having trouble, now having giant solar beams that were more like pillars of light streaming out of the ground shooting at her while Arrow tried to slam her to the ground. She was basically in a blind panic, brought on from memories of the last Aerodactyl from Altamari, as well as the beams of searing light. After she turned invisible, which was to no avail as Sora and Arrow could both see using Aura Sight, she just started to fly at speeds of nearly 700 miles an hour. Sora and Arrow shared a look, before Arrow used agility a few times and Sora charged up. Then the attack of the beams began. Earthquake split the ground for Sora, and everywhere that the ground was open enough, solar beams emerged, so now there were more beams that Latias couldn't run into without serious damage. And Arrow was spamming Hyper Beam, while trying to get close enough for Dragon Claw or Take Down. Apom was trying to hit V with Shadow Ball, but V was playing with the monkey-like Pokémon, throwing nuts with Psychic. Taking the level up, V started to throw entire trees. Apom ran. Sceptile and Polly began another match, Sceptile using the trees to his advantage. By playing a hit-and-run strategy, Sceptile managed to keep getting hits with Leaf Blade, but it was a double team every time. Polly got the signal to take it up a notch, and started to knock over trees, taking away Sceptile's hiding places, before the two began to really fight. Red slowly walked over to the groaning Ash. "What did you think you could do? Did you really think that you could beat me? Alone?" Red shook his head. "You are nowhere near good enough to face me. And now you're on the ground, half your ribs broken, helpless. If I wanted, I could kill you here and now." Ash raised his head to look into his master's eyes, and saw emptiness. It scared him more than if they had been filled with fury. I won't lose," Ash managed to say, grinding his teeth in agony. "Well, it seems that you're out of this, so let's see if Latias can keep away the Pokeball." "Goodbye, Ash," Red said as he started to walk away. Ash, the pain clouding reason, envisioned Latias with her ribs broken, on the ground like he was. Then he imagined Pikachu, Star, or Tor that way. He kept thinking, move. 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 This doesn't matter, I have to get to them. He was unable to move, his ribs snapped as they were. He watched Red walk over to where Latias was frantically trying to avoid the solar beams and hyper beams and create an aura sphere. Latias saw the aura sphere at the last minute and threw the Pokeball to Sceptile, who caught it and began to avoid Polly more than fight. However, Latias was flung back by the aura sphere and fell to the ground. Ash, seeing that happen, felt his aura surge unexpectedly. He noticed that his ribs hurt less, as if Red was healing him. Ash didn't question as the pain lessened even more, just slowly got to his feet and stumbled towards Red. After a few more seconds Ash felt strong enough to run, so he did so. And then Ash felt strong enough to dash with aura to Red. So he did, and slammed both palms into Red's back in a force palm. Red went flying, until he hit a tree and burst into many blue sparks. Red walked out from behind the trees, clapping slowly. "Very good, Ash. You managed to beat a substitute of mine that had a ninth of my full abilities. I still beat you." Ash groaned, before falling down again, coughing up blood. The pain in his ribs was back, and his aura felt severely depleted. What's going on? Red approached Ash and started to heal his ribs. Well, you managed to do something that I didn't expect you to be able to do for a good while longer. And that's? Pikachu asked, all the Pokemon having come over once they saw Red healing Ash. Battlefield Medic, Red answered, focusing on healing the ribs. It's an ability unique to warrior-type aura users, although it's not the best. What it does is allow them to keep fighting by using aura to cover wounds, delay poison, or encase broken bones in aura so that they're not acting broken. That sounds like a good skill, though. Why'd you say that it's not great? Sceptile asked, thinking about how useful it could be. Red grimaced. It's not permanent. It only lasts for a while, and it drains aura constantly. And since it counts as not willing depletion of aura, you turn to dash. Ash spoke from the ground, his ribs almost fixed, stone. That's why you use real healing, right? Yes. But there is one definite advantage that Battlefield Medic has over healing. The move Heal Block stops all healing, but not Medic, Red said, moving away from Ash. Ash pushed himself off the ground, feeling better now. After stretching a bit, 3 familiar people strolled into the clearing. Brock. Dawn, Paul. What are you guys doing here? We were looking for you. Your battle is next, remember? Dawn said. Ash blinked and looked at Paul, who held up his badge. Ash grinned at Paul. Great job. How tough was he? I think I proved that type advantage means little, Paul replied cryptically. Red stepped forward, drawing Ash's attention. Ash suddenly smirked and gestured to Sceptile. Hey, Master. I think I won, he said, holding up the Pokeball. Yes. You did, Red answered, before walking away. Ash scrambled after him, only stopping to call back his Pokemon. Inside the gym, Ash turned to Paul. Hey, are you gonna watch my battle? If you don't wanna, it's alright, since I didn't watch yours. Sure. I'll watch your battle. I'd like to see if you're able to beat Rourke with those limitations, Paul answered, smirking. Dawn popped up beside him. Ash'll do great. I mean, he has Pikachu and Tor, not to mention Apom. Paul stared at her oddly. After a few seconds, he asked, who are you? Somewhere, NThe felt the urge to roar. Dawn stood in front of Paul, rage etched in every part of her face. Excuse me, but we've met before. You saw my contest. The name's Dawn. Paul stared for a few seconds, before calmly answering, don't remember. In another galaxy, a star went supernova. Dawn glared at Paul, her eyes glowing red and her face the same color. You think you're funny, don't ya? Listen, mister, you nasty, uncaring, spoiled brat. Apologize. Dawn would have gone on, if Brock hadn't run up and pulled her away. Rourke, sweat dropping, walked over, which caught Ash's notice. Paul, I'm going to show you how I battle. Rourke, whenever you're ready. Rourke continued his sweat drop. Ash. Would you mind if we head out battle tomorrow? Huh? Why? You know, my Pokemon just went through some serious battling, and to tell you the truth, we're exhausted. Rourke explained. Ash smiled. I hear ya. Hey, tomorrow'll be just fine. And I would like to battle you tomorrow as well. So prepare 2 teams, Red said. Rourke nodded. Great. I'll be ready for both of you tomorrow. Ash had gone with Paul to the Pokemon Center, Red taking Mewtwo out of the city to talk and train, while Brock and Dawn went to the museum. Paul took back the 2 Pokeballs that he had given Nurse Joy, while Ash had his team out of their Pokeballs. What on earth are you doing? Paul asked. Oh, we're talking about who's going to fight in the battle, Ash answered, watching his Pokemon clamor for attention. Sceptile spoke above the din, well, why not use Pikachu, Apom, and Tor? I mean, Pikachu's strong, Apom has Focus Punch, and Tor's an obvious choice. Well, I'm the only one who's evolved. Star retorted. Ash sighed. Well, Sceptile has a point. Tor, Pikachu, and Apom all have a good move, but you have a disadvantage against rock types, Star. So it's going to be Pikachu, Apom, and Tor. Those three Pokemon all jumped up in the air, while Star fell back into a corner of gloom and despair. Hey, Ash'll use you for the next battle, right Ash? Latias said, leaving no doubt as to what the right answer was. Ash hurriedly nodded, as Paul snorted. A small boy ran up to Paul as Ash called back his Pokemon. Hey, wow. Thanks a lot for the Azumarill, mister. We'll train real hard, so see ya. The small boy ran off while Paul held up a hand. Ash blinked. Hey, didn't Dawn say that you used an Azumarill in your battle? Yeah. That's the one. You gave away Azumarill? Paul rolled his eyes. Yes. I did. She was too weak for me, and I have a full team to train. I couldn't spend extra time with her, so I gave her to somebody who can use her properly. Back then she just took up space. Ash frowned. Well, it wasn't the best thing to do. So you say. What's better, a Pokemon that's weak being pushed harder than it should be with a strong trainer, so that same Pokemon being coddled until it becomes strong by a weaker trainer. It gets strong if you work with it. And he will. I can't, since I have more than just Azumarill to train. Anyways, I have to go, so see you in your battle, Paul said as he walked out the doors, leaving a frowning Ash. The next morning showed a confident Ash facing off against Rourke. Dawn, Brock, and Red sat in one section of the bleachers, while Mewtwo and Paul sat apart. I trust you had a good night's sleep and are ready to go. Rourke called over to Ash. Yeah. Ash answered. Pikachu added, let's go. Good. My Pokemon did too, and are in tip-top shape, so feel free to give it all you've got, Rourke said. Ash gave him a thumbs up. The gym battle between Ash the challenger and Rourke the gym leader is about to begin. Ian announced. Each side will have use of 3 Pokemon, and the battle is over when all 3 of either side's Pokemon are defeated. In addition, only the challenger is allowed to make any substitutions. Let the battle begin. Cranidos, let's go. Rourke shouted as he threw out his strongest Pokemon. The blue-headed Pokemon roared a challenge as it landed on the field. So, it's a plain rock type. So I should save Tor, Ash mused. Rourke called over, so, which Pokemon have you chosen? Ash grinned as he launched his Pokeball onto the field. Okay, Apom. I choose you. The purple monkey-like Pokemon stood on her tail as she stared at her foe. Here we go, Apom. Don't let your guard down. Ash called the first attack. Apom, use Focus Punch now. Apom leaped into the air, spinning as she prepared Focus Punch. Headbutt. Rourke called, his rock type charging at high speeds for Apom. Apom started to come down, her tail glowing blue, before Cranidos jumped up and slammed its head into Apom's stomach. Apom fell to the ground, but got up after a second. Rourke decided to fight Ash from a distance, and let him come. Cranidos, Flamethrower, now. Ash was thanking Arceus that he hadn't sent out Tor, as the flames shot towards Apom. Shadow Ball. Ash commanded. His normal type created a black sphere with purple energy swirling around it on her tail, before launching it at the flamethrower. The fire attack was blasted apart, as a swift attack followed it up. Cranidos managed to dodge just in time, as Apom landed. Focus Punch. Apom barely landed, before jumping forward with a glowing tail. Zen Headbutt, go. Rourke called, and his Pokemon's head started to glow blue before Cranidos ran at Apom. The 2 attacks met and an explosion was created. Cranidos skidded back, while Apom was thrown back into Ash's arms, knocked out. Apom is unable to battle. Cranidos wins it. Ian shouted. Ash returned Apom. You battled really well, Apom. Take a good rest, he said, before looking to Pikachu. Okay, Pikachu. You're up. His weakened electric type sprang onto the field, cheeks sparking in preparation for battle. Ash called his first attack. Let's show Pikachu. Thunderbolt, now. The stream of electricity was dodged by Cranidos, who jumped forward in a Zen headbutt. Ash smirked. Okay, Pikachu. Iron Tail, now. The metal tail met Zen headbutt, and Zen headbutt lost dramatically. Cranidos was sent flying, breaking several rocks along the way. In the stands, Dawn asked, why did Iron Tail do so much more than Focus Punch? Well, there are 3 factors. First, Cranidos is weaker than when it fought Apom. Secondly, Pikachu has more experience at using Iron Tail than Apom has with Focus Punch. Last, Zen Headbutt is a Psychic-type move. So when it collided with a Fighting-type move, it had an advantage, but Psychic types have a disadvantage against Steel types. So Iron Tail was better against Zen Headbutt than Focus Punch. On the field, Rourke called out, good hit, Ash. Cranidos, use Headbutt. His rock type burst from the dust cloud at Pikachu at high speeds. Ash didn't flinch. Thunder. A bolt of lightning came from the sky, landing in front of Pikachu and forcing Cranidos to stop, or else hit the lightning. Cranidos kept going, taking damage but still sending Pikachu flying into the air. Now use Zen Headbutt. Rourke called. Thunderbolt, Pikachu. Ash shouted. Pikachu was about to fire electricity, but noticed that he was slower than he would have liked. Cursing red, he tried to pull off Thunderbolt, but Cranidos got there first, sending Pikachu hurtling into the ground. Pikachu just lay on the ground, and before Ian could call the battle, Pikachu broke through. Leaping to his feet, a bolt of lightning that covered a good third of the battlefield emanated from Pikachu. In the stands, Red facepalmed. It's been half an hour, hasn't it? Rourke's eyes widened, as he saw Pikachu stand up at full power, lightning surrounding the small Pokémon. What in? Red shouted to Ash from the bleachers, hey! Pikachu's back at full power. So you can only use him for this battle, got it? Ash nodded, giving Rourke a feral grin. Well, let's see how you fight Pikachu when he's at full power. Rourke and Cranidos took an involuntary step back. They saw a masterful trainer on the other side of the battlefield, with his Pokémon that had defeated an undefeated dragon type used by a champion. Okay, Pikachu. Let's use Iron Tail. Ash shouted. His Pokémon shot into the air, its tail glowing silver. Rourke called for his typical counter. Headbutt. Before his Pokémon could try to attack, however, Pikachu came down with stunning power, Iron Tail sending Cranidos into the ground. Ironically, this was what happened to many trainers who fought Cranidos, their attacks too slow for the other's speed. Cranidos went flying back, landing nearly at Rourke's side. Nice job, Ash. I'll admit, you're doing a great job, but watch this. Cranidos. Head smash. Rourke's Pokémon started to put out a blue and white aura of pure energy, focusing on its head. Ash smirked. Okay, Pikachu. We're gonna finish this. Volt Tackle. The 2 Pokémon charged, Pikachu with a yellow corona of lightning and Cranidos with the blue and white one of pure power. At the last second, Ash shouted, go. Pikachu jumped, leaving the energy of Volt Tackle to collide with Head Smash while he got out of the way. The collision between the power of Volt Tackle and Head Smash was astounding, and Pikachu was sent higher into the sky while Cranidos flew back towards Rourke. Ash, seeing that Cranidos was still standing, shouted his last attack. Thunderbolt. The electric attack from the sky was unexpected, everyone present but Mewtwo and Red thinking that Pikachu had still been in Volt Tackle. Cranidos was covered in electricity, and fell. Ian looked at Cranidos, and the falling Pikachu, before declaring, Cranidos is unable to battle. Pikachu is the winner. Ash called out, Pikachu, come back here. Rourke. I'm not going to use Pikachu anymore, just my last Pokemon. Fine by me, Rourke shouted back. Ash threw his last Pokeball. Tor, I choose you. His grass type landed on the field, prepared for whatever came his way. Rourke started. So, a grass type. That should be a real advantage here. Yeah, that's what we were waiting for. Ash yelled. Tor, you ready to take on 2 Pokemon? Let them come. Tor retorted. Cranidos, rock solid, Rourke said as he brought back his first Pokemon. Alright, Ash, it's time for my second Pokemon. Let's go. Onix roared above the field. Ash nodded, expecting that. Okay, Tor, Razor Leaf. His Pokemon threw the swarm of leaves at the massive Pokemon that was Onix, but Rourke called out, dodge, and then double edge. Onix moved itself to the side, behind a rock, but a few of the leaves made impact. Onix then swung around the rock, tackling Tor and sending him flying back. Tor stayed on his feet. Tor, Solar Beam. Ash shouted. Tor started to absorb sunlight, unable to do anything else in the meantime. Rourke knew this, and ordered, Slam, Onix. His Pokemon raised its tail before bringing it down on the small grass type, or that was what it intended. Tor had gotten used to other Pokemon taking advantage of Solar Beam's charge time, and so he and Ash had figured out a way to shorten the time to charge it at a cost of about half the power. Thus, when Onix's tail was a few feet away, he released Solar Beam, sending the rock snake flying. Onix. Use Screech. Rourke yelled, his Pokemon landing on the ground safely. Onix then started to use its attack, sending waves of sound that were powerful enough to send Tor flying back into a rock. Onix cut off after one of its wounds made it flinch. Ash, knowing that Tor had to fight 2 Pokemon, commanded, Synthesis. Like we practiced. Tor started to absorb the sunlight that was streaming through the ceiling to heal himself. Rourke seized his chance. Onix. Double Edge. The rock type flung itself into the air and started to come down on Tor, a trail following it. Tor smirked, before releasing Solar Beam at Onix. Onix flew up into the air, before coming down hard enough to send Ash and Rourke stumbling from the tremor. Onix lay on the ground, knocked out. Ian, seeing this, announced, Onix is unable to battle. Turtwig is the winner. From the stands, Red called to his apprentice, okay, what was that? Well, we were trying to make Solar Beam more powerful after we made it faster, but we found out that whatever we did hurt Tor. So we thought about using Synthesis afterwards to make up for the damage, but Tor had a great idea. He thought that he could cut the charge time to nearly nothing, or charge 2 things at the same time, so we used the healing from Synthesis to fix the extra damage, while charging for Solar Beam. Ash answered, grinning widely. On his side of the field, Rourke called back his Pokemon. Onix, great job. Okay, Ash. I'm going to see how you handle my last Pokemon. Let's go, Geodude. The small rock type appeared out of its Pokeball and started to spin quickly. On his side of the field, Tor called, only one more. Ash nodded, before Rourke called, Geodude, roll out. The rock type sped towards Tor, quicker than Ash expected. Tor, Razor Leaf. Tor's leaves, which normally would have done massive damage, instead were sent flying in all directions. Ash's eyes widened, as Geodude sent Tor skidding back. When Geodude gets rolling, he starts to send attacks randomly flying. So you would need an attack that can't be sent away if you want to make contact, like a good water-type attack. Rourke called over. Keep using rollout. Tor was battered back and forth, as Ash struggled for a plan to win the day, before he had an idea. Tor, use solar beam on the field. Tor absorbed sunlight while Geodude continued to send him flying about. After he was charged, he jumped over the next attack into the air, before firing the beam of energy at the field. It cracked apart, making it no longer smooth with boulders, but now a battlefield with peaks and valleys. Geodude, who had turned for the next attack, was bombarded with flying chunks of rock. Now, Tor. Razor Leaf, let's go. Ash exclaimed. His Turtwig started to launch waves of leaves at Geodude, who was unable to dodge every attack. Rourke frowned, thinking about a way to get Tor off the ground. It hit him, and he shouted, Geodude, hidden power underneath Turtwig. The rock type sent the spheres of strange power at the ground beneath Tor, where they exploded, sending Tor into the air. Rourke, initiating the next stage of the plan, called, now, seismic toss. Geodude rolled at the falling Tor, using the changed field as a ramp to fly above the grass type, before grabbing him and pulling him to the ground. Ash, knowing that the attack would probably knock out Tor, yelled, bring him with you with bite. Tor bit onto the rock type, doing minimal damage, but when Geodude tried to let go of Tor, he was unable, and both Pokémon crashed into the ground, creating a cloud of rock dust. There was no movement within the cloud, and everyone was looking into it, waiting to see who had won. After several seconds, it was clear enough on the field to see that both Pokémon were on the ground, swirls in their eyes. Neither Pokémon is able to battle, so it is a draw. As the challenger has one Pokémon left, Ian started to declare, before Ash, grimacing, said his piece. Actually, I agreed to not use Pikachu anymore, so it should count as a tie. Ian stared at Ash. You do realize that a tie in the battle means that the gym leader wins, right? Ash grimaced. Rourke, who had called back Geodude, said, well, that may be true, but Ash did technically win. So, how about this? Ash and I battle in 2 days, one-on-one, and whoever prevails there is the winner. Is that okay? Ash, who had been looking down, started and stared at Rourke. Really? That's awesome. Rourke grinned at Ash. Ash walked over to Tor, who was just getting up. Hey, Tor. You were really, really great. You beat 2 of a gym leader's Pokémon in a row. Take a good rest, buddy. I think I'll do that, Tor said, before he entered the Pokeball. As Ash straightened up, he saw everyone coming over. Paul spoke first. Why didn't you just take the badge? You won. Ash rubbed the back of his head. Well, I did say that I wouldn't use Pikachu again, which is like saying that he's not able to battle. So, I guess it was just that. Dawn was next. That was awesome. Better than Paul's. Too bad that you didn't win. Yeah, it was a good job. Tor was really great, taking down 2 Pokémon. But how did you come up with Bite to keep Geodude with you? Brock asked. Ash smiled. Well, you remember Harrison and his Blaziken? At Brock's nod, Ash continued, he made it so that he weakened the power of Seismic Toss on Blaziken and made Charizard take damage too. So I did the same thing. Red stepped forward, extending his hand. Good job, Ash. You proved that you can use tactics well enough that I won't forbid you from using any Pokémon in future gym battles except Latias. A Legendary's a bit much. Ash shook Red's hand. Thanks, Master, but I haven't won yet. Mewtwo just saluted Ash, his tea nowhere in sight, a compliment. Rourke walked over. Well, Red, I hope you're ready for our battle. But can we wait until after lunch? Red grinned ferally. Of course. I'm in no hurry. Paul joined Ash and the rest for lunch, most they're discussing who Red planned to use in his battle. However, Red was keeping quiet, and so outrageous guesses were made by all. The only one that got any response was when Ash suggested Pika. But Pika's an electric type. Why wouldn't Red use a water type like Blasty or a grass type like Soar? Dawn asked, shooting down Ash's idea. Red chuckled. Pika can use Surf, so he has the advantage there. But I wouldn't use Pika. That would be like my battle with. Well, it doesn't matter. But, no. I'm not using Pika. After a few more guesses, going into random Pokemon near the end, Paul only guessing twice, both of them Steel types, the group headed back to the gym. As the match began, Ian announced, the battle between the challenger Red and the gym leader Rourke is about to begin. Each trainer may use 3 Pokemon, and the side that knocks out all 3 of their opponent's Pokemon is the winner. In addition, only the challenger may substitute Pokemon. Now, let the battle begin. Okay, Golem, let's go. Rourke shouted, throwing his Pokeball onto the restored field. The final form of Geodude roared as it stood tall, ready to show its skills in a real battle. Red was nearly silent. Meta. The Metagross landed on the field for only a brief time, before it used Magnet Rise to eliminate its weakness to ground-type moves. The battles were swift, Meta knocking out Golem in one hit with Meteor Mash. Rourke's second Pokemon, Cradily, managed to withstand the first attack, a Psychic, before it was taken out with a Metal Claw, only landing an Ancient Power. Rourke, smiling, stood ready with his last Pokemon. Well, Red, I may not win, but this has been a great battle. But let's see how you contend with Aerodactyl. The Ancient Rock and Flying type started to circle the field from the air the instant it was sent out. Red was silent, as Meta grabbed some of the rocks and threw them at the Flying type. Aerodactyl